I clearly awakened the invincible evolution system, but he was laughed at by his classmates as the most useless piece of trash. During the awakening ceremony, I was even thrown into the doghouse without mercy. This is because the world is no longer what it used to be. The invasion of alien species has caused the rules to collapse, and mankind has entered the era of universal lords. Whenever the black tide comes, dark creatures such as ghouls, banshees, vampires, werewolves, etc., attack the last line of defense of mankind violently like a flood and beasts. In the life and death struggle between humans and dark creatures, each territory has become the only refuge, and people struggle to survive. In this seemingly hopeless war, every citizen over the age of 16 must join the battle, build their own territory, search for resources, and contribute to the future of mankind. As for me, what I awakened was just the talent of plant manipulation, which was ridiculed as useless. In addition, I am an orphan, both my parents are dead, and I grew up in an orphanage. Although I was a top student and the dean always took good care of me, the money I could scrape together was only enough to buy ordinary seeds, such as cherries, peas, and peppers. As a result, I became the fruit and vegetable lord in the eyes of my classmates, and people even jokingly called me rubbish among rubbish talents. But they don't know that my evolution system can make every ordinary seed become extremely powerful, and even garbage can be transformed into a top-level artifact. Ordinary P, 8th evolution. P Watcher appears, and once the forbidden spell is cast, he will be invincible. Dead Tree Tung, 8th evolution. The black vine blue dragon roars and appears, dominating the void. Piranha Plant, 8th evolution. The thorn enchantress breaks out of the ground, alluring and strange, stirring up the world. Ordinary Nuts, 8th evolution. The golden paladin has arrived. Stand behind Brown, and I will block all damage for you. While other lords were still struggling with how to deal with the dark monsters, I'd already rushed to the front line, tightly sealed the enemy's gate, and started a crazy massacre. At this time, in the dark world, in the rogue town area of Twilight, I calmly looked at the panel light screen that appeared in front of me. Host, Lin Han race, human talent, F-level plant manipulation level 0 life, 1226, physical strength, 182 agility, 194 intelligence, 417 items, Lord's Bracelet X1, Lord's Tower X1 materials, wood 100, stone 200, cherry, pea, pepper, cactus, and other seeds. Guidance completed. Reward Host Novice Gift Pack. Unlock Material Synthesis Card X5. Unlock Building Second Construction Card X1. Unlock 200 units of Holy Water. Unlock 100 units of Evolution Points. I was stunned. Material Synthesis cards are one of the most precious items in this world, each worth millions of Star Dragon coins. And building instant construction cards are extremely rare, one worth tens of millions. With these cards, I can synthesize various items in a very short time, and even build a perfect lord base in an instant. Generally speaking, the development of a lord often starts with building wooden walls and stone walls, and then going out to mine and cut wood. Only after accumulating enough resources will there be a chance to build barracks and holy water storage devices. Even for a lord with S-level talent, it would take at least 3 hours to complete the infrastructure construction. But I have 5 cards that can be created in seconds, which means I can surpass everyone's starting point from the very beginning. Not to mention, there are also the blessings of holy water and evolution points. Holy water can be used to bless buildings, making them produce holy light protection and directly harm low-level dark creatures. Evolution points can allow plants, such as peas, to evolve and enhance their combat effectiveness. With the invincible evolution system, any fruit, vegetable, or plant can become a powerful weapon. Now, I can finally gain a foothold in this darkness. I was so excited that I almost had a shortness of breath. Ding! System task released. Host, please build a tower defense base. Time limit, 30 minutes. The mission is here. I tried hard to suppress the excitement in my heart. Roar. Who? Suddenly, several low roars came from the darkness. Obviously, those zombies had begun to approach me. System, let the P evolve. I thought about it, and the P appeared in my hand. Ding! P evolution begins. Consume 50 evolution points. Pea shooter evolves successfully. The evolved pea shooter is tall, with a cute cartoon-faced pea on its rhizome, and looks lively. It looks like it came out of Plants vs. Zombies. When I saw this scene, I was stunned. Name, Pea Shooter. Evolution times, 1, attack power, 50. Attack range, 300 meters in front. Firing speed, 3 rounds/second. Durability, 30. Ultimate move, fire 30 Ps at once, causing 1500 damage, but will be instantly scrapped after use. The best among Ps, pouring 20 units of holy water can double the damage, minimum 2 times. This evolved P is ridiculously strong. Not only is its attack power not to be underestimated, but it also has a multiplier damage bonus. As long as the attack hits, it is enough to kill the ghoul in seconds. I was overjoyed and immediately placed the pea shooter on the ground and poured 20 units of holy water on it. Attack the dark creatures. With the order, the pea shooter quickly spit out a pea. In the distance, a zombie was lingering on the edge of the protective shield. The pea hit its heart, piercing it instantly. The zombie fell to the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. Successfully killed the ghoul. Experience plus 100. Found the corpse of a dark creature. Do you want to collect it immediately? I quickly chose to collect. Yes. Collecting. Obtained 1 unit of phosphorus powder. Obtained 10 units of meat. The power of the pea shooter is amazing. If it weren't for this system, I would have become the prey of these dark creatures long ago. Roar. However, it seemed that the dead ghouls attracted more of their kind. More and more howling sounds came from the darkness, and the situation became more critical. Oh no, these zombies have attracted more dark creatures. I was shocked and decided to start building the base immediately. While the pea shooter was guarding me, I quickly scanned the surrounding terrain and found myself on a small hill with several dark trees scattered around. I could use these resources to build my lord's base. Thinking of this, I quickly chose to use the synthesis card to synthesize all the wood and stone. Ding! 2 one-click synthesis cards were used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 50 wooden walls and 50 stone walls. I decided to build a wooden gate with wooden walls at the gate guarded by the pea shooter and reinforce the rest of the area with stone walls. In this way, I quickly built a base with the Lord Tower as the core, mainly composed of wooden walls and a small amount of stone walls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 100 evolution points. As the last stone wall fell, the system sounded, prompting that the task was completed. At the same time, the light on the top of the Lord's Tower became brighter and brighter, and the coverage of the protective shield also expanded. Instantly, the darkness within a 100-meter radius around the tower was cleared. The Lord's base protection effect was activated, and the base's light shield range doubled. A Lord base has been detected near you. Lord's base, level 0, owner, Lin Han. Citizens, 0/10. Area, 200 square meters. Buildings, Lord's Tower, 1/1. Citizen huts, 0/5. Barracks, 0/1. Warehouse, 0/1. Mine, 0/1. Lumberyard, 0/1. Holy water storage tank, 0/1. Wooden wall, 50. Stone wall, 50. Several messages appeared on the Lord's bracelet. I just glanced at them and didn't pay much attention to them. At this moment, I was walking around the base, and suddenly I found a few zombies in front of the base gate. Due to the expansion of the Lord Tower's protective shield, they failed to escape in time and were being burned by the light. They moved slowly, emitted black air, and crawled towards the darkness with difficulty. Pea shooter, take them out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of a pea shooter shooting was heard. Successfully killed the ghoul. Experience plus 100. You are upgraded to LV1. The range of your Lord Tower shield has reached 200 meters. Your Lord Tower's daily production of holy water has increased to 120 units. Following a series of prompts, I was surprised to find that I had upgraded. In this world, the strength of a lord is not only related to the size of the territory, but also to the level upgrade. After reaching a certain level, the lord can use skills. I was stunned. I didn't expect that I would upgrade so quickly. If you find a dark creature corpse, should you collect it immediately? Yes, I responded immediately. Collecting. Obtained 4 units of phosphorus powder. Obtained 40 units of meat. Obtained 2 sharp ghoul teeth. After looting the spoils, I suddenly noticed that there was a dirty lord's bracelet stuck on the thick big toe of the zombie that had just been killed. Humph. I wonder which unlucky lord died here. Recalling the previous information, this area was once a large tower defense city with a population of tens of millions. It was conquered by the dark race more than 10 years ago, and dark creatures such as ghouls, vampires, and werewolves took over here. This time, all the new lords in the Empire were summoned, with the goal of eliminating all dark creatures and taking back this lost territory. Maybe there's a ruined lord base nearby. I picked up the lord's bracelet and decided to take it back. As I thought about it, I understood why these ghouls dared to approach me. Obviously, they had tasted the flesh and blood of the lord and were eager to hunt again. After entering the base, I placed the dirty bracelet under the lord's tower. The light of the lord's tower can not only dispel the darkness, but also communicate, trade, and unbind the bracelet. Soon, the bracelet broke, revealing 500 units of stone and 3 large boxes. I opened the first box and found an identity plate and a dozen bottles of dark potion. Dark potion can cover up the smell of humans, making it impossible for low-level dark creatures to identify it. Each bottle is worth 50,000 star dragon coins, which is an extremely precious resource for a novice lord. The second box contains some food and water, which are necessary for life and are common basic resources. The third box made my heart beat faster. There are 3 noise triggers and an electronic map device inside. Noise triggers can attract dark creatures, and the electronic map meter is a rare and valuable resource. It is a self-drawn map produced by the military, which can automatically detect and draw the surrounding environment. Only top lords can own this thing, and ordinary people can't afford it all. I quickly turned on the electronic map and found that it had mapped most of the surrounding area. The markers show my location, close to the edge of the town of Rogue. The 2 places closest to me are an iron or cave, located 400 meters north of the Tower of Light, and the other is an abandoned lord base, located about 800 meters east of Luotian. My heart was shaken instantly. Iron mines are one of the most needed resources for all novice lords, and abandoned lord bases excite me even more. There are many valuable resources left behind by former lords. The most important thing is that there is an extinguished lord's tower there. If it can be lit up again, it would be like giving yourself an extra life. I calmed down and started to analyze. Although the ruined lord base was attractive, there were usually a large number of dark creatures stationed in these places. At my current level, I will almost certainly be wiped out if I go there rashly. It would be safer to occupy the iron mine cave first, develop for a while, and then seize the ruined base when I am strong enough. At this moment, the lord's bracelet suddenly issued a rapid alarm sound, and a scarlet warning message flashed on the screen. Alert! 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 Notice to the entire rogue town. A small wave of dark beasts will arrive in 24 hours. All human compatriots, prepare for defense. I was stunned. The dark beast tide, this phenomenon of dark energy gathering and exploding, means that groups of dark creatures will lose their minds and frantically attack human bases or cities. What's more terrifying is that the creatures affected by the dark energy will double their strength. And now, on the second day, they encountered a tide of dark beasts. This was undoubtedly a life-and-death disaster for the novice lords around them. How come we encounter the dark beast tide so soon? My heart tightened, and I immediately opened the lord's bracelet and entered the chat channel. The chat channel was now in chaos, filled with panicked voices. Fuck, did I hear that correctly? We're going to face a beast tide the next day. The stone wall I just built isn't even finished yet. It's over, it's over. Dark creatures, don't worry. You don't need to build a wall. Just welcome us. Wow, I'm so scared. I miss my parents. Don't cry yet. Has anyone found any iron? Or, I want to exchange some. I'm here to buy iron or 2. The price is high. Message me privately. Although there was a commotion in the channel, many people were talking about irrelevant things. I took a quick look and closed the chat channel. Nevertheless, I caught an exciting business opportunity. The price of iron ore has risen. Iron ore is one of the most scarce resources for novice lords, and there happens to be an iron mine near me. This is a great opportunity. I thought to myself, this mine can support the construction of 3 mines. If I can occupy it and take advantage of the rising iron prices, I will definitely be able to quickly accumulate a large amount of resources, get ahead of other lords, and develop faster and stronger. Looks like I have to actively lure the monsters. Facing the endless darkness outside, I gritted my teeth and made a decision. In order to advance, I must seize the iron mine. So, I planned to clear the nearby dark creatures first and confirm the safety of the mine. System, start the P evolution. I remember experiencing the powerful effect of the pea shooter before, so I decided to evolve a few more plants to strengthen my strength. Fortunately, I completed the system task before and got 100 evolution points, which is just enough. Ding! Pea evolution begins. Consume 50 evolution points. Pea shooter evolves successfully. After a while, 3 pea shooters with funny faces appear in front of me. I poured 20 units of holy water on them and placed them on the stone wall near the gate. Next, I threw a noisemaker close to the light area at the edge of darkness. This is a divine weapon specially used by the Empire to deal with dark creatures. It is loud enough and durable. I heard that it was made with the assistance of artists from other countries. It is very precious. Ding, 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 a flax is falling. Flax is falling. One warehouse after another flax is falling. The sound instantly spread all around. Soon, more than a dozen zombies were attracted over. Attack! I ordered. The pea shooters immediately began to shoot fiercely, and the green peas formed 4 tongues of fire and hit the enemy. Successfully killed the ghoul. Experience value plus 100. Successfully killed the ghoul. Experience value plus 150. A few seconds later, my level was upgraded to level 2. The shield range of the Lord Tower was extended to 300 meters, and the daily holy water production increased to 220 units. All this progressed too fast. After the noisemaker stopped, I killed the remaining 7 or 8 huge zombies one by one. Successfully killed the ghoul. Experience value plus 100. Successfully killed the ghoul. Experience value plus 150. You have upgraded to LV3. Your Lord Tower's shield has a coverage range of 400 meters. Your Lord Tower's daily holy water production has increased to 320 units. After reaching level 3, my shield expanded again, and I was finally able to reach the area where the iron mine was. Soon, I came to the left side of the base and found a deep mine. It was the iron mine. Moreover, there were about 3,000 units of iron ore piled up at the entrance of the cave, which was obviously left by the previous miners. I'm rich. My eyes lit up when I saw this. This piece of iron ore will definitely bring me a lot of development resources. But while I was excited, the system released a new task. System task. Completely occupy the iron ore cave. Time limit, 12 hours. My heart is beating faster. This is the second task issued by the system. After completing it last time, I gained a lot of evolution points. I have been looking forward to the arrival of this task for a long time, but I didn't rush into the mine immediately. After all, there were all kinds of terrifying dark creatures hiding in the mine, and rushing in would definitely be a way to death. I decided to upgrade the Lord level first, obtain the barracks, research the soldiers, and then go to clean up the mines after I have enough combat power. Only in this way can I ensure that I can firmly occupy the mines. So, I started to process the resources, put all the iron ore into the bracelet, and return to the base. System, use the synthesis card to synthesize 100 iron walls. Ding! The one-click synthesis card was used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Iron Wall 100. Suddenly, I only had 1,000 units of iron ore left. I decided to replace the stone walls of my base with iron walls. Although the stone wall can resist the attack of the ghouls, when the dark beast tide comes, the stone wall can't stop the stronger dark creatures, such as vampires and werewolves. The iron wall can provide stronger defense. As the iron wall was gradually built, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I could go to the trading area for some crazy shopping. Without any delay, I opened the trading channel on my bracelet. Fuck, are these people crazy? I couldn't help but curse inwardly. In the trading area, the demand for iron ore has exploded. 10 units of wood, exchange for 1 unit of iron ore. 5 units of stone, exchange for 1 unit of iron ore. 1 unit of energy stone, exchange for 1 unit of iron ore. 100,000 Star Dragon coins, exchange for 100 units of iron ore. Perhaps because of the approaching Dark Beast tide, iron ore has become the hottest commodity in the trading zone, and its price has skyrocketed almost several times the normal market price. Luckily, I discovered the iron mine. It's such a stroke of luck. I must take control of the mine while the price of iron ore is rising. For those lords who have not yet reached the first level, gold coins are no longer the most important resource. After a little thought, I finally decided to exchange the 1,000 units of iron ore in my hand for 4,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, and 200 energy stones. Wood and stone are necessary for upgrading a game, while energy stones are the key resource for developing troops after the barracks are built. After the transaction was completed, I exited the trading area, walked towards the Lord's Tower, and placed my hand on it. In an instant, I entered the construction mode, as if I had a god's perspective. Construction, leader's hut, 200 wood. Construction, barracks, wood 1,000, stone 1,000. Construction, holy water tank, wood 2,000, stone 1,000. I had enough resources, so I no longer needed to go out to mine or chop wood. So I clicked on the hut, the barracks, and the holy water tank. Since the maximum number of huts available is 5, I ordered 5 times. A flash of light appeared, and 5 small wooden houses rose quietly in the base. Creaky. The doors opened at the same time, and 5 ragged farmers appeared in front of me. Greetings, Lord. The 5 peasants knelt down in unison. Get up, I said calmly. Each hut will bring a farmer who can help me produce, build, and guard crops, etc. Then, 2 more rays of light flashed by. When I came to my senses, an ancient palace and a 3 or 4 meter high glass jar had appeared in the base. They were the barracks and the holy water jar. Now I have all the upgrades I need. Upgrade the base. I ordered without hesitation. In an instant, the Lord's Tower shone with dazzling light. At the same time, a countdown appeared on my bracelet. Time required to upgrade a book, 1 minute. After the upgrade is completed, lords will unlock more buildings and be able to better defend their bases. Next, all that's left is to wait. I took a deep breath and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I took out the prepared food and drinking water from the bracelet, ate while replenishing my energy, and opened the communication channel at the same time. The communication channel was still very lively, especially after experiencing the chaos brought about by the initial dark beast tide. The new lords gradually calmed down, and some even began to take the initiative to introduce themselves. Hello, everyone. My name is Song Kong. I'm from the Song family in Tanyu City, the provincial capital. My father is one of the directors of the Yuzhou Lords Association. Is there anyone from Tanyu City nearby? Welcome to chat privately. My name is Xiao Kuan. I come from the Xiao family, the largest family in Hangzhou, Yuzhou. We are recruiting a large number of vassal lords. We will give priority to lords with B-level or higher talents. We don't want lords with F-level talents. Those who are capable, please chat with us quickly. Hello, everyone. I'm Su Yuwei from Hangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Yuwei, you've also come to this area? I'm Xiao Kuan. I didn't expect to meet you, an A-level special talent lord. I've privately messaged you. Please send me a location so we can team up. Xiao Kuan, please note that we are now in the dark world. It is not safe to form a team casually. Please do not disclose other people's information at will. What are you afraid of? As long as you team up with me, no one can hurt you with me. Xiao Kuan here. Looking at the flashing information on the bracelet, Su Yuwei's eyes flashed with impatience. Why is Xiao Kuan so annoying? Although she did not fully expose her talent as a witch, in this dangerous world, even a few unintentional words could make her danger index soar. Oh, official forces, tower defense families, special lords, our area should not be underestimated. Yes. Is there any big man who can guide me? A lord with C-level sound effect talent? My name is Yang Wei. There are a bunch of rotten flesh maggots gathering outside the Lord's Tower. It's really disgusting. What are carrion maggots? My name is Niu Dazhuang, and now there are more than 30 low-level vampires targeting me. Help, what should I do? Waiting online. Fool, stand on the Lord's Tower. But I'm in a dense forest now, with a lot of obstruction. You're done. Low-level vampires are dark creatures with long-range attacks. They can hurt you within 10 meters and trigger bleeding effects. You are so unlucky that you landed in the dense forest right at the beginning. Although the protective shield of the Lord's Tower covers a large area, there are too many dark creatures to defend against. Damn it, don't scare me if you don't want to help. My talent is B-level berserker. The less blood I have, the stronger I am. What am I afraid of? Announcement from Rogue Town. Niu Dazhuang's Lord Tower was breached, and Niu Dazhuang was killed by a vampire. Suddenly, a scarlet message flashed across the bracelets of all the lords. A moment of silence. May there be no dense forests in heaven. A moment of silence. May there be no vampires in heaven. After a short silence, the town channel was filled with morning messages. Okay, everyone, let's focus on survival issues. Only when the base is built can the protection effect be activated, and the protection range of the Lord Tower can be expanded to 100 meters. Song Kong spoke calmly, giving people a convincing feeling. Speaking of which, who will be the fastest lord to reach the first level? Need I say more? It must be me, Xiao Kuan. My dad got me a speed building card, so I can build the base right away. Speed building card, a special item that can speed up base construction after use, and can only be obtained from dark dungeons. Xiao Kuan is awesome and rich. I'm a Yunkai from Hangzhou number 2 middle school. Can you give me some stone if I call you daddy? I want to build a few more stone walls. Hey, most of you are from Yuzhou province, right? I'm Li Sure, from Shangtang province. Thank you for meeting me. Shangtang province? Could it be the descendants of the Li family, one of the 5 surnames and 7 families in Shangtang? I heard that the Li family has time water, which is as effective as an acceleration card. It should not be underestimated. Maybe you will be the first person to be promoted to the first level. Time water is so precious that only the talented children of the Li family can use it. It's still too early to upgrade to the first level. Let's build the base first. Li Sure responded in the channel while speeding up the construction of the stone wall. Yes, there will be a dark beast tide tomorrow. Come on, everyone. By the way, according to the Empire's rules, the first person to upgrade the base to level 3 and move into the town can become the mayor. Brothers, I just used a magic scroll to kill a werewolf and leveled up one. Haha. In addition to the first level up, the position of town mayor is destined to be mine. Just when Xiao Kuan felt that he was not favored, he suddenly loudly showed his presence in the channel. Announcement for the entire Twilight City area. Lin Han, the Lord of Rogue Town, is the first to upgrade his base to level 1. He will be rewarded with a legendary blind box. Announcements flashed on the bracelet. In an instant, not only the Lords of Rogue Town, but also the Lords of the entire Twilight City area were stunned. Fuck, am I seeing things? We've only been here for an hour. How come someone has already been promoted to the next level? How many resources does this require? Even the children of the royal family may not be so awesome, right? Damn, I remember it was Lin Han from Hangzhou number 1 high school, right? Does anyone know Lin Han? Would you be willing to introduce him to me in exchange for a bottle of time water from the Li family? No way. Lin Han from our school is a rubbish F-level talent. How could he be promoted faster than me? It must be a duplicate. Where is Lin Han? When Xiao Kuan saw that he was not the first person to be promoted to the first tier, he immediately started shouting like crazy in the channel. Haha, Xiao Kuan, you say I'm trash. Then aren't you even worse than trash? I responded in the channel with a sneer. At this moment, a blind box appeared in my hands. When someone who is not as good as you calls you trash, what is he? I looked at the information on the Lord's bracelet and couldn't help but curl my lips slightly. At this moment, my words seemed to ignite Xiao Kuan's powder keg, and in an instant, he began to curse wildly in the world channel. How dare you, a waste with F-level talent, scold me? Do you know who my father is? How dare you say that to me? Xiao Kuan roared crazily in the channel. It has to be said that the Xiao family is one of the richest families in Hangzhou and a real business tycoon. His father, Xiao Qian, controls the wealth of the entire family, and Xiao Kuan is naturally a typical second-generation rich. Why are you asking me who your father is? Didn't your mother tell you? I replied nonchalantly. This statement immediately caused a sensation on the world channel. Fuck, this is too awesome. The boss's words are so domineering. How dare you talk to Master Xiao like that? Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Master Zhao's father must have given him a lot of good things. That's right, but the third book is the official starting point. This guy called Lin Han is so arrogant after just passing the first book. What a pity. Xiao Kuan was so angry that he threw the block of wood in his hand to the ground and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it, why do you act so pretentiously just because you are handsome and good at studying? When you get to the dark world, I will let you see what social beatings are like." Xiao Kuan was my classmate. Although I was mediocre in talent, I was naturally handsome with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and my grades were always the best in the class, so he was always jealous of me. We had had many conflicts before. This time, in the dark world, he was once again overwhelmed by a poor bastard like me, and his mentality completely collapsed. Suddenly, Xiao Kuan seemed to have thought of something. He opened the Lord's bracelet and looked at it carefully, and it seemed that he had a plan. Lin Han, do you dare to report position? When I reach the 3rd level, I will be the first to kill you. Let you have a taste of what it means to be crushed by resources, he said with a sinister look on his face. Xiao Kuan's father, Xiao Qian, is indeed a business tycoon in Hangzhou. The person who spoke guessed correctly that Xiao Qian had already prepared various precious resources so that his son could gain a foothold in the dark world. Yes, yes, Mr. Xiao must have an acceleration card, and even a lot of other precious materials. There was a lot of discussion in the World Channel. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly flashed through my mind. The opportunity has come. This is a good opportunity in front of me, and I must seize it. By the time you get promoted to the 3rd level, the opportunity will be gone. I guarantee that I can get to the 3rd level within a week. I responded in an overwhelming manner on the World Channel. Suddenly, the World Channel was in an uproar. Reaching the 3rd level in 7 days? It was incredible. Even top talents with sufficient resources can only barely complete the construction of the 3 camps within 7 days. For us, it is simply an impossible task. Everyone thought I was bragging. 3 books in a week? Lin Han, are you a little proud because you're the first one to complete 1 book? Do you know what you're talking about? According to my speed, it will take at least a month to reach level 3. Do you really think you are a big shot? 3 books in a week? My father is Xiao Qian, and I don't even dare to say that. How dare you, a loser with no background, say that? Xiao Kuan's voice sounded in the channel again, full of anger. I sneered and didn't want to pay any attention to him. But because of my contemptuous smile, Xiao Kuan was completely furious. Okay, Lin Han, you said so, right? Do you dare to bet with me? If you can reach 3 levels in a week, I will give you a mid-level troop design. If you fail to reach that level, you will kneel down and call me Dad and become my slave from now on. Do you dare? Intermediate troop design? This is a real treasure. In this world, only lords who owned barracks can summon soldiers, and intermediate and higher-level soldiers can only be obtained with the corresponding blueprints. For those of us who are new to the dark world, intermediate troops are almost a powerful pass. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. I chuckled and agreed without hesitation. I thought Xiao Kuan would at most take out some building acceleration cards or something like that, but I didn't expect that he would actually catch a big fish this time. The moment I agreed, the sky of the dark world suddenly split open, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Then, I felt a strange connection with a distant being. The power of the oath? This world is much more complicated than I thought. I murmured in a low voice. Lin Han, the oath has been made. Kneel down and call me Daddy now, and I might spare your life. Don't wait until I find you, or I'll let you know what real pain is. Xiao Kuan shouted arrogantly in the channel. I still choose to ignore it. As I remained silent, the discussion on the World Channel gradually died down, and people began to talk about my background. I know Lin Han. Although he has only awakened an F-level talent, he has always been very low-key in school. Why did he suddenly become so arrogant? Maybe he was lucky and dropped a resource point, or picked up another player's ring. What a nouveau riche. Is this true? If I also picked up the ring, I would probably be even crazier than him. They don't know that the golden finger I have is much more powerful than they imagined. At this moment, all my attention is focused on the blind box in front of me. Blind boxes can reveal all kinds of scarce supplies, and you may even get physical strengthening potions. The invasion of the dark world has made physical strength a matter of life and death, and this kind of potion is usually only dropped from powerful monsters. I don't expect to get any rare treasures. I just hope to get some help so that I can make steady progress during this initial period of resource shortage. Confirm to open the blind box. I chose to confirm without hesitation. The blind box began to vibrate violently, as if it was going to eject the contents. The next second, the lid was suddenly blown away, and a dark golden light shot straight into the sky. Then, a card slowly floated up in the light. When I saw this light, I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that the first time I opened a blind box, I would get a legendary item. For a novice lord, a legendary item has only one meaning. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Fuck, did you see that? Just now, a dark golden light suddenly burst out from the darkness in the distance. Dark gold? I know. This is a sign of the appearance of a legendary item. As soon as the player finished speaking, the chat channel immediately exploded. Someone got a legendary item on the first day? Who is so lucky? Brothers who need legendary items, contact me. I will buy it at a high price no matter what it is. I'm so envious, so envious. A dark golden card spun in the air and finally fell slowly into my hands. I reached out and grasped it tightly. Type card, 2-winged angel. Level, legend. Attack power, 1000. Attack speed, 100%. Population, 20. Movement speed, 10. Resources required for production, 10,000 energy stones. What the fuck? 10,000? An angel actually needs 10,000 energy stones? I was stunned. Although the angel has extra damage bonus against dark creatures and can heal teammates, 10,000 energy stones is really too much. Tangled. Extremely tangled. It takes 10,000 energy stones to summon a two-winged angel. But if I have 10,000 energy stones, I can do a lot of things. If I don't summon it, the temptation of attack power makes me unable to resist. After all, my pea shooter only has a double-digit attack power now. After some struggle, I finally made up my mind. Let's do it. The brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. I swung my fist violently. Next, I began to check the existing supplies and planned to go to the iron or cave. If I could occupy the mine cave, I could take advantage of the high premium of iron or exchange the ore for energy stones, and then summon the two-winged angel. With the help of angels, it will be easier to obtain resources, forming a virtuous circle. Moreover, the scene of sweeping the dark world with the angel army is exciting enough to think about. As I was packing up my supplies, I was suddenly interrupted by a set of data. Beas Holter. Attack power, 50. Attack range, 300 meters in front. Firing speed, 3 rounds/second. Durability, 25/30ths. I almost forgot about the durability issue. System, can the durability of the pea shooter be repaired? I asked nervously. If this is a one-time consumable, it would be a ripoff. Ding, can be repaired. Only 1 unit of holy water is needed. Now it's good. It can be repaired with holy water, so it's not a problem. I quickly ran to the Lord's Tower with the lightstone. I pressed my palm on it, and the prompt appeared immediately. Current holy water quantity in Lord Tower, 40. I smacked my lips, took out 30 units of holy water from the tower, and repaired 4 pea shooters. The repair was complete, and I checked the 4 pea shooters in my hand again. Name, pea shooter. Evolution times, 1. Attack power, 50. Attack range, 300 meters in front. Firing speed, 3 rounds/second. Durability, 30/30ths. Big move. Fire 30 peas at a time after use. The pea shooter will be scrapped, causing 1,500 damage. The best among peas. After pouring 20 units of holy water, it will cause multiple damage minimum 2 times. Enchantment. Increase the critical hit rate by 5 during the first repair. Wow, this also has a critical hit bonus. That's awesome. I couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect that a simple repair could actually increase the critical hit attribute. If it is combined with the pea shooter's ultimate move, it's incredible. Can every plant have this effect? If so, that would be great. I thought as I prepared to continue packing up my supplies. At this moment, several scarlet notification messages appeared on the bracelet. Notice from Rogue Town. The upcoming Dark Beast Tide is predicted to be a dangerous area. Lords, please stay alert. Mountaintop, danger level +1. I looked at the hill ahead. Near the Ruin Lord's base, danger level +1. I glanced helplessly at the fallen Old Lord's bracelet, and the corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Before the Beast Tide arrived, a dazzling light burst out in the territory. The danger level +1. I couldn't help but look back at the blind box that once shone so brightly. Lords who meet the above dangerous conditions, please pay attention. But please don't be discouraged. Opportunities and dangers coexist. After successfully surviving the Beast Tide, the rewards will be even more generous. I felt exhausted. I looked up at the dark sky and sighed. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. But I also know that even though my base meets all the dangerous conditions, opportunities always come with challenges. When facing the siege of dark creatures, I can also gain a lot of experience and supplies so that I can surpass other lords faster. Of course, all this must be successful. But with my cheat code system, I think this wave of beasts, although troublesome, is not impossible to defend. Life in another world is really difficult. I have to speed up the capture of the iron mine. Although I complained about the injustice of fate, I didn't slow down my packing. After confirming that I brought all the supplies, I picked up 4 pea shooters and shouted, "Let's start the northern expedition." I was determined to win the battle for the iron or cave this time. Soon after, I arrived at the mine entrance with a few pea shooters. Looking at the dark cave entrance, my eyes were full of hope. I'm rich, I'm rich. I couldn't help but shout. I just glanced at the trading area and found that the price of iron or has begun to soar again. Because this was once a city with a population of tens of millions, many places were once dilapidated lord bases, and old objects could occasionally be found glowing in the ruins. Many of the novice lords now were in dangerous areas. This beast tide is a severe test for novices. The stone wall is too fragile. If high-level monsters appear in the beast tide, even the lowest-level vampires will be a fatal threat to these novice lords. Now, iron ore is the most needed resource for everyone. It is related to the defense of the territory, and its importance is self-evident. For safety reasons, let's test the entrance of the cave first. After all, we don't know how deep the mine is. I adjusted my tactics. Although I have 4 pea shooters to bring in, I'm not completely sure whether there will be high-level monsters that the pea shooters can't deal with. I quietly approached the mine and deployed pea shooters at the entrance. Next, I put down a noisemaker. Beep, beep. As the noisemaker sounded, the sound of digging was immediately heard in the mine. Crack, crack, crack. Dozens of sounds were heard in an instant, and the sense of crisis in the mine became more and more intense. As the noise of the noisemaker grew louder, the sounds of digging and insects chewing became clearer. I listened quietly, not daring to be careless. Soon, the owners of those voices finally appeared in front of me. Underground Zerg, HP 50, Defense 7, Movement Speed 5, 20 underground. Weakness, you still want to find a weak spot to attack a group of monsters? Pay attention to the timing of entering the battlefield. They were a group of black creatures about 80 centimeters long with huge mouth parts, some of which were wearing iron armor. Is it defense-related? I couldn't help but mutter. In this world, the calculation of defense is very simple. It is a damage reduction system. For example, my pea shooter has an attack power of 50, but when facing this kind of alien insects, it can only cause 43 points of damage to them. It seems that I can't kill them instantly. I took a deep breath, but fortunately, my peas have a fast attack speed, and these bugs move slowly on the ground, so I should be able to easily kill them. Then, dozens of Zerg quickly moved toward the noise generator, completely ignoring me. I was quick to put the noise generator into my backpack. This thing is a magic weapon for gathering monsters, and I must not let these bugs bite it. At the moment when the noise disappeared, dozens of Zerg were visibly stunned. They shook their heads left and right and looked at each other. After a moment, they finally found the high-quality protein standing beside them, me. This. They rushed towards me madly, swinging their huge mouthparts left and right, as if they wanted to swallow me in one bite. Fire. I pointed at them without any hesitation, then turned around and shouted at a few pea shooters. Puff, puff, puff. Emerald green peas shot out, and each green light flashed in the darkness. -43, -45. 2 damage numbers flashed. In an instant, an underground alien insect was killed. Sure enough, I can take care of one in 2 moves. I rubbed my hands excitedly. Based on the movement speed of these alien insects and the firepower coverage of the pea shooter, I am confident that I can kill them all before they get close. Next, as a series of damage numbers soared one after another, the underground alien insects fell one after another. Seeing a pile of insect corpses, my eyes sparkled. The huge mouth parts of these alien insects are obviously the best material for making weapons. Successfully killed the underground alien insect. Experience value +100. Successfully killed the underground alien insect. Experience value +150. With the rapid harvesting of 4 pea shooters, dozens of alien insects were quickly wiped out. Found the corpse of an underground alien worm. Collecting it, obtained the low-level mouth parts of the alien worm, and obtained 5 units of meat. By killing these underground insects, I harvested a lot of materials. I picked up a newly acquired alien insect mouth part and played with it carefully. Low-level mouth parts of the alien insects can be used as weapon forging materials and can slightly increase the sharpness of the weapon after use. It's really a good thing. I slapped my forehead. With this batch of mouth parts, when there are more people in the territory, I can forge new weapons for them. And the combat power of my lord base will be greatly improved with the addition of these new weapons. You have upgraded to LV4. The protective shield range of your lord tower has reached 500 meters. The daily holy water production of your lord tower has increased to 420 units. A large amount of experience allowed me to level up quickly, but I didn't rush to check the attributes. The most important thing now is to continue to go deeper into the iron or cave, make some warm money before the dark beast tide, and improve myself rapidly. After making sure there were no other monsters within 100 meters, I continued to explore deeper into the mine. After walking a few steps, I stopped, rubbed my chin, and thought for a while, and decided to take out a bottle of dark potion from my backpack and apply it on my body. Just in case, what if there are creatures in the mines that are not attracted by noise? I whispered to myself. Dark potion can be repurchased, but if life is gone, everything will be gone. Thinking of this, I shuddered and sped up the speed of applying it. After applying the ointment, I made sure that my breath was hidden and walked carefully into the depths of the mine. Soon, I walked into a huge mine. The mine was vast and boundless, withers piled up all around. In the center, there was a long-abandoned mining production line. I'm rich, I'm rich. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, and excitedly began to collect the iron on the ground one by one. One pile, another pile. I ran happily in the mine, excited like a child. This time, I harvested a full 30,000 units of iron ore. If all were converted into energy points, it would be enough to summon 3 two-winged angels. When I was about to start the mining production line, suddenly, a biting chill swept over me. I immediately hit my body and looked around. System, is there any danger nearby? At the host's 3 o'clock position, there's an existence that the host cannot deal with. I followed the system's prompts and looked carefully towards the 3 o'clock direction. I saw a huge insect lying in the mine, its body rising and falling slowly, obviously sleeping. Dark worm. Level 11. Attack power, 1300. HP, 2480. Defense power, 300. Movement speed, 20. Weakness. Covered in armor. Perhaps its mouth is its weakness. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw this huge creature. Luckily, I didn't rush to start the assembly line. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. If the noise had woken up the big bug, it would have fought back fiercely. Looking at its amazing attack power, I couldn't help swallowing. If it hit me, I would be finished. In desperation, I could only take the pea shooter and the iron or temporarily leave the mine and return to my camp. In the days to come, I will continue to exchange resources and improve my strength. When I have a 2-winged angel, I will come to settle accounts with this big meatworm. In the mine, I returned with a full load, but I didn't know that outside there was already a buzz because of these iron or resources. Chapter 9, The Iron Mine Boss Can't Be Lin Han. Just as Lin Han was crawling out of the mine tunnel, the chat channel became extremely noisy. I am a 16-year-old woman, plump and charming, from a wealthy family, and in need of iron ore. I am specifically looking for a man who has an iron ore near the town, so that I can fulfill my dream of building an iron wall base and enjoy the happiness of a woman at the same time. If you are satisfied with the conversation, I will remit the deposit quickly and fly to your place to meet you. If you have the iron, I will reward you handsomely. Are you sure the one upstairs is not 61? I guess 91. Fuck, guys. When I was patrolling along the edge of the base just now, I found an iron ore box guarded by more than 10 zombies. It is conservatively estimated that there are 100 units of iron ore in it. 100 units? My friend, you are rich. These iron ores are enough to surround your lord tower. You could take off on the spot. That's what I said. But there are more than a dozen zombies over there. I tried to lure them away but failed, so I was forced to fight 10 alone. Brother, let me privately message you. Let's work together. Is there any big man here? Please give me some iron. 10 units of stone for 1 unit of iron ore. Damn it, my friend. Your price increase is a bit too much. I exchanged 12 units of stone for 1 unit of iron ore. Shit, I successfully built a quarry. I can exchange 14 units of stone for 1 unit of iron ore. Lin Han crawled out of the mine and took a deep breath of fresh air. He opened the Lord bracelet and took a look at the chat channel, and his face suddenly smiled like a chrysanthemum. Grab it, grab it. The more you need iron ore, the happier I am. Thinking of the 30,000 units of iron ore in his backpack, Lin Han couldn't help but smile again. It feels like a nouveau riche. Next, Lin Han walked towards his camp in a square step. I checked the time. There were still 5 hours left until the dark beast tide. Lin Han thought that he still had enough time to build his base to ensure that he could survive this beast tide. I'm going to prepare to put iron ore on the shelves. As for whether you can grab it, it depends on how fast your hands are. After all the operations, Lin Han clapped his hands with satisfaction. How come there are so many iron ores in the trading house? I just grab a group, and it's a 1-to-1 ratio with energy stones. The price hasn't increased. It's a good deal. I can prove that what the above person said is true. I was thinking of looking for bargains at the trading house, and unexpectedly, I also bought a set of iron ore. If you don't believe me, just look. Iron ore X100. After this information was sent out in the chat channel, it immediately caused an uproar. I saw it too. Whose hands were so quick? It's impossible to get it. Lin Han set up anonymous listing. Each time 100 units of iron ore are listed, and a maximum of 5 groups can be listed at the same time. And every time a set is sold, the system will automatically put another set on the shelf. Very user-friendly. As for himself, he had no plan to keep any iron ore as a backup. With the presence of the pea shooter and the soon-to-appear 2-winged angel, Lin Han was confident that he could successfully pass through this dark beast tide and would definitely reap a lot of rewards. Suddenly, a strange remark appeared in the chat channel. Do you think these things could be the resources released by that guy called Lin Han? This idea is very dangerous. How could you doubt Lin Han? What the above person said makes sense. Since Lin Han can be the first to become the lord of a first-class base, he may also be a strong contender for the first third-class base. Is he canvassing for votes to be elected mayor? Fuck, you're so right, buddy. I've already grabbed 100 units of iron ore. I agree to this marriage. Ugh. I agree that Lin Han will be the mayor in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately welcomed by the majority of people. Among the newcomers in their area, the only one who could release a large amount of resources is Lin Han. As for the rich second generation, Xiao Kun, not that kind of person at all. If Xiao Kun had a large amount of iron ore, he would definitely want to turn his base into a steel fortress, and there was no way he would release it to exchange resources with others. At this time, Xiao Kun, who was always waiting to grab iron ore, also noticed this kind of speech. He immediately became anxious. His father gave him so many excellent resources. If someone else took away his first 3-level base, or even the honor of being the mayor, not only would it be extremely embarrassing, he would also be punished by his biological father, Xiao Qian. Impossible. Even my father can't release so much iron or resources at one time. Even if Lin Han is the first person to upgrade to a base, he can't be so rich. Unless Lin Han is the son of the plane and has found an iron or cave, it is simply impossible. After Xiao Kun's deception, those who had previously agreed with Lin Han also came to their senses. Is it possible for Lin Han, an F-level talent, to come up with so many resources? Moreover, even if he was really lucky enough to find a mine, it would be impossible for him to clear out all the dark creatures inside by himself. The boss who released the iron mine was definitely not a lord like him, with F-level talent. Very quickly, all 300 sets of iron ore were sold out. Looking at the 30,000 energy stones that had arrived in his account, Lin Han gave a thumbs up. No handling fee was deducted. Absolute conscience. As soon as he returned to the base, Lin Han went straight to the barracks. In this world, the barracks in a lord's base can unlock 3 types of soldiers, namely barbarians, archers, and dwarves. Of course, Lin Han has one more 2-winged angel than the others. Barbarian. Attack power, 10. Health, 100. Attack speed, 75%. Movement speed, 5. Occupied population, 1 unit. Archer. Occupied population, 1 unit. Dwarf. Occupied population, 1 unit. 2-winged angel. Attack power, 1000. Attack speed, 100%. Movement speed, 10. Occupied population, 20 units. What the hell? Although he was mentally prepared, Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim. Not only do the 2-winged angels consume horrible resources, but they also occupy a terrifying number of people. But after all, you get what you pay for. Even if there are 20 barbarians added together, they cannot beat a 2-winged angel. However, considering that there was a population limit on a base, Lin Han had to use the population carefully. Approaching the base, Lin Han chose to check the properties of his first base. Since upgrading to the first base, he has not looked at it carefully. Lord Base, Level 1. Owner, Lin Han. Citizens, 0/100. Area, 200 square meters. Buildings, First Level Lord Tower, 1/1. Citizen Hut, 0/6. Barracks, 0/2. Warehouse, 0/2. Mine, 0/4. Lumberyard, 0/4. Holy Water Storage Tank, 0/3. Wooden Wall, 50. Stone Wall, 50. Tavern 0/1, Archer Tower 0/3. The population has increased by 100, just enough to summon a two-winged angel. The other buildings have also received a population increase. This Archer Tower and Tavern are quite interesting. Linhan raises eyebrows slightly. Arrow Tower. Fixed point placement can automatically attack nearby enemy targets within range. Attack power, 25. Attack range, 100 meters. Attack speed, 100%. Can be upgraded and evolved to gain other attributes. Tavern. It can be used for lords and people to rest and recover fatigue value. Comment. Don't you want to have a big bowl of stew and a glass of refreshing beer after a tiring day? With the Archer Tower, I don't have to worry about being robbed when I go out to explore the map. Not bad, not bad. But I still don't need these things for the time being. Linhan muttered to himself. At present, the development speed of other lords is not enough to attack their own territory. Moreover, the threat posed by the monsters at this stage to his base was even smaller. So, after thinking about it, Linhan decided not to develop other buildings for the time being, but to use all the resources in his hands to summon the two-winged angel. Chapter 10 go and give him 2 slaps. Next, Linhan came to an ancient palace building in the base. Confirm to use the barracks. Confirm. Linhan nodded without hesitation. Oh, angel. I want to summon an angel. As soon as he entered the barracks, Linhan couldn't wait to shout. Do you want to summon a two-winged angel? Consume 10,000 energy stones? Summon 3. Resources consumed successfully. Summoning time is 5 minutes. Linhan nodded slightly. The summoning time for each angel is 5 minutes. So 3 angels means 15 minutes. He could use these 15 minutes to make some follow-up plans. After occupying the mine, we can temporarily set up a temporary rest station there to use as a transition point for exploration. We need to get a few more subjects. After we start the assembly line, we can let them stay there. We will expand the scope of the base further in the future. There's a ruined lord base nearby. It must contain a lot of resources. We must go look for it. Right in the plan room, 3 winged angels have been summoned. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. 3 winged angels walked out of the barracks one after another. The winged angels have white masks on their faces. Each one is about 2 meters tall, with 2 pairs of huge wings and their feet suspended in the air, so they fly instead of walking. It looks very divine. Meet the master. Seeing Linhan coming over, the 3 angels bowed slightly and performed a knight salute. Linhan nodded slightly. Immediately check the attributes of the 3 angels. Double-winged angel. Attack power 1000. Attack speed 100%. Movement speed 10. Skill 1. Holy Flame Impact. Attack skill. Gather strength in both hands to launch a flame attack, causing damage equal to 150% of the attack power. When causing damage to dark creatures, there's a 30% chance of inflicting a continuous burn effect. Skill 2. Light of Judgment. Attack skill. Angels receive a gift from the Angel King. When attacking an enemy, they condense the Sword of Heaven to cause damage, dealing 200% of their attack power. There is a 15%, 25% chance of inducing God's assist, depending on the length of the chant. They also cast an additional Fist of Heaven, dealing twice the damage of the Sword of Heaven. Skill 3. God's Grace. Auxiliary skill. Applies a healing effect. When a healing overflows, a shield can be formed, and multiple targets can be used to heal the same target. Skill 4. Ascension Domain. Auxiliary skill. Expand the domain to gain divine protection. Reduce damage received by 10%. Reduce injuries by 10%. While the domain lasts, all friendly units gain 25% increase in various attributes, and there's a 75% chance of causing 150% rebound damage to the attacker. After reading the introduction of several skills, Linhan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Not only does it have an attack power of over 1,000, it also has 4 extremely powerful skills. I won't say much about skills 1 and 2. A powerful attack skill, and the 3rd skill directly replaces the nurse's position. You must be kidding. How can a wet nurse's milk supply compare to that of an angel? And skill 4 is a magical skill. It can give bonuses to all our units in the area. This is awesome. I just don't know if this field effect can be stacked, and whether it has any effect on teammates who are also angels. Linhan praised repeatedly. It's a good thing that cost 10,000 energy stones. It's worth the money. Lin Han didn't even notice him at this moment. Some are actually looking forward to the arrival of the Dark Beast Tide. At this time, there are only 4.5 hours left before the Dark Beast Tide arrives. Let's occupy the iron mine first. It will take an hour to go back and forth, and we can use the rest of the time to prepare for the Dark Beast Tide. Just do it. Lin Han led the 3 angels to set off. Along the way, perhaps because the aura emitted by the angels was too strong, almost no monsters came to trouble Lin Han. Lin Han was actually happy to have some free time. Walk through the tunnel and enter the mine. Lin Han squinted his eyes and looked at the dark worm that was still sleeping not far away. Last time I came here by myself to give you face. This time I brought my brothers with me to show you the highest etiquette in the martial arts world. After saying that, Lin Han quickly walked forward and forcefully broke off the handle that started the assembly line. The roar of a huge machine was heard. The entire mine shook slightly, and the conveyor belt in front of Lin Han also started to move slowly. Not far away, large machinery also began to operate to dig iron ore for Lin Han. Roar! As the machine started up, the sleeping dark worms were awakened directly, swaying to their feet and roaring. Oh, you're still in a bad mood when you wake up. Lin Han smacked his lips. After waiting for all the lighting equipment in the mine to be turned on, Lin Han was able to see the full face of the boss. The dark worm shook its body wildly. The surrounding mountains collapsed to a certain extent as a result of the impact. Countless pieces of rubble were flying everywhere. Lin Han was surrounded by several angels and was not hit by the rubble. Just see, a giant insect with an extremely large body completely emerged from the ground. Lin Han was stunned. This giant insect is almost as thick as Lin Han. You must know, Lin Han is a handsome guy with a height of 1.83 meters. The length of this dark worm is an astonishing 10 meters. If this was put on the previous Life's Approaching science, it would probably take a month to shoot. The giant insect's head was also replaced by a huge mouth part, splitting in all directions. The huge mouth was full of sharp white teeth, densely packed with thousands of them. The thickness of each tooth feels about the same as the mace in the hands of a barbarian. Once the gravel fell into the giant insect's mouth, he was immediately covered in venom gushing out of his mouth. As its mouth parts spun rapidly, it was swallowed by the giant worm. In addition, the giant insect's entire body is covered with scales the color of iron ore. How much iron ore did you eat from me? When seeing this scene, the first thing that came to Lin Han's mind was not fear, but heartache. Feel sorry for my iron ore. They have all been decomposed and assimilated into scales by the giant insect. After the giant insect finished tumbling, it seemed to sense the breath of Lin Han, turned around, and howled wildly at Lin Han and the angel beasts. The dark green venom dripped onto the ground along with the giant insects howling, emitting bursts of white smoke. After, Lin Han saw that the venom had corroded the ground to create a nearly half-meter deep pit. Lin Han's expression straightened slightly. Now, he only needs to get rid of this giant insect, and he can take the entire mine into his possession. Waving his fist excitedly, Lin Han turned around and said to the angels, Kulme, use all of God's grace on me. Several angels immediately began to chant without saying a word. In an instant, 3 rays of pure, white, holy light fell from the sky and landed on Lin Han. Since Lin Han was originally full of blood, these 3 blood-adding skills also condensed into a huge white shield around Lin Han. Wrap him up. Lin Han stretched out his finger and poked it, causing ripples on the shield. Feeling the strength of the shield and making sure he would not be killed by the inexplicably flying boulder, Lin Han pointed at the howling giant insect in the distance and said to the winged angels, Go, give it 2 slaps. Chapter 11 Vampire? Go, give him 2 slaps. Lin Han looked very similar to Li Yunlong in the TV series and movies of his previous life. He pointed at a certain regiment leader and said so. Hearing this, in response, the 3 angels took off into the air and flew quickly towards the dark worm. Feeling the pressure from the 3 angels, the giant insect roared madly at them, and the venom in its mouth kept gushing out, sweeping towards the 3 angels. But when the venom approached the angel, it was evaporated by the thick angelic power. Angels are divided into 2 wings, for wings, 8 wings, and 16 wings. Although the 2-winged angels are the lowest level of angels, they have made the most difficult transition from human to angel. Similar to creatures such as dark worms, there is no means of attack that can harm the angel. The angels continued to chant spells as they flew over, with white flames wrapping around their fists. It is the holy flame impact. Only, this is just another way of using it. After flying to attack distance, the three angels attacked together. Bang! The clear sound of the big dick echoed throughout the mine. The three angels attacked together. The giant insect didn't even have a chance to struggle and was killed instantly. Joke! Those are three angels. Super good at fighting. Successfully killed the dark worm. Experience points plus 888. You have been promoted to LV5. The protective shield range of your Lord Tower has reached 600 meters. The daily holy water production of your Lord Tower increases to 520 units. A silver-level dark worm corpse has been detected. Do you want to collect it? Yes. Obtain Energy Stone X110. Obtain the key to the mine production line control room ×1. Get meat X100. Obtain 10 worm armor. See the key and worm armor appear in the backpack. Lin Han couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Both items were beyond his expectations. Needless to say, the worm armor is definitely the black scales wrapped around the outside of the worm, which is conservatively estimated to be a forging material. Lin Han brought the Lord's bracelet close to the armor. Several pieces of information automatically appeared. Worm armor. Armor forging material, used when forging heavy armor and above, can increase the flexibility and strength of the armor. Lin Han was overjoyed. This thing can be combined with the alien insect mouth parts harvested last time. He can build a well-equipped team. When facing other lords, his combat power is absolutely overwhelming. As for the key to the control room, needless to say, this giant insect should be the culprit for the shutdown of the entire iron or production line. Everyone in the control room was eaten. Then what else is there to control? Lin Han walked around the mine. Sure enough, I found a black metal door hidden in the wall. What a waste. Can't you just dig a hole? You're wasting materials on building a door here. What a waste. Lin Han muttered as he took out the key and opened the door. The door is open. The smell of a rotting corpse wafted into my nose. Lin Han frowned and waited for a long time before the smell in the control room dissipated. There were several bodies lying in a mess on the swivel chairs inside. Lin Han suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong and immediately went forward to check. There's also a badge. Leader, Mine Manager, number 1. Leader, more eye-catching than a badge. There are 2 conspicuous tooth holes on the necks of these corpses. Lin Han saw that every corpse had at least 2 tooth holes, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Master, I feel that the blood in their bodies has dried up. Combined with the tooth holes, it must be the work of vampires. A 2-winged angel stepped forward and bowed. Lin Han nodded slightly, and a storm immediately began to rage in his head. If nothing goes wrong, this mine, including these miners, should belong to the owner of the bracelet I picked up. That ruined lord didn't check it properly at the time. Damn it, he must have died from vampires. I just don't know how the lord's bracelet ended up with the ghouls. Well, if that's the case, then this rundown camp near me must be hiding a vampire. If ordinary people knew that vampires existed, they would definitely try to avoid them immediately. Lin Han, however, was eager to give it a try. Although vampires are an existence that cannot be solved by the new lords at this stage. But this new lord obviously does not include Lin Han, whose new lord goes out with 3 2-winged angel bodyguards. Moreover, as a special monster, vampires will definitely bring huge rewards once they are killed. Hard to say. He will also be provided with a blind box. Lin Han woke up from his daydream and wiped the saliva that had already remained. Next, he called out to 2 subjects in his base and asked them to come to their positions. Not long, 2 subjects appeared in front of Lin Han, covered in dust and dirt. Just because Lin Han had an angel protecting him and didn't encounter any monsters along the way doesn't mean they didn't encounter any. It was very windy outside and they were very scared. All we can say is that people's joys and sorrows are different. After giving some food as compensation, the 2 subjects immediately changed from sad faces to smiling faces as they looked at Lin Han. Sir, what's the mission? Lin Han looked at the 2 with disdain, pointed at the bodies in the control room, and said, bury them. Then guard here. I will send someone to take your place. Don't worry, once you die, I will take good care of your wives and children. After saying that, Lin Han waved his hand and left with the three angels. Where can we get wives and children? Only two subjects were left disheveled in the wind. The assembly line in the iron or cave has been started. Now Lin Han only needs to sit in the base and enjoy the good life, and lots of resources will continue to arrive. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and occupying the iron mine cave. Task reward, 500 evolution points. After being completely occupied by Lin Han, the iron or cave was surrounded by a blue protective cover. Of course, this protective shield is not meant to block monsters, but it is to block players like Lin Han. At this time, only the Lord who has obtained Lin Han's consent can enter Lin Han's private mine. At this time, there are only 3 hours left before the Dark Beast tide attacks. After returning to the camp, Lin Han immediately ordered 3 angels to guard the camp in different directions, while he himself plunged into the intense preparations. Summon 10 barbarians, 100 energy stones required. Confirm the summon? Confirm. Summon 15 archers, 150 energy stones required. Confirm the summon? Confirm. Summon 5 dwarves, 50 energy stones required. Confirm the summon? Confirm. After Lin Han confirmed, there were immediate sounds of hammering and banging in the barracks. Soon, soldiers came out one after another. Despite the presence of high-end combat power like the Angel and the Pea Shooter, Lin Han's position can basically be confirmed to be the most dangerous position in this wave of dark beasts. By then, you may face siege from thousands of dark creatures. It's always good to summon more troops. It's better to be prepared. A thought came to my mind. Lin Han summoned 4 more Pea Shooters and held them in his palms. Let's evolve as well. Chapter 12 Gatling Gun with Blue Flames. Only, now Lin Han is in a difficult situation. He only has 500 evolution points left. Lin Han sat on the ground with the 4 Pea Shooters. What should I say? I'm a little short on money. I can only evolve 1 brother, but don't worry. Once I have enough evolution points, I will evolve the other 3 brothers. Do you agree? Lin Han asked, rubbing his hands. I know you're anxious, but don't be in a hurry. The Pea Shooters nodded humanely. It seems that he feels helpless about following a poor person, whom the little rooster calls. I'll choose whoever. Lin Han lit a Pea Shooter and picked him up. Baby, it's you. Do you want to consume 100 evolution points to evolve the Pea Shooter into a dual shooter? Evolution. A white light flashed, and before the system could even begin to introduce itself, Lin Han continued to operate. Do you want to consume 200 evolution points to evolve the dual shooter into a pea Gatling gun? Blue light flashes. Lin Han put the pea seeds in his hand back on the ground. A minute passed. The blue light slowly dissipated. I saw that the pea shooter changed from a single caliber output to a 6-hole Gatling gun, with a dark green helmet on his head, and even his eyes became firm. Pea Gatling. Number of evolutions, 3. Attack power, 70. Attack range, 300 meters in front. Firing speed, 18 rounds/second. Durability, 30. Ultimate move, Blue Fire, fires 180 peas at once. After using this ultimate move, the pea shooter can cause 12,600 damage to the enemy, but the pea Gatling gun will enter a 30-day weak period. The best among peas, pouring 60 units of holy water can cause multiple damage, minimum 4 times. Lin Han stroked his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium bombs, 18,000 revolutions per breath. All the fear comes from insufficient firepower. Lin Han sighed. If I have this thing, even if a few dark worms attack, I can kill them 8 times in a matter of minutes. With this Gatling exists, Lin Han is absolutely confident that he can win against this wave of dark beasts. Lin Han couldn't let go of the pea Gatling gun. The other pea shooters also looked at him with envy. Master, an unknown base appeared in front of the protective shield. Please check it out. At this time, a winged angel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Han. Hearing this, Lin Han immediately followed the angel to the edge of the protective shield. As expected, a base filled with dark and eerie aura appeared at the edge of Lin Han's sight. Ruined Lord Base. The base of a certain unlucky person who died tragically at the hands of dark creatures. There's a surprise inside the base. It could be resources or a very powerful monster. Look at the introduction given by the system. Lin Han narrowed his eyes. When he first discovered this base, he almost rushed over with his 3 winged angels. But after thinking about the possibility of vampires among them, reason still triumphed over impulse. Although the winged angel has the power to kill vampires in seconds. But you have to know, vampires are creatures that are extremely good at hiding their breath. If the vampire had been hiding in the dark waiting to bite him, he would have died immediately with his small body. Although the angel can use the blood-adding skill to put a shield on Lin Han. But the shield also has a duration. Let's deal with the beast tide first, and then make other plans. Lin Han stood in front of the base, looking at his base from a god's perspective. Soon, a defensive plan had already formed in his mind. He opened the system panel and selected potato seeds. If I'm not mistaken, this should be, do you want to consume 10 evolution points to evolve potato seeds into potato mines? Note, potato mines are disposable items. Please use with caution. Really, a smile appeared on Lin Han's lips. After leaving the base, Lin Han calculated the location on the land near the base and buried all 3 undamaged noise generators, not disposable, into the soil, leaving only the sound outlet exposed on the surface. At the same time, he planted a potato mine at the location that he had to pass through to reach the noise generator. This thing is pretty smart. It can even explode remotely. The effective range of the noise generator is 100 meters. Lin Han just selected the 3 most suitable points for placement from a bird's eye view. The combination of 3 sets of potato mines and noise generators just surrounded Lin Han's base. When the beast tide's attack pressure is greatest, Lin Han will activate the noise generator and potato mine for a combination skill. This combination works well, though. But Lin Han looked at the 3 sets of traps with a painful expression. I don't know if his potato mine can distinguish between friend and foe. My loudspeaker, how can I fix it if it's broken? It is impossible for an iron tree to bloom. However, Lin Han had already consciously buried the potato mine far away from the noise generator. At this moment, he could only hope that his luck was not too bad. Half an hour before the beast tide arrives, the iron mine cave teleports 3,000 units of iron ore. Lin Han was so happy that his mouth split open with laughter. Put it on the shelves. Put it all on the shelves. Otherwise, after the dark beast tide is over, the iron ore will be worthless. Lin Han opened the trading page with great excitement and started operating. Still the same old rules. Iron ore is available in groups of 100 units, 5 groups at a time. Another big guy has put iron ore on the shelves. I grab another set. This time I can build a better defense for my base. No, buddy. How did you snatch it again? Do you live in the auction house? I just happened to take a look. Go grab it. Why are you arguing with me? Oh my God, fellow countrymen. Let's talk privately after the beast tide is over. 2,000 units of iron ore were sold out in a flash. This time, Lin Han chose to buy some wood and stone. Bought 1,000 units each. Do you want to consume 300 units of wood and 300 units of stone to build 1 archer tower? Confirmed. Construction Group 3. Entering the god's perspective, Lin Han placed 3 sets of arrow towers outside the attack range of the 3 sets of traps. Looking at the archer tower erected not far away, Lin Han scratched his head. This thing's attack power is a bit low, but fortunately it attacks automatically, so it's pretty good as a guard. Arrow tower. Fixed point placement can automatically attack nearby enemy targets within range. Attack power, 25. Attack range, 100 meters. Attack speed, 100%. Can be upgraded and evolved to gain other attributes. Every 10 attacks consumes 1 unit of iron ore. The consumption is quite small. Lin Han nodded. He gave a big thumbs up with both hands. But if this were to get to other people's ears, they would definitely scold me. Now the other people outside are eager to break a piece of iron ore into 2 pieces, but Lin Han is here, using the automatic attack archer tower that consumes iron ore. Why is the gap between people so big? Chapter 13, The Dark Creatures Are Coming. Lin Han once again inspected his base. Since this would be the most dangerous place in the entire beast tide, we must be fully prepared to deal with it. Any little mistake. All of this might make Lin Han's previous efforts go to waste. Even though Lin Han has a super high combat power of 3 angels and an archer tower. But no one can tell how many monsters there will be in the dark beast tide. I don't even know if there will be silver level monsters like the dark worms in this dark beast tide. You have to be more cautious. Lin Han slapped his forehead. Then, He started again at a location 1,000 meters away from the base and built several brick and iron mixed walls in layers. Some of the city walls were surrounded, leaving only a gap that was wide enough for 5 or 6 dark creatures to pass through at the same time. Some are semi-enclosed, occupying about a quarter of the aisle. Lin Han was not wasting resources by doing this, of course, but he had his own plans. If the Dark Beast Tide is compared to a river, the walls built by Lin Han serve to block the flow of water, which can greatly slow down the advance of the dark creatures. Use city walls to hinder the dark creatures from moving forward, and leave enough openings for them to pass through in an orderly manner. But if the closure is too exaggerated, then these walls will attract the hatred of these dark creatures. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the hill where Lin Han is. There are only 3 roads leading up the hill where Lin Han is. One is route number 1 with a passage that Lin Han is currently arranging. This place is composed of a canyon. According to Lin Han's observation, the dark creatures will not come here by flying over the eaves and walls like in the movies he saw in his previous life. Instead, they will honestly follow the terrain and the route designed for them. That's why Lin Han chose to build such a group of walls. As for Route 2 and Route 3, they are flat roads. According to Lin Han's plan, he planned to let P. Gatling and a 2-winged angel guard him all the way. The other 2 2-winged angels guarded the way. The firepower of these ones is much stronger than Lin Han's, especially the P. Gatling, which has an extremely high firing rate of 18 rounds per second. As long as the monsters that come are not too high in level, all killed instantly. Lin Han took the other 3 shooters to guard route number 1. After passing the obstruction of the wall here, even the firepower of 3 shooters can provide comprehensive coverage. Lin Han thought about it and instructed the 15 archers to divide into 3 groups, with each group occupying an archer tower. 5 minutes before the Dark Beast Tide attacks. Brothers, how is your base's defense setup? I'm a little unsure. Oh no, same here. Luckily, the danger level reminded me last time that my base's danger level is 0, otherwise I wouldn't know how to defend myself. Me too, but my danger level is 1, so it's not a big problem. I don't know if there are any unlucky people who have all the dangerous levels. 1 minute before the Dark Beast Tide attacks. The time is 8:59 at night. The originally calm sky suddenly became filled with howling winds. The biting cold wind mixed with the unique smell of the dark time blew in my face, making it a little breathless. Lin Han stood with several shooters and straightened his clothes. After confirming with several other angels that they could communicate at any time, only then did Lin Han feel relieved. Even if a high-level monster appears here, as long as Lin Han can hold on for 1 minute, the angels on the other 2 routes will fly over to support him. 9 o'clock minutes. Against the backdrop of bright white night light. In the distance, a black fog rose into the sky. A strange black fog came with a howling wind. Roar! Ah! Suddenly, roars rose into the sky. The birds in the woods were frightened and fled in all directions. At the moment the roar appeared, almost every lord's tower emitted a warm white light, illuminating the land within the entire base. The world outside the territory has been covered by strange black fog. Thick black fog. It almost completely blocked Lin Han's view. Visibility is almost 0. Although the base's protective shield can block the advance of the strange black fog, it cannot block the biting and cold wind. This wind hurts my face. Lin Han sighed. If a lord is unfortunate enough to fail to defend his base, then his end will be extremely tragic. Either they will be bitten to death by the dark creatures or blown to death by the strong wind. Lin Han opened his backpack. Take out the jug of holy water and hang it around your waist. If you are attacked by dark creatures, drink holy water immediately to renew your life, and you still have a chance to survive. Roar, roar, roar. Huh. There were a lot of roars coming from the canyon in front of Lin Han. It's like thousands of horses galloping. Lin Han felt the ground beneath his feet was shaking slightly. Lin Han's mind moved, and he immediately entered the god's perspective. Just see. Dense dark creatures, mainly ghouls, zombies, and undead, poured into the canyon. The city wall built by Lin Han also played its due role, blocked the way forward for a large number of dark creatures. Many dark creatures even stopped and roared on the spot. Hey, you're such a nice person. Lin Han chuckled. Although the city walls blocked the monster's steps, A large number of monsters still broke through the city wall's defenses and attacked towards Lin Han's direction. The moment they entered the pea shooter's attack range, vomit! The pea shooter immediately began to attack. 3 pea plants blooming at the same time. For a moment, there was even a vague intention to stop the beast tide. Occasionally, there would be a few fish that slipped through the net and rushed towards Lin Han howling, but they would be locked and shot by the archers on the archery tower. Tut tut tut! Swish, swish, swish. The defense network woven by peas and bows and arrows directly blocked the beast tide at the end of the canyon. Lin Han stroked his chin and looked at the archers who were shooting arrows crazily on the archery tower. The damage of this level 1 soldier is still too low. Even if it throws sparks, it can't beat the pea shooter. Lin Han gave a sincere evaluation. Of course, there is no comparison. One is a system product, and the other is a common type of soldier. The gap is naturally huge. The configuration of 3 pea shooters and an archer tower actually blocked the first wave of beasts completely. As for Route 2 and Route 3, they are extremely easy. The pea Gatling gun was firing at full power, with 18 peas gushing out in 1 second. Directly form a dense firepower network covering the entire road. The angel also expanded his domain, and while adding attributes to the Gatling brothers, he also kept chanting AoE skills to clear the tide of beasts. For a moment, no dark creature could even get close to the center of Lin Han's base. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief, but did not dare to take it lightly at all. After all, this is just the beginning of the dark beast tide, and the number of dark creatures is not large yet. As time goes by, when the number and quality of monsters increase, that will be the real test. Chapter 14, Giant Zombie appears. A wave of beasts was wiped out, giving the lords some breathing time. The lords except Lin Han took advantage of their rest time to ask for help in the chat channel. Who has extra iron ore? Lend me some. A piece of my wall is destroyed. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Please give me a high price for the iron ore. I put up for sale for 20 yuan. I'll tell you the transaction password in private message. For a while, the chat channel is very lively. There are people chatting, seeking help, and swearing everywhere. Lin Han didn't pay attention to these, but checked his own battle damage. At the same time, he used holy water to restore the durability of several pea shooters. There are 3 minutes left until the second wave of dark beasts. The announcement came. Damn it, there are still 3 minutes left. I won't chat anymore. I'm gonna go fix the wall. Come on, everyone. If you survive, let's drink together. Good. United we stand. The second wave of dark beasts is coming. As the broadcast just appeared, Lin Han felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently. A huge red that also appeared in his god's perspective. Lin Han immediately changed his perspective and looked into the distance. I saw a zombie nearly 5 meters tall, shaking with every step, following the pace of the beast tide and walking towards Lin Han's base. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. The time has come to test him. And behind the giant zombie, countless zombies were roaring and huddled together. It would be more accurate to say that they are pushing the giant zombies away rather than waiting for them to pass through. The giant zombie stopped abruptly. He turned around and yelled at the dark creatures that were pushing him forward. Roar! Deafening. At the same time, the big hand swept back and forth among the monsters, and many monsters that were close were cut in half by this blow, transformed into 0.5 zombies. The feeling of killing obviously stimulated the giant zombie. His eyes turned red. He raised a little zombie in each hand and waved them around randomly. For a moment, there was a break in the second wave of beasts. The first batch of people approaching Lin Han's base had been cleared out by the pea shooters and archer towers. The second batch was killed or injured by the giant zombies. It seems that these low-level monsters have almost no intelligence and act completely on instinct. But can you please stop killing yourself? That's all my experience. Lin Han waved his arms and shouted vigorously. It seemed that he understood what Lin Han said. The red light in the giant zombie's eyes faded away. He turned around and continued to walk slowly towards Lin Han's base. This time, the monsters hiding behind the giant zombie also learned their lesson and waited patiently for it to move forward. Joke. A push will turn it into a pestle. If he gets angry, he will chase you and beat you with a zombie stick. Who can stand this? The moment the giant zombie walked into the pea shooter's range. Tut tut tut. The 3 pea shooters immediately turned their attack targets to the giant monster. because other monsters kept a certain distance from the giant zombie. So as long as Lin Han can deal with it before it gets close, he can successfully pass the second wave of beasts. Tut tut tut. Tut tut tut. The pea shooter's attack power is only 50 points. Even if 3 plants are fired at the same time, the damage per second is only 150. Lin Han frowned slightly. According to this damage, the harm may not be solved before the giant zombies get close. Lin Han immediately walked up to the plants. He took off the kettle from his waist. Pea shooter features. The best among peas, pouring 20 units of holy water can cause multiple damage, minimum 2 times. Lin Han waved his hand. I'll have a scoop of manhwa, evaporated milk. No, I have a pot of life-giving water. 60 units of holy water were poured down. The 3 pea shooters seemed to have been given some kind of buff, and the entire shooter's temperament changed. It feels like the AD with the surname H has changed into some other AD. Holy water pouring is successful. The pea shooter can cause 2 times the damage within 5 minutes. Awesome. Tut tut tut. Minus 100. Minus 100. Minus 100. 60 drops of holy water. Lin Han's output capacity on Route 1 immediately improved to a higher level. The giant zombie's health bar was also dropping rapidly. Minus 200. Oh, it's a critical hit? Is the critical hit coefficient double? Lin Han raised his eyebrows. Because these pea shooters had been repaired once before and triggered a hidden condition, each plant gained a 5% critical hit rate. This leads to unexpected surprises during battle. With the high output of the pea shooter, the giant zombie's health bar was emptied as soon as it walked into the range of the archer tower. Roar! Before falling to the ground. The giant zombie also let out an unwilling roar. Lin Han touched the heads of several pea shooters and gave them a big thumbs up with both hands. Looking at the remaining 60 drops of holy water in the kettle, Lin Han felt his back straighten up. What? You said there will be a boss in this dark beast tide? You let it come. See if you can withstand my 300 damage per second. Lin Han pulled out a rocking chair from his backpack and sat behind the plant. If nothing unexpected happens, we will basically get through this beast tide safely. When facing these giant zombies, other lords would basically take several minutes or even more than 10 minutes to drain their blood and kill them. Lin Han killed it in just over 10 seconds. This is called professionalism. Even some lords who are less lucky, if they do not have many resources after landing, may not be able to stop the giant zombies from demolishing their camp even if they use all the firepower of the camp. Eventually, the entire camp was demolished by giant zombies. And the giant zombies that could destroy other people's bases can't get close to Lin Han. How to play? Not playing anymore. With the death of giant zombies, a green ball of light also flew out of its huge body and fell to the ground. It looks particularly dazzling among a bunch of white light balls. A good thing has come out? You are such a nice person. No, your corpse is so nice. Lin Han raised his eyebrows slightly. After the giant zombie dies, the movement speed of other low-level zombies has been significantly improved, although they also knew that they could not attack the terrible base before them. But there is no retreat. Ouch! Roar! Tut tut tut! The green peas and black iron arrows once again weaved into a dense network of firepower. Seeing that the trouble was solved, Lin Han nodded slightly. He entered the bird's eye view again to check the conditions of the other 2 routes. As expected, giant zombies also appeared on the other 2 routes. However, the firepower on the other 2 days was much stronger than where Lin Han was. The pea Gatling gun can deal 18 by 70 damage per second, even more powerful than the pea shooter on drugs. Not to mention the 2 winged angels. Before the giant zombie could even roar, it was pierced through by the angel's sword that fell from the sky. Why are angels so violent? Lin Han circled the camp from a bird's eye view before he lay down and rested. Tower defense, placement, and Buddhism. Not bad, not bad. Lin Han's mind moved. Open the Lord bracelet and enter the chat channel. Only then did he know. The chat channel has exploded. Chapter 15, Is There a Wonder Woman in the Dark World? Lin Han opened the chat channel. The chat channel has exploded because of the appearance of the giant zombie. No, how come a giant one appeared on the first day? My archers can't even hit it. The arrows are broken. Who said it wasn't true? I only have a bare base and my people to defend it now. Did anyone see a red figure flying through the black fog? A large number of dark creatures died when she flew over. You saw it too? I thought it was just my hallucination. The conversation shifted from discussing giant zombies to talking about the mysterious red figure moving through the black fog. Linhan also watched for a while with great interest. Huh, red ghost girl? Red heroine? What the hell? Linhan complained. It's hard to say which big boss helped these newcomers survive the Dark Beast tide, because the defensive pressure on Linhan was not too great, and he had been lying on the rocking chair and defending in a slacking posture. As a result, he did not notice any black mist or red clothes. After the giant zombie fell, the other monsters could not withstand the pea shooter who drank the holy water. Tut tut tut. Tut tut tut. The remaining monsters were quickly cleared out, and the canyon passage in front of Lin Han became quiet again. A novice lord has been detected killing a giant zombie alone. The number of the next wave of dark beasts in each camp has been reduced by 50%. As the last zombie in Lin Han's territory fell, the announcement began. This novice lord. Lin Han scratched his head. Could it be me? Novice lord? Killing alone? I can't play this game anymore. There's a cheat. Yeah, I understand a novice lord. I understand killing them individually, and I understand the giant zombies. But when you put these three together, I don't understand. I don't understand. As a novice lord, it is indeed very difficult to accept killing a big boss alone. It's like taking a class. It's the first day for everyone to learn advanced mathematics. And you tell me that you know everything that Euler knows? How to play. After hearing the broadcast, Lin Han looked up at the sky with a calm expression, just to keep the tears from flowing. Then what about my experience and my supplies? Lin Han sighed. After a short rest, Lin Han safely passed the next wave of beasts. After the unremitting efforts of all lords, the dark beast tide has been temporarily repelled, and the dark creatures will return to the darkness to rest for at least a week. For the specific situation, please wait for follow-up notification. After the third wave of beasts was cleared, Lin Han felt a warm white light emanating from the Lord's Tower. After this ray of white light shone on Lin Han, he even felt that his tired body, after a day of running around, was relieved. Yeah. Lin Han couldn't help but stretching himself, and a strange moan came out of his mouth. In the chat channel of Rogue Town, temporarily retreat? What's going on? Can the beast tide retreat temporarily? Is there any big brother who knows what's going on? I don't know. This is the first time I've heard such a report. By the way, I just saw that figure in red again. To be honest, it was a bit scary. After hearing the report, Lin Han shrugged indifferently. For him, whether the beast tide retreats or not is just a matter of experience. Since he had at least 7 days left to continue to grow stronger, he will be happy to use this time to build his base flawlessly. Okay, time to clean up the battlefield. Lin Han looked at the white and green light balls all over the ground and sighed slightly. Maybe this is the trouble of happiness. Lin Han put away a few pea shooters. Call out. Who is it? Hearing the slight sound of breaking wind, Lin Han immediately became alert. As soon as he turned around, he saw a red shadow flying quickly outside the protective shield behind him. A red dress shines with red and purple light. Lin Han stood there in a daze, thinking about that figure. God, Wonder Woman, golden hair, red dress, and red-purple light beams when flying. Isn't that Wonder Woman? Lin Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the figure had already gone away. Is this true or false? Maybe it's someone who does cosplay, but he's quite strong, at least stronger than me. The black fog outside is so thick. Aren't you afraid of PM 2.5 poisoning by flying in it? Lin Han shook off the strange thoughts in his head and walked towards the pile of trophies in the distance while muttering to himself. A figure in red appeared near Lin Han's base. The strength is quite good. The figure in red looked at Lin Han's receding back, nodded slightly, and spoke. A hoarse voice was heard, startling the birds perched in the trees and causing them to scatter. This dark beast tide eliminated 1,258 dark creatures. Because the beast tide has not yet ended, the rewards will not be calculated yet. This time, the dark beast tide archer tower attacked 2,780 times in total, consuming 278 units of iron ore, which has been deducted. This beast tide evaluation level is excellent. Please keep up the good work. 278 units. The consumption is still acceptable. After all, it saved a lot of trouble. Let's see if we can upgrade the archer tower or make some modifications to it later. A large amount of loot has been detected. Do you want to pick it up? Yes. Get phosphorus powder times 4,000. Obtain energy stone x 150. Get meat x 1,000. Get. Obtain void bat design drawing times 1. Obtain first level dark crystal x 300. At this time, two novel objects came into Lin Han's sight. Lin Han quickly took out these two things from his backpack. Void bat. Attack power, 0. Similar species. As a dark creature of the same species, it will not attract the hatred of monsters. Searchlight. As something with 0 attack, it must be useful. Automatic pickup. Freely shuttle around the battlefield to pick up items and automatically classify them. Holy shit, is this a good thing? Lin Han raised his eyebrows excitedly. This passive skill serves as a prerequisite for the other two skills, which proves that the Void Bat has great strategic significance in terms of function. For example, if you encounter a dark cave or an unfamiliar area, you can let the Void Bats explore the way first. It can also ensure that it will not attract the hatred of other monsters. But if there is danger ahead, how can this thing tell me? Do you know the system? The system was silent, and Lin Han was also silent. Lin Han nodded thoughtfully. Maybe this kind of thing is simply not acceptable to the system. The system was silent because Lin Han was so excited about such a little thing. If the system belonged to an individual, it would have been returned. Why do other hosts fight 10 people at once, rubbing fire lotuses with their hands and stepping on spirit rings with their feet? Its host is just a chatterbox and a country bumpkin. Lin Han naturally had no idea what the system was thinking. He looked at the drawings and was as excited as a big monkey. Chapter 16, The Origin of Life. Although the strategic significance of this Void Bat is very great, but the materials needed made Lin Han a little confused. Materials required for the Void Bat design. 1. Holy water x 400. 2. First order dark crystal times 500. 3. Void fragment times 1. 4. Biomark times 1. Void fragments, biological imprints? What are these? Now, Lin Han was overwhelmed. I originally thought that killing the giant zombie would give me some good stuff. Finally, something good did come out, but it brought Lin Han some bigger problems. System, do you know what these things are? How do I get them? Void debris can only be obtained by killing monsters with space attributes. The higher the level of the monster, the greater the chance of dropping. The biological imprint is condensed from the tree of origin. Hear these two nouns. Lin Han couldn't help but squint his eyes and recalled some memories. During the dozen years from the time humans are born to the time they are thrown into the dark world, they will continue to absorb knowledge about the dark world. Lin Han is no exception. Not to mention, at that time, I was a primary school bully in school. Void creatures are extremely difficult to kill because of their powerful spatial properties. This is because they can use spatial fluctuations to influence attacks directed at them. And some powerful void creatures. It even has the ability to travel short distances through space. This powerful skill can bring a huge boost to the strength of void creatures. Therefore, a first-order void creature, they can often fight to a draw with humans of level 2 or even level 3. This void fragment is absolutely precious and rare. The Tree of Origin is even rarer. They often exist in the forests deep in the dark world and are guarded by a large number of dark creatures. This is because the imprint of life brings so many benefits to the world. To give an example, if a bird absorbs the mark of life, no matter how poor its aptitude is, it can develop into a being like the golden-winged roc. Therefore, the appearance of almost every life mark will attract the scramble of countless powerful people. Bloody Storm. System, this thing requires so many things to make. Why does it feel like such a loss? Looking at the list of materials needed to make the Void Bat, Lin Han frowned slightly. Void Bats can evolve through the system. Evolution attributes are determined by the evolution materials. What the hell? Hearing this, Lin Han couldn't help but let out a sigh. Isn't this equivalent to giving him a chance to create his own army? If you need soldiers with combat attributes, then add combat-related materials, such as alien insect mouthparts, to increase its attack power. If an auxiliary attribute is needed, then add biological materials, such as ghost spider silk, to enhance the auxiliary ability. If Lin Han is willing, he can even spend a huge price to obtain the materials of void creatures and create a void monster that belongs to him alone. Awesome. Such a great thing. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Han shouted excitedly to the sky. He was rubbing his hands and wanted to go out to find materials right away. Next, Lin Han began to organize the supplies. Other miscellaneous materials. He sorted them all and put them in his bracelet. Some of the ones you need will be kept in the deepest part when you're ready to build your own base, and those that are not needed will be put on the trading floor in exchange for energy stones. Finished organizing supplies. Lin Han looked at it and began to plan for the next 7 days. If there is another beast tide next week, it may not be so easy. There may be even more powerful bosses appearing. Therefore, this week, both the soldiers and the pea shooters must quickly evolve. Oh, if only there was a way to get evolution points faster. Twilight Zone Central Area. A towering ancient tree suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling white light. The tree is 1,000 meters thick and its height reaches the sky, making it difficult to reach. It is the ancient tree of life. This ancient tree has just finished blooming with white light. Less than a second, 2 figures came flying towards them from a distance. The flying speed of these 2 figures was so fast that they even left afterimages in the air. After the 2 landed, a powerful aura burst out instantly, creating a storm. What's going on? Why is the ancient tree of life moving again? One of them was wearing a purple robe, had white beard and eyebrows, and had a strong aura. I don't know either. Let's get closer and investigate first. Another person answered. This man was wearing a white robe. The wide cuffs continued to surge with its powerful aura. After saying that, the 2 of them walked forward and simultaneously placed their hands tightly on the ancient tree of life. A huge amount of spiritual power gushed out from their hands, completely absorbed by the ancient tree of life. After some investigation, the 2 looked at each other in silence. Not long. Surprisingly, 2 more red dragons came flying towards them. In this world, an adult dragon has strength comparable to that of the supreme saint of the human race. The fact that someone can use a dragon as a mount shows how powerful he is. The dragon landed with a thud. 2 other figures jumped down from the dragon. What's going on? What happened? You old fool. You still have the energy to ride a dragon here. Hey, isn't this cool? Let's not talk about this. What's going on with the ancient tree of life? Look for yourselves. The 4 of them looked at each other. The origin of life has matured so quickly. I remember it will take at least 20 years. I remember it was exactly 20 years ago. But you have seen the current situation. This abnormal movement is a sign that the origin of life is about to be born. It was as if I heard the words, origin of life. The ancient tree of life emitted bursts of white light that enveloped the 4 people and 2 dragons. This white light seemed to have a healing effect, bringing warmth to people. The 2 dragons roared loudly. Suddenly, the old man in white robe suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura that swept across the forest. I saw a wisp of black smoke rising from his body and then disappearing into the air. The old man in white robe stretched his muscles, and his bones even made crackling sounds. Second brother, you broke through the level. Zipeo was born happily. The aura just now was the precursor to a breakthrough and advancement. The man in white robe shook his head with a little regret and replied, No, it's just that the old wounds on my body have been slightly healed by the breath emitted by the origin of life. I feel that my condition has recovered a little. It's good that you've recovered. It's good that you've recovered. The man in purple robe laughed excitedly. As long as we recover, there is hope. God help us humans. Immediately, several people said seriously, Now that the origin of life is about to be born, and the world is in turmoil, it seems that we old guys have to go and negotiate terms. The purple robe spoke. He is obviously the boss of these people. The others nodded and said, Yes, for the sake of the human race. It's time for us to get out of isolation. Several people walked in the air, stood in midair, and looked into the distance. Chapter 17, Take the Initiative. Since the origin is about to be born, the place of competition should be set in this Twilight City area. No wonder the Empire sent so many humans to the Twilight City area this time. I guess those old guys must have sensed something a long time ago. But this kind of thing cannot be decided by human wave tactics. There have been many extremely powerful races lurking in the depths of the forest. They may have been waiting for the day when the source of life awakens. Yes, especially those tribes. Mentioned here, several old men chose to remain silent without any prior agreement. I hope that in this fight for the origin, a genius who can overpower other races will emerge from our human race. Otherwise, our human race's living space will be compressed again. Several old men ordered the two giant dragons to wait where they were, and then they flew quickly across the sky and rushed away into the distance. God bless our human race and make it everlasting. God bless our human race and make it everlasting. In the entire dark world, the human race is actually a relatively disadvantaged group, although there are many humans and the probability of awakening their talents is 100%. But top-notch experts are too rare. After the dark world invaded, many ethnic groups soon had strong individuals at the top of the food chain. The human race was the only race that evolved from scratch. It was not until a few strong men of the older generation broke through the bottleneck that they were able to establish a certain balance of power with the dark world. Although the human race only had dozens of top combat forces, but it can form a wonderful balance with the trillions of creatures in the entire dark time. This is because although the dark creatures are numerous in number and species, each group has its own ulterior motives. If a strong man from the dark world is so desperate that he wants to break off relations with the human race, then he will not only face attacks from humans, but also have to be wary of races that usually treat him as brothers and sisters, stabbing him in the back. But despite this, it is always difficult for the human race to get a good ranking in the battle for the origin. No way. The gap in strength is too big, although they are both geniuses. But the genius of the human race is simply not worth mentioning in the dark world. It is no exaggeration to say that they are everywhere. The other side, Linon base. System. Is there any way to quickly gain evolution points? Host demand detected. Unlocking sunflower seeds for the host. 3, 2, 1. Unlocked successfully. Linhan was completely confused, but he felt that some of the cha-cha melon seeds he had placed in the bracelet were moving strangely. Linhan was shocked. Take them out quickly. Sunflower unlocked successfully. Growing sunflowers can regularly earn evolution points. Linhan was overjoyed. Hurry up and open the system interface to view the details of sunflower. First level sunflower, 50 evolution points unlocked, production capacity, 100 evolution points /day. Second level sunflower, 100 evolution points unlocked, production capacity, 200 evolution points /day. Level 3 sunflower, 200 evolution points unlocked, production capacity, 400 evolution points /day. Level 4 sunflower, 400 evolution points unlocked, production capacity, 800 evolution points /day. As Linhan watched, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This thing shouldn't have been there when he just unlocked the system. Is it something that should be unlocked? This is obviously to help newcomers get through the difficult early stages. System. Shouldn't this be a good thing given to me just after I entered the dark world? Linhan stamped his feet in anger and questioned the system. In theory. Then why didn't you give it to me earlier? Are you cool? You didn't ask. Linhan knew that arguing with the system would not end well. You never know when the system might play tricks on you. Before he was reborn anyway. This is what is written in some novels I have read. There was an unlucky guy who quarreled with the system every day. As a result, every time he tried to make an elixir, the system would blow up his furnace. People nicknamed him the Exploding Furnace God. Despite this, Linhan was still in a very happy mood. Nothing else to say. The appearance of this sunflower brings great possibilities to Linhan. Since the beast tide won't arrive for at least a week, I'll just focus on developing myself during this time, planting sunflowers and harvesting vegetables. Also, I should go out and try to trigger a new mission and see if I can get lucky and get some evolution points. I need to deploy more manpower at the mine to speed up the production of iron, or so that I can obtain other resources faster. As Linhan spoke, he repaired the wall that was destroyed by the beast tide. Linhan had just finished sorting out the spoils and returned to the base. Then I saw 3 angels returning from afar, and Linhan's Gatling. He just lay on the head of one of the angels, swaying left and right, enjoying it greatly. After seeing Linhan, the Gatling jumped over the angel's head and into Linhan's arms, and rubbed Linhan's face affectionately with its leaves. Linhan smiled slightly, took out a kettle of holy water, and poured a few drops into the Gatling gun, restoring its durability. Wait until Linhan and Gatling finish playing. Several angels then stepped forward. One of the angels bowed slightly and said, "Master, after our investigation, there is no longer any existence that can threaten you near the base. If you are at ease, the three of us can go into the black fog and hunt actively to reduce the pressure for the next beast tide." Lin Han raised his eyebrows. "Can you change into a human form? You are so high and flying all the time, and I have to look up to talk to you. I'm very tired." A flash of white light passed by. After landing, the three angels turned into humans about the same height as Lin Han. The one on the far right. "I'm 1.83 meters tall. You're not allowed to be taller than me. Move back a little," Lin Han said. "That's more like it." Although the three angels took human form, but their masks were still tightly on their faces. Lin Han walked forward curiously and poked their masks. "Master, what do you think?" What did you say?" "I forgot." The angel repeated it once more. After listening to the angel's proposal, Lin Han said seriously, "That's good. Instead of passively defending, we should take the initiative to attack. Kill all the monsters before the beast tide comes, and there will be no beast tide." "Not bad, not bad. You are already excellent workers. But before you leave, I have something important to do." Lin Han nodded approvingly. "Master, what's the matter? Do you need our help?" "Give you a name. Angels. Who among my family members understands?" "I am speechless. My mother tongue is speechless." Lin Han touched his forehead, thought about it, and then slammed his fist. "I figured out." Hearing this, the three angels actually showed curious expressions. "Only, the feeling it gives off is, I like to see what a good name it is." Lin Han pointed to the left. "Your name is Tom Brib." Pointing to the middle. "Your name is Makabaka." Pointing to the right. "Your name is Yagubi Goo." Moment. The three angels had three black lines hanging from their heads that were visible to the naked eye. "I'm tired and want to self-destruct." Chapter 18. New feature of the illustrated guide, Stigmata. After sending away 3 double-winged babies, no, 3 double-winged angels, Lin Han took out a stool and sat on the ground, starting to study the sunflower that had just been unlocked by the system. Sunflower. In some people's eyes, it is a sunflower. In some people's eyes, it is the basis for survival. Evolution points cannot be produced in the dark. They must be produced in a sunny place. Lin Han scratched his head in confusion and looked up at the sky again. "I haven't seen the sun since the dark world invaded. There is a light stone in the Lord's tower. Maybe it can be used as the sun." Lin Han immediately stood up and went to arrange the sunflowers. After entering the god's perspective, Lin Han discovered that these sunflowers actually required 1 grid of base space to be placed. I have to say something here. In the dark world, when humans arrange their bases, each building occupies a certain amount of base space. For example, the Lord Tower occupies a full 100 grids of base space. And this sunflower cannot be moved around like the pea shooter. You can only choose one place to take root. Lin Han tried it from a god's perspective and found that when he was a certain distance away from the Lord's Tower, the entire sunflower would turn gray. "Let's plant 2 sunflowers next to the Lord's Tower first." Lin Han looked at his meager evolution points. Only 100 points left. Although the amount is small, it can still provide me with 200 evolution points every day. Even if I don't trigger any system tasks this week, you can still return 1,400 evolution points to me. So, this evolution point is sunlight. I used to be an expert in plants versus zombies. Lin Han muttered to himself as he made the arrangements. It was already night. Lin Han did not continue to take risks. Man is iron and sleep is steel. You will feel very sleepy if you don't sleep for a day. Not to mention, the dark world at night is more dangerous than that during the day. At present, there is enough food and the situation is very good. Lin Han only needs to collect evolution points every day and plan his own development, and he can continue to become stronger. Wait a day first. Once I have another pea Gatling plant, I will venture into the darkness again. The system will be updated tonight, and the update time is 8 hours. The system will be dormant at that time. Please make reasonable arrangements. Lin Han had just finished washing up and was lying on the big bed in the base when a system prompt sounded in his ears. "Renew." Lin Han raised his eyebrows. "What about the updated content? Will there be compensation?" "Don't tell. Don't give." "How stingy." After the daily bickering with the system, Lin Han suddenly felt sleepy. Nothing happened overnight. Only the angels who have gone out to explore the world are still living the life of cattle and horses. System update completed. Please check it yourself. Lin Han's originally tired look suddenly became energetic, and he did a somersault. Didn't get up. Lin Han took a long time to relax. Finally, he got up groaningly, opened the system interface, and started checking. New feature, illustrations. Lin Han opened it and looked curiously. A virtual encyclopedia dictionary appeared in Lin Han's hands. System, what is this illustration? Lin Han flipped through the encyclopedia in front of him. He saw that all the familiar icons from the game Plants vs. Zombies that he had played in his previous life were in this book, including but not limited to Ice Watermelon Pitcher, Torch, Doom Shroom, etc., but they are all gray. The illustration is a unique feature of this system. Every time the host evolves an item for the first time, the illustration icon will light up. Subsequently, when the host evolves the items in the illustrated book, he will receive a certain reduction in evolution points. Only a small amount of evolution points and resources are needed to evolve the corresponding items. For example, unlock the pea shooter now with only 15 evolution points. Unlock the dual shooter now. Only 20 evolution points are needed. Unlock the pea Gatling gun now, and you only need to get 25 evolution points. Reduction. There is such a good thing. After Lin Han understood the function of the atlas, he was suddenly overjoyed. Next, with the help of the illustration function, Lin Han spent a lot fewer evolution points than before and placed a sunflower. Lin Han said nothing. After getting dressed, I went to the Lord's Tower. After walking over, Lin Han saw that under the 2 sunflowers placed yesterday, there was a layer of dazzling golden powder. Lin Han just touched it. Get 100 evolution points. Get 100 evolution points. Lin Han was overjoyed. The sunflowers placed last night actually brought double the evolution points after just one night. Will it refresh on time at 6 a.m.? Lin Han rubbed his chin and said, in that case, then I'll exchange all the evolution points I gained today for sunflowers. Slow and steady wins the race. Lin Han pounded his fist and immediately decided to exchange the remaining 250 evolution points in his hand for sunflowers and arrange them next to the Lord's Tower. Just see, 7 sunflowers were there, swaying left and right with smiles on their faces. Lin Han also smiled widely. Although there was still a huge challenge waiting for him a week later, things were gradually getting better. After a simple breakfast, Lin Han continued to sit on the mat and study the new content of the system update. Although these plants are very strong, the synthesis process still requires plant stigmata. The consumption of evolution points won't be a big deal by then. It's just that the consumption of these holy marks is a bit difficult to bear. Lin Han scratched his head in frustration. But then, Lin Han also came to terms with it. After all, he had just arrived in the dark world for one day. The strength is still that of a little Kalemi. Things like stigmata are still very far away for him. But as time went by, Lin Han's strength became stronger and stronger. You'll have the opportunity to step out of the protective shield and explore various ruins in the dark world. At that time, Lin Han will naturally obtain various holy marks. In the dark world, humans are different from other races. Other dark races need all kinds of natural treasures to enhance their strength. While the human race kills other races to gain experience and improve their own strength, they also focus on improving some auxiliary props, such as bases, machinery, summoned beasts, and other external things. There is no way. It is difficult to compete with the indigenous races of the dark world with one's own strength. To upgrade the auxiliary items needed by the human race, various holy marks are needed as soul materials. For example, plant stigmata. It can speed up the growth of plants. This may sound a bit useless. However, speeding up plant growth means that food can be obtained at a faster rate. In the dark world, sufficient food means the stability of the city. Perhaps when Lin Han and his group grow up, they will be able to acquire the ability to practice fasting. But the people in their cities must have 3 meals a day. As of now, the food in Lin Han's hands are all kinds of strange meat that dropped after killing various monsters. Although it tastes good, for a Chinese person, a meal without carbohydrates is meaningless. What's the difference between that and not eating? Chapter 19. Iron Ore? Another example is the mechanical stigmata. It is about the construction and evolution of various machines in the Lord's base. If you have enough resources and a strong mind, then physical suffering and mechanical ascension are just a joke. Another example is guarding the stigmata. It mainly has arms that improve various combat attributes, as well as the summoning and improvement of subjects. For example, Linhan's archer now it can only be regarded as a low-level troop of white quality. If he has the holy mark of defense, Linhan can choose to upgrade the archer and provide a variety of attributes. The most important of the many stigmata is the stigmata of life. This is the hope for humanity to survive in the vast darkness. Whether it is for healing yourself or giving other creatures powerful vitality, the stigmata of life is a must-have product for home travel, arson, and robbery. Chat channel. Sudden, Linhan felt his Lord bracelet vibrate. Is someone tagging me in the chat channel? Linhan, are you still alive? You can't die now. I'm still waiting for you to kneel down and call me daddy. The person who was shouting was Xiao Kuan. Mr. Xiao was so brave yesterday. Seeing Xiao Kuan getting angry, someone immediately came up to flatter him. You don't know that although Master Xiao failed to kill the giant zombie yesterday, he did successfully intercept the giant zombie outside his base. This record may be extremely dazzling for other new lords, but for Linhan, it is still not good enough. After all, Linhan, is a man of just a dozen seconds. Wrong. He is a man who kills a giant zombie in just a dozen seconds. Ow! Are you so impatient to give me the design drawings of the intermediate troops now? Linhan replied, You're still alive? Your F-level talent is pretty impressive. You didn't pretend to be dead all day by turning yourself into a plant. Ha 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 ha. I actually have a guess. Could it be that the boss who killed the giant zombie yesterday was Linhan? Him? Impossible. How do you kill him? Stab him with corn or cucumber? Ha 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 ha. Linhan raised his eyebrows. He didn't waste any breath to refute Xiao Kuan's clamor. This kind of person is crazy. The more you pay attention to him, the more excited he becomes. Instead of wasting time with him, it is better to work hard to improve yourself and reach the third level. Then, knock him out in one go. A thought came to my mind. Linhan felt the message coming from the people far away in the Iron Mine cave. My lord, there is something good. Come to the mine quickly. I heard there was something good. Linhan's eyes immediately lit up. After speaking a few words to other residents of the base, he ran towards the mine with a few peas. We got something good shortly after we started the mine. Today is a good day. Linhan sang and danced. After entering the Iron Mine cave, no matter how happy Linhan was, he still slowed down his pace and moved forward slowly, because he wasn't sure if there were any monsters left here from yesterday's beast tide. Despite the powerful firepower of the pea Gatling, no monster could be a match for it. But it's better to be careful. It still hurts to be bitten. Result: the iron or cave was unexpectedly quiet to Linhan. Apart from the roar of the huge machines on the assembly line, there were no other strange sounds. Linhan slapped his forehead. I'm so stupid. Just see. Linhan first placed the pea Gatling gun on his head, and then placed 2 pea shooters in the hood behind him. The remaining pea shooter was held in his arms. Next, Linhan keeps his eyes and ears open, fully armed. To be a follower to the extreme is the trend. Finish these preparations. Only then did he feel at ease and walk towards the depths of the mine with the 4 directions Overlord steps. After entering the mine, Linhan saw the 2 subjects who were covered in dust and dirt, and he actually felt a little sorry for them. He immediately took out 2 portions of meat from the bracelet and shared them with the 2 of them. Come on, all you minor brothers. Eat. Don't be shy. If you're not satisfied, there's more. I see the boss is so generous. 2 cows and horses. Pooh. The 2 subjects immediately changed from resentful little women to hard-working men. After the 2 of them finished eating, Linhan asked, What treasure did you find? The 2 leaders asked for some clean water, washed their faces carefully, and then led Linhan deeper into the cave. Control room? Is there anything good here? Linhan was puzzled. Wait until Linhan walked into the control room. I saw that all the stone decorations on one wall inside had fallen off. A huge iron door was revealed. Linhan went up and pushed it. No push. Pull again. I can't pull it either. Linhan was a little puzzled and immediately opened the system to check his attributes. System automatic detection. Host Linhan. Race human. Talent F-level plant manipulation. Level 5. Life 1726. Stamina 202. Strength 258. Agility 220. Intelligence 430. Comment. You are such an idiot for leveling up 5 and increasing your intelligence by 13 points. With such little strength, you are acting like you have 2.58 million and you still want to pull this iron door? You are so bad. Lin Han, could it be that I quarrel with the system every day, so the system scolds me like this? I feel that this attribute is not low. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, Lin Han touched the P. Gatling on his head, and the P. Gatling also rubbed Lin Han's hand affectionately. Lin Han pointed at the iron gate. 2nd Battalion Commander. Fire. Lin Yunlong is online. Without saying a word, the P. Gatling gun began to sweep up and down, firing 18 P bullets at the hinges of the iron gate. Bah, 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 bah. Every bullet hits its target. Awesome. Lin Han was obviously familiar with if you can't lead a team, you'll just work until you die. He praised P. Gatling highly. The excited P. Gatling swayed left and right, wishing he could jump up and kiss Lin Han. Bang! At this moment, the big iron gate fell down. The other 2 leaders immediately raised their flashlights. Good. Lin Han nodded approvingly again. Good eyesight. Several people entered through the door. There were only a few large iron boxes in the huge room. Lin Han pursed his lips. The 2 leaders immediately stepped forward and opened the box. Crack! After the box was opened, the leader took a look inside and immediately looked at Lin Han with excitement. Lin Han trotted over and just took a look, and the 3 of them started dancing on the spot. The whole nest of bears belongs to him. Just see, there's some iron ore in the box. But unlike the pitch-black iron ore that can be found everywhere in the mine, these iron ores shine with dazzling light. It's refined iron ore. This is something that is countless times more awesome than iron ore. It can only be said that weapons made of iron ore will be crushed when encountering weapons made of this kind of fine iron ore. PD's fleet of toys will break into pieces if touched. After the excitement, Lin Han immediately began to plan his subsequent arrangements. Now that he had discovered so many materials that could be used to make weapons and armor, he planned to put the arming of his subjects on the agenda. Strive to ensure that everyone can serve as a soldier and be able to fight. I don't know why. The 2 people in the territory were actually a little scared when they saw the white light coming out of Lin Han's eyes. Right? It's the same fear that cows and horses have of black-hearted bosses. Chapter 20, The Alliance of the Gods. Now that I have an idea, Lin Han planned to put into practice immediately. As the level increases, the range of the protective shield of Lin Han base is also constantly increasing. Now Lin Han has reached level 5. The protective shield has a range of 600 meters. Lin Han really needs a well-equipped team to help him eliminate some monsters that occasionally break in from inside the protective shield and are not eliminated. The 3 Oxhorse Angels have gone outside the protective shield to actively hunt. Inside the protective shield, a team of oxen and horses is needed to set an example and shoulder the responsibility. You know, Lin Han's protective shield is now a large circle with a diameter of several hundred meters. It is impossible for him to eliminate all the threats inside on foot. Lin Han's mind moved, and he immediately sent a message back to the base, calling all the remaining subjects and 5 dwarves over. The terrain where he is complex. At this stage, basically no other lords would travel across mountains and rivers to come to his territory. Naturally, there is no need to leave anyone behind to guard the base. What's more, everyone is now busy building their own bases to face the dark beast tide that will return in 7 days. Then Lin Han's base will be safer. And the reason why Lin Han called everyone over. This arrangement makes sense. The people can explore the location of other iron ore, and the dwarves are experts in forging and refining. After the dwarves refine the refined iron ore into refined iron blocks, Lin Han can gradually create suitable weapons for his subjects. You can also exchange refined iron or for other materials. Soon, the remaining cattle and horses in the base rushed over. They even came with happy expressions. I thought I could finally contribute my strength to my base and my home. But what greeted them? But it was the smile of Lin Han, the black-hearted boss, and the sympathetic smiles of the people behind Lin Han. Want to relax? That's impossible. Lin Han left enough food for the few people, gave them a few brief instructions, and then left the mine. Return to base. There are angels hunting outside and cows and horses mining inside. Lin Han comfortably placed a rocking chair in front of the gate of the base. Bask in the warm white light emitted by the lighthouse and smell the faint fragrance of sunflowers. He stretched lazily. Just went to the mines. Lin Han brought back all the iron or that he had dug out overnight. I sell and they dig. We laughed together, huh? Lin Han smacked his lips. I didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt towards the cattle and horses. Counted the amount of iron ore in the backpack. A total of 9,000. Lin Han was overjoyed. Hurry up and open the trading line to prepare for listing. But the price offered by the trading house left Lin Han dumbfounded. Previously, the ratio of iron or stone was 1 to 5 to 10, but now it has increased to 1 hour 20 minutes and 20 seconds. This is an extremely exaggerated proportion. This also shows how important iron ore is as a resource. It's also easier to see how much development resources does Lin Han have control over. There is really a mine at home. This ratio is a bit scary. How did it suddenly become like this? Lin Han was a little puzzled. Damn it, I lost money selling it before. Lin Han felt a little heartbroken. Think of this. Lin Han quickly opened the Lord's bracelet. Maybe someone will be talking about this in the chat channel. Just opened it. Lin Han's screen was flooded with a massive amount of information. After studying for a while, Lin Han finally figured out the whole story. It turned out that it was after the impact of this wave of beast tide. New lords like Shao Kun who are rich and have good backgrounds were all promoted to the first-tier bases. This morning, hosted by Song Kong, many playboys established an alliance at the top of the gods. Although forming an alliance is a good thing, but this alliance made up entirely of wealthy people can easily go sour. When some people enjoy the benefits brought by power and money, this alliance will gradually turn into a one-man show for them. And when many wealthy people come together, it is easy for them to monopolize the resources of a region. This is the situation now. Members of the alliance of the top of the gods include Shao Kun, Song Kong, and others, who control the flow of the vast majority of iron ore on the market. And the downside of this is, the price of iron ore is entirely determined by them. Maybe the price of iron ore in other small towns is stable at 1:3 or 1:5. However, the area where Lin Han and his colleague are located can only purchase iron ore at a high price of 120. Anonymous comment. Why? You want to restrict others' development after you upgrade to a higher level? Why don't you go grab the iron ore at this price? Shao Kun, we don't want to either, buddy. It's all for development. It's true that I'm at first-tier university now, but I can't wait until you all get to first-tier university before I upgrade to a second-tier university. Do you think I'm doing charity? Anonymous comment. Whether you're doing charity or not, you can't ask for such a high price. You could have just taken it out of my pocket, but now you're giving me an iron ore. You're such a nice person. Everyone don't buy it. Just leave it alone. The price will drop in a few days. It's so fucking shady. Even shadier than Guangzhou Yasuo. Another anonymous commenter said, you have to buy it, bro. The zombie scratched a big hole in my wooden wall. What should I do after this week? Shao Kun, haha. Did you see that? There are plenty of people who want it even if you don't want it. If you don't want it, get out of here. Don't waste my time. Come on. Iron ore is traded for wood and stone at a 1:20 ratio. Hurry up and trade with me. Lin Han frowned slightly. He never expected that so many things would happen during his one night of sound sleep. Have they all finished one? Looks like I need to speed up. Song Kong is an interesting person. Song Kong, whose father is one of the directors of the Lords Association in Tanyu City, the capital of Yuzhou Province, is the eldest son of a chaebol company. The economic strength of the family. Compared with city-level families like Shao Kun, it is only stronger, not weaker. Even if compared with the overall strength of the lords in the family, although the strength of the Song family cannot compare with some top families, it is definitely a leader among the middle-level families in the empire. And some information flashed through Lin Han's mind. Song Kong has been a famous genius in the entire Yuzhou since he was a child. During the awakening ceremony, he awakened a very unique talent. And he had long been famous among the entire Yuzhou student circle, like the top scorer in the college entrance examination. A-level talent, blood knife. The initial effect of using talents. It is to summon an ordinary blood sword to assist in battle. But the real power of this talent lies in the fact that this blood knife can infinitely absorb the blood of all living things. All creatures. Even if you're a dark creature, as long as you can bleed, this sword can absorb it all. And after absorbing a certain amount of blood, the rank of this blood sword will be upgraded. What's even more terrifying is that after the sword has been upgraded to a higher level, it can give back to the user, forcibly raising the user's strength to the same level as its own. And after building an alliance, Lin Han had already seen it. The most terrifying thing about Song Kong is that he is very good at manipulating people's hearts. Everyone has the weakest weakness in their heart, and Song Kong, an outstanding rich second generation who grew up in a large family, will seize this point and magnify it infinitely. Chapter 21. The biggest black businessman in Rogue Town. If you say, everyone has inner demons, that's Song Kang's other ability. It is to pull out the inner demons of a person and let him whip them severely. This is one of the reasons why he was able to stand out among many wealthy and well-connected new lords and become the leader of the Summit of the Gods. Of course, there's a bigger reason. Song Kong has a good family, a good father, and is very rich. Lin Han studied it for a long time. In the end, adhering to the great spirit of, I won't offend others unless they offend me, he gave up his curiosity about Song Kong. Certainly, if this broken alliance really messes with him one day, Lin Han plans to let them see what a Gatling gun with blue flames is. After a little thought, Lin Han put thousands of his own iron ores on the shelves. Certainly, his proportions are even more outrageous. The total amount is 1 iron, or equals 30 wood equals 30 stone. Certainly, this ratio was also what Lin Han came to after some thought. Firstly, there's the countdown to the Dark Beast Tide, which may only last for a few days. At this time, resources that are relatively difficult to obtain, such as iron ore, are particularly important. If we reduce the proportion of iron ore sold because we sympathize with these civilian lords, that would be a bit of a Madonna complex. Of course, he couldn't do that. After all, only by selling your iron ore at this time can you quickly make some money and prepare for subsequent upgrades. Secondly, Lin Han didn't want too many casualties in the area where he was. If there are huge casualties due to a simple beast tide, then if there are other beast tides or regional missions in the future, survivors like Lin Han will face even greater pressure. Certainly, Lin Han dared to list iron ore at such an exaggerated proportion. That's because, according to Lin Han's speculation, most of the iron ores being sold at the Summit of the Gods were the same batches that he had previously sold at low prices in order to obtain energy stones. When it comes to inventory, no one among the gods can compare to him. After their iron ore is sold out, those novice lords will naturally buy their own. What the hell? Who is this? He's over 9,000 again. So powerful. 130, in exchange for 30 pieces of wood or stone or energy stones. If you have any holy marks, we can discuss it in detail. This is too shady. Even the chick I found last week didn't dare to ask for this. Brother, tell me in detail. I'm looking for a girl. The traitor Lin Han? Isn't this the big brother who was the first to be promoted to the first tier yesterday? These 9,000 iron ores were all put on the shelves by him. Damn you, you 13-year-old profiteer. You're leaving no room for others to survive after you upgrade one book, right? Why don't you go grab the discount? Listen to me, brothers. I suddenly have a bold guess. The person who spent tens of thousands of iron ore to exchange for energy stones yesterday, couldn't he be Lin Han? Now that you put it that way, it's possible. After looking at the chat channel for a while, Lin Han exited the Lord Bracelet. It doesn't matter if you get scolded. In this world, strength is still king. He has the ability to monopolize this resource, so no matter how much others curse him, it is just helpless rage. The holy water tank is full. Please go now. An information prompt pops up on the bracelet. Lin Han raises eyebrows. He has just built a base, and a holy water jar can only store 200 drops of holy water. And after a day and a night of storage, it's already full. Lin Han looked at the materials needed to build the equipment, and then looked at the things in his backpack. Do you want to build 3 holy water tanks? Yes. Should we build a hut for the people? Yes. Lin Han answered so straightforwardly. That's what I rely on. Have the resources to do whatever you want. In the chat channel, the insults against Lin Han continued. This idiot Lin Han is even more evil than those guys in the Alliance of Gods. He is obviously just a civilian lord, right? He has only been promoted to the first level a long time ago. So what is he pretending to be? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't respect. Oh, I suddenly regret coming to this area. This is completely monopolized. Alas, who said it wasn't? But we still have to buy it. We can't use wooden walls to fight another wave of dark beasts, can we? And so on. While waiting for the construction of the infrastructure, Lin Han connected the troop site. In the dark forest, 3-winged bull horses wandered in the darkness. They don't need to rest, don't know fatigue, and keep hunting all the monsters that appear before them. Roar! Behind the angels, a series of low growls were heard, and the leading angel frowned slightly. There's a sickening smell. Roar! Roar! 5 low roars sounded in succession. At the same time, the auras of 5 silver-level monsters burst out from behind the angel. Just see. These 5 monsters are similar to ordinary ghoul monsters, but the flesh on their faces seems to be a little more rotten, and they are holding the remains of other monsters in their hands and gnawing on them. But their aura is much stronger than the zombies Lin Han had killed before. Wanderer. Silver-level ghoul. Attack power, 480 points. Health value, 2,300 points. Movement speed, 10 points. Ghouls don't necessarily only eat corpses, so be careful. This is an outlier among the ghoul race. A stronger wanderer. Soon, the 5 wanderers slowly approached the winged angels and slowly formed a circle to surround them. If only these monsters could recognize the angel before them. Then they will definitely regret what they have done. But what can I do? At this moment, these angels have turned into normal human forms, and even Lin Han can't tell that these handsome guys are angels. Boom! The powerful aura of the silver level burst out violently. The surrounding grass was blown all over the place by the strong wind. As if they felt that the prey in front of them had become meals, a few wanderers threw the remains of their own kind aside, with smelly saliva flowing from their mouths, ready to enjoy the feast in front of them. Only the 3 winged angels looked at each other. Boom! The unique breath belonging to angels swept over. Moment. Even the black fog formed by the dark energy in the forest was cleared away a lot. Call! The 3 angels chanted in a low voice. Their hands were wrapped in white holy flames, emitting waves of strong fluctuations. However, these wanderers obviously had not yet developed any intelligence, and they still howled and pounced on the 3 angels. Field expansion! The leading angel shouted loudly. Just a swish. A white halo spread out from under his feet. It did not stop spreading until it encompassed the other 2 angels. Divine Domain. Gain divine protection. Reduce damage taken by 10%. Reduce injuries by 10%. While the domain lasts, all friendly units gain a 25% increase in various attributes, and there is a 75% chance of causing 150% rebound damage to the attacker. The original light attribute damage of the angel is particularly effective against dark creatures, if it is superimposed with the 25% attribute bonus of the domain. Boy, watch out. Why? Because this move will be very cool. 3 winged angels revealed their original forms and flew into the air. After chanting softly, 2 angel swords dropped from the sky, directly pierced through the 2 zombies that flew towards it. The remaining 3 zombies had no chance of making any progress and were smashed to pieces by the angels with just 3 punches. Successfully killed the wanderer. Gained 1,200 experience points. Successfully killed the wanderer. Gained 1,200 experience points. Successfully killed the wanderer. Gained 1,200 experience points. 5 consecutive kill prompts appeared. Lin Han was so startled that he moved in the recliner. Instantly killed a silver-level dark creature. Awesome. Lin Han sighed like this. Chapter 22 Undercurrent. Seeing that the angel was so ferocious, Lin Han felt relieved. Not to mention whether they will encounter danger in the forest. Even if they do, it will only provide a lot of experience and resources. You have upgraded to LV6. The protective shield range of your Lord Tower has reached 700 meters. The daily holy water production of your Lord Tower increases to 520 units. A burst of light shot up into the sky from Lin Han's body. The range of the base's protective shield continued to expand forward, and eventually, its diameter increased to 1,200 meters. If you find a dark creature corpse, should you collect it immediately? Yes. Collecting. Collected 3,000 energy stones. Collected with times 30,000. Then upgrade. The arrival of these resources obviously made Lin Han even more excited. He jumped up directly from the recliner. With a thought, I entered the god's perspective of base construction. 1 mine can be expanded into 3 iron mines. Lin Han calculated that he still lacked a logging camp and a quarry. Once it can be built, then he can achieve self-sufficiency in resources except energy stones. After confirming that you have enough materials, Lin Han summoned out 3 subjects again. After a brief explanation, let them build the sawmill in the location they have planned. In this world, there is no logging season or rest period. As long as you have enough resources, you can continue to mine resources. Just now, 3 winged angels have cleaned up the surroundings and found a forest area that is perfect for building a logging site. Next to the ancient tree of life, several old men who had left before came back one after another. After the 2 red-robed old men landed, the 2 giant dragons approached them in a very friendly manner. Please give me a try. The old man in red robe laughed and touched the dragon's head. Obviously, he was in a very happy mood. Second brother, didn't you see that those old bastards were all shocked when they saw your condition? Old Deng was originally quite good at pretending, but he immediately became wilted after seeing you. Ha. Yeah, second brother. The same goes for that old witch Scarlet. She doesn't even dare to speak. The old man in the lead also stroked his beard with a smile and was obviously very happy about the recovery of his companions. Humph. If those bastards of the dark race hadn't secretly joined forces, our western territory wouldn't have lost a Twilight City more than a decade ago. Haha, the ancient tree of life was cultivated in the center of Twilight City using the flesh and blood of the dead humans and dark races in the entire area. We humans must have a piece of the pie. Damn it, if my eldest and second brothers hadn't stopped me just now, saying that there was a quasi-god, king-level strongman in the dark, I would have killed those old bastards this time. Well, let's talk business first. Although the second brother has recovered, he is of no practical help in this fight for the origin of life. He just helped us get certain conditions. The specific ranking we can achieve depends on the talents of our new recruits. Yes, big brother. This time they actually agreed to our conditions for the first time and only allow newcomers with a level of 5 or above to participate. I don't understand what they are up to. I heard that there are some geniuses in the dark race who are crushing their peers. In their own internal competition, they crushed many of their peers with their absolute strength. I've heard about that too, but for some reason, these monsters develop much more slowly than normal humans. By the time their life source is fully born, they can only advance to level 5. After some discussion, everyone decided to select the top 100,000 newcomers with the best overall performance in the Twilight Zone before the date to participate in this origin competition. Second brother, fourth brother, go and guard the newcomer area. After Scarlet's group of old guys return this time, they will definitely stir up a riot of dark creatures in the entire region and form a dark beast tide in order to gain a dominant position in future battles. This is their usual tactic. You guys act as protectors to buy them time to develop. Remember to pay attention to the situation in the void. You absolutely cannot let the opponent wipe out our human rookies from a distance. Third brother, come with me. There's a place only the 2 of us can go. Boss, are you going to take me to that place? The red-robed old man called Laos and asked nervously when he heard it. Yeah, it's time. Whether the human race in the Western Territory can be stable within the next 10 or 100 years depends on this period of time. After they gave each other a few instructions, they dispersed and left. Star Dragon Empire, Western Border, 13 Provinces War Zone Headquarters. The general manager is Yuxian. 10 strong ones. At this moment, Yuxian looked at the old man in front of him in horror. Brother Bai Ming, Hong Lian, are you really determined to open the tower? Do you know what the tower means to the people of the 13 provinces in the Western Territory? Bai Ming is the eldest brother of the foursome. Hong Lian is the third one who came with Bai Ming. Yuxian, I know the importance of the tower, but we should pay more attention to the role of the source of life. The life of the dark race is many times more than that of our human race. If they get the source of life, how can the human race in the 13 provinces of the Western Territory survive? Yes, the origin of life is extremely precious, and it is far more precious than that tower. If the origin of life is about to come out, if we still stick to the rules of the older generation, our human race will perish. The 2 of them talked back and forth, leaving the city Lord Yuxian speechless. Final. Yuxian nodded helplessly. Perhaps you are right, but the situation is urgent now, and we must also seek variables. When will the source of life fully awaken? When will you compete with the dark race as agreed? It will take another 6 months for the source of life to fully recover. Our agreement with the dark race is 5 months from now. Yuxian nodded and said, Okay, I will explain the situation to Takeo. Don't worry, help me congratulate my second brother on his recovery. Also, Honglian, do you want to come back and take a look? Hearing this, Bai Ming walked out of the door on his own accord and went to chat with other old friends in Yuzhou City. Only Yu Xian and Honglian were left in the city lord's mansion. Honglian, they all miss you so much. Yu Xian spoke softly. Honglian looked at Yu Xian with a complicated expression, then shook her head. That incident back then caused my heart to collapse. If I hadn't met my brother, I wouldn't know what kind of drunk dog I would be in a pub. Brother, don't mention going home again. I won't go back. But if the clan is in trouble, I, Yulian, will die for it. Yu Xian sighed with a sad look. Hey, Yulian, it's been a long time since I heard this name. Well, you better be careful when you are out there. If anything happens, the entire 13 provinces of the Western Territory will back you up. Honglian nodded, bowed to Yu Xian, and flew into the air and left the headquarters of the 13 provinces in the Western Territory. Oh shit. But not long after it took off, Honglian fell down with a scream. When was the air defense ban added? Honglian rubbed his head, which had hit the protective shield, and looked at Yu Xian with resentment. Yu Xian touched his nose and said awkwardly, Just after the last time you brought that guy in a fight and almost tore down the headquarters. Honglian was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. What do you mean I flew in with that guy? I was retreating strategically when I couldn't win, okay? Besides, why didn't you tell me about the anti-aircraft ban? Yu Xian laughed out loud. Just now, my brother left on foot. How dare you fly? I'll kill you. Honglian left cursing. Yu Xian put away her smile. He put on an unfathomable expression and gazed into the distance. It's installed. Chapter 23, City-State Mission. Linhan Base. Linhan arranged for the cattle and horses to go and build the logging camp, and continued to lie in the rocking chair and bask in the sun leisurely. No, it's the Lord's Tower. Retirement life is just like this. Sudden, there was a strong vibration coming from Linhan's Lord bracelet. Open it and take a look. It turned out to be a private message from Song Kong. Brother Linhan, how are you doing today? Do you need any help with supplies? Linhan sneered. Damn it, they're all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you playing Liao Zhai with me? I need it. I need lots and lots of iron ore, and lots of stigmata. Linhan replied, Brother, don't joke with me. You have sold so much iron ore in the trading house. Why do you need more iron ore? What do you mean by selling iron ore in the trading house? Why don't I know about this? Linhan continued to play dumb. As long as I stay stupid. Others can't tell whether I'm pretending to be stupid or if I'm really stupid. Seeing that this offensive did not work, Song Kong immediately changed his thinking. Brother, I recently created an alliance, and I plan to develop it into a guild once it reaches a high enough level. Brother Linhan, do you want to join us? I can give you the vice president position. Or, if you want, I can give you the president position. Hee. Linhan sneered. If you join this rich second-generation alliance for resources, that is truly sending a lamb into the tiger's mouth. Want to join without paying any price? Unrealistic. You want to marry my daughter without 200,000 yuan? Impossible, boy. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. What are the conditions for joining the guild, President? Song Kong thought his plan had succeeded and replied quickly. It's nothing, we just need to take out all the resources and distribute them evenly. After all, we are all brothers in a union. We are all from the same town, so it makes sense to develop together. Are we still going to develop together? Why didn't you say we could develop together when you bought the iron ore at 120? Pooh, scum. Linhan complained crazily. Evenly distributed. I'm afraid that if I hand over the 10 pieces of wood, you'll want to tear them into small strips for me. Even the dogs shook their heads when they saw this. Then, I only have 20 pieces of iron ore left, which I got from the trading house earlier. Can you give me $50 after I turn it in? Lin Green Tea, daydreaming cold. Online. Brother Linhan is such a joke. Don't you have an iron mine? How come there are only 20 yuan left? I'm afraid your base has been replaced with steel walls, brother. Seeing this message, Linhan's eyes narrowed. How did he know I had an iron mine? Was I exposed? Impossible. Who would run into a zombie group at this time? Linhan said. He stretched his neck to look at the ordinary zombies that were still gathered in groups at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, they were making strange noises like ho-ah-ah. From time to time, 2 zombies would fight because of a little friction. Eventually, the losers were divided into groups. This terrain, basically no one can sneak up to the top of the mountain to find out the truth. Can you tell me the coordinates so I can go and have a look? Seeing that Linhan didn't say anything, Song Kong continued to speak. Hear this. Lin Han relaxed instantly and lay back down in the rocking chair. So you were trying to trick me. You little bastard are really good at playing tricks. Damn you. Lin Han looked down on him. This was the first time he met someone more shameless than himself. I've finished building Optimus Prime here. I won't say anything more. See you later. 886. Lin Han laughed and directly hung up the connection with the Lord's bracelet. Ding, ding, ding. There was a sound of the call being hung up from Song Kang's end. Bang! A beautiful glass. He was thrown to the ground viciously by Song Kang. Fuck it. This Lin Han, how dare he talk nonsense to me? What Optimus Prime? Why are you talking nonsense to me? Song Kang was very angry. He grabbed the passing citizen by the collar and slapped him twice. Now, he felt like an ant on a hot pot. Of course, it's still an angry ant. I was angry because Lin Han was talking nonsense. The reason he was anxious was that Song Kang had already deduced that Lin Han might really have control of the mine, which was why he had so many resources. This is extremely bad news for Song Kang and even for the Summit of the Gods Alliance. The initiative in purchasing resources was taken away by a passerby. Then the entire alliance will be put on the defensive. Not to mention anything else. Among the buildings needed to upgrade a base from level 1 to level 2, many categories will use iron ore. If this key resource was monopolized by Lin Han's family, then the development of the entire alliance will be restricted, and there may even be a situation where someone leaves the alliance. This is a situation that Song Kang absolutely does not want to see. And if Lin Han really intends to monopolize the iron ore market, then various important development resources, such as wood and stone, will be drawn to Lin Han, let alone the development of the alliance of the top of the gods. Just trying to prevent oneself from being swallowed by the beast tide would become an extremely difficult task. Think of this. Song Kang connected the Lord bracelet again, but this time he was not contacting Lin Han, but Shao Kun. Brother Kong? What's going on? Did you get Lin Han's past exposed? Don't mention it. Start selling iron ore now. Just keep enough for 3 people to upgrade to the second base. Sell all the rest. What about the proportion? Just make it cheaper than that loser Lin Han. If the quantity is large, I can give you a discount. Shao Kun nodded and asked weakly, Brother Kong, am I one of those 3 people? Hear this. Song Kang's originally cold face broke into a bright smile. What are you talking about? You are my brother, my beloved relative. Don't worry, Brother Kong. I'll definitely get it done. Before Song Kang could finish, Shao Kun hung up the phone and went to deal with the iron ore issue. Hearing the sound of the bracelet disconnecting from the other end, Song Kang raised a cold smile and said slowly, It costs more. Western Territory, Human War Zone Headquarters. Boss, are you sure you want to issue the city-state mission? A woman in plain clothes stood in front of Yu Xian and bowed and asked. The woman was dressed in a tight white dress with a simple ancient sword on her waist. She had a restrained aura, and ordinary people could not sense her strength at all. Publish it. Thank you for your hard work, you buy. Brother by Ming and the others. Since they have reached an agreement with the strong men of the dark race, those guys will definitely cause trouble. As the chief of the Western region, I can actually feel that they have used some means to cause changes in the rules of the world. 7 days later, the Twilight City area will usher in a wave of beasts throughout the area. This is a conspiracy of the dark race. If we humans want to get a share of the origin of life, we must pay a certain price. Yu Xian rubbed his brows and nodded, saying, and the woman called Yu Bai nodded and left the headquarters lightly. Announcement to the whole district. Announcement to the whole district. Announcement to the whole district. Within 7 days, the Twilight City area may face a beast tide at any time. New lords, please be prepared for defense. The next second after Yu Bai walked out of the headquarters, a burst of urgent alarms sounded on the bracelets of all the new lords in the Twilight area. A few lines of scarlet text are extremely eye-catching, and at the same time, the Western Territory Human War Zone headquarters also receive the news. As expected, they are here. I can only hope the newcomers don't embarrass me. Yu Xian said in a low voice. I wonder how many newcomers will die in this area-wide beast tide. More than 10 years ago, it was the joining forces of many dark races that triggered the changes in the rules of the dark world and conquered the Twilight City of the human race. They planted the seeds of life in the city center and used the flesh and blood of humans to cultivate the ancient trees of life, hoping to obtain the source of life. The future trend of the West. It really depends on the efforts of all the new lords of the Empire. At the same time, Oh my god, a beast tide is spreading across the entire area. I saw messages appearing on the Lord's bracelet. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. But before he could react, a blue pop-up window popped up on the bracelet again. All my fellow human beings, city-state missions are now being released. Within the 7 days of Twilight City, the Empire will rank the number of dark creatures killed by the Lords in real time based on the beast tide that appears at any time in the entire area. Special reminder, this time it is a struggle between the dark race and the human race. The human race's allied races will also participate in resisting the beast tide raised by the dark race. Please correct your attitude. This will be a war between all races in the dark world. The top 100,000 players will receive a grand prize. Prize information cannot be disclosed. Please prepare for the battle. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Chapter 24, Goose City. Once the beast tide and city-state missions appear in the entire area, it immediately caused a huge wave. Lin Han spent a long time in the chat channel before he realized the importance of this city-state mission. The rules of city-state missions are easy to understand. It's simply hunting dark creatures. The more the better. In fact, this city-state mission is a countermeasure taken by the Star Dragon Empire to help new lords deal with the dark beast tide in the entire region. After all, there are monsters coming in a beast tide across the entire area. It must be much more difficult than the small tide of dark beasts that Lin Han just experienced. If the Empire does not support or encourage it, I'm afraid that some new lords would be frightened to death just thinking about the horror of the beast tide in the entire region. Only, according to others, every time the human race releases a city-state mission, the dark race in the dark forest corresponding to the human city will also release a corresponding dark hunting operation. Those human lords who have obtained a large number of points in the human city-state missions will also become the targets of hunting by the dark race. Therefore, although the rewards for city-state missions are generous, the corresponding risks are also extremely high. In the dark world, there are not only zombies that howl, but also many intelligent dark races like humans. And these races, most of them feed on human lords' blood. They are humanity's biggest enemy in the dark world. Lin Han frowned slightly. The rules of this world are so cruel. The reward this time is actually unknown. It seems that the reward this time is really very good. That requires points. Since this mission is about the beast tide in the entire region, there will definitely be some extremely terrifying creatures in this beast tide. Then I can just collect the points and get the rewards from the city-state by ranking up. Even if I'm not among the top 100,000, the rewards will definitely be very generous. Indeed, if I can get some points and obtain some military design drawings, that would be great. At the very least, I can get some materials that are not easy to obtain normally. What you said above makes sense. We have already planned to take root in the forest. But have you forgotten the records about city-state missions in the books? Generally speaking, after a city-state mission is issued, some more powerful races will come to hunt down lords with high scores. Stop talking. There's no such thing as high returns without risk. If those bastards dare to come, I'll make sure they never come back. After the city-state mission was released, the entire Twilight Lord chat channel was filled with almost the same content. Lin Han continued to look at it for a while, then turned off the Lord's bracelet. Based on the experience of reading novels in previous life, if something really cool comes out and limits the conditions for competition, then there are two possibilities. One is that a big boss takes action and negotiates the terms. Another possibility is that the place where this awesome thing is located only allows people who meet the requirements to enter. Except for the human race. Other races living in the dark world outside the West also began to stir, although they cannot obtain rewards from city-state missions. But hunting other races can also bring them rich spoils. In Goose City. Goose City is the name Lin Han gave to his camp. In his own words, it is to bring fairness to this dark world. I came to the dark world to do only 3 things. First, it's fair. Second, it's fair. Third, it's fucking fair. Lin Han read this city-state mission over and over again. After making sure there were no other big pits, his frown slowly relaxed. Then, a smile appeared on Lin Han's handsome face. This mission came in a great way. My nose is about to go into my mouth. I bought some paper. Just when I thought about it, my uncle from my mother's family came. Let's not talk about anything else for now. The participation of this new lord alone is a special treatment for Lin Han. Because according to the rules they mentioned in the chat channel, after the human race's city-state is launched, the dark race will also release hunting missions with the same conditions. In other words, this hunting mission in the dark world will only allow monsters of similar levels to the novice human lords to participate. We are all newcomers, and the monsters at this stage, except for some extremely terrifying ones, basically cannot withstand a round of shooting from the P-Gatling gun. Not to mention, Linhan also has 3-winged angels as top combat forces. Special mention needs to be made. Linhan has something that other new lords don't have. That is the golden finger system, and of course his handsome face. Just when Linhan was preparing for the city-state mission, the chat channel exploded again. Oh my god, this time, it's the iron or that President Song put on the shelf, and the ratio is only 120. OMG, brothers, buy it. I bought it. I will go smelt the or now to build a new city wall. President Song is awesome. Yes, thank you, President Song, for selling the iron ore at such a cheap price. You are such a good person. After Song Kong ordered Xiao Kun to sell the iron ore at the original price, a group of people became Song Kang's lickers. However, they completely forgot that before Lin Han put the iron ore on the shelves at 130, they had also insulted Song Kong. Looking at the messages constantly flashing in the chat channel, Song Kong smiled. Although their price is half lower than Lin Han's. But Song Kong naturally had his own plans for doing this. After the next beast tide, it is estimated that all the lords in the first echelon will be promoted to the second tier, and the 3 books after the second one. This is the first qualitative change that the lords will experience. After becoming the lord of a 3rd level camp and becoming the mayor, you can recruit other lords who have not reached the 3rd level to join. The more people join, the faster the mayor will be promoted, forming a virtuous circle. Song Kang's intention in doing this was naturally to win people's hearts, and after being promoted to the 3rd camp, he would absorb more people into his camp. Haha, you're welcome, brothers. Song Kong replied in the chat channel. We are all brothers. Why should we divide what's yours and what's mine? I'm also buying at high prices and selling at low prices now. I hope all brothers can safely survive this beast tide. Song Kong pretended to be serious and spoke happily in the chat channel. As for brother Lin Han, don't worry, I will go talk to Lin Han again. I hope he can let go of his prejudices and share his resources with everyone so that we can survive the beast tide together. As soon as these words came out, it directly aroused public anger in the chat channel. Stupid Lin Han, selling it at such a high price. How shameless. President Song, don't worry. If he doesn't lower the price, we will definitely not buy his products. Yes. Even if we starve to death, get bitten to death by zombies, or get crushed to death by giant monsters, we will not buy even a single resource from Lin Han. Then I +1. Me +1 too. Lin Han naturally didn't know about this scene, and according to his personality, he wouldn't do anything even if he knew about it. The beast tide after 7 days. It is uncertain how many of these clamoring lords will remain. Not to mention asking Lin Han to lower the price for charity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Han was working hard in his base. And 3 2-winged oxen and horses also brought good news in the thick black fog. Chapter 25, The Jackal Horn. Lin Han was humming a little tune while arranging the position of the steel wall. 3 2-winged angels brought news. They had split into 3 teams in the dark forest and then reunited. Each has some small gain. Hearing this, Lin Han quickly checked remotely the supplies carried by the 3 angels. Not only did the things that Lin Han had originally prepared remain intact, but there were also many more basic resources. Among them, there are nearly 5,000 energy stones. This is half a double-winged angel. Master, we are sensing a very disgusting dark smell now. It seems to be a gnoll. We're following the scent trick on him. The angels delivered the message. Okay, be safe. Lin Han nodded slightly and hung up the call. Be safe? It should be to tell the gnolls to be careful. When the 3-winged angels with angel swords go to its house to check the water meter, the werewolf will know how dangerous society is. Ding! It is detected that the host's summoned creature has encountered the boss jackal, and the mission has been triggered. Kill the Silver Peak Jackal. Rewards: plant seed bags ×10, evolution points ×500. Hearing this system message, Lin Han raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is he actually a peak silver level gnoll? I have to give him some advice then. Then, Lin Han thought about it and sent the message to the 3 2-winged angels. Leave him with his body intact. I have other uses for his fur. Yes, master. The three-winged angels put away the angel swords they had just summoned. Null. Level, peak silver. Attack power, 1200. HP, 4396. Skill 1. Tracking. Detect nearby injured creatures and increase movement speed when moving towards the target. Skill 2. Eat raw animals and sucking blood. The jackal will use its sharp teeth to madly bite the target and restore its own health. Field expansion. With 3 consecutive swishing sounds, 3 pure white light circles spread rapidly, covering the entire battle area between the angels and the werewolves. The werewolf has a terrifying wolf head and is much taller than an ordinary person. Its dark brown fur is like hard spikes, and its sharp teeth are intertwined. As soon as it opens its mouth, saliva flows continuously. Roar! After feeling the holy breath, his whole body twisted restlessly, and finally he let out a loud roar, and his body turned into a shadow and ran towards the angel. Bang, bang, bang. 3 angels smashed down one by one in a circle. The gnoll was knocked away directly. I don't know which angel hit the werewolf's ribs, and the latter immediately spurted blood. It was approaching noon. Supplies from the iron or cave arrived again. Linhan simply took down all the iron ore that had been put on the shelves at 130. After a little thought, he put all the iron ore back on the shelves at a ratio of 140. At this time, Linhan also saw Song Kang's previous speech in the chat channel through the Lord bracelet. Idiot. After making a concise evaluation, Linhan closed the Lord bracelet and fell into a deep nap. Linhan was sleeping soundly, but others were once again furious about Linhan's pricing of supplies. That Linhan has put iron ore on the shelves again. That's a bit outrageous. What's the ratio this time? 140. It's twice as expensive as President Song's. Isn't this person in tea? Is this how he does business? What a profiteer. What a profiteer. What I hate most in my life is profiteers. Song Kang watched everyone arguing in the chat channel with a smile. After he had seen enough of everyone insulting Linhan, he spoke up. Everyone, don't be angry. Brother Linhan's family isn't well off, so this might be the first time he's gotten so many resources and he doesn't know what to do with them. I'll talk to him, don't be angry. In addition, the iron ore of our Summit of the Gods Alliance has been listed on the trading platform again at a ratio of 120. Brothers in need can go and buy it. President Song is awesome. The Summit of the Gods is awesome. Song Kang did not reply, as he had achieved his goal. Not only did he gain the title of the Top of the Gods, but he also completely ruined Lin Han's reputation. I don't care how many resources you have or what your background is. I will only make you regret becoming my enemy. Song Kang sat in his base, muttering to himself with a gloomy face. On the other side, Goose City. Ichu. Ichu. Lin Han sneezed twice in a row. Who is scolding me? Lin Han rubbed his nose and hummed. Why hasn't this gnoll died yet? Am I asking too much? Just leave the upper body alone. Lin Han was lying in the sun while muttering to himself. You have successfully killed the wild boss jackal and gained experience. You have reached LV7. As Lin Han upgrades, the protective shield range of the Iching base slowly advanced forward another 100 meters. A jackal corpse has been detected. Do you want to collect it? Hear the system's voice announcement. Lin Han somersaulted up from the rocking chair and immediately shared the vision of the 3 angels. I saw the werewolf lying on the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth. Except for a slightly deformed rib, the whole body was very intact. Lin Han looked at the deformed ribs, then looked at the 3 angels with a strange expression. I'm sorry, master. I was too harsh. Finally, the culprit couldn't stand Lin Han's resentful look anymore and said to Lin Han's luggage, What's your name? Master, my name is Yagubigu. Ah, Yagubigu, I'll punish you by making you carry his body back with you. Whether to collect. Forgotten, yes. Obtain item, Knoll's Horn. Knoll's Horn. Category, props/weapons. Level requirement, level 7. Attributes, intelligence plus 25, strength plus 25. Durability, 38 to 38. Additional effect, invigorate, active blow the horn of the knoll to increase the combat initiative of friendly units by 30% and increase all attributes by 30%, can be stacked with other amplification types. What the hell? Lin Han's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. This thing is too powerful. A 30% increase? It's definitely a great tool for team battles. If this horn is equipped with a big speaker, wouldn't that be even more powerful? After some thought, wanting to do something cool, Lin Han finally put the horn into his backpack. What do you mean by combat initiative? System? After returning to his own vision, Lin Han asked the system. It's belligerence. You can improve various hidden attributes, such as critical hit rate and attack range, etc. What the hell? Awesome. Improving combat initiative may not make sense to you, but if you increase the attack range of archers and pea shooters, that would be a very powerful attribute improvement. Enemies that could be hit within 100 meters before. After blowing the horn, you can attack from 130 meters away. This Jackal's horn, combined with Lin Han's plant army, is definitely a strategic existence. There isn't a single coward among the plants in Plants vs. Zombies. Except for the timid mushroom. Chapter 26 1-40, buying like crazy. After Lin Han communicated with the three angels, the three angels chose to carry the body of the werewolf back to the camp first. They definitely returned voluntarily. They were definitely not forced back to the camp, because Lin Han rolled on the ground and threw a tantrum. Lin Han patted the dirt off his body and smiled contemptuously. Mock up. I can't hear you. Lin Han was just about to continue his nap when he received another message from the Iron Mine Cave. Lin Han sat up and looked at the sky with a calm expression. Being too good is also a kind of trouble, and something that could make Lin Han give up his nap. There's only one way. Nice one. Lin Han simply washed his face to get rid of the dust that had just rolled around, then took big strides towards the Iron Mine Cave. Just now, the leader of the Iron Mine Cave sent a message. Boss, the dwarves have already smelted 500 pieces of fine iron according to your instructions. The success rate is quite high. I have been watching from the side. Lin Han said that he would be there soon. Letting a subject watch the dwarves smelting was also a necessary arrangement, although the subjects and dwarves are all his subordinates. But who can blame the dwarves for having the habit of secretly putting the ore into their pockets during smelting, using all sorts of excuses? Although these ores will return to Lin Han's hands again under his coercion and inducement. But Lin Han didn't want to chill the fragile heart of the dwarf craftsman. Just find someone to watch them smelt the metal, as long as they don't have a chance to put it in their pockets. There will be no disharmony between leaders and subordinates. Lin Han walked to the mine with square steps. As soon as he came in, he saw 5 dwarves sitting on small benches, looking at him sadly. I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. Lin Han continued to hypnotize himself psychologically. I went straight to the smelting table and saw the iron crystals extracted from the refined iron ore, shining under the illumination of the mining lamp. Lin Han happily took out a piece and played with it in his hand. Boss, the 500 iron blocks have been forged according to your request. You can take them home and use them first. I will watch them smelt them later. The original supervisor came forward and whispered to Lin Han. How fast are they smelting? It's quite fast. They start smelting at 9 a.m., finish at 12 p.m., and continue at 3 p.m. He said that the working hours of the dwarves are like this. Lin Han looked at the dwarves in surprise, nodded, and said, That's good, a blessing. Tell them to work overtime on the weekends, otherwise they won't get any food. The supervisor felt a chill all over his body, shivered, and replied, Okay, boss. Lin Han suddenly turned around, looked at the subject with a smile, and asked, Do you have a name? Boss, not yet. Because you asked me to supervise here, they all call me Ah Jian. Hearing this name, Lin Han looked strange and glanced downward involuntarily. The overseer shuddered with fear. Quickly cover some of the more important parts. This name doesn't sound good. Let me think of a name for you. Lin Han waved his hand and said, I'll call you. Jian looked at Lin Han expectantly. I'll call you Iron Bull. Tractor. What a deafening name. So much so that many years later, outsiders talked about Tainyo, the diplomatic ambassador of Goose City. I can't believe that this is the name of a diplomatic ambassador from such a famous city. Of course, this is all later. Hearing the words Tainyo, Jian looked at Lin Han, speechlessly. Who among my family members understands? If you don't know how to name something, don't do it. Don't Lin Tai or Lin Yunyo sound better than this. What the hell is Tainyo? But looking at the extremely certain expression on Lin Han's face, Tainyo chose to remain silent. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Lin Han said a few more words to Tainyo. He put the fine iron stone into his bag and left the iron mine. Of course, before leaving, Lin Han also gave the 5 smelting dwarves humane and warm comfort. After making sure that he had appeased the dwarves to the limit of their psychological endurance, Lin Han clapped his hands and left with satisfaction. Lin Han reaped a great harvest. However, the abuse against Lin Han in the chat channel became more and more severe as time went on. There is no other reason. The lords who had grabbed the 120 scale sold by Song Kong were all showing off how well their bases were now built. The lords who failed to grab the iron or watched other lords showing off while looking at the only 140 black hard iron were on the trading house. How can you not curse? The target of the scolding naturally fell on Lin Han. Black-hearted businessman, well deserved. Song Kong was in his own base, looking at Lin Han falling to the side with a sneer on his face. Although some of those who insulted Lin Han were water soldiers hired by Song Kong at Xiao Kuan's request, but there are still many people who fail to buy cheap iron ore. Their choices are either to buy the resources listed by Lin Han at a high price of 140, or to follow suit and insult Lin Han to see if he can make Lin Han feel guilty. Obviously no, because Lin Han didn't even pay attention to the chat channel in the Lord's bracelet. Now, he was humming good days while building his own wall. Today is a good day. Everything you dream of can come true. Lin Han consumed 300 units of refined ironstone and replaced all the stone walls outside the Lord's tower with iron walls. Looking at the mighty iron wall, Lin Han exclaimed, "I am so awesome." After letting the pea shooter shoot several rounds at it, Lin Han found that only a few white marks were left. After making sure there were no security loopholes outside the Lord's tower, Lin Han laid down in the rocking chair again with satisfaction. Not a single piece of iron ore was sold. Lin Han opened the Lord's bracelet out of curiosity. Only then did he see Song Kang's words and the criticisms of himself by many lords. This little green tea. Lin Han couldn't help but laugh. Song Kong talked over tea. There were actually people who followed his wishes and insulted him. Lin Han didn't take it seriously. In the dark world, strength is respected. When Lin Han used the pea Gatling gun to hit them in the face with peas as big as casserole pots, they will show due respect to Lin Han. After thinking about it, Lin Han took all the iron ore off the shelves. Chat channel. Lin Han. 1 unit of iron ore can be exchanged for 40 units of energy stones, and I will also give you 2 units of refined iron ore. It is now on the shelves, and everyone is welcome to buy it. Immediately following, he threw all the iron ore in his inventory into the trading house. As soon as this news came out, the trading house, which had been gradually evaluated, has once again stirred up a storm. What? Is this true? It's equivalent to 4 iron ores for 40 energy stones? A 1:10 ratio? That's awesome. Boss Lin, really? I have exchanged all my energy stones for iron ore, and the refined iron ore has also been transferred to my account. I will go to summon the dwarves now. Oh shit, I forgot to save the energy stones to summon the dwarves. Who can lend me some? Chapter 27. Lin Han rejected your friend request. Lin Han is having a big sale on bundled sales of iron ore. It directly caused riots in the entire area. Countless people would sell everything they have to go to the trading house to buy a few pieces of iron ore and get some free refined iron ore. Everyone knows, iron ore is several times better than ordinary iron ore. Weapons and armor made with refined iron ore as the main material are countless times stronger than ordinary weapons. Lin Han also grasped the mentality of the lords and used his resource advantage to make huge profits. After all, this thing called refined iron ore, there's no telling how many more there are in his private mine. As the saying goes, iron ore is common, but wool is uncommon. If you don't take advantage of the situation now, when will you? And Lin Han even found it among the purchasing staff. It even included secret purchases by members of the God Summit Alliance, such as Xiao Kuan. Fortunately, the deal went well. There is no mandatory real name purchase transaction. Otherwise, as long as Lin Han restricts the purchasing list, the Alliance of the Gods, chaired by Song Kong, will collapse at this moment. As for whether Song Kong secretly purchased it, unknown. Looking at the energy stones that were arriving quickly, Lin Han couldn't help but curl his lips. You say one thing and you say another. Lin Han complained. Buzz. Lin Han was just about to do some other preparations when his Lord bracelet suddenly vibrated violently. Open the Lord's bracelet and take a look. It turned out to be a friend request from Song Kong. Just now, Song Kong looked at the trading house and saw that the amount of iron or Lin Han had put on the shelves was decreasing rapidly, and he couldn't help but get angry. The iron or that he had resolutely sold at a low price seemed like a joke at this moment. At the same time, he was also terrified by Lin Han's deep reserves of resources. This fear was not because he was afraid that Lin Han would bring his own troops to attack him. Instead, he was afraid that Lin Han would take advantage of this advantage and upgrade the 3 camps before him, thus becoming the mayor. After all, it's customary. The first town in each district is always the most prosperous one, and no matter how hard other latecomers try, it is difficult to catch up. Now, Lin Han gathered resources and connections at such an astonishing speed. It can only be said that he was once again far ahead of others on the road to the 3rd book. This is a situation that Song Kong absolutely does not want to see. So he added Lin Han as his friend and prepared to discuss specific cooperation issues. It's not so much a collaboration. In fact, he also wanted to take advantage of Lin Han. The other party rejected your friend request. Lin Han refused at the speed of light. Song Kong also stood there in a daze. What do you want to do by adding me as your friend? To chat? I don't have time. Lin Han muttered to himself as he stood up and checked the properties of his base. Fuck it. After Song Kang's application was rejected again, he angrily threw the glass in his hand to the ground. Crack! The exquisite glass cup was smashed into countless pieces, and Song Kong stared at the mess on the ground fiercely. Lin Han, don't regret it. Although Song Kong is extremely angry now, he can only find an opportunity to attack Lin Han. There is a rule in the Star Dragon Empire that the families of any warrior fighting on the front lines will be strictly protected. The original intention of promulgating this regulation was to prevent some petty-minded people from using their family's power to attack other people's families after suffering losses in competition with their compatriots. Even though Song Kang's father was a high-ranking leader with great power, Song Kong didn't dare to do that. If discovered, not only would Song Kong be punished, but his father's career would also be affected. Of course, Song Kong may not be very aware that Lin Han is an orphan. Lin Han just entered the god's perspective. Buzz! The Lord's bracelet vibrated strongly again. Lin Han couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. You keep adding more. Aren't you annoying? Li Shishir requests to add you as a friend. When Lin Han saw this report, his eyes narrowed. Is he the descendant of the Holy Tang Li family? It's been a long time since we entered the dark world. The information about Li Shishir had already been leaked in the chat channel by someone with ulterior motives. Lin Han saw it by accident. Li Shishir, the eldest princess of the Li family in Shengtang province in the east. It is said that he is a rare person with 2 talents, one A-level talent for killing, and the other is SSS-level reincarnation. But from childhood to adulthood, no one could force Li Shishir to use her SSS-level talent cycle, whether it was family competition or some competitions. So until now, even the top leaders of the Star Dragon Empire do not know what the function of this reincarnation talent is. Why did Master Li add me again? Is this the kind of trouble that comes with being handsome? Lin Han shook his head, rejected Li Shishir's friend request. Firstly, he had no connection with Li Shishir, and the sudden friend request made him feel a little confused. Secondly, Lin Han was not very willing to have anything to do with people from these big families. According to the common plots in the novels he read in his previous life, if he got involved with these big clans, a lot of trouble would ensue. What's the matter with the broken engagement? What 3-year agreement? And so on. Lin Han felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Besides, it's very strange that a princess from the east suddenly came to the west. Having said that, we have to mention the distribution of the Star Dragon Empire. The Star Dragon Empire is divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, North, and 1 imperial capital. The imperial capital is tightly protected by the 4 major realms in the heart of the Star Dragon Empire. The Twilight City territory of the Dark World, where Lin Han and his companions are located, is close to the Western Territory and is directly governed by the Western Territory, and the purpose for which Lin Han and the others were teleported here. It is to recover the Western Territory that has been eroded by the Dark World. Is there some unspeakable secret in this Western Territory? Lin Han looked around mysteriously. But after being rejected once, Li Shishir never sent a friend request again. Very sense of boundaries. Lin Han nodded approvingly. Continuing to enter the god's perspective, according to Lin Han's plan, he will be promoted to the 2nd level base within the next 2 days. then upgrade to the third base during the Beast Tide. This way, he could not only win the bet with Shao Kuan, but also become the first lord of a 3-base among all the new lords in Twilight City. Lin Han thought of this. He gathered the resources he had. He built 3 holy water jars in a god's perspective and placed the 3 holy water jars close together. Holy water is a necessary material for upgrading to the second base. At this time, all the holy water was placed by Lin Han in the special water bottle in the Lord's bracelet, and there were nearly 400 units of holy water in stock. Lin Han decided to wait for one night. Wait until all 3 holy water jars are filled with water. The 1,000 units of holy water required to advance to the second level are basically enough. Looking at the holy water jar in front of him, Lin Han suddenly sighed for no reason. The gap between the rich and the poor is a bit exaggerated. Lin Han thought about it. The disciples of those big families have abundant resources to deploy, whether it's building bases or summoning advanced troops. They can even exchange them for supplies they need more. And those new lords who have no background, you can only use the basic supplies you have collected with great effort to exchange for things that can keep you alive in the Beast Tide. This is how cruel this world is. The generation gap between the rich and the poor. Chapter 28, Colorful Artifact. Lin Han had just finished calculating the stock of holy water. I received a long-distance telepathic call from the 2-winged ox and horse. Master, please share your vision. Hear the angel's hurried voice. Lin Han quickly shifted his attention to the angel. I just saw it transferred over. He was startled by the scene before him. What caught Lin Han's eyes was a field of broken limbs and body parts. These include various creatures, and even some dark races that are not usually seen. If this was in a movie, it would definitely be a scene that could not be played. What's going on? Lin Han frowned and fanned his nose. It was as if the pungent smell of blood really entered his nasal cavity. We found a small house, and based on the principle you taught us not to miss any piece of land, we decided to take a look. As a result, we were besieged by this group of monsters that suddenly appeared. After we cleaned it up, we discovered that we couldn't get into this hut. Lin Han frowned when he heard this. Can't get in? What do you mean? The leading angel replied. Because we're summoning soldiers, this kind of ruins hut is not a place we can go in and explore. When Lin Han heard the words ruin hut, his eyes lit up green. Then I'll go find you guys now. After a series of friendly negotiations, Yugubigu resolutely decided to return to the base to sit for a while and bring Lin Han over. Absolutely willing, Lin Han patted his hands again and rolled on the ground, getting covered in dirt, jumping up and down excitedly on the spot, just like an excited giant monkey. That's right, brother. That's right, brother. Lin Han flapped his arms. The ruins hut is the lowest scale ruins in the Dark World, but it is the most useful relic for the new lords of the first and second books. Although the probability of obtaining good things in those large-scale ruins is higher, it may be too difficult for Lin Han now. Lin Han thinks, even if he could find a weapon in this kind of ruins hut, it would be a huge boost to his combat power at this moment. Not long, the 2-winged angel Yugubigu carried Lin Han on his back and came to the door of the ruins hut. He didn't even say hello to the other 2 cows and horses. Lin Han flashed directly into the ruins hut. Just see. The room was empty except for a tattered table. There were no boxes or cabinets to store things. Lin Han curled his lips. What is this? There is nothing here. I made this trip for nothing. Just as he was about to turn around, the sharp-eyed Lin Han noticed a faint colorful light coming out from the gap between the wooden boards under the table. Lin Han casually took out an iron hammer used for building a base from the Lord's bracelet. Smash that piece of wood hard. Crack. The wooden board cracked. The colorful light hidden in it suddenly burst out, illuminating the entire room with colorful lights. Lin Han stared with wide eyes at the light flowing freely in front of him. 7-colored artifact? In the Dark World, there are many treasures hidden there. The grades are divided into human-grade artifacts, earth-grade artifacts, and heaven-grade artifacts. In the Star Dragon Empire, there are only 5 heavenly-grade artifacts, guarding the 5 major realms, including the Imperial Capital, and the other human-level artifacts and earth-level artifacts. It is guarded by the main leaders of each province. It is said that in the history of the Star Dragon Empire, there once appeared an artifact that surpassed the heavenly level. However, it was lost in a bloody battle with the Dark Race, and there has been no news about this artifact to date. But even if it is a human-level artifact, It can also provide a platform for the development of a small or medium-sized city. And now, Lin Han actually found a divine weapon in a small ruins hut of the smallest scale. Wait until the light fades. Lin Han looked at the hole in the floor. A bow lay quietly in the middle, with a faint light flickering on it. Lin Han's breathing gradually became heavier. This is a magical weapon, a magical tool that can bring peace. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? Lin Han calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and took the bow to the hole. It feels icy cold to the touch. Lin Han also felt that his strength had increased a lot after getting this bow. Hurricane, human-level artifact. Effect 1. Increases all attributes of the holder by 100%. Effect 2. Fires energy arrows into the sky, causing friendly units within range to launch 2 additional projectiles. The additional projectiles deal 15% of the original attack's damage. Effect 3. After Effect 2 takes effect, increase all attributes of friendly units by 25%. See the description of this human-level artifact. Lin Han rubbed his eyes hard. After rubbing it, Lin Han found that the human-level artifact was still there and gave himself 2 more big pouches. After making sure that I was not dreaming, Lin Han was overjoyed. This thing completely makes up for the shortcoming that Lin Han's troops currently have no AoE. Although the P Gatling gun has an extremely fast attack speed, it can only attack zombies one at a time. The efficiency is very slow. Now with the blessing of this hurricane, the P Gatling gun can launch 18 plus 36 ballistic attacks at a time, including the P itself. The combat effectiveness is not just a little bit stronger. Lin Han quickly placed the hurricane into the deepest part of the Lord's bracelet. System, can the properties of this artifact be evolved? Level 1. Currently owned. Level 2. Consume 888 evolution points. Increase the additional ballistic attack power to 20%, and increase the attribute increase to 30%. Level 3. Consume 1888 evolution points. Increase the additional ballistic attack power to 25%, and increase the attribute increase to 35%. Level 4. Consume 3888 evolution points. Increase the additional ballistic attack power to 30%, and increase the attribute increase to 40%. Awesome, but it consumes a lot of energy, and you need stigmata to upgrade to the later stages. From the current situation, as long as there are no tough guys, a first-level artifact is more than enough. I also have the Horn of the Knoll, 2 attribute-enhancing items, and the Domain of a Goobigu, and the others. I am invincible below the immortals, and I will trade with those above the immortals. Lin Han gestured in a very cocky manner. Following right on, he walked out of the ruins hut, waved his hand, and returned to the base with the 3 cows and horses. Of course, Yigubigu was still willing to carry Lin Han back on his back. These cows and horses also know this. Lin Han definitely got something good in the cabin. Otherwise, considering how evil Lin Han is impossible for him to give them a holiday at this point. Black-hearted boss. Return to base. Lin Han took away all the day's harvest from the mine and put it directly on the trading floor. The original price is still the same, 1 piece of iron or can be exchanged for 40 energy stones, but 2 pieces of refined iron or are given as a gift. Finish these. Lin Han lay on his jackal skin bed and began to enjoy the night scenery. At this time, Teeny Yu and the others should have gone off work, right? I am such a conscientious boss. Chapter 29 Blood Moon. As a qualified boss, Lin Han felt that he was kind enough to think about the dwarves. At this time, Lin Han's massive sale of goods at the trading house attracted countless lords to scramble for them. Among them, those who got the iron or were so excited in the chat channel. Those who didn't get anything beat their chests and stamped their feet. Many people were in the chat channel asking Lin Han to release some more supplies. But Lin Han had already turned off the Lord bracelet. He lay on the jackal skin and slowly fell asleep. Lin Han was sleeping soundly. He didn't notice at all. A huge blood moon quietly climbed into the night sky. The entire Twilight Zone area was illuminated in a bloody color. The 3rd day into the Dark World. After Lin Han got up, he immediately opened the trading bank to check. After a night of waiting, he found that most of the iron or he had put on the shelf had been sold, and he exchanged it for a total of 1,000 units of holy water and 30,000 units of energy stones. With these resources, he can then sprint towards a second base faster. Among them, holy water, needless to say, is an indispensable material for the base's upgrade. Whether the energy stone continues to summon two-winged angels or summons other types of soldiers, it can give Lin Han a huge leading advantage among all the new lords. Region-wide report. Affected by the blood moon, the dark beast tide will arrive earlier, estimated time, 23 hours later. Region-wide report. Affected by the blood moon, the dark beast tide will arrive earlier, estimated time, 23 hours later. Region-wide report. Affected by the blood moon, the dark beast tide will arrive earlier, estimated time, 23 hours later. 3 district-wide reports came in succession. This stunned Lin Han, who was stretching. Blood moon? In advance? What's going on? It wasn't just Lin Han who was shocked. All the lords in Twilight City, even the children of those big families, Song Kong, Li Shishir, and others, were shocked by this district-wide broadcast. The blood moon that hasn't been seen for more than a decade has suddenly appeared. It seems that this tough battle must be fought. What the hell is a blood moon? Why is that thing hanging in the sky forever? Only then did everyone realize it. A huge blood moon hung quietly in the sky. Lin Han was lying on the bed. He also saw the moon hanging high in the sky through the panoramic skylight. I really want to go right now and kill that green tea Song Kong. That Xiao Kun too. Just kill him with one punch. 2 thoughts inexplicably appeared in Lin Han's mind. He was frightened. I quickly shook my head to get rid of these strange thoughts. Why did this strange thought suddenly come to my mind? After Lin Han washed his face with clean water, he felt much clearer. To be honest, Song Kong had been sowing discord before. Lin Han had never had such a horrible thought. But now, is it because of the blood moon? Lin Han raised his head and glanced secretly at the blood moon. It seems that the blood moon can affect people's minds. We can't look at it for too long. Except Lin Han. Other lords also noticed something wrong with the blood moon. My family, please don't look at the moon. I just looked at it for a while, and the dog raised by the people in my base passed by me, and I slapped it twice. You can't do that. I just found a succubus when I was exploring outside. I was planning to let her go, but because I took a look at the blood moon, I had a big fight with this succubus. Brother, are you serious about what you were doing? Give me the coordinates. I'm afraid you can't do it, brother. Goose City. By asking the system. Lin Han also knew some things about the blood moon. Blood moon. It only happened once a dozen years ago. But it happened to be at that time. It happened to be the time when the Dark World race invaded the human race. That blood moon brought a large amount of high-end combat power to the entire Dark World. It's not so much about bringing combat power. In fact, it raises the species level of the entire Dark World to a higher level. The monsters that were originally stuck at the peak of various realms broke through one after another, bringing tremendous pressure to the defense line of the entire human race. It was also because of that blood moon that several cities fell and many humans became blood food for the Dark World. According to this blood moon should have a certain increase in the combat power of the entire dark race. But I don't know if there are any side effects. Lin Han brought Yigubigu, Makabaka, and others with him. No, wait for the angel. Wearing sunglasses, lying in a rocking chair, and looking at the blood moon in the sky. What? You asked where the sunglasses came from. Don't ask. The answer is that it was found in the dirty technology bracelet that was discovered before. Since the dark beast tide is coming. The black-hearted boss Lin Han only gave the 3-winged ox horses a day off. After getting up, Lin Han seized the opportunity to put all the resources he didn't need on the trading floor and exchange them all for energy stones. And he took all the evolution points produced by the sunflowers. Life is getting better and better. Looking at the gradually increasing resources, Lin Han smiled with satisfaction. Region-wide report. In this dark beast tide, the Lord Bracelet will count the number of monsters killed by each Lord. The top 100,000 Lords will receive a large number of rewards, and the first-ranked Lord will receive an additional legendary level or above blind box. Another report. After seeing the final reward, Lin Han widened his eyes in shock. My mind is getting excited. What is the concept of a blind box above the legendary level? That is, among the rewards after opening, the minimum rewards are all legendary items. You must know, the design drawing of his double-winged angel is a legendary item. If you can get a blind box above the legendary level, maybe you will be lucky enough to get an item beyond the legendary level. Then he will become the new king among the new lords in Twilight City. Far ahead. Next, Lin Han and a few angels lay down until noon. After lunch, they got up and prepare to continue decorating their Goose City. The last wall was quite effective. This time, Lin Han plans to continue arranging the defense of his base in the same way as last time. Just this time, Lin Han replaced all the wall materials with refined iron ore. So heartless. The other lords are still struggling. While searching for iron ore to set up the defense of the Lord's Tower, Lin Han has already used the expensive refined iron ore on the defensive formation outside the city. This is the difference. Lin Han has just finished the arrangements. I felt the Lord's bracelet on my wrist vibrate violently. Since he has set the message priority, only specific messages will have vibration prompts. Lin Han quickly opened the Lord's bracelet to check. Tainyo, boss, come quickly. We found something good again. Chapter 30 Mysterious? Or Blue Spirit Green Jade. Hear the news. Lin Han turned on the loudspeaker and played the message again. Immediately, he glanced indifferently at Yugobigu, who was sitting opposite him. Yugobigu suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Well, I suddenly remembered that I haven't been to the mine for a long time. I want to go and take a look. Lin Han nodded. Sensible. Yugobigu carried Lin Han to the mine. After arriving near the iron mine cave, Lin Han jumped down immediately and walked towards the depths of the mine with square steps. Tainyo was supervising several dwarves smelting from a distance. When he saw Lin Han coming, he immediately put down what he was doing and ran towards Lin Han. Boss, we unearthed a strange ore while mining on the assembly line today. But the dwarves don't know what the function of this ore is. As Tainyo spoke, he took out a piece of ore that was shining with blue light from his pocket. Lin Han reached out and took it. Just see. This is a gem that is completely blue, and the whole stone flashes blue light from time to time. In the middle of the stone, there's also a small yellow embellishment. Blue Spirit Green Jade can enchant soldiers or buildings. The enchantment properties are as follows. Attribute 1. Increases the damage caused by soldiers or buildings, but also increases the damage caused by attacks. Attribute 2. When attacking, the stacking damage increases. The stacking limit is 20 layers, and it will be reduced by 5 layers after receiving damage. Attribute 3. Greatly increased defense. Attribute 4. Can make the enchanted target have taunt attributes, while increasing the target's vitality and defense. After seeing the properties of this blue ore, Lin Han was so surprised that he was speechless. Can I choose the enchantment effect of this thing myself? Lin Han shook his head curiously. After looking at the iron ox in front of him that was looking at him eagerly, Lin Han directly chose to enchant the Blue Spirit Green Jade. Do you want to enchant the current target? Yes, the enchantment attribute is taunt. Enchantment successful. Just see. A blue light flashed under Tainyo's feet. When Lin Han looked at Tainyo, he suddenly felt very angry. Why are you so angry? Tinu, have you eaten? If not, take my punch. Seeing Lin Han raising his fist as big as a casserole, Tainyo quickly found a cover and hid himself. Boss, remove the enchantment. Quickly. After hearing Tainyo say this, Lin Han realized that Tainyo was not asking for a beating, but was enchanted with a taunt effect. Remove the enchantment. A yellow light flashed, and the ore appeared in Lin Han's hand again. It's working great. Lin Han raised his eyebrows as he looked at the ore in his hand, then looked at the smiling Tainyo in front of him. Have you eaten, Tinu? If not, take my punch. Tainyo was so scared that he ran away. After Lin Han collected all the supplies in the mine once again, he left the mine contentedly. Black-hearted boss. Tainyo waved goodbye to Lin Han with a smile on his face. Goose City. Lin Han sat in the rocking chair and played with the Blue Spirit Green Jade. The taunting effect is so strong. Lin Han scratched the back of his head. A bold idea emerged in Lin Han's mind. Ordinary stones can be used in the construction of most buildings. Then I guess this Blue Spirit Green Jade can also be used in the construction of the base, and the effect will be even stronger. If you take advantage of its powerful defensive properties, then the overall defense of Goose City will be greatly improved. And it is very likely that there is such a Blue Spirit Green Jade mine in Lin Han's private mine. Think of this. Lin Han's eyes turned green, the kind of green that glows with desire. Lin Han immediately decided that after this dark beast tide, he must upgrade the population as quickly as possible. Let more citizens who love labor go into the mines to work. While allowing these subjects to realize their own value, they can also help him dig for treasures hidden deep in the mines. After all, this is a mysterious mineral. This has never been encountered in the original body's previous studies. Even those knowledgeable teachers have never mentioned this blue-green jade. I forgot, I should have threatened Tainyo just now. I wonder if this kid is keeping his mouth shut. Lin Han pounded his fist and said regretfully, because the strategic significance of this ore is so great. If other lords or races in the dark world knew the existence of such a good thing, that will definitely become a resource that must be fought for. This time, Lin Han brought back about 10 pieces of blue spirit green jade from the mine. Although this kind of stone is very useful, the quantity is too small after all. If they were integrated into the entire city wall, perhaps the effect will be diluted because the quantity is too small. Never mind. Let's try out the effects first. Lin Han walked to the arranged arrow tower. Is it integrated? System, what is the difference between enchantment and fusion? The effect of enchantment will weaken over time. The effect of fusion will not weaken, but the enchantment stone cannot be taken out. Lin Han nodded. Let's enchant it first and see the effect. Increased defense. A blue light flashed on the arrow tower. Lin Han looked around. All I saw was a dark metallic light flashing on the arrow tower. Lin Han took out a pea shooter and fired 3 shots in a row at the arrow tower. Tut tut tut. The 3 consecutive shots from the pea shooter with 50 attack points only left 3 white marks on the enchanted arrow tower. Skisk. This defense is really good. Lin Han touched the arrow tower, feeling the cold metal in his hand, and couldn't help but marvel at it. The world is so big that there is nothing strange. Lin Han stroked the blue spirit stone in his hand. If this thing could be evolved using evolution points, that would be awesome. Lin Han thought about it and asked the system directly. It is detected that the host currently has insufficient resources and cannot evolve this item. Look at the prompts given by the system. Lin Han fell into deep thought. Blue spirit stone should be able to evolve, but the items needed for evolution are not just evolution points. Inside the mine, with the roar of the machine, a large piece of mountain fell down, and the already huge mine expanded again. Tainyo walked over curiously to check it out. Behind a solid wall, there was an open space. 9 huge stone tablets stand in the middle. As the light enters, the huge stone tablet also began to emit blue light. 9 huge stone tablets form a circle. Tainyo saw from afar that there seemed to be an altar in the center of the huge circle, but against the backdrop of the huge stone tablet, the altar looked particularly small. Tainyo was curious and wanted to go in to check, but was blocked outside by a light blue light curtain. I could only look at the center of the altar from afar. At this time, a beam of blue light slowly rose in the middle of the altar. Chapter 31, Archer Tower with Taunt. Even though Tinia knew, there may be a lot of treasure in this mysterious place. But in a place like this, there is only one outcome for running around. That is death. Even though the blue light there continued to stir Tainyo's heart, he still resolutely turned around and left. He did not inform Lin Han of the news either, because he knows it too. The next beast tide is about to come, and Lin Han's time is of the essence now. It won't be too late to tell him after Lin Han has finished arranging the defense of the base and defending against the beast tide. If you really can't defend it, then there would be no point in telling Lin Han this news. All my friends are gone. What's the point of having a mine? Right. Goose City. Lin Han continued to stay in the canyon passage. Several fine iron walls were arranged, occupying half of the passage. After the last experience, he was more clever in arranging defensive attacks. However, this time there will be bosses of different stages in the Beast Tide. Lin Han simply designed the battlefield a little further away from the Lord Tower to prevent any AoE skills from covering his Lord Tower. System, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade the Archer Tower? Lin Han held 2 blue spirit stones in his hands and kept playing with them. The first evolution requires 50 evolution points. After unlocking the illustrated book, 15 evolution points are required. Lin Han nodded. Help me evolve these 2 Archer Towers. Evolving? Although the Archer Tower has the ability to attack automatically, its shortcomings are also very obvious. First, the attack power is too low, and it takes 3 to 4 attacks to match the damage of the pea shooter. Second, its defense is too poor. It is in danger of collapse at any time when facing a large number of zombies besieging it. Lin Han evolved the Archer Tower in an attempt to make up for these 2 shortcomings. Just see. A white light flashed from top to bottom on the Archer Tower. Arrow Tower. Level 1. Attack power, 35. Status, can be amplified by attributes. Lin Han gave a big thumbs up. As expected of a system product. It's really awesome, the attack power has doubled. Lin Han was shocked when he saw the attributes of the evolved Archer Tower. Also, the illustrated book function is quite good. It can directly reduce the consumption of evolution points by more than half. It's very likely that the system has other very powerful functions, but my level is too low to unlock them. That's right. After accepting the insults of the system, Lin Han then took the Blue Spirit Stone and approached the 2 archery towers. He planned to upgrade both Archer Towers into Archer Towers with taunt function. In this way, even if monsters could get close to the defense line, they would be attracted by the Archer Towers in the first place, thus giving other output plants more output space. Lin Han was extremely worried. He looked at the resources in his Lord bracelet again. According to his current understanding of the world, this Dark World is a tower defense game similar to Plants vs. Zombies. Look for opportunities to expand your city-state amid the constant erosion of the Beast Tide. Eventually take back the human territory that was corrupted by the Dark World. At least, this is the information Lin Han can access now. I have never heard of the human race taking the initiative to attack. Lin Han scratched his head. I felt relieved when I saw the abundant resources in my backpack. Tower defense warfare is all about resources. Faced with a large number of monster beasts, if there are not enough resources to keep offensive and defensive measures repaired, then this tower defense battle will be exhausted sooner or later. But it would be best if we could find some materials similar to memory metal. Lin Han patted the iron wall outside the Lord's Tower. There is some truth in this. In this kind of battle, the defensive power and vitality of the city walls can only be ranked second in importance. The most important thing is the recovery ability of the city wall. For example, if Lin Han's city wall now had the same recovery ability as memory metal, then he wouldn't have to keep an eye on the safety of the city wall. Even say, there's no need to constantly repair the city walls. As long as the walls of Goose City can remain undefeated under the attacks of massive numbers of zombies, even elite monsters and lords, then Goose City will exist forever. Of course, according to Lin Han's current firepower coverage, there are very few monsters that can approach the Goose City Lord's Tower. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the city wall being breached. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Lin Han's mind. System, cancel the enchantment. Lin Han glanced at the time. There are still 10 hours left until the Beast Tide. Looking at the blue spirit green jade in my hand that was constantly flashing with light, Lin Han immediately entered the construction mode from a god's perspective with just a thought. Smelting or not? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Han hesitated for a moment and then chose to melt the 2 archer towers he already had into materials. Although this will cost me some materials, but if what I think is true, then it will be a huge profit. By smelting existing buildings, you will obtain 50% to 70% of raw materials. Of course, the specific amount depends on the level of the base and your luck. Lin Han curled his lips as he looked at the 60% of raw materials he had obtained. After feeling a little sorry for his materials, he immediately devoted himself to the construction of the base. On the page for building an archer tower, Lin Han used blue spirit green jade as the main material. Use 4 pieces of blue spirit green jade for each archer tower, and use refined iron stones for the rest. For the main material, Lin Han chose 4 blue spirit stones. Firstly, he didn't have much blue spirit green jade to build a base. Secondly, with Lin Han's current technology tree capabilities in his base, he can only place 4 units of materials in the main material section. As for auxiliary materials, they should be placed according to one's personal financial strength. However, the main material is the core prop that lays the foundation for the basic properties of the building. However, the role of auxiliary materials is also very important. Adding iron ore and refined ironstone will definitely have 2 different effects. Let's set the height to 4 meters, Lin Han muttered. In addition to active attacks, we will also arrange 2 archers to serve as sentries later. Also, a higher height can also better bring out the taunting effect of the blue spirit stone, so that there won't be too many monsters and it won't be impossible to taunt. In the number 1 auxiliary material, Lin Han put down 40 pieces of fine iron stones. This will make the rebuilt archer tower completely different from the previous one. Both defense and health points increase exponentially. For the second position auxiliary material, Lin Han put down another 40 pieces of fine iron stones. If you really want to pursue firmness, then go all the way. As for the auxiliary materials for position 3, Lin Han placed 10 first-level dark crystals according to the system suggestion. According to the system, if Lin Han builds an arrow tower with taunt attributes, then this dark crystal can further stimulate the taunt effect. Check completed. Lin Han chose synthesis. Chapter 32 Archery Tower? Come here. Lin Han decisively pressed the synthesize button, following a surge of white light. The shape of an arrow tower gradually emerged from the white light. Construction successful. Looking at the message coming from the Lord's bracelet, Lin Han nodded with satisfaction. He immediately exited the god's perspective and went to check. Just see. The archery tower, which is different from the previous wooden arrow towers, stands in the center of the canyon passage. The black steel color flashes a different light under the sky of the dark world. Even the prepared arrow tips were flashing with cold light. Please name it. Lin Han raised his eyebrows as he looked at the prompt that appeared in front of him. There's a very interesting rule among the human race. That is, if you invent a new building, you have the right to name it. This name will also be automatically synchronized to the Lord bracelets of all human beings. If someone invents the same building in the future, this name will be used. It seems that I'm the first one to invent this taunting arrow tower. Lin Han waved his hand. I must give it a domineering name. Lin Han stroked his chin and thought for a while. I just asked you to come over. Name, come here. Naming successful. Come here. Level, first level. Attack power, 45. Defense, 135. Special ability 1. The archer on the tower shouts, come here, taunting the enemy unit to attack. Special ability 2. After a successful taunt, the defense and vitality of the archer tower and its archers can be greatly increased. Special ability 3. Made of special materials, it can self-repair as long as it is not destroyed all at once. What the hell? Self-repair? I found a treasure. Lin Han excitedly pinched Yigubigu, who was standing next to him. As for why not pinch yourself? Because he is afraid of pain. Looking at Yigubigu's resentful eyes, Lin Han was sure that he was not dreaming. The blue spirit green jade has a special function that even the system has not discovered, and that is the ability to self-heal. That is, similar to memory metal, the ability to self-repair damage. What is the concept? Suppose two lords fight. One was fighting while the other was busy asking his subjects to repair the city walls. On Lin Han's side, the entire nation is fighting, and the city walls are constantly repairing themselves. The number of people alone is enough to form an absolute advantage. It seems that we need to find more blue spirit stones. We must quickly get a large amount of this resource before others discover its importance. I have too few blue spirit stones right now. I'll use the rest for enchanting first. When I have more, I'll use them as raw materials to rebuild the entire base. I should go to the mine more often when I have time. Maybe there is a large area of blue spirit stone mine under the ground. Lin Han muttered to himself as he made the arrangements. He placed 2 archers on each, come here, archer tower, and told them to always pay attention to their gestures during battle. Just see the signal. I'll yell at you to come over here right away. Hear this slogan. An archer pointed at his nose and said, My lord, what did I say? Yes, you said it. Now say it again for me to hear. Lin Han hugged his shoulders and squinted at the archer. You come here. Lin Han waved his hand. Where did the mosquito come from? The sound is so quiet that I can't hear it. The other archers looked at this conspicuous bag with anticipation. Come here. The sound was slightly louder than before. Speak louder. You want to drive a warship with such a low voice? Come here. The conspicuous archer shouted directly, his voice breaking. Not bad, not bad. Lin Han clapped his hands with satisfaction. Boss, I think my other compatriots should also go through a training session. The conspicuous package stood at attention and salute. Come here. Come here. A moment later, the 4 archers stood facing each other and yelled. Lin Han arranged for Yigubigu to watch them training. After arranging everything, he lay down in the rocking chair. Except for the conspicuous one at the beginning, the other 3 archers had murderous intent in their eyes. Except for the archer tower and the fine iron city wall. Lin Han placed several pea seeds and potato mines in the most conspicuous position of the Lord's bracelet. After the reduction of the illustrations, this potato mine only requires 2 evolution points to make one. Lin Han found an open space and tried it out, and was able to directly blow up the rocks. It is a must-have item for home, travel, murder, and arson, with high quality and low price. Lin Han took out a few more cherry seeds. When this thing evolves to the first stage, it should be a cherry bomb. Lin Han rubbed his hands excitedly. I hope I won't be disappointed. Do you want to consume 25 evolution points to evolve cherry seeds? Look at the system prompt that pops up in front of you. Lin Han also understood it roughly. This cherry bomb is probably a disposable consumable item like the potato mine. However, the consumption is indeed more than twice that of potato mines. Presumably the effect will be even stronger. Cherry bomb. Attack power, 250. Attack range, 250. Can be detonated manually. Looking at the 3-digit attack power of the cherry bomb, Lin Han blinked his big eyes. 25 evolution points. And you get a big brother with 250 attack power, although it is a disposable consumable. But this attribute is too abnormal. What does an attack range of 250 yards mean? You should know that the first level pea shooter only has a range of 800 yards. Side effect: friendly units within the explosion range will be blown into a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 50% for 30 minutes. See this negative effect. Lin Han couldn't help but gasp. As expected, cheap goods are not good and good goods are not cheap. I just wonder if this thing will also weaken Yigubigu and the others if it explodes. After having this idea, Lin Han cast his curious gaze towards the angels, such as Yigubigu, who were supervising the archers training not far away. The latter suddenly felt a tremendous chill. She immediately turned around and gave Lin Han a beautiful back view. Tisk, what's wrong with letting me explode? Lin Han was dissatisfied. Open the illustrated guide. Lin Han discovered that the cherry bomb, which had been reduced in the illustration, only required 10 evolution points. And this is just a first-level cherry bomb, but it has an attack power of 250 points. A quarter of an angel. Cherry bomb 2.0. Attack power 500. Attack range 500. Although the 2.0 version of the cherry bomb is more powerful, but the number of evolution points consumed at one time is indeed a bit too much. Now, Lin Han is not yet so extravagant as to use evolution points casually. Now, Lin Han is in a good mood. While other lords were still using basic troops, wielding maces and daggers to face zombies, he has entered the era of hot weapons. The potato mine is a single-soldier combat mine. Cherry bombs are large-caliber broadsword mines. The pea shooter is a fully automatic rifle. As for angels, regarding the current battle scene, this thing is a nuclear bomb. It's just like the old man and the skinny guy who were thrown from the Bard Empire to the Sakura Empire. Pure nuclear weapons. Chapter 33. The Beast Tide is coming to the entire area. After the preparation work is completed, Lin Han also gave some temporary privileges to the angels and his subjects. That is to allow them to freely use holy water to replenish their own status at any time when the Beast Tide comes. But this privilege only lasts until the Beast Tide ends. Of course, two-winged angels like Yigubigu don't need this privilege. This privilege is for archers and other junior soldiers who are easily injured in the Beast Tide. Complete all preparations. Lin Han looked at the Lord's bracelet. There are 2 hours left before the Dark Beast Tide arrives. There are 2 hours left before the Dark Beast Tide arrives. Another 2-part report. After Lin Han stretched his body, he lay back on the recliner near the Lord's tower. Next, it could be a battle that lasts hours or even days. Lin Han also wanted to replenish his strength to prepare for the battle. At the same time, everyone in the entire area understood that after this Beast Tide, the gap between the new Lord echelons would be completely widened. Even many lords who can't keep up with the progress. Because the Lord's tower was destroyed by the Beast Tide, they would be completely lost in the dark world and become part of the monsters. But no one would feel pity for these people. The dark world is a cold-blooded world. People who have poor talents and are unwilling to work hard to improve themselves are destined to be swallowed up. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this Beast Tide, they would be eroded by the endless Beast Tide that followed, and might even be swallowed up in the competition with fellow human beings. While Lin Han and Tainyo were busy, no one noticed that the mysterious blue light slowly covered the entire mine. All the ores in the entire mine were mixed with a hint of blue light. Call! The biting cold wind suddenly blew. The dark world, which originally had no light, was gradually covered by a black fog. If Lin Han could feel these changes, he would be greatly shocked. Because the vision in the dark world now is exactly the same as the last episode of the special drama Ultraman Tiga that he watched in his previous life when the evil god Gitanji appeared. And this is also a sign of the surge and strange appearance of monsters. Faced with such a vision, most of the lords in the entire area were in a state of panic. Brothers, I'm a little scared. Why is the black fog so thick this time? Is this the end of the world? Can anyone come and save me? Don't be afraid, brothers. I've already moved. My place is the crossing point for the beast tide. I'll just move the Lord Tower and leave. Me too. I followed the instructions on the Lord's bracelet and moved to a place far away from this beast tide. Ha ha ha. Envy. I want to move too, but too many resources have been spent on construction. If I smelt them all, it would be a huge loss. In the dark world, before the Lord's base is upgraded to level 3 and can be free, you can actually move. However, moving means wasting materials and giving up all the hard work that I've done before. Even if I can survive the beast tide, I will still fall behind in the development of the same generation of human lords. So few people choose to move. In the dark world, crisis and opportunity always coexist. Those who escape will save their base and their lives. But what they don't know is, the beast tide's target was the light on the Lord's Tower. Even if they move away, there will also be dark creatures following their trail of light. The fight continues until death. Now, he dared to confront the beast tide head-on and even had the mind to lie in a rocking chair and bask in the sun. I'm afraid it's only Lin Han. Lin Han will never move, because in the process of defending against the beast tide, a large number of blueprints, materials, and rare crystals will be dropped. These things are not normally available in large quantities. This is also one of the main reasons why Lin Han carefully built the Goose City defense base. Lin Han believes it. After this fierce battle, his base will enjoy a long period of stability, plus the various materials dropped by the beast tide, as well as its own system. Lin Han can expand his camp according to his own plan. By then, all resources, including the dilapidated camp, will become the steps for his progress. Similarly, Lin Han's choice also directly laid the foundation for him to gain a big lead in the city-state mission. Not all lords are fools. Although people like Song Kong and Xiao Kuan are not good people, they can see this clearly. They also chose to build defensive fortifications at their base, preparing to face the beast tide head-on. The role of the top of the gods alliance was also clearly revealed at this moment. Important resources for most members. Song Kong used various means to trick him into his hands and used him for his own purposes. In the end, these members had no choice but to move away from their base and most of its facilities to escape the beast tide. Roar! The raging wind roared, as if announcing the arrival of a tide of beasts. The strange black fog gradually gathered together, flowing slowly in the air like a dark river. I've seen monsters. There are more than a dozen of them right here. I saw it too. I'm in the northern part of the area, and a monster is slowly crawling up. Fuck, that's too much. I kind of regret that I didn't retreat. Lin Han, who had been paying attention to the Lord's bracelet, sat up straight after seeing the news. He quickly placed the noise generator that had not exploded last time in the location he wanted. Several potato mines were buried near the noise generator. Potato mines are now cheap and good quality. Lin Han directly made a backpack in case of emergency. At the same time, Lin Han also asked the system about the conditions for archer advancement. Other lords may only be able to summon basic archers at this stage, and can only rely on more advanced troop summoning cards to summon more powerful troops in the future. But Lin Han can pass the system. Directly use evolution points to evolve your archer. A third-level archer can evolve into an intermediate archer. Level 6 archers can evolve into advanced archers. How many evolution points are needed to evolve an archer? Second-level archer. Consume 30 evolution points. Increase attack speed by 30%, attack power by 30%, and movement speed by 3. Level 3 archer. Consume 60 evolution points. Increase attack speed by 60%, attack power by 60%, and movement speed by 6. Level 4 archer. Consumes 120 evolution points. Increases attack speed by 120%, attack power by 120%, and movement speed by 12. Level 5 archer. Consumes 240 evolution points. Increases attack speed by 240%, attack power by 240%, and movement speed by 24. 6th level Archer. Consume 480 evolution points plus Soldier Stigmata. Increase attack speed by 200%, increase attack power by 200%, and add 3 additional projectile trajectories. He looked at the Archer's profile and then at the evolution points in his hand. Lin Han directly found an Archer and upgraded him to the 3rd level. There was a flash of blue light. This Archer was also upgraded from white quality to blue quality. Lin Han didn't waste any time and directly opened the illustration to take a look. After the reduction of the illustrations, Lin Han only needs 45 evolution points to upgrade a 3rd level Archer. And these 45 evolution points is the sum of the 2nd and 3rd stage upgrades. In other words, after the system reduction, Lin Han's summoning of a 3rd level Archer is half the price than before. Chapter 34, it's all points, baby. Lin Han was overjoyed and wanted to pull the system out of his mind and get a big kiss. System baby, come quickly, give me a nice one. Unbinding. No, I was just kidding. But you really help a lot, Lin Han said with a serious face. With this group of 3rd-tier archers, the Come Here Archer Tower with relatively low attack power can also usher in a qualitative leap. While attracting the monster's hatred, you can also clear out a large number of monsters. The attack power of the 3rd level Archer has reached a terrifying 120 points. Lin Han continued to instruct them to have 2 people guard one Come Here Archer Tower, and the rest would form a front line with the pea shooters to jointly defend the city wall. Before the monster reaches Goose City, Lin Han took some time out of his busy schedule to make a big meal with the meat he had. After eating and drinking, he was fully armed and ready for the battle. What do you mean by fully armed? That is Lin Han hiding behind the angels such as Yigubigu, hanging the holy water around his waist, putting the horn of the werewolf on the other side, and holding the artifact tightly in his hand. Through the perception of Yigubigu, Lin Han knew that a large number of monsters were approaching Goose City. Only, this time, Lin Han did not arrange them to divide into 3 groups for defense. Because whether it is according to the system's tasks or the city-state tasks issued by the human race, this beast tide is extremely terrifying. Lin Han was also afraid that if any accident occurred, the angels would not be able to provide quick support. A beast tide has arrived in your area. Please be careful. Lin Han's bracelet suddenly vibrated extremely strongly. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Lin Han's eyes narrowed. Is it finally coming? Quickly stand up and enter the god's perspective. Lin Han did discover that in the distance there were countless monsters slowly approaching the protective shield of Goose City. In Lin Han's sight, mainly low-level dark creatures such as ghouls, zombies, and some giant zombies and wanderers, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of monster beasts are pouring towards the base. A strange black mist like liquid was slowly flowing in the air. At the same time, the biting cold wind had changed direction, blowing towards Lin Han like a dagger mixed with wisps of black mist. It even made Lin Han feel pain on his face. What surprised Lin Han was, surprisingly, there were monsters slowly approaching only on one side of the canyon passage. It seems that there must be other lords in the other 2 directions, who have also attracted the monster's attention. But this is also good. It can relieve a lot of my pressure. If conditions permit, I still want to fight my way out. While thinking, Lin Han looked at his Lord Tower. Lord Tower. Level, 1 book. Duration of time you can leave the tower, 12 hours. The human race's beacon has another function. That is, you can carry the light stone in the Lord Tower and temporarily leave the protection range of the Lord Tower's protective shield. And this time, it is extended as the base level increases. After the specified time, you must return to the Lord's Tower and place the light stone safely in the Lord's Tower. Otherwise, you will be swallowed by the aura of the dark world and become a monster. It is rumored that there are many top-level experts who can leave the Lord's Tower freely for several months or even a year. Of course, this kind of people choose to travel through the dangerous dark world because they have a mission. Otherwise, who would be willing to walk in this dark world full of monsters? Suddenly, the light stone in the Lord's Tower suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Then within just a few seconds, the light of the Lord's Tower's light shield shrank rapidly, illuminating only the area 100 meters around the Lord's Tower. This is a special arrangement made by Lin Han to resist the beast tide. Condensing and compressing the light of the light protective shield can better resist the attacks of dark creatures. The beast tide is coming. Igubigu, you are free to move as you please. You can launch a decapitation operation if necessary. Linhan put away his joking intention and made arrangements at a rapid speed. In the dark world, dark creatures also have territorial divisions, just like the animals that humans were familiar with in the past. If the lord of a region could be killed directly through decapitation, all other monsters in the region would flee at high speed. They don't care that there are a lot of other companions around them. They only know that after the omnipotent boss dies, it will be their turn next. Meanwhile, chat channel. There are too many dark creatures. One of my archers has been bitten to death. Is there any big brother who can come and help me? My coordinates are UN%. I can't go, buddy. I'm surrounded by corpses here. The Lord's Tower is dark, and I can't see anything. I only know that there are monsters all around me. Where are the people from the summit of the Gods Alliance? They have collected so much protection money from us. Can you please save them? I feel like I can't hold on for another 2 or 3 hours. Song Kong, Xiao Kuan, and others naturally remain silent. The beast tide will kill people for them. Goose City. Roar, roar, roar. Oh, oh. A roar came from a distance. Lin Han keenly captured this point. Just a few seconds later, Lin Han heard bursts of monster roars and disgusting chewing sounds coming from the canyon passage in front of him. Master, they are coming. Yagubiga leaned over and whispered in Lin Han's ear. Well, disperse as planned. The archers quickly climbed up the Come Here Archer Tower, and the 3 two-winged angels also took off into the air and left in 3 different directions according to the original arrangement. Lin Han needs them to act as a sharp knife and directly insert themselves into the army of beasts to block them. In this way, after releasing some monsters over, they will become the valve of the entire monster flow, thus blocking the ones behind, until Lin Han finished dealing with the first wave of monsters. Only then can the remaining dark creatures be released. Lin Han naturally had his reasons for making such arrangements. Because he saw this beast tide from a god's perspective, the number was 10 or even 100 times that of the last small-scale beast tide. Not to mention, there's also an increase in the red moon in the sky. Both in terms of quantity and quality, it is much more difficult to deal with in the last beast tide. After watching the 3 angels flying into the canyon passage, Lin Han looked at the passage in front of him with full readiness. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. Do it. Lin Han punched the sky and roared. Feeling the Lord's fighting spirit, our unit's attack power increases by 5%. A message popped up from the Lord's bracelet. Oh my goodness, this is chicken soup for the soul, right? Lin Han didn't have time to think about it. He picked up the canteen containing a large amount of holy water at his waist and took a big gulp. The black mist in the air made him feel a little uneasy. Lin Han needed holy water to purify his negative state and allow him to maintain his highest concentration at all times. Swish, swish, swish. The archers standing on the Come Here Archer Tower had the best view and started the first round of volleys directly. Chapter 35 only uses fire suppression. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. As the archers standing on the top of the tower began to attack. Lin Han's Lord Bracelet also kept sending killing reminders. Lin Han raised his hand and looked. The Lord Bracelet had changed from the original basic page to a simple page. There's only 1 line of words on it. Your points are 34 points. Lin Han stroked his chin and nodded. It seems that ordinary monsters are 1 point each. My location is also a must-pass place for the beast tide, so I will definitely get a lot of points. However, if I want to take first place in this area, it may be difficult to rely on these points alone. There are many children from those big families, and they are all in the same area as me. It seems that this competition may be very exaggerated. During this period of time, Lin Han had already figured out that in the Rogue Town area, in addition to the well-known children of large families, such as Song Kong and Xiao Kuan, there was also Li Shishir of Shang Tang and several other descendants of famous families. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of new people throughout the Twilight Zone. But Lin Han was not particularly worried. Because compared with the rookie lords of the same level, his base defense firepower can only be described as exaggerated. Other people's bases are still defended by a few primary archers. Lin Han has already started using the intermediate archer team. Not to mention, other powerful weapons include the P Gatling gun and the 2-winged angel. However, The firepower of 4 third-level archers alone was not enough. Several monsters had slowly broken through the defense line and were walking towards Lin Han. Ah! Ah! The moment they saw Lin Han and the Lord Tower behind Lin Han, the group of zombies seemed to have discovered treasure. The movement speed increases instantly, approaching Lin Han's last line of defense. Lin Han took a quick look from a god's perspective. Hundreds of zombies have already crossed the position of Yagubigu and others and are attacking the Lord's Tower. Yagubigu, it's time to start intercepting. A thought came to my mind. Lin Han sent a message to the angels. On the other hand, after receiving the news, Yagubigu and others immediately stopped floating, landed on the ground, and started hand-to-hand combat. Field expansion. Angel Sword is coming. Holy Flame. Although there were only 3 angels facing countless monsters, these monsters had no chance of harming them at all. The 3 angels were like an iron wall. He stopped the remaining monster army in front of him. Behind them were hundreds of zombies, staggering towards Lin Han's base. Prepare for war. Lin Han waved his hand and said excitedly. After saying that, Lin Han took out the latest artifact hurricane from the Lord's bracelet. The bow and arrow were pointed toward the sky, and the bowstring was drawn. A lavender energy arrow slowly gathered from the bowstring. Within just a few seconds, the color of the energy arrow changed from light purple to dark purple, and the energy gradually filled up. Swish! Lin Han loosened his hand that was tightly gripping the bowstring, and the deep purple energy arrow shot out, flying dozens of meters into the air. The energy arrow exploded. Purple energy streams slowly floated down from the sky. Amplification successful. Several piece shooters and archers standing on the Come Here Archer Tower were surrounded by purple light, as if they had been given some kind of buff. Dina notice it. Their attacks are just like the description of the artifact, splitting into 2 additional projectiles to attack the zombies. Suddenly, the monsters fell even faster. Lin Han was overjoyed. This thing is awesome. If my long-range output is good, then this thing will be invincible to me. I just don't know if there is Dongfeng Express in this world. If so, I am invincible below the immortals. As for those above the immortals, Lin Han hasn't even reached the level of an immortal. Who dares? You don't want to be targeted by Dongfeng Express when you're going through the tribulation. Zombies fell in large numbers. Lin Han also kept taking out holy water from behind to restore the durability of the pea shooter. Lin Han noticed that although the artifact hurricane increased the output speed, it also accelerated the consumption of durability. Although I fired 2 extra projectiles, the durability consumption rate is about twice as fast as before. Fortunately, the monsters at this stage can be easily dealt with, otherwise it would be a bit of a loss. We still have to wait until the artifact evolves twice, and the attack power of the split arrow increases, before the real power of this artifact will appear. Having said that, however, Lin Han had no intention of canceling the artifact's amplification. Compared to the consumption of holy water, it would be more cost-effective to get rid of the zombie tide as soon as possible. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Han sighed, used all-out firepower to suppress the zombies, and the hundreds of zombies that were released earlier were all destroyed before they got within 100 meters of Lin Han. Lin Han did not dare to take it lightly. After all, the Dark Beast tide has just begun, and both the number and strength of the monsters have not yet reached their peak. Over time, the number of monsters will increase, and the strength of the monsters will slowly increase. Think of this. Lin Han slowly raised his head and glanced at the blood moon hanging in the sky. This round of blood moon has not started to amplify monsters yet. When it starts to amplify, it will be the most difficult time to defend against the beast tide. While informing Yagubigu and others to continue passing, Lin Han came to the vicinity of the barracks. Previously, materials were sold in large quantities. Lin Han now has a large amount of energy stones. After summoning 10 first-level archers again, he returned to the defense line with peace of mind, although there are a lot of energy stones. However, evolution points are still a very scarce resource for Lin Han. Since we can't evolve more, let's win by quantity first. Lin Han just finished speaking. The overwhelming roar of monsters could be heard again from the canyon passage ahead. The second wave of monsters released by the angels already arrived. This time, Lin Han chose to directly expand the original number by 4 times, from a few hundred monsters to more than 2,000. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Han smacked his lips as he looked at the countless monsters in front of him. P. Gatling, it's your turn. After saying that, Lin Han took out the only P. Gatling gun from the Lord's bracelet and placed it on the ground. A drop of holy water. The P. Gatling gun began to spray green light and shoot peas. If someone passed by at this time, they would be shocked by the scene before them. I saw a dozen archers drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the monsters. At the same time, there were several strange pea plants swaying and shooting peas to attack the zombies. Each time a pea goes down, there will be a zombie falling to the ground in response. The points number in Lin Han's lore bracelet was also steadily soaring, but Lin Han had no energy to pay attention to his lore bracelet. This guy is quite interesting. Chapter 36, Phase 2, Arrival. At this time, an old voice came from the clouds. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. Two figures slowly walked out from the crack. Second brother, is this little guy really a new lord? The red robe frowned and asked the figure next to him. The old man in white robe beside him was stroking his beard with a serious look on his face. According to the list, it is true, said the white robe. But even I have never seen these types of soldiers. What the hell is this thing that attacks 18 times a second? I don't know, let's wait and see. Inside Goose City, seeing that there was enough firepower, Lin Han moved a rocking chair and sat next to P. Gatling to watch the battle. From time to time, he would take out some snacks from his pocket and put them in his mouth. Lin Han looked at his lord bracelet. Score, 1876. Hunking, 1500. I killed so many, and there are only 1,500 of them. It seems there are still more ruthless people. Lin Han scratched his head. We must get a good ranking in this regional mission. If the rewards of the main battle department are released to the outside world, they will definitely be snatched up. Maybe I'll get a stigma or something like that as a reward, so I can improve my strength. But I heard from other lords that people with high scores will also attract the attention of 4 masters. However, at this moment, you can see that my position is indeed very advantageous. Although there will be a large number of monsters coming to my base during the Beast Tide, this will also prevent those alien races from noticing my presence for a while. Although Lin Han thought that his ranking was very low, what he didn't know was that a ranking of 1,500 was already an extremely high one. Because this time, the city-state mission is not only participated by humans, but also by various races that have taken root near the city-state and cooperated with humans. They also suffered from the ravages of the Dark World. The number of participants from these races, although not tens of billions, is at least tens of billions. Lin Han is, among the billions of contestants, only the top 1,500 are ranked. Quite a loss. As a new lord, Lin Han cannot compare with those people with the foundation of the big races in terms of resource reserves or city defense construction. Not to mention, this is a rare large-scale city-state level mission. Looking at his slowly increasing points, Lin Han smacked his lips. We can't go on like this. How many kills do we have to make to be number 1? Igoo, there's no need to intercept them. Just let them all come over. You guys come back too. A thought came to my mind. Lin Han gave orders to the angel not far away. Yagoo and others immediately took off into the air and flew towards Lin Han's position at a high speed. Above the clouds, the 2 old men had already hidden themselves in the void, quietly looking at this world. Oh, this little guy has a few angels? Not bad. He really makes our Star Dragon Empire proud. Haha, if those people who can only chant spells saw this, they would be so mad. After canceling the angel defense line, Lin Han suddenly felt that the number of zombies, ghouls, etc. was growing exponentially. The howling of monsters. They have formed a group and are attacking Goose City. But these are just cannon fodder after all. No matter how many there are, they cannot break through the firepower defense line composed of a dozen archers and 5 shooters. TSK. This Beast Tide is really terrifying. I just don't know what's going on with Shao Kuan. Don't die. Otherwise, where will I get my intermediate troop cards? Even in deep danger, Lin Han will never forget the friendship with his old classmates. He really does. I'm crying to death. Current stage, first stage, low-level dark creatures impact. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Current stage, first stage, low-level dark creatures. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Current stage, first stage, low-level dark creatures. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Everyone's lord bracelet vibrated suddenly. Lin Han looked at the notification sent by the Lord's bracelet. This time the Dark Beast Tide is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is what Lin Han is experiencing now, which is an impact force composed entirely of ghouls, zombies, etc. It's not quality that counts, it's quantity that wins. This stage also made those lords with poor city defense capability suffer. Phase 2. The Jackal Commando. Although low-level gnolls are cannon fodder like ghouls, gnolls move much faster than ordinary ghouls. Wait until you can spot the gnolls from a god's perspective. They may have already approached the camp at great speed. At that time, this is a test for Lin Han and other new lords in arranging the city defense. The third stage is the elite monsters. Various elite monsters that are rarely seen in normal times will attack the lord's camp in groups. Between each stage, each lord will be given 30 minutes of correction time. Give them time to repair their defenses. After making sure that the current first phase posed no threat to his camp, Lin Han directly carried the rocking chair back to the camp. In a short while, the aroma of food wafted from the small house where Lin Han was. The 4 archers standing on the Come Here Archer Tower looked at the house where Lin Han was with complicated expressions and immediately swung the bows and arrows in their hands faster. Let the archers outside fight first, then treat them to a nice meal when it's all over, Lin Han muttered as he ate. He is not a really black-hearted boss, and he will still give appropriate rewards when rewards are due. I have to find time to ask Tiniu to arrange for someone to go to New Oriental to learn how to cook. After all, I'm a Goldfinger owner, so it's not a big deal to cook for myself every day. After dinner, Lin Han sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the waves coming from the Lord's Tower. Lin Han began to absorb the weak power transmitted from the Lightstone. This is a method passed down by the human race. It enables humans to absorb the power of the Lightstone despite their weak physique. The power of the Lightstone can help humans nourish their souls and bodies, allowing them to better withstand the erosion of the dark world. And when Lin Han reaches the 3rd level, he can directly absorb the power of the Lightstone. The first stage has ended. Lords, please repair quickly. The first stage has ended. Lords, please repair quickly. The first stage has ended. Lords, please repair quickly. Looking at the report coming from the Lord's bracelet, Lin Han lay comfortably on the bed. The first phase of the Dark Beast Tide's attack did not break through the defense of his base at all. Naturally, no trimming is needed. Score: 5,832. Ranking: 1435. Lin Han's ranking has only increased by more than 100 places compared to half an hour ago, which shows how fierce the competition is. Lin Han scratched his head. Fuck. Chapter 37. Jackal Assault. Linankushid. In the end, he underestimated the strength of those big families. The top leaders of those big families must have made various preparations for their children before coming. For example, new lords like Shao Kuan and Song Kong have powerful forces behind them. The large number of troops they summoned using the wool they got from the iron or should have been able to pass the first stage with ease. The competition is so fierce now. It is definitely the people from these big families who have the magical power. Western Territory, Minnesota City Center. The old man in white robe stood side by side with Hong Lian, confronting several other old men. Bai Ming, go back. This ancient tower will not be used by you today. No matter what you say, it will be useless. One of the old men spoke up. Bai Ming is the name of the old man in white robe who stood side by side with Hong Lian. You are so confused, so old-fashioned. Now that the source of life is about to awaken, you old stubborn people are still guarding this broken tower. Today is a time when new talents are blooming. We old guys must bring the best to the young people. The origin of life has awakened. If you don't rely on newcomers to fight for it, do you rely on us? Can you defeat the 8 dark gods? Or can you win the battle among all races with overwhelming strength and bring the source of light to our human race? Bai Ming roared loudly, and his white robe fluttered. Brother, your aura. Suddenly, Hong Lian sensed Bai Ming's breath and walked over with great joy on her face. The latter nodded to him calmly. Bai Ming's words also caused several old men on the opposite side to look around with embarrassment. You said that the source of life is about to awaken, but is it true? Absolutely true. The ancient tower is open, and our Xian family wants half of the quota. Bai Ming was so angry when he heard this that he blew his beard and glared. You old bastard. There are 10 places in total, and your Xian family wants to take half? Do you really think that your Xian family is the only dominant one now? My 4 brothers have already negotiated with the Dark World. Only newcomers with a level of 5 or above and a level of 6 or below can participate. Even so, your Xian family won't give up the power. The old men on the opposite side smiled when they heard this. You 4 brothers are going to discuss this with 8 dark gods? Do you really think you are still the same as you were back then? After saying this, his expression suddenly froze. The origin of life? Have you recovered? What? These 4 old guys have recovered. Everyone looked at by Ming in disbelief. The latter nodded with an unfathomable look on his face. That's right. The 4 of us went to explore the source of life, and the old illness recovered. I think the second brother must have taken that step. After a moment of silence, the old man who took the lead said, It seems that this is the way the world is. We will go back and report. Goodbye. After saying that, he took the rest of the people away, leaving Bai Ming looking at the black fog in the sky. Brother, you too? Yes, I have had some insights recently, and I am afraid I will have to take that step. Ha 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 ha. Now that the eldest and second brothers are working to restore their former glory, let's see if those old guys in the other 3 realms dare to be so arrogant again. The 2 chatted and laughed for a while, then flew away. West Border Center. Main Combat Department. Yu Xian stood in front of the window, looking at the 2 figures 101 red, rising into the sky in the distance. He smiled slightly. They succeeded. We should start preparing for the next step. What's the situation now? After saying that, Yu Xian looked at the young man sitting in front of a huge screen. Minister Yu, right now, the best result of our human race is 1,200th among all races. There are 37 people from our human race in the top 2,000. Hearing this, the smile on Yoshuan's face suddenly disappeared, and then he took a deep breath. Our human race is still too weak. Compared to those races that have long been rooted in the dark world, our competitiveness is too weak. Minister Yu, but there is a newcomer in the first tier, and he is now ranked 1,836th. What? When Yu Xian heard this, he immediately rushed to the screen and looked at the data on it. First class university? Level 7? Ranked 1,800th? Are you sure the data is correct? That's right. This is the latest data transmitted by the Lord's bracelet. Quick, send someone over. Protect this little guy. Yes. Goose City. The half hour for correction passed in a flash. Lin Han also sat up on the bed and stretched hard. We need 3 copies quickly. After 3 books, you can use rest to replace sleep. This is the special ability that the Light Stone brings to the human race. After the 3rd human base has been completed and its level has reached 30, you can directly feel the power of the Light Stone at night and nourish your soul and body at all times. This kind of warm nourishment can also replace the role of sleeping. The 2nd phase is coming soon. Please be prepared for battle. The 2nd phase is coming soon. Please be prepared for battle. The 2nd phase is coming soon. Please be prepared for battle. Another reminder suddenly came from the Lord's bracelet. Lin Han quickly sat up and quickly went out of the house. He used holy water to repair the durability of the pea shooter. Add a few cans of instant food. Throw it to several archers on the Come Here Archer Tower. In the process of facing the fast-moving werewolves next, these archers will be needed to play their unique role. I'll be relying on you guys in a bit. Lin Han gave 2 thumbs up in encouragement and gave a thumbs up to the 4 archers. Several people heard this. Everyone took a deep breath. If they play a role, it means losing face in front of their compatriots and completely losing the right to choose their spouse. I'll treat you to a feast after this. The right to choose a spouse is meaningless. Women only affect the speed at which I eat. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The unique howls of anoles rang out one after another. Why is it unique? It's like a wolf howling, but it's not that powerful. Say it barks like a husky, not so stupid. Here it comes. Lin Han's eyes narrowed, and he immediately entered a god's perspective. From a god's perspective, countless red dots were rapidly approaching the fortifications of Goose City. Lin Han looked at Yagubigu and other angels with curiosity. The elite Knoll you encountered before also moved this fast. Yagubigu shrugged. I don't know. What's there to say if it's over in a second? All right, you're awesome. That's true. The Knoll had just used a skill when he was beaten to death by 3 angels. He He was probably shouting something about unethical behavior before he died. They also didn't know how fast this elite werewolf moved. The first werewolf appeared in front of Lin Han. But these things are different from other things. You can't win the reward just by coming in first. As soon as the werewolf appeared, for arrows and 20 or 30 Ps hit him. Jackal, I'm coming. I was killed instantly. What's there to say? The monsters arrived one after another. Lin Han directly sprinkled a handful of holy water. The artifact crystal arrow exploded in the sky again. The war is about to begin. Chapter 38, is this really a newcomer? With a further enhancement of the artifact hurricane, the garrison of Goose City also launched a massive fire suppression. At the beginning of the second stage, they were actually able to force the gnolls out of the canyon passage. Lin Han looked at the dense firepower network in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Even so, when the evolution points are not sufficient, there are many plants that have not had time to evolve to a higher level. If Lin Han could be given 2 more tasks to earn evolution points, I believe the firepower will be more than twice as strong as it is now. At the same time, a figure rose into the air from the main combat unit of the Western Territory and flew rapidly towards the direction where Lin Han was. Look at the figure. It actually looks like a girl. The figure flew across the sky at such a speed that it even left a trail of afterimages in the clouds. Soon, the figure flew out of the human protection shield and disappeared into the black fog of the dark world. In this world, all areas that humans are capable of protecting are surrounded by special protective shields. High in the sky within the protective cover, the artificial sun is still shining and heating the human world, distinguishing between day and night. Outside the protective cover is endless black fog. It only took the figure a dozen minutes to reach the sky above where Lin Han was. Just as she was about to step into Lin Han's base, the void behind her suddenly split open. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the crack in the void, directly suppressing her and making her unable to move. Who? How dare you intrude into the territory of my new human lord? An old man in purple robe walked out. Second brother. It looks like the girl from third brother's family. The red figure beside the purple-robed old man spoke at the right time. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed old man quickly retracted the pressure he was exerting. Oh, really? Little kid, what are you doing here? The girl who was pinned down by the pressure let out a long sigh after she felt the pressure dissipate. After turning around and carefully identifying them, she bowed and said, Yu Xian from the Yu family. Greetings to Senior ZG and Senior Hong He. Haha, no need to be so reserved. ZG smiled. Yu Xian came here on the orders of the Patriarch to protect the emerging human race. While speaking, Yu Xian glanced at Lin Han's base below. The human race is emerging? Yu Xian said that. Hong has said excitedly. What is the origin of this little kid? I don't know either. I only know that my last name is Lin, and my strength is ranked 1,836th among all races in the city-state mission. ZG and Hong, he looked at each other and widened their eyes at the same time. The kid below only has 1 level of strength? Are you sure Yu Xian is not mistaken? Absolutely true. The 3 of them were silent again. After a moment, Hong, he said, Second brother, this Lin family, can it be? ZG seemed to have thought of something and immediately made a hushing gesture. Wait for me here, I'll go find my brother now. That's it. He turned into a streak of purple light and disappeared into the sky. Looking at ZG's receding back, Hong, he said to Yu Xian, It seems that Yu Xian sent you here as a protector. Just hide in the void with me. Yes. The Lin family you just mentioned is. Don't talk too much. Yes. Goose City. Lin Han could clearly feel that as time went on, the Jackal's attacks became more and more fierce. Plus, they moved very fast to begin with. Monsters that are not even on the same level as the bulky zombies or even ghouls. If it weren't for the P Gatling gun that could maintain a high-efficiency firepower spray, Lin Han would probably have been injured. Don't you have a large-scale AoE skill? Lin Han looked at the overwhelming zombies in front of him and asked Yagubigu and others. The latter spread his hands and said helplessly, Only 4-winged angels have that. Lin Han immediately entered the god's perspective. Angel reincarnation platform. Consumes with times 20,000, stone times 20,000, energy stone times 20,000. Reincarnation cost. 2-winged angel advances to 4-winged angel. Consumes energy stones x 20,000. Lin Han curled his lips. No AoE, then no AoE. Hit me hard. Yagubigu and others curled their lips, watching more and more gnolls pouring out of the canyon passage. Lin Han knocked on the come here archery tower beside him and shouted, "It's your turn. I'll take you guys to a feast after this. You've never tasted anything like that. Come here." For mocking voices came from the top of the tower in unison. Suddenly, Lin Han felt an invisible energy wave coming from the come here archer tower, and those jackals seemed to be wearing colored hats, rushing towards the archer tower one after another. Only, their attacks were so weak that they couldn't even break through the defenses of the archer tower. It only leaves a shallow white mark on it, which then heals quickly. A large number of gnolls gathered under the archer tower, became a living target for many shooters. Lin Han sprinkled out another handful of holy water. 2nd Battalion Commander, fire. Swish, swish, swish. Toot, toot, toot. Bang. Lin Han slapped his forehead suddenly. He took out an object that looked like a monster's horn from the Lord's bracelet. The gnoll's horn. Why do I feel like a minotaur when I use their stuff against them? Lin Han scratched his head and handed the horn to Yagubigu. Yagubigu looked around in confusion. Who is so tactless? Don't you see that you are producing a lot? Then, he saw Lin Han looking at him with a kind expression. Buzz. A dull sound came from the horn. Immediately following, a faint khaki light rises from under the feet of all friendly units. How does it feel? Lin Han looked at Yagubigu with curiosity. The latter felt it. Yeah, I'm getting excited. Lin Han nodded with satisfaction. Go, sweep away hunger and be yourself. With the cooperation of the Come Here Archer Tower and the back row shooters, the werewolf troops were directly intercepted at the end of the canyon passage. Endless white beams of light covered the entire surface of the canyon passage. Lin Han simply couldn't imagine it. What a joy it will be to pick up items after a fight. He opened the Lord's bracelet. Points, 7,635. Hunking, 1,576. Lin Han nodded and sighed. It's just as I thought. When facing the highly mobile gnoll troops, many people will be left behind because of insufficient firepower. So in the Dark World, firepower is justice. Above the protective shield of Goose City, Yuxian opened her mouth wide and looked at everything that happened in Goose City in disbelief. Senior Honghe, is this really a book? Who knows? Honghe stroked his beard and said with a smile. Chapter 39, A Rising Star. Honghe and Yuxian stood in the void, quietly watching Lin Han's performance below. Well, it's just a one-sided massacre. Period. Honghe had also observed the performance of other lords, but none of them were as exciting as Lin Han's. In Goose City, Lin Han looked at his ranking in the Lord's bracelet, which kept rising and falling. Perhaps the major races have started to use their own guards to launch a counterattack. Otherwise, the rankings wouldn't fluctuate so much. Why don't I go out and fight too? This won't work. Guarding the passage here is not a solution. Although he had this idea, Lin Han was not in a hurry to go out. Wait until tomorrow to collect the evolution points generated by the sunflower before making a decision. In the Dark World, in addition to countless monsters, there are also various monster camps. The monster camp is similar to the monster refresh point in the Dark World. For example, the lowest level ghoul has a ghoul hut as its refresh point. A larger monster camp with elite monsters or boss-level monsters is called a monster camp by humans. These are also the materials that appeared in Lin Han's textbooks when he was in school. It is said that ghoul huts can be found everywhere in the Dark World. I guess those guys who are rank high have already started to think of ways to fight elite monsters, or have already attacked the monster camp. Lin Han is now guarding the camp. Only in one direction of the canyon passage are monsters constantly emerging, while the other two directions are always empty for some unknown reason. You can only gain points passively through the Dark Beast Tide, not to mention that killing ordinary monsters only gives 1 point. How do we kill these gnolls? My archers can't keep up with their movement speed. I'm lucky if I can kill a gnoll with a dozen attacks. That's right, is this really a tide of dark beasts that the primary troops can handle? My city wall is almost being broken through. I was bitten. Why can't the holy water heal the injury? The guy who got bitten upstairs, quickly retreat with the Lord's Tower. The remaining beast tide is not something you can participate in. Where's the summit of the gods? Save them. Don't you want to be the mayor? Save them quickly. In Song Kang's camp, The walls made entirely of fine iron and stone tightly surrounded his base. He himself is very comfortable, standing on the top of the base, watching his troops fighting fiercely against the gnolls. There are also some special types of troops. For example, crossbowmen have a faster attack speed than archers. A giant shield soldier standing in the front row as a tank and taking damage. There's also a dark race that is enslaved by humans and used by humans. Song Kong sat on a throne made of steel, crossed his legs, and looked at everything in front of him indifferently. These were from his father. Provide him with the resources to make him stand out among the new lords. There were even 2 special mechanical cannons on his city walls, roaring all the time. Boom, boom, boom. Song Kong stood up and caressed the huge cannon in front of him lovingly. These guys on the technology side are really good at research. I didn't expect that these special gunpowders can really cause damage to dark creatures. Between the roar of cannons, Song Kang's ranking is also improving steadily. Points for 1,923. Ranking 2.300. In this city-state mission ranking, I will definitely be among the top of all races. Father should be happy. Song Kong sighed and looked into the distance. Li Shiqi's gum. In addition to the military forces, Li Shishir was also constantly chanting. As she chanted, black and white energy balls continued to appear and were thrown towards the jackals by Li Shishir. Under Li Shishir's control, the energy ball continued to move deeper into the monster group, eventually causing a huge explosion. AoE damage is maximized. Hongha, who was far away, saw this scene and shook her head slightly. Can you do this just by relying on your family's background? That's not enough. But the little girl has good talent. She can already comprehend skills before she even gets to the first book. But this talent, Senior Hongha, this is the new generation genius of the Shengtang Li family, Li Shishir, a person with 2 talents. The second talent is reincarnation. Interesting. What about the guy using the peas? What's his talent? F-level talent, Plant Lord. Hongha stroked his beard and remained silent. I looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. There is no difference between day and night in the entire dark world. It was all gray, but human physiological reactions will not lie. After Lin Han yawned loudly, he chose to go back to his room to sleep. Igubigu, come on, I'll take a nap. I'll take you out to play tomorrow. Angels such as Igubigu looked at Lin Han with disdain, and then looked at the endless tide of beasts in front of them. Are you sure you want to go out and play? Aren't you going out to work? Lin Han naturally blocked the questioning looks from the angels. Of course, it was Lin Han who went out to play, while the angels went out to work. No problem. Yu Xian and Hongha, who were above the clouds, laughed in silence as they watched this scene. What? How can I come here to protect this kind of person? Yu Xian pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction. Ha ha! Don't underestimate him, little girl. He's a newcomer who just reached level 7. Even though he's only an F-level talent, if he grows up, his future will be limitless. Hearing this, Yu Xian nodded obediently and said nothing more, but there was still a hint of disdain on the corner of her mouth. Hong Yi seemed to sense Yu Xian's emotions and turned to ask, Little girl, in your opinion, what is a strong person? Yu Xian looked at the endless void behind her, thought for a moment, and said, The first is background, like the background of Li Shishir and Song Kong. The second is talent. I have S-level talent, and strong people should also be based on talent. The third is hard work. The importance of this is self-evident. When Hongha heard this, she nodded slightly. But he said, As for your Yu family, do you know what talent your Yu family's ancestor had? F-level talent. Fire control, or what you call a rubbish talent. Let's talk about background. Where did the first batch of lords get their background? Not to mention talent, all of which was slowly figured out later. Yu Xian bowed slightly and clasped her fists. Senior Hongha, please explain clearly. Hong Yi took 2 steps forward, turned her back to Yu Xian, and said, If I say that your Yu family would be best off winning over this little kid, would you believe it or not? Win over him? Yu Xian took 2 steps forward and looked at Lin Han's base through the gap in the void with a complicated expression. Yes, this is the rising star of the human race. Chapter 40, Let's Go Hunting. Rising Star. Yu Xian knew very well what the red lotus in front of her meant to the human race. Not to mention he has 3 brothers. Then I thought about the scene of ZG leaving in a hurry just now. Yu Xian couldn't help but pay more attention to Lin Han. Anyone who can gain the attention of a strong man like ZG is definitely not a weakling. Haha, I know you won't believe me. How about I make a bet with you? Senior Hong, I'll bet with you that this little kid below will get first place in this city-state mission. Hearing this, Yu Xian was shocked. Number one? Senior Hong He, stop joking. Hong He stood with her hands behind her back and laughed loudly. It's decided. If I lose, I will give you a magic formula suitable for your practice. If I win, your Yu family will just promise me to befriend this little kid. Yu Xian bowed and said nothing. The magic formula, to put it simply, is a technique. After the Dark World descended on Blue Star, humans discovered that their own race could awaken their talents. And after reaching a certain level, they could also learn skills corresponding to their talents. And the magic formula is the key to the human lords being able to perform their skills. Unleashing skills requires magic points corresponding to the skills. The higher the skill level, the more magic points are required. However, if the lord practices a higher level of magic, he will have more magic energy in his body. This is also why Yu Xian just said that background is also part of powerful strength. One night, Lin Han was awakened on time by his internal biological clock. After stretching vigorously, he quickly opened the Lord bracelet to check his points and ranking. After a night of fighting, Lin Han's score has reached 12,000 points. The ranking is still hovering around 1,800. Of course, it wasn't just the Null shock troops that night. After midnight, a group of poisonous insects, ghouls, and giant zombies attacked again. Combined with the rapid attack of the Nulls, many lords suffered terribly. After all, there are very few people like Lin Han who can handle the beast tide fully automatically. Many lords need to work overtime to command their subjects to defend. After a night of work, I was very tired. Lin Han was busy making breakfast in the base, while the archers outside were busy working like cows and horses. Smelling the fragrance coming from the base, the archers looked eagerly towards where Lin Han was. Lin Han also raised his head as if he had sensed something. Everyone looked at each other from a distance. Strange. Why do I feel like someone is scolding me? After Lin Han sneezed violently, he lowered his head and took a big bite of the fried dough stick in his hand, then lowered his head and slurped a mouthful of tofu pudding. Burp. Smell. After eating and drinking, Lin Han exercised in the house for another half an hour before going out. The lack of potions to improve your physical condition will not hinder your physical improvement. Although regular exercise may only provide a small improvement to the body, it is better than nothing. Lin Han went out and stood next to the Come Here Archer Tower, feeling the envious gazes from the tower and the archers around him. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Han walked to the back and took out a table from the Lord's bracelet and spread it out. He then took out millet porridge, fried dough sticks, and other breakfast items and placed them on the table. Come on, come on. Don't be in a hurry to eat them one by one. The ones on the tower come first. Afterwards, an extremely interesting scene occurred on the defense line of Goose City. In front of the defense line, there are constant sounds of roars, arrows, and pea shooters' attacks. Behind the line of defense came Lin Han's voice. Yes, yes, this is called tofu pudding. The salty one tastes better. What? You like sweet ones? Get out of my camp. This is soy milk. You want to drink it? Okay, okay. Roll, 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 roll aside and spit it out. You've already eaten 3 dough sticks, and you're still eating? Go back and defend. Above the clouds. Senior Hongha, were those? They look delicious. Yu Xian said as she looked eagerly at the big table set up by Lin Han. Since she came here, not only did she not have anything to eat, but she was also dragged by an old senior to stand in the void for a whole day. Although she won't feel tired at her level, a girl's legs will get thick if she keeps standing. Thinking of this, Yu Xian sighed deeply. I don't know either. It seems to be some kind of pasta. Hong He also stared at the food that Lin Han kept putting into his mouth. If Lin Han were here, you will definitely be surprised by the conversation between the two. The people in this world have never eaten regular breakfast such as soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. What a pity. After eating and drinking, Lin Han came to the Lord's Tower and collected all the evolution points generated by the sunflower. Now the energy in his hands has reached nearly 500 points. After some rough consideration, Lin Han planted 2 sunflowers again. The rest was to upgrade the 2 sunflowers to the 2nd level. Because the consumption of illustrations has been reduced, upgrading plants has become a sure win. But after evolving 2 sunflowers, Lin Han chose to stop. because he suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to go hunting with a group of plants and angels today. Then let's evolve the rest into pea shooter. Pea Gatling is many times stronger than pea shooter, and the pea shooter's ultimate move will be scrapped after it is released. This is a bit difficult. After some hesitation, Lin Han upgraded the 2 pea shooters into pea Gatling guns. The remaining 2 pea shooters shook their leaves to express their dissatisfaction. Lin Han took out a few drops of holy water and poured them on them and whispered to them in a comforting voice, "Good peas. I will help you two evolve tomorrow when I come back from this trip." After another round of stroking, the 2 pea shooters that had not evolved rubbed Lin Han's hands with their leaves contentedly. After completing these preparations, Lin Han pulled Yigubigu to sit on the chair. "Now, there's a beast tide. Feel it. Are there any creatures outside that are difficult to deal with? I plan to take you out hunting." Hearing this, Yigubigu immediately closed his eyes and sensed carefully. No lord's presence was detected within 5,000 meters of Goose City. Lin Han hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go." A large group of people set out from Goose City. At the beginning, Igubigu and Baka Baka played the role of warriors, and in the middle of the team was a long-range attack team consisting of more than a dozen archers. And Lin Han, he followed the archer, holding many plants. At the end of the team is Tombalippo, who serves as the rearguard ambassador. The moment they stepped out of Goose City, black fog instantly surrounded the team. The 3 angels quickly expanded their domain to form a spherical shield, dispersing the fog and surrounding everyone. Seeing this, Lin Han frowned slightly and immediately protected everyone in front of him. Chapter 41. Offense is the best defense. The group from Goose City walked out of the protective shield in a swagger. Lin Han couldn't help but frown as he looked at the thick black smoke in front of him. "How can you see in such a thick black fog? Why can't I see anything?" "Bow on. My eyes." Yigubiga shrugged and explained, "Depend on your feeling. As your level increases, your perception will also be improved. Then you can put your perception into the source of light you carry with you and expand your perception range. Or learn visual skills. For example, the sky eye technique." Lin Han nodded and said nothing more. "Skills? I wonder what my first skill will be after I get to the first book." Lin Han couldn't help but feel curious when he thought that he would be able to learn his first skill after reaching level 10. In the void, Yu Xian and Honghe watched Lin Han leave the protective shield. "This is too outrageous. Even if you are confident in your own strength, you can't act so recklessly. Who knows how many monsters are hidden in the black fog?" "Ha ha ha. If my third brother were here, he would probably like this kid very much. Could it be Senior Yu?" "Honglian." "Exactly." Yu Xian turned sideways, bowed slightly towards where Honghe was, and said with a cupped hand, "Senior Honghe, what happened back then was indeed." Han, he waved her hand to interrupt Yu Xian and said, "That's enough. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. You can discuss these matters among yourselves." Seeing that Yu Xian was about to say something, Honghe said directly, "Little girl, go and protect him. I have to stay here to protect the newcomers of the human race, so I won't see you off." After saying that, Honghe waved her hand. Suddenly, Yu Xian felt a powerful repulsive force appearing in the void where she was, which actually pushed her out in the void. Looking at the void crack slowly closing in front of her, Yu Xian sighed deeply and rushed into the direction where Lin Han left. The other side, Lin Han led an invincible team in the dark world to kill gods and Buddhas. Yes, yes, yes. Hit hard. Kill them all. Igubigu, where are the people? Kill the ghoul that made the sharp explosion sound. Lin Han sat on Tombalippo's shoulders and directed everyone. Killing like this is too slow. Think of a way. Lin Han thought about it, took out a noise generator from the Lord's bracelet, and threw an Igubigu from a distance. The latter looked at the noise generator in his hand with a confused look on his face. "The stuff is good. It's just so shameful. Have you ever seen an angel carrying such a shameful loud speaker and attracting monsters everywhere?" After looking at Lin Han's encouraging eyes, Yigubigu hardened his heart, closed his eyes, and raised the noise generator above his head. The voice of Mr. Ozawa, a well-known artist in the Empire, came out from the speakers. "Brother San, come and visit me. Brother San, come and visit me." As soon as the voice came out, the whole place fell silent. Even the howling beast tide came to a halt for a while. Lin Han and Yigubigu looked at each other. Why is it so loud this time? Lin muttered softly. Put on the ground. Are you going to blow me up too? Lin unfolded angrily. Only then did Yugobigu realize that Lin Han had several powerful weapons on him, and he quickly used the holy flame to smash a big hole in the ground through the horn that made the strange sound into it, and then covered it with some soil. There's a reason why it was buried. Yugobigu clearly remembered that before setting off, Lin Han said to him with a calm face, "This speaker must be protected. If it blows up, I will blow you up." Looking at the power of the potato mine explosion, Yugobigu nodded lightly. After dealing with the noise generator, Yugobigu retreated quickly in the air. He saw the explosive power of the potato mine. Firstly, that thing attacks indiscriminately regardless of friend or foe. Secondly, although an explosion of this magnitude is not fatal to the two-winged angel, it is still quite uncomfortable. Looking at more and more monsters moving towards the noise generator, Lin Han nodded with satisfaction. He took out 3 potato mines from the bag and handed them to the 3-winged angels. "2nd Battalion Commander, where's your damn Italian gun? Fire! Call out! Fire! Call out! Fire! Call out!" 3 potato grenades. Following Lin Han's command, he was thrown out by the angels. A moment later, several potatoes exploded in the monster pile, and the deafening explosion accompanied by heat waves hit their faces. Because of the amplification of the angel realm and the knoll horn, the attack of the potato grenade is more than just the 250 points shown on the panel. Ouch! Countless zombies and jackals were blown away, and broken limbs fell from the sky. The explosion radius is a bit small. Firepower is justice. This amount of firepower won't do. We have to find a way to increase the explosion range. If other lords heard this, they would definitely point at Lin Han's nose and curse him as Versailles. People were so eager to pick up bricks and fight with him. When it came to Lin Han, not only did he throw a grenade, he even complained that the explosion range was small. A huge explosion roared. Yu Xian, who was flying in the sky, was shaken by the sound and almost fell down. "What's going on?" Squinting, he saw Lin Han sitting on the angel's shoulders, watching the explosion and laughing. "Your character is also unstable." Yu Xian sighed. There's actually a sense of regret in it. I don't know why Senior Honghe and the others think so highly of him. Lin Han, who was under the clouds, attacked left and right, and threw potato brand grenades madly while the noise generator was taking effect. I have to say that in team battles, this kind of AoE damage item is much more powerful than single-point attack. Anyway, this potato mine is cheap and can harvest a lot of points, so I won't feel bad about throwing it away. The noise generator gradually becomes quieter. Lin Han's movements in his hands slowly stopped. The number of monsters around is also becoming fewer and fewer. What's going on? Is this the end of the 2nd phase? I haven't exploded enough yet. Lin Han curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Points, 18,732. Ranking, 1221. Not even in the top 1,000 yet. The struggle is not yet successful. Immediately following, he ordered to continue moving deeper into the dark world. Yu Xian, who was on the clouds, felt the changes in the black fog in the air, and her eyes fixed. This aura? How is it possible? Lin Han and his group continued to march towards the group of monsters. Little did they know that a huge danger was approaching. Chapter 42, why hasn't it reached 1,000 yet? Over time, the number of monsters is also decreasing visibly. It looks like the 2nd phase is coming to an end. There are only a few ghouls and gnolls left. Looks like I need to speed up my hunting. It's almost the last stage, and I haven't even made it into the top 1,000 yet. We need to find some monster camps to clear out. The single-point increase is still too slow. I don't know if the iron mine will be attacked by a beast tide. Logically speaking, monsters shouldn't be that smart. Inside the iron mine in the distance, Tai Nio sneezed twice violently. "Hurry up. After you finish refining these, we'll have a day off. Anyway, the boss will be busy these 2 days and won't have time to come here to supervise." Strange. Why'd you start sneezing? The pea Gatling gun spit out the last pea and cleared away the werewolf in front of Lin Han. At this time, the bracelets of all the new lords, including Lin Han, vibrated violently. The 2nd phase has ended. The 3rd phase is about to attack. The repair time, 10 minutes. The 2nd phase has ended. The 3rd phase is about to attack. The repair time, 10 minutes. The 2nd phase has ended. The third phase is about to attack. The repair time, 10 minutes. As soon as this prompt came out, the entire chat channel exploded immediately. Only 10 minutes to repair? My base is smoking. I'll repair you in 10 minutes. That's right. I just smelted the iron 10 minutes ago. How can I fix it? Is there a bug in this broken bracelet? Please help. Can someone save me? After we survive the beast tide, I will marry you. Ahem, I don't mind giving myself to you. What matters most is that I have a kind heart and like to save people. Are you going there to save people? I'm embarrassed to say anything to you. Put your kindness aside for now. I have other uses for your dick. Lin Han paid attention for a while, and after making sure that there were no useful clues about the beast tide, he took off the Lord's bracelet. 10 minutes of rest time is indeed too short, but luckily I'm not fighting in my own base, so I don't waste resources during the rest time. However, Lin Han was not worried that when he was not at the base, some blind zombies would launch a surprise attack on Goose City. In his own words, he just killed them all. No one will steal your house. After making plans, the Goose City Brigade set out again. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yagubigu suddenly waved his hand to signal the team to stop. Boss, we found a big canyon ahead. There's a void array outside the canyon, and I can't detect what's going on inside. Lin Han looked at Yagubigu and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What surprised him was not the new discovery about the canyon, but the fact that an angel like Yagubigu actually changed his words and called him boss. The secrets of this world are far more complicated than I thought. Lin Han looked at the dark sky and sighed. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Who knows what treasures are waiting for me? After walking for another minute, they arrived at the canyon. Looking at the ripples coming from the black fog, Lin Han knew without asking that this was the so-called void formation. Igubigu, can you temporarily dispel the black fog? I'm more interested in this void formation. Upon hearing this, a white holy flame immediately ignited around Igubigu. As the holy flame rose, the strange black fog that was everywhere actually showed signs of evading. The black fog that blocked his vision dissipated, and Lin Han could see the entire canyon in front of him. I saw that the two ends of the Grand Canyon were towering with unfathomably huge mountains, and in the middle there was a narrow path that was probably only wide enough for one person to walk. At the entrance of the canyon, there was an obvious spatial fluctuation that kept rotating. After a while, the black fog slowly gathered. Lin Han's mind was also constantly thinking about the void formation that had just occurred. For a moment, he actually felt that some ideas in his mind became clear. It's a bit strange, but I can't put my finger on it. Even if there are some high-level monsters in the canyon, they won't be able to withstand all my firepower. At worst, I still have some evolution points as backup, so I can evolve temporarily in time. After a brief hesitation, Lin Han waved his hand and let Yagubigu lead the way into the canyon. In this way, even if any monster is about to attack them, Yagubigu can attract their attention first. After Yagubigu entered and received news that the front was safe, Lin Han groped his way into the canyon. After everyone entered the canyon, Lin Han organized the Goose City Brigade to move forward. The third wave of the Dark Beast Tide is about to arrive. I wish all the human lords good luck. The third wave of the Dark Beast Tide is about to arrive. I wish all the human lords good luck. The third wave of the Dark Beast Tide is about to arrive. I wish all the human lords good luck. The most intense battle is about to begin. After the Itching Brigade walked forward for about 4 or 5 minutes, this is when we encountered the first wave of monsters. It is a team consisting of a large number of ordinary ghouls and giant zombies. Accompanied by howling sounds, they rushed towards Lin Han and his group. Compared to the monsters outside, the monsters in this canyon move much faster. And for some reason, the function of the Lord's bracelet that can display monster information has also stopped working, although the field formed by 3 winged angels can dispel the fog. But outside the area, it was still pitch black, and a strange fog was still swirling everywhere. Amid the incessant roars, Lin Han felt that the number of zombies in this wave might be over 1,000. But under the extremely terrifying firepower suppression of the Goose City Brigade, these zombies were wiped out before they even had the chance to appear in front of Lin Han. More than 1,000 monsters actually gave me more than 3,000 points. One monster here gives me double points? What on earth is this place? It seems that the battle situation outside is not very encouraging. The more than 3,000 points I gained directly raised my ranking by more than 100 people. just as Lin Han was studying his Lord bracelet. The pea shooters and archers suddenly began to launch large-scale attacks on the black fog. Swish, swish, swish. Tut, tut, tut. Ah, ah. Dense howling sounds came from all directions around Lin Han. If someone could find Lin Han's location in the sky at this moment, they would find that he was floating like a lone boat falling into the dark sea. And that dark sea surface is composed of countless dark monsters. Sea of monsters. In the sky, feeling that Lin Han's breath suddenly disappeared, Yuxian jumped out directly in the void. Where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Didn't the regional announcement for this area say that the third phase had just begun? How could he just disappear? Actually, Lin Han is fighting alone. Chapter 43, The Empire's Top Secret. In the canyon, Lin Han led a team of nearly 30 people to resist monsters that outnumbered their number by hundreds or even thousands of times. What the hell? What the hell is this place? There are too many monsters here. There are hundreds of giant zombies and mutant zombies. I could hear the sounds coming from the impenetrable black fog outside, among which there were obviously several huge roars filled with anger. Lin Han frowned. Obviously, this is an elite monster in the beast tide. The little ants in their territory are very unhappy that this monster dared to offend them. Think about it. Lin Han took out a noise generator and held it tightly in his hand. If there is insufficient firepower and monsters break through the defense line, or if any special monsters appear, he plans to throw the noise generator out immediately and run away. Outside the canyon, countless poisonous insects crawled out from the ground. Some of the poisonous insects even crawled out from behind the defense lines of other lords. The entire area was filled with the roars of monsters, the curses and screams of the human lords. It's just endless. Han, he was at a place called Tianshan, watching all this quietly without doing anything to rescue. This is the law of survival in the dark world. Those dark creatures and dark races will not wait until you collect resources and develop before attacking your base. And the strong men of the human race. The balance will not be broken by the actions of one person or one region, because there are unwritten rules between the top leaders of the human race and the top leaders of the dark race. That's it. Those above level 5 should not interfere in wars between those below level 5. Wars below the 5th level are just minor fights between individuals, but wars above the 5th level are struggles for the fate of the country and the clan. Alas, this is the way the world is. Little guys, try your best. No one in this world can help you all the time. Hong, he murmured, and then entered a state of meditation again. Not long. A stream of purple light flashed across the sky. Second brother, you're back. How's the situation? That kid named Lin. ZG waved his hand, drew a band casually, and said, I want to find my elder brother. After hearing the news, he immediately took me there. There? They actually startled me. ZG nodded and continued. You also know that person. After hearing about Lin Han, he directly set his information as top secret. Top secret. For hundreds of years, only a few of these have been our Star Dragon Empire's top secrets. Hong exclaimed. Since the Dark World invaded reality until now, there are only a few people in the entire Star Dragon Empire who can be called heroes and are listed in the Empire's top secret files. ZG nodded. We don't know the specific situation. The old guy just kicked me and my brother out. Based on the situation, it might be what we thought. Lin Han's Lin is the Lin we thought of. Inside the canyon, the ordinary zombies seemed to have been cleared out, and Lin Han felt that there were fewer sounds in the black fog. Bigu, can you find out what's going on in the black fog? No, boss. There seems to be something special in this canyon that can block my perception. And what? You speak in such a humiliating way, like a woman. And I can't find a hole to come in. And we angels don't have gender, so I could be a pussy too. Lin Han was speechless for a while, then squinted his eyes and looked at the black fog, as if trying to find some clues from it. The Goose City Brigade has been suffering from the attacks of monsters. It has already deviated by an unknown amount from the position where it first came in. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. And if you're a woman, stay away from me in the future. Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. I could be a man too. Boss. The howling of monsters around the Goose City Brigade completely disappeared, and there was silence. Everyone also continued to move forward along the wall. At this time, pairs of eyes appeared in the black fog and stared at everyone. But they don't know it. Sudden, Lin Han felt a little chilly, and his hair stood on end. He frowned, feeling that things were not simple, and slowly retreated behind the crowd. After everyone walked for a few minutes, the Pioneer Award Yigugu, who was at the front, suddenly stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to stop. The black fog seems to be dissipating. Hear this. Lin Han immediately paid close attention to the area outside his area. It does seem to have faded a bit. The black fog condensed into the air in wisps, which also caused the concentration of the black fog at Lin Han's location to dissipate a lot. At least it doesn't affect the vision. What's going on? After taking a quick look around, Lin Han swallowed deeply. I saw that outside the Goose City Brigade, there were elite monsters emitting various colors of light. 110, 100. Countless elite monsters surrounded the Goose City Brigade. The different colors of light on the elite monsters also represent that they have different colors of amplification. The blue light increases physical defense. The purple light increases magical defense. And there are various other enhancements, such as increasing attack power and so on. Is this the third stage of the Dark Beast Tide? This number is too terrifying. Can a new lord like us successfully defend against this? And the color of their pupils is different from the Null elites we encountered before. They are surrounded by red. Is it because of the blood moon? Take the initiative. Fight. Without thinking too much, Lin Han directly ordered the Goose City team to open fire. He was looking around for signs of an exit. Moment. Holy flames, angel swords, peas, and ordinary bows and arrows flew everywhere. However, the elite monsters that could previously be killed instantly by angels seem to have changed now. It actually required the pea shooter's finishing blow to completely kill him. Lin Han understood. He must find an opportunity to evacuate quickly. Even if there is no chance to evacuate, you must find an excellent defensive position. And after searching everywhere, Lin Han was surprised to find a V-shaped corner. Igoo, let's evacuate there. Although the V-shape will limit everyone's movement routes. However, it can reduce the team's enemy surface and limit many elite monsters to prevent them from rushing over. Outside the canyon, Yuxian was also looking for Lin Han everywhere. Although she didn't think Lin Han had any outstanding qualities, since the two seniors had the same idea, she had to protect this person's safety. Chapter 44, reach level 10 and get a small gift package. Fire. As soon as he gained a firm foothold at the V-shaped corner, Lin Han immediately issued a counterattack order. At the same time, he ordered 3 angels to act as the front row and continuously kill the elite monsters that followed. Puff! The P Gatling gun beside Lin Han immediately exerted its force and started shooting wildly. Roar! But that's not enough. In the black fog, a tall dark figure suddenly emerged, roaring with red eyes and waving a giant wooden stick in his hand, directly forcing an angel back. Weird. Lin Han's pupil shrank. It seemed that the beast tide in the third stage was far from being dominated by zombies and ghouls. Monster is just a general term. The monster in front of him is specifically called Glutton. He is fat, has a big belly, is at least 4 meters tall, and is as bloody as a cow. Although it is just a low-level silver monster and is not difficult to kill, it has a lot of blood. But the disgusting thing is that this thing is extremely destructive to sieges. It can easily break through the city walls and invade them. They're often new killers, much stronger than the zombies you meet at the beginning. Gurgle. I saw many huge peas drilling into the body of the glutton, and a large amount of dark green liquid burst out. But it was like a brick thrown into the sea, and soon there was no movement. The glutton was still in good condition, as if he was not injured, and he continued to attack the angel fiercely. Although the angel can resist the glutton's attacks, and even cause great damage, the fatal thing is that the firepower cannot kill the glutton instantly. A large group of elite monsters actually rushed over from behind the glutton and were about to surround the angel. But it was not until this time that a glutton fell to the ground wailing as his lower body was torn apart by the pea fire. And in the darkness, it seemed that there were more traces of gluttons appearing from time to time. Holy water! Lin Han did not hesitate to sprinkle a large amount of holy water, which fell evenly on the heads of each pea Gatling gun again. Using holy water on the pea Gatling gun is more costly, but the amplification effect it brings is also more terrifying, starting with 4 times the attack power. Holy water is used successfully. Pea Gatling's attack power against dark creatures is increased by 280. A white ring gradually surrounded the pea Gatling gun, and each piece shot out carried a large amount of white light and possessed terrifying, purifying abilities. This time, it's not just a simple hole drilled into the glutton. Instead, like thin ice seeing the sun in the warm winter, the flesh and blood of the glutton, where he was hit, actually began to melt rapidly, just like a piece of charred meat shrinking rapidly under a fire. Each pea is like a deadly poison. Ouch! It was just one cycle, and the new glutton didn't even learn how to use the stick in his hand, but ended up with festering all over his body and dying unwillingly. At the same time, other elite monsters were like mowing the grass. Even if one or two peas fell on them, it would cause their movements to slow down or even break their lower bodies, leaving them crippled and unable to move. They could only lie there helplessly in rage. It has directly entered a disabled state. Lin Han was delighted. The holy water boost obtained by the pea Gatling gun was far more powerful than that of the pea shooter. The pea sprayed out could actually add a large amount of negative status to the dark creatures. Just by visual inspection, it can at least slow down, prohibit healing, cause continuous damage to dark creatures, and even cause disability. Besides, now, the pea Gatling gun fires 18 peas in one round, and one attack on a dark creature can deal 5,040 damage. This number has far exceeded that of the angels. The angel's strength seems to be no match for pea Gatling, and they can only act as the front row to protect pea Gatling from injuries. Successfully killed the ghoul, experience plus 100. Successfully killed the wanderer, experience plus 1,200. Successfully killed the glutton, experience plus 4,000. Not just points, but so much experience. If I hold on a little longer, I'll be able to reach level 10. While retreating and attacking, Lin Han found that his experience points were increasing rapidly. Seeing this, Lin Han had an idea of stopping and killing the dark creatures at this corner, but it was just a thought and Lin Han gave up. When you go out to fight monsters, the dark creatures are not affected by the Tower of Light, and basically they will be amplified to varying degrees, which makes it much more difficult than fighting them in the Tower of Light. Moreover, there is only one road at this corner. If he delays, a large number of dark creatures will gradually emerge from behind. In the game, it is like being sandwiched between two pieces of cheese, attacked from both sides. The situation is extremely unfavorable. Retreat first. Let's go back to Goose City and slowly fight these things. Fortunately, he didn't go far outside. Although he couldn't see clearly in the dark, angels could easily have a huge perception range. As time goes by, Lin Han's experience level was also pushed to level 10. You have upgraded to LV10. The protective shield range of your Lord Tower has reached 1,200 meters. The daily holy water production of your Lord Tower increases to 10-20 units. Level 10 is the final stage, which directly increases Lin Han's distance by 200 meters. You can learn skills now. Level 10 is one of the requirements for admission to a second-tier university, and he has already achieved this goal ahead of schedule. Of course, there are many more surprises. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10 and receiving a small upgrade gift package. Oh, I'm at level 10, and the system is giving me rewards. That's great. Open it now. Lin Han was delighted. It seemed that this dog system was better than he had imagined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 evolution points and 100 plant essence points. Plant spirit? What is this? Lin Han immediately asked about it, as he had obtained a new item unexpectedly. Ding! Plant essence can permanently solidify plants, allowing them to have self-repair capabilities and no longer rely on holy water for repair. At the same time, they gain a lot of wisdom. It is a mysterious substance necessary for the advancement of Pea Soldier. When Lin Han heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although he produces a lot of holy water now, it is limited. Moreover, he needs holy water to upgrade his city, the second level, etc. The durability of plants requires holy water, and battles require holy water. He suddenly consumed a lot more holy water than other lords. It was okay now, but sooner or later it would not be enough, slowing down his upgrade. This plant essence comes at the right time. But upgrading the Pea Soldiers actually requires plant essence? System, this is not what you said. Can it be upgraded by evolution points? Ding! Evolution points are just the most basic requirement. Hearing this, Lin Han didn't say anything but nodded. 2. I said, how could it be possible to evolve and upgrade directly? According to Lin Han's current situation, He now earns nearly 1,000 evolution points every day. Based on the strength of the pea shooter produced by the system, shouldn't he be able to evolve into the pea catcher in 4 or 5 days? Chapter 45, Plant Self-Growth. The combat power of the pea gatling is so strong, he can't even imagine the combat power of the pea watcher. If the ultimate plant evolves in another month or two, want to be able to break through the dark world in minutes? It's a bit outrageous. Just fantasize about it. After all, a pea watcher only requires 3,600 evolution points. It seems that this evolution point requirement is just a rough display, and the real core elements are not presented. At this time, Lin Han checked the requirements for evolving the pea Gatling gun again, and sure enough, there was a condition of 100 points of plant essence. Unfortunately, I only have 300 evolution points right now, which were just rewarded by the system. Otherwise, I'll have to evolve a pea soldier right now. Lin Han was somewhat tempted and wished he could go back to Goose City right now to see the sunflowers. The difference from the game is that his sunflowers do not have a fixed output. The 100 evolution points a day do not explode all at once, but can be collected bit by bit. Even if only one evolution point is produced, he can still claim it. Now that he has been away for so long, the sunflowers at home must have produced some evolution points, enough to meet the evolution requirements of the pea soldier. I really gained a lot from this trip. Seeing the pea Gatling gun still spitting out guns fiercely to kill the dark creatures, Lin Han felt inexplicably heroic. What's this? Suddenly, Lin Han seemed to notice something. He saw that there seemed to be light above the head of pea Gatling. When I touched it, a message popped up. Pea Gatling has proficiency growth. The current effect is strong growth, develops on its own, and is expected to grow to the limit of pea Gatling in half a year. 10 plant essence can be used to evolve into pea soldier in the game. Wisdom. Pea Gatling will imitate and learn the actions and speech of its owner. Level 1 shooting skill. Increases shooting speed by 10%, damage to known dark creature weaknesses by 20%. At the same time, Lin Han keenly noticed that the attack power of the pea Gatling gun in front of him had become 71, and it naturally grew by 1 point of attack power. Counting the 4-fold damage increase to dark creatures, it has become 284 points of attack. Oh my god! It turns out that the evolved peas have the ability to grow in proficiency. Lin Han was shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. The pea shooters that evolve at the beginning basically attack the torso when attacking dark creatures, and sometimes only hit the limbs, and the damage caused was not particularly high. As for training your own archers, needless to say, their proficiency is not high, and there is a chance that their attacks will miss. But now, the pea-shaped Gatling gun basically aimed at the heads of the dark creatures, and each hit was a critical hit, and it was so accurate that archers could not compare. That is to say, even if he doesn't grow with evolution points, the pea shooter will become stronger on his own. They are not dead creatures summoned by the system. They can also grow on their own, like the creatures summoned by the troop cards. System, when did this function appear? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ding. You didn't ask. A bonus feature that allows the illustrations to update automatically. Here we go again. Here we go again. Lin Han was quite happy when he asked this question, but when the system said this, his throat suddenly choked and hardened. His fist hardened. Well said. Please list all the features in the next update. Ding. I'll definitely do it next time. WC. This system. Although I have long known that the character of my system is a bit against the will of heaven. But Lin Han still lived in Bungbu. Last time I told you to guess. This time I will tell you for sure next time. How did such an excellent personality come about? My lord is very generous and will not bother with you. In short, Lin Han was also a little happy. Forget it, if there are little surprises everywhere in life, it seems not bad, right? System, could it be that you are secretly patching it behind my back? Otherwise, how come so many small features suddenly appeared? Suddenly, Lin Han asked again, his tone somewhat firm. The system was silent for a moment. Ding. No. Seeing this, Lin Han became more determined. It's confirmed. His system is its Sunder system. On the surface, it seems to be against the host, but behind the scenes, it works hard to benefit the host. The system is so great. Love it. Boss, Goose City is getting closer. As he gradually exited the V-shaped zone, Lin Han could vaguely see the shadow of his own territory. White light was faintly projected over, like a large white ball of light. This is one of the few navigation lights in the darkness. When you can't find your home, the place with light is a safe place. Listen, clear the road and return to Goose City. At the same time, in the sky, Yuxian frowned and searched anxiously. She followed and imitated the places Lin Han might go and observed, but she just couldn't find where Lin Han was. Darkness has a huge impact on humans, but Yuxian doesn't dare to rely on her own strength to overflow her perception search, because doing so will lead to some powerful dark creatures injecting into her. She could have just patted her butt and ran away, but Lin Han's territory was here, and she couldn't escape. This is too much. By lowering her own altitude, Yuxian could see more clearly. Almost the entire land is densely packed with dark creatures, and because it is the third stage, there are also a large number of elite monsters mixed in. How can there be so many? Normally, there shouldn't be so many elite monsters. After careful observation, Yuxian already had a bad premonition. This time, the number of deaths of their human novice overlords is likely to be unprecedented. After all, at this stage, most of the lords have not yet developed well, and there's only a small stone wall in their home. How can they resist these elite monsters? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the distance. Yuxian looked over hurriedly and saw monsters pouring out like a dark torrent, and their target was very obvious, which was where Lin Han was. How was that possible? Lin Han is clearly still a lord. How is it possible that he could attract so many dark creatures? Looking back, Yuxian opened her eyes wide. I saw that the light on Lin Han's territory had become larger at some point, and it was estimated that it had reached a level that could only be covered by level 10. The light was bright enough that even Yuxian, who was so far away from the territory, could see it clearly, not to mention the dark creatures. To them, it is like lighting a big light bulb in a completely dark room. They're like mice in the dark, irritated by the blazing light, and become irritable. Chapter 46, a large number of dark creature pupae are coming. He's already level 10. Doesn't this mean that if he wants and has the resources now, he can immediately upgrade his territory to the second level? Incredible. When the two seniors were optimistic about her, she just felt that Lin Han was indeed very important, and she wanted to protect Lin Han. But now, Yuxian only felt an inexplicable cricket pupa in her throat, and her heart was beating a little. Second book. The myriad races are not clear. But in the history of the human race, it seems that there has never been a lord with such crappy talents, but who can upgrade so quickly. As we all know, the lord can only gain experience when he relies on his own innate strength to kill dark creatures. If someone borrows the high-level troops of the elders to kill dark creatures, the lord will not be able to gain any experience at all. Therefore, the elders of some big families will only bestow various top-quality props, such as construction acceleration cards. Compete for the title of being the first to build a base, so as to obtain the chest of light and get special rewards. Some people may even be lucky enough to obtain high-level troop cards, thus upgrading quickly. But even if Lin Han had powerful high-level soldiers, he couldn't reach level 10 so quickly, right? Let's not talk about the horrific resource requirements for producing high-level troop cards. Even if they are produced, they will not be as devastating as imagined. There's a growth process, but the upper limit is extremely high. Tigers are powerful, right? But when they were young, they were just kittens. Respect. This emotion inexplicably emerged in Yoshuan's heart. Just based on such a fast upgrade speed, Lin Han's importance has been highlighted, but she is stupid and only now realizes how important Lin Han is. At the same time, when looking back, Yuxian noticed the noise of a fight. Black fog was rising and stirring outside Lin Han's territory, and it was obvious that a battle was taking place. Yuxian couldn't help but hold her forehead. So he's back. I'm such a fool to run so far out there. Soon, in just a quarter of an hour, Yuxian had arrived above Lin Han. It seems like there are more special plants in his hands. Yuxian saw the 3P Gatling guns beside Lin Han at a glance. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have only one before, but I didn't expect that when he came back from going out, he had 3 in his hand. Is it really that simple for him to produce and evolve such a terrifying type of soldier? At least a king-level soldier. No, it could be a peerless-level soldier. Is it a hidden talent? Yuxian fell in a deep thought. Logically speaking, Lin Han doesn't have any resources now. Before he reaches the second level, advancing his troops to the second level is already the limit. So, The plant in his hand, strictly speaking, can only be considered as silver quality. But the strength of this attack is almost just a hair's breadth away from the golden line. Generally speaking, the maximum number of evolutions for a legendary troop card is 5 to 6 times, and for a peerless troop card it is 5 to 7 times. A troop that is so strong at the bronze and silver levels must be a king level. This plant is also silver, but is much more powerful than the legendary troop card Double-Winged Angel. Yu Xian was a little tempted. For a novice, which type of military card is the most powerful? It can produce bronze troops, and the troop card with high upper limits are powerful. For example, the Two-Winged Angels are produced at the silver level. It is good, but the resource requirements are too high. They're not goblins or something. Under the same high quality, how can they be as useful as bronze plants? Because Yu Xian had never seen the pea shooter, she assumed that the dual shooter was the first stage of evolution. But she could never have imagined that the pea shooter was actually a product of the system, which was completely different from the system used in her common sense. Why are there more and more silver-level dark creatures? The closer they got to their territory, the more Lin Han's brows furrowed. Although it is a good thing, the more monsters you have, the more experience and points you will get. But my holy water may not be enough. Every time the pea Gatling gun is used for a period of time, holy water must be consumed to quickly repair it. Without holy water, the pea Gatling gun will soon break down and can only repair itself slowly, taking at least 2 or 3 days to fully repair itself. Points: 28501. Rank: 476. Go out and actively attack the dark creatures, and directly earn a large wave of points, about 10,000 points. Lin Han's ranking directly rose to more than 500th place. This is already a very impressive ranking. But Lin Han was still a little unsatisfied. He felt that this was far from the limit. If he could evolve the pea soldiers, even if I haven't evolved yet. But you can imagine the strength of the pea soldier just by thinking about it. From dual shooters to pea Gatling, that is a qualitative change, and the attack power is directly increased by almost 10 times. The pea soldier is 10 times stronger than the pea Gatling gun, so that's no big deal, right? This is much better than being an angel, and the conditions are countless times simpler. Even if he is not a profiteer and has 0 resources at home, he can easily meet the requirements for upgrading the pea soldier. Ding! A large wave of dark creatures has been detected and will attack in 2 hours. The mission is about to begin. Kill 10 silver-level dark creatures and defeat the blood-sucking mosquito swarm to obtain 500 evolution points, 100 plant essence points, and 20 bags of high-quality plant seeds. What? It's actually a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Lin Han clenched his hands. When he was studying in school, he had a solid theoretical knowledge and naturally knew how terrifying the vampire pattern group was. The vampire mosquitoes are not very powerful dark creatures, although they are a silver race. In fact, only the queen insect is silver level. The other vampire mosquitoes are bronze level, and the silver level ones are extremely rare. The main power of the vampire mosquitoes lies in their huge numbers. There are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of them, and they are all bronze level. Who can withstand this? If he didn't have any means of restraint, even if he had the golden troops in his hands, he would probably be tortured to death by the vampire mosquitoes. You know, the vampire mosquito is best at dealing with high-level creatures. Every bite will cause the enemy to weaken and paralyzed. In the end, the enemy will be stung to death and then taken back as food for the queen insect. It shouldn't be like this. I'm just a lord. The light emitted by the light tower is weak. How could it attract the attention of a silver race? Lin Han thought about a countermeasure. But as if in response to Lin Han's confusion, a system prompt sounded the next second. Ding! Detected that the host has slaughtered too many dark creatures in a short period of time and is hated by dark creatures. The attraction degree of the territory is +10. This buff will last for 24 hours. Not long after, a message suddenly popped up on Lin Han's lore bracelet. Warning! The dark aura around the territory is strong, which is more likely to attract the attention of dark creatures. Please be vigilant, respected Lord Lin Han. Lin Han immediately understood. In the dark world, once you kill too many dark creatures, you will attract their attention. But, generally speaking, only when the lords reach the 2nd or even 3rd level will they receive this warning. Chapter 47 Vampire Mosquito? Hot peppers start. It seems that I have gone crazy. After Lin Han knew the reason why the vampire mosquitoes attacked, he was no longer nervous and even looked a little relaxed. Not only do I know the reason, but I also know how to deal with it. It's your turn, old man. Although it was the first time to use it, Lin Han had an inexplicable feeling of being an old friend. Maybe it's because I played Plants vs. Zombies many times in my previous life. Pop! A pale yellow pepper seed fell into Lin Han's palm. Before entering the dark world, he purchased a batch of ordinary seeds of good quality, including cherries, peas, peppers, cacti, potatoes, and pitcher plants. Ding! Chili pepper detected. You could spend 75 evolution points to evolve it into hot chili pepper. Really, pepper seeds can evolve into fiery peppers. This is one of the most powerful plants in Plants vs. Zombies. Although it is disposable, it can easily destroy all zombies, of course, except for the giant zombie king. It's just that I don't have enough evolution points right now. Soon, with the cooperation of the pea Gatling gun and the angel, after clearing the last batch of dark creatures in front of the territory, Lin Han returned to his territory, Goose City. Of course, the first thing Lin Han did after returning to the territory was to come to the Tower of Light in the center of the territory. Below, several sunflowers were swaying slightly in the wind, with crystal white light shining on them, especially the larger ones. Lin Han even noticed that the second-level sunflower swayed towards him, as if welcoming him in a friendly manner. Apparently, when he went out, some evolution points were produced again. The future of our family depends on you. Reaching out and gently caressing the sunflowers, Lin Han couldn't help but say. At the same time, an evolution point is credited. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 226 evolution points. Not much, but enough. System, can I predict the combat effectiveness of the pea soldier? Lin Han called out softly in his heart. The pea Gatling gun is indeed very powerful, but it also has a very obvious drawback. Even if it is an ordinary bronze-level dark creature, the pea Gatling gun needs to use at least 2 peas on it. Moreover, the pea's penetrating power is not particularly strong. After piercing through a dark creature, it basically cannot cause much damage to the second dark creature. Not to mention a blood cow, like the glutton. Without the application of holy water to restrain it, the pea Gatling gun cannot even solve it in a short period of time, and it will develop into a tug-of-war for a certain period of time. You know, gluttons can devour their companions to quickly repair their own wounds. Ding! It's a high-intensity, single-unit strength. This time, the system didn't say something annoying like guess, but instead replied very seriously, as if it was afraid that Lin Han would make the wrong decision. I understand. System, I feel like I'm in love with you. Lin Han curled the corners of his mouth, and suddenly felt that the system was a little cute. It seems that no matter how the pea shooter evolves, it still tends to be a single target attack, just like in the game, not like a fiery pepper that burns a large area. The system is reducing the task rewards. Hey, stop, I was just kidding. Lin Han suddenly became anxious and interrupted the system quickly. He could do anything except reduce his reward. This system is good in every way, but why can't I play with it? Could it be that? Forget it, system. First transform into a fiery pepper. Without saying much, Lin Han took out another pepper seed and gave an order. Soon, just like the first evolution of the pea shooter, a strange scene appeared. The yellow seed, after being placed on the ground by Lin Han, began to change rapidly. The membrane expanded and cracked, and the young shape of a hot pepper appeared. The skin of the hot pepper changed from light yellow to dark yellow, and the size and height of the hot pepper gradually grew to the size of Lin Han's waist before slowly growing slower. At the same time, the color of the skin gradually turned bright red, like the raging fire burning in the setting sun. Ding! The fiery pepper can continue to evolve. Evolution table of hot peppers. Evolve once into fiery chili pepper, consuming 75 evolution points. Evolution. Fiery chili pepper consumes 150 evolution points. Evolve 3 times. Fiery chili consumes 400 evolution points. Evolve 4 times. Dragon breath pepper consumes 1,000 evolution points. Ding! Tip. The hot pepper is a one-time product. The plant has no spirituality. Could it be that after evolving twice and becoming a blazing pepper, it's not just a one-time thing? System, continue to evolve. The system has prompted this, so Lin Han has no choice but to continue evolving. Boom! Soon, the fiery pepper continued to undergo drastic changes, and the bright red color on its skin gradually faded. At the same time, Lin Han noticed that as the fiery pepper evolved, a small pepper seemed to have grown on its body. Ding! The evolved fiery pepper is a plant that cannot be moved. Please plant it near the territory. Name: Blazing Chili Peppers. Number of evolutions: 2. Attack power: 10, 1 burn. Attack range: 240 meters around a radius. Continuous damage: 30 times/second. Durability: 10. Ultimate skill: 1 energy chili. Condenses a chili seed, and the eater can gain a certain amount of blazing chili ability. Cooldown: 30 days. Ultimate skill 2. Fangene. Releases infinite flames, which explode and spray in the 300-meter radius area in front of you, causing a 3-minute burning flame and 6,000 damage. The flame area causes 1,000 damage per second. After use, the blazing chili will be scrapped. The irritability of peppers makes the fiery peppers very powerful. Pour 100 units of holy water to increase the power of the ultimate move Fangene by 2 times and increase its duration by 2 times. I see. When Lin Han was thinking about how to use the fiery peppers, the system had already given a prompt. Therefore, Lin Han carefully selected a piece of land, which was located slightly behind the center of the 2 taunting archer towers. When the last dark beast tide came, Lin Han had observed it carefully and estimated that there would be more dark creatures passing by this place. Blazing peppers can be easier to attack. Moreover, this place is relatively close to the Tower of Light, so it is a great opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The damage per second is about 300, and it uses a lot of evolution points. It looks far inferior to the P Gatling gun, but this is AoE damage. Lin Han planted the hot peppers that were almost as high as his chest. In an instant, a series of incredible scenes reappeared. Like a big tree, the red pepper immediately developed branches and grew to a height of nearly 3 meters, forming a strange plant that had never been seen before. There was a faint red mist on the surface of the pepper, and it hummed inadvertently, as if flames were burning in the air and the temperature around it suddenly began to soar. Just as it was moving towards Lin Han, the fiery pepper shook twice, and 2 flames floated up and surrounded it, looking very intimate with Lin Han. Suddenly, Lin Han already knew the attack method of the fiery pepper. Chapter 48: Energy Pepper Seeds. Plant skills? Its attack method is unique to that of the P Gatling gun. If it can be carried around, it will definitely be his main force, and its weight will even be greater than that of the P Gatling gun. The reason is very simple. There are just too many dark creatures. There are so many monsters, and AoE attack is really important. The P Gatling gun can be used to attack high-level monsters. The Blazing Chili's ultimate move can actually condense into energy chili seeds. Get some of the Blazing Chili Pepper abilities. When Lin Han saw the ability of the fiery chili pepper, he couldn't help but feel moved. When a human lord reaches level 10, he can already learn skills, which are the so-called magic formulas. In the dark world, territory is important, but magic formulas are even more important. If the territory is lost, it is gone, but life is only so short. After all, everyone knows the principle of keeping the Green Mountains. Release the ultimate move and condense the pepper seeds. Lin Han gave the order and took advantage of the fact that the Dark Beast Tide had not yet arrived and directly used the ultimate ability of the fiery chili. Ghoul. After hearing Lin Han's instructions, the fiery pepper immediately made strange movements. It was as if all the purification in the body had come together. Even the surface of the pepper skin began to become dull, and the whole pepper became a little wilted. Ding! Tip. The pepper seeds need 2,000 units of holy water to recover. Fuck. Oh my god. You need so many units of holy water? Although no evolution points were required, the 2,000 units of holy water made Lin Han choke. Damn. The holy water unit requirement for upgrading to the 2nd level is only 1,000 units, and it only takes 1 unit of holy water to repair a P. But this scorching pepper requires 2,000 units of holy water to condense a seed. He no longer had enough holy water, the amount was simply too much. Then, Lin Han went to the dilapidated mine, and he waved his hand to call out the supervisor Tying Nyo in the mine. Iron Ox, how much iron or have you refined now? Boss, probably just over $50. Tying Nyo pondered and calculated in his mind before responding. That's enough. Lin Han decided that for the Lord at this stage, Holy water was actually one of the least scarce resources. Only after reaching the second or even third level would holy water gradually become important. As for now, after going through the previous period of time, the novice lords have no place to use the holy water in their hands. Moreover, as time goes by, although holy water becomes more and more important, the speed of collecting it is also getting faster and faster. So, Lin Han decisively put the goods on the shelves. 1 iron block exchange, 20 units of holy water. Exchange 1 refined iron block for 80 units of holy water. Although the second level requires 1,000 units of holy water, lords often collect all the holy water early on, leaving the other materials uncollected. Not long after Lin Han put the goods on the shelves, the channels in this area gradually became lively again. Everyone, although the third order dark beast tide is terrifying, as long as we are careful and suppress the light, they won't cause much trouble. It's easy to talk without any pain in the waist, Sema upstairs. But even so, I can't bear it any longer. I'm ready to become a refugee. Are you crazy? It's better to die in battle than to be a refugee. You can see a ghost in the dark. Many people in the channel have started to go crazy. This time, even if they survive, their territory will definitely be severely damaged. However, at this moment, wait a minute, what's the demand for holy water in the trading area? Shit, I'm still exchanging iron for holy water. What? Trading iron for holy water? Only a very talented person can do that. Damn, the transaction partner is Lin Han? I say, is there a possibility that Lin Han may have reached the second level, so he needs a lot of holy water? What the hell are you, old man? Although there was no notification about the upgrade to the second level, the beast tide is imminent. Isn't the upgrade to the second level just to attract firepower? You might as well say that Lin Han is doing charity to help us survive the beast tide. So, you guys have been chatting for a long time, but where is the iron? There is none at all. You must be lying, right? Birth, what a fast hand. I haven't even checked the trading area yet. He didn't even take a second look at the outrageous exchange requirements that Lin Han had put up. A second later, Dear Lord Lin Han, your 2,000 units of holy water have been received, and the system will automatically remove the goods from the shelves. This kind of fool is rare in a century. No one will miss this great opportunity. Holy water, isn't it coming? Lin Han smiled, and the price was not that much. In a later stage, 1 refined iron block could be sold for a maximum of 20 units of holy water, but now people were rushing to buy it even if it was sold for 80 units of holy water. And many sellers leave messages at the speed of light. Thank you, Boss Lin Han. I wish you good luck. My eyes are filled with tears. The boss is doing charity in this way. I will never scold him again. Woof woof. Man, I'm gonna bite Shao Kun right now. Looking at the channel again, as expected, some people have started calling Lin Dad. Their spineless appearance has led many people to ask Lin Han to put up the iron blocks again to exchange for holy water. As a result, many people actually began to have a favorable impression of Lin Han again, although many people were calling him a fool. But at this critical juncture of the Third Order beast tide, it was like a life-saving father, sending a nuclear bomb in the snow. My reputation has increased dramatically. What are you thinking? This kind of good thing can only happen once. After closing the Lord's bracelet, Lin Han chuckled, then returned to the territory and paid closer attention to the flaming peppers. Gurgle, the blazing chili peppers have reached a critical point. I saw a miniature pepper, only the size of a fingertip, suddenly pop out from the top of the red pepper with a pop sound, and then hang on it. After condensing, the fiery chili pepper lay down directly without any sign of movement. The skin of the pepper is dull and looks withered. Seeing this, Lin Han hurriedly took out 2,000 units of holy water and placed them aside, ordering the 3 angels to work hard and feed the flaming peppers with holy water for nourishment. Then an even more bizarre scene appeared. When the holy water fell on the surface of the red pepper, it was just like a sponge absorbing essence. All the holy water was absorbed, and not a drop of holy water fell on the ground. Lin Han ignored the 3 poor working angels and reached out to take the little chili pepper down. Energy pepper seeds. Taking them can improve physical attributes and give you a chance to master plant skills. At the same time, more detailed information about the system appears. Plant skills. Could it be the same as the magic formula? Lin Han looked at the small chili in his hand, and then swallowed it directly. Phew. Different from what I imagined, A slightly spicy sweet taste burst out and the fruit juice spread in my mouth. This little pepper was specially produced and was completely different from ordinary peppers. It was full of pulp. Chapter 49, Do You Understand the Value of Plant Talents? System, Automatic Detection. Host, Lin Han. Race, Human. Talent, E-level Plant Control, D-level Flame Control, Growth Possible. Level 10. Life, 3,926. Physical Strength, 402. Strength, 458. Agility, 370. Intelligence, 830. The power is as huge as a mountain. Lin Han murmured, Hold your hands lightly and feel the explosive power. Compared to level 5, his attributes have increased by at least 2 to 3 times. And Lin Han keenly noticed that his ability to control plants had improved. He had actually evolved from F-level plant control to E-level plant control. This is incredible. You have to know that after a human lord awakens his talent, it is almost fixed, and only extremely rare props and encounters can barely improve his talent level. For example, the legendary reverse shaping fruit can reshape the body and awaken talent once again at a higher level than the last time. As for the result, it is already said to be legendary. Do you still want to get it easily? But Lin Han got it easily. It just turned into a small pepper. This thing can even be produced once every 30 days. The cost is only 2,000 units of holy water. Crazy. This thing is simply the ultimate strategic resource. If you take it out and sell it, it will be invincible. It also has the effect of improving physical fitness. Damn it, he hasn't even run for mayor of a small town yet, but he's already got incredible resources. At this moment, Lin Han deeply realized that plants can bring more than just combat power. There are also huge resources, development power, even all kinds of rare treasures beyond imagination. Ding. Tip. The energy pepper can only improve the potential of talents below level D, and it can only take effect once. If you want to improve, please evolve the blazing pepper. It's also extremely effective only for talents below D level. The Dark World is most in need of lords with EF level talents. Besides, this is a chance to awaken the D-level powerful flame control talent. Improving your talent in exchange for losing everything you have. That's not too much, right? Lin Han showed a profiteer smile. You can't buy the legendary anti-plastic fruit, but it doesn't matter. Come on, Uncle, I have some chili peppers here. Call. After about 2 hours, 2,000 units of holy water had been infused, and the fiery pepper had recovered to its healthy state. It even sprayed a few small sparks around Lin Han, which looked very beautiful. During this period of time, Lin Han has been studying the control of flames. I have to say that Lin Han had good luck. He hit the target right away and gained a talent from the first chili he ate. And, system, I have to say, you are going against the will of heaven. A lord who has 2 talents is a top-level monster. What's yours? Can you awaken talents infinitely? Ding. In theory, it is true that the host can eat more fruits and gain more plant talents. But the more awakened you are, the lower the probability of obtaining it later. Nyodafa. This time, Lin Han really felt what an unexpected surprise was. In the Dark World, what is the most important thing? Only talent is extremely high. Talented and everything. No talent, nothing. Everyone is chasing after talent, and he has the ability to improve his talent, which has already laid a solid foundation for his future throne. Call. Lin Han waved his hand suddenly, and a huge ball of flame appeared out of thin air in front of him, like a fire from nothingness, and began to burn directly in the air. I just don't know how powerful it is. This should be the attack method of the fiery chili pepper. As he awakens his abilities through the energy chili pepper, his attack method has become extremely mysterious. All we need is the magic formula to succeed. After just a moment, Lin Han felt a little weak. He had just awakened his new talent, but it was still too weak. When releasing talents or magic spells, what is usually consumed is the magic power in the body. Magic power is generally proportional to one's own intelligence. The intelligence mentioned here is not IQ, but something similar to mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more powerful the magic spell released. But Lin Han has not yet mastered the magic formula, and can only use the most primitive method to release his innate magic power, which is a huge waste. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Lin Han was getting restless. Facing the impending dark beast tide, He repaired the base and calmed himself down for a while, then became impatient. But at this time, this guy, is it a hidden talent? But it has nothing to do with plants. Yuxin the heir could no longer understand Lin Han's operations. She always felt that Lin Han was weird. Because it was too far away and the dark fog was blocking her view, her vision was not that clear without using her mental power to scan. Is that a seed? It has grown into a strange plant so quickly. This is definitely not something that can be done by F-level plant manipulation. And the flames that suddenly appeared from behind, could it be? No, this shouldn't be a talent. It should be the ability fruit he ate. Yuxian nodded and shook her head several times before she reached a conclusion. First of all, Lin Han should have a hidden talent, just like Li Shih, who had an A-level talent for killing at the beginning, but hidden behind it was an excellent SSS talent for reincarnation. Lin Han's hidden talent is probably not much lower than Li Shih's. With the two seniors' high evaluation, he must be at least S-level or even SS level. The ability is to stimulate plants and create high-level soldiers. The cost is unknown, etc. Yoshuan's eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly realized that the two seniors had taken a fancy to Lin Han's foundation, Legion, an extremely large army. It was extremely difficult for a human lord to obtain a high-level troop card. It was extremely difficult for each high-level troop to grow up. But for someone like Lin Han, it was so easy to cultivate one. A natural disaster caused by the plant army is not a bad idea. Moreover, Lin Han seemed to have eaten a fruit just now, and then obtained the ability fruit. Although it is limited in time, it is very useful. There are actually quite a few props like this that can allow people to acquire skills for a short period of time, but they're just relatively expensive. I see. Yoshuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. I don't know what she understood. Roar. In the distance, a tide of dark beasts is approaching. It can be vaguely seen that there are a large number of silver-level dark creatures contained inside. For Lin Han, who only had a base, this was simply a devastating force. But the truth is, everyone listen up. Attack! A steady and loud male voice came out, and Lin Han's face was calm, revealing a hint of determination. Unconsciously, Lin Han had lost a lot of his funny aura and became more calm. Chapter 50. The beast tide is coming, killing crazily. The battle is overwhelming, but the ones being slaughtered were dark creatures. The first few zombies that rushed to the front were knocked down by the outermost archer towers before the P Gatling gun even made a move. The taunt archer tower, which has undergone system evolution, does not have the fragility of the archer towers in the hands of other lords. Soon, several big zombies took the brunt of the attack and bravely stopped to the front. He tried to get close to the steel wall outside Goose City under a hail of arrows. It's a pity that P. Gatling took action. Puff, puff, puff. With just a light blow, the zombie's head was pierced and smashed. If it were just a dark creature of this level, it would no longer pose any threat to Lin Han. But soon, several long and sharp cries sounded from behind. Two zombies in strange states leaped forward quickly from the back, one after the other. At the same time, as if encouraged, the dark creatures suddenly became more ferocious and terrifying. A ghost-faced ghoul. It's at the peak of silver level 20. Lin Han's expression gradually became serious. Ghouls, as a gold-level race in the dark world, most of them are bronze in rank, a few are silver, and their kings are usually gold-level. The ghost-faced ghoul in front of him is already an absolute elite mini-boss level among the ghoul group. I'm just a small base. How can I attract elite ghouls? The ghost-faced ghoul approached quickly. The P. Gatling guns began to experience the same situation as before when facing the glutton. If they were not infused with holy water, they would be unable to shoot. Even with up to 18 P shots per second, it couldn't cause much damage to the ghost-faced ghoul. The most fundamental reason is that the attack of P. Gatling is like a fast punch. The speed is faster, but each attack will be easier to block. Crack! Each P's impact could knock off a piece of keratin from the ghost-faced ghoul's body, causing it to ooze gray-black blood. It looks terrible, but it's actually just a superficial injury because the ghost-faced ghoul runs very fast, and the P. Gatling gun cannot achieve high intensity and accurate shooting at only one point. But Lin Han did not rush to infuse the holy water, but let the ghost-faced zombie rush over. Boom! Just when the ghost-faced ghoul was about 200 meters away from Goose City, Lin Han could even vaguely see the excited red eyes on the festering face of the ghost-faced ghoul. Suddenly, A wall of blazing flames suddenly rose up, and in an instant it enveloped the ghost-faced corpse eater. Ouch! Two howls were heard. The ghost-faced zombie had already suffered severe damage all over its body from the P-gun, and now was burned by the flames, like a sausage pierced with toothpick holes, screaming madly. Crispy on the outside and cooked on the inside. Such high damage. Linhan was moved. Compared with the Gatling gun, the attack of the fiery chili was like magic damage, and the continuous damage would only get higher and higher. At the same time, the ghost-faced zombies, trapped in a wall of fire, suddenly slowed down, as if something was restraining them and preventing them from running out easily. Instead, they were forced to stay in the wall of fire and continue to endure the scorching heat. Not long after, with the cooperation of Gatling, the two ghost-faced zombies died quickly. Congratulations to the host for killing the ghost-faced ghoul. Experience plus 30,000 x2. Very generous experience rewards. The experience bar suddenly jumped up a lot, to about 6%. But suddenly, two black shadows were like ghosts, rushing towards them from both sides of the firewall at a speed that almost dragged out their shadows. Their purpose is very simple, which is to attack Lin Han inside Goose City. Quick, too fast. Lin Han barely had time to react. He only saw a black shadow rushing towards him. But a ball of fire appeared even faster. I saw a big hand emerge from the wall of fire, which suddenly grabbed the two black shadows and then made a fierce sound like a whistling flame, dragging them into the flames. Squeak! The shadow's true form was revealed. Lin Han was still a little frightened and quickly looked over. A Silver Peak level 20 Deadwood Mantis. You don't know until you see it, and it makes your forehead sweat. The absolute killer of the new lord. Deadwood Mantis. This is a golden race, and they have a crazy desire to kill human lords. But the golden race is also divided into upper and lower levels. The Deadwood Mantis belongs to the top race among the golden race. It has great racial potential, and the race has a high probability of entering the silver class. It even has the potential to break through the racial limit. Unlike ordinary brainless dark creatures, they know that humans are the ones behind scenes. When they see human territory, the Dead Tree Mantis will hide first, and then launch a surprise attack to kill the Lord. As long as the Lord of the territory dies and the Tower of Light is extinguished, the remaining soldiers and subjects will be like pigs waiting to die, just waiting for the butcher's knife to fall. But unfortunately, facing the plants that seem to have superpowers, the performance of the two Deadwood Mantises was even worse than that of the ghost-faced ghoul. When being dragged into the flames by the perverted blazing pepper, a large group of peas attacked, all of which were critical hits, and they were blessed by the flames. The Dead Tree Mantis was killed in just 2 or 3 hits. Congratulations to the host for killing the Deadwood Mantis. Gain 41,000 experience points x2. As soon as the dead mantis died, various level 20 silver elite monsters vaguely emerged from the dark beast tide. They're ghouls, zombies, and monsters. However, facing Lin Han's extraordinary firepower, they could only die on the spot. During the process, Lin Han didn't even infuse holy water to amplify the plants. With the help of the fiery peppers, these elite monsters were beaten to death in a few hits, turning into a pile of charcoal and sleeping forever in the flames. The appetizers are a bit lackluster. Apart from the excitement brought to him by the Deadwood Mantis, the following beast tide had no energy at all, and it felt like a cheating version. In fact, even if the Witherwood Mantis got close, it would be fine because the 3 angels gave him a huge blood shield at the same time, and the Witherwood Mantis could not break the shield instantly. Boom! Congratulations to the host for reaching LV11. Next, Lin Han almost went crazy with killing. The tube of the Gatling gun is about to dry out and smoke, and the red-hot pepper is about to burn itself dry. Holy water was used batch after batch. It's even so outrageous that 1 unit of holy water can drain all the inventory. Under the extremely high-intensity attack, the durability of the Gatling gun and the blazing chili pepper drops very quickly, especially the blazing chili pepper. When the firewall is activated at the maximum area, it will lose 5 points of durability every minute, while it only has 20 points of durability. Chapter 51, Our Human Race, has finally produced another great sage. No need to say more about this situation. What? Even the holy water is gone. Buy more. The master has plenty of iron ore. Since you're here, stay. For a moment, The corpses of the dark creatures kept piling up and then were burned by the hot peppers. A strange and unpleasant smell spread throughout the place, and there were charred corpses and dried blood everywhere. Even the steel walls of the territory began to turn hot and red. This is the result of being burned by flames for a long time. I don't know when. The number of dark creatures has begun to become sporadic and scarce. Points: 57301. Rank: 157. After an hour-long torturous killing spree, Lin Han's level was successfully promoted to level 12. At the same time, he also opened the Lord bracelet to check. It directly increased my points by more than 20,000, but my ranking is only over 100. It seems that the experts within the human race are no pushovers either. Lin Han wasn't quite sure how his strength ranked among humans, but since he had done it, he had to do his best. This is the confidence that the system and plants give him. There are only over 100 people of this level. I can't even imagine how powerful and wealthy the other family members are. I can't even catch up with them. Lin Han complained slightly. Until now, Lin Han still thought that he was participating in the competition for novice lords in the human inner area. After all, the bracelet also informed at the beginning that the Empire would count the rankings of novice human lords in the area near Twilight City. But what Lin Han never expected was, "Minister Yu, great news! Now I, Lin Han from the human race, have entered the top 200. He has surpassed that one." In the main combat department, an assistant with a red face, thick neck, and clothes that looked like he could hardly breathe spoke excitedly and tremblingly. But Yu Xian on the other side pretended to be calm and said, "Keep your voice down. It's just a few hundred more people who made it into the top. Don't keep announcing good news." The main reason was that after Lin Han ranked above the 1,200th place in the human race, his assistants began to pay closer attention to him, announcing the good news every time he made a little progress, and they shouted more than 30 times. Yu Xian almost cried out in pain. But, even though he said that, Yu Xian couldn't suppress the joy on his face. Damn, it's on fire. He was just sitting here. From the initial surprise, he immediately sent people to protect Lin Han, to now he wanted to stand up and crush one of his own balls to add to the fun. He had never been so excited in his life. The human race has saints and great talents. With the strength of one book, he bravely entered the top 200 rankings in the dark 10,000 clans novice zone. What an unimaginable power. Even the children of the top 10,000 races in the darkness probably can't achieve this level, right? Lin Han was able to achieve this level by relying on his own strength without relying on any resources. Wait, you said you surpassed that person? Hiss. Yu Xian took a breath. The human race has finally produced another great sage. As soon as I understand this matter, I will definitely visit you in person. Yoshuan's pupils became increasingly profound, as if there was some unknown mystery hidden in them. He suddenly felt the revival of the origin of life doesn't seem to be that important anymore. After all, it is an external object that must be fought for with the dark races. But now that the human race has Lin Han, the origin of life is nothing. Is it blocked? Yu Xian asked in a deep voice. Minister Yu, Lin Han's shielding level is SSS. Ha ha ha. Yu Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't have the calm attitude of the person in charge of the 13 provinces at all. Instead, he was extremely disregarding his image. In fact, he had asked his assistant at least 20 times whether to block it. He didn't want to say it so many times, but he had no choice. He was just excited. He was so excited that he wanted to kill a few dark creatures right now. Lord's bracelet. This is actually not a human creation, and the shielding that Yu Xian mentioned is to prevent the prying eyes of other dark races. His eyes fell on the screen. I only saw the top few among the dark myriad races. Score 102,367 ranking. 1 race, unknown. Score 100,456 ranking. 2 race, unknown. Score 57,301 ranking. 157 race, human. That's all. Keep scrolling down until the 1,305th place, when a human race is second. This gap is not that big. Yu Xian shook his head gently. He naturally understood that it was not because the second human was not strong enough, but because Lin Han was too strong. The best historical result of the human race was only 175th. He is also the supreme god of the human race who created the Lord system and left behind records of his struggles in the dark world. But now, it was easily broken by Lin Han. Therefore, He knew that the most monstrous and talented player in history had appeared. As expected of you. As for the shielding methods mentioned earlier, it's very simple. Just don't let other races see the race. The Lord's Bracelet is a gift from heaven, a certificate of qualification obtained by the human race after they have established a foundation in the dark world, and the light tower of the human race is a gift from heaven for the bloody battles of their predecessors. It is a gift that will benefit future generations and truly give the human race a chance to rise. Therefore, the Lord's Bracelet synchronizes the information of all races by default, and the data displayed is naturally the information of all races, and the human race has no right to modify it. Naturally, because human technology is advanced, what is presented is the state of a smart bracelet. For other races, it might be presented in the form of totems, stone walls, rings, etc. Each is different. For example, other civilized races, vampire races, are rings. The slave rings they drop are equivalent to the Lord bracelets dropped by humans. The other side, the blood-sucking mosquito, is coming. Lin Han took it seriously. He probably knew that the 10 dark creatures at the peak of silver level in front of him were just appetizers. The vampire mosquito at the back is the highlight. But within a minute or two, a faint buzzing sound rang in Lin Han's ears. He looked into the distance through the light of the Tower of Light and saw dense black shadows rushing towards him. Each one is at least the size of a mouse. This is the horrific natural disaster among the silver race, the vampire mosquito. Although the racial strength is low, it is an existence that even the gold race does not want to provoke. This kind of brainless thing that only bites madly is worth provoking if you want to. Each one of them is barely able to enter the bronze level. In fact, it's just an ordinary pea shooter that can destroy it with one shot. But the key is there are too many of them. But the next second, a scene that surprised Lin Han appeared. The blazing peppers suddenly took effect. This group of vampire mosquitoes hadn't even come close yet, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. The result: suddenly, a red fire lit up in the dark sky, and then like a chain reaction, it burned across the sky in an instant. Chapter 52, Fiery, Chilly Release. It's dawn. Many vampire mosquitoes died directly in the flames. It seemed as if fireballs were raining from the sky. A large number of vampire mosquitoes wrapped in flames fell, hit the ground, rolled continuously, and then died completely. It has a violent, aesthetic feeling like a flamethrower spraying a swarm of wasps in a previous life. At the same time, Lin Han also received a request from Chili Pepper. I can't stand the blazing peppers anymore. It wants to self-destruct crazily and release flames crazily. It is in a very violent mood now. It turned out that the long battle before had caused great fluctuations in Chili Pepper's emotions. It has now become a battle maniac and wants to destroy everything it sees. Are there any people who are requesting to self-destruct? I've never seen such a request in my life. Lin Han was stunned, because P's ultimate move would be destroyed and weakened after use. Lin Han never cared about it and never wanted to use it. Ding! Tip! The blazing chili has reached its limit after a long battle. The ultimate skill has gained cumulative amplification, and the range of the fan gene has increased by 2 times. Please release it as soon as possible. This will clear the negative state of the blazing peppers. Otherwise, it will cause the blazing peppers to explode excessively, and you will not be able to bear it and die. Oh my goodness, the system has issued a prompt. Now, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. However, that's fine too. I'll take this opportunity to let him see the power of the plant's ultimate move. As the number of vampire mosquitoes increased, even though the attack of the fiery chili pepper was extremely powerful, it was unable to cover them all. This group of vampire mosquitoes was indeed a brainless race. Faced with the blazing red clouds, they rushed in headfirst like moths without hesitation, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't die fast enough. The attack of the P Gatling gun was just like drizzle, and it barely made a splash when it landed in the swarm of vampire mosquitoes. This is at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Lin Han no longer held out for luck. He knew that he would not be able to survive the fiery chili pepper's ultimate move no matter what. Release the ultimate move. Immediately, Lin Han gave the order. The red sky, illuminated by flames, was reflected in his eyes. Not long after this order was issued, the temperature in the entire Goose City territory began to rise strangely. This caused the 3 angels around Lin Han to become anxious. They looked around. If they didn't know that Fiery Chili Pepper was one of them and Lin Han's subordinate, they would have probably run away. Even the angels are beginning to be afraid. Lin Han took note of the performance of his angel. In the sky, the vampire mosquito that was charging towards the territory seemed to pause, as if it was affected by something. The world seemed to be calm for a moment, becoming so peaceful. Then, boom! Just like the dove of peace flying up in the previous life, the little girl landed on the West Island, and orange-yellow flames instantly filled the entire sky. It was like the beautiful sunset on the original blue planet appeared, and the wonderful sight of fiery clouds. The sky seemed to have regained its clarity for a moment, and a large amount of black fog dissipated. Yu Xian, who was at the highest point, suddenly narrowed her pupils and then began to retreat, fearing that she would be burned and exposed. Originally, she was almost unable to hold back and help Lin Han to stabilize himself. But who would have expected that he actually had this trick, a super ultimate killing move with a huge range? Is this really something a novice can achieve? Even if it's 3 books, no, for books, it would be difficult to do. It's daybreak. At this moment, Lin Han felt inexplicably sad. At this moment, even the white light of the Tower of Light was dispelled by the blazing peppers. The flames covered the sky for almost 1 kilometer in radius. This was the limit of the rage of the fiery chili pepper. The vampire mosquitoes affected by the flames were like pieces of paper falling into the flames. They were easily destroyed, charred, and then blown into powder by the strong wind in the air. Just the first wave of damage dragged in a large number of vampire mosquitoes and dark creatures on the ground, and turned them into ashes directly. Drop! The Lord's bracelet suddenly lit up. The intensity of the light source, suspected to be from the human race's 3rd base, has been detected nearby. Lord Lin Han, please pay attention. Lin Han was completely stunned this time. Good job. The sight of your chilly self-explosion also caused the detection of the Lord's bracelet to go off. The black fog has been purified. At the same time, Lin Han noticed that the black fog that was dispersed by the blazing peppers did not fill up immediately, even though the flames at the edge dissipated. However, this is different from the theoretical knowledge he usually learns. Normally, abilities such as fire control will not dispel the black fog. Instead, the flames will form a strange coexistence with the black fog. Only talents of the light element can dispel the black fog for a short period of time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 plant essence points, and 20 high-quality plant bags. While Lin Han was thinking, the system's congratulations sounded in his ears. The vampire mosquitoes in the air had been cleared out by the fiery peppers, and the pea gatling didn't even have a chance to attack. But again, the blazing chili peppers went straight into scrap. Repairing the damaged state of blazing chili requires 10 evolution points and 3 days, or it can be restored automatically after 1 month of recuperation. After entering the scrap state, not only will there be consumption of evolution points, but there will also be a minimum cooldown period of 3 days. But it's not a loss either. Lin Han cut open the Lord's bracelet. Congratulations to the host for reaching LV12. Points, 84596. Rank, 41. Good. This wave is worth it. Try harder. Maybe we can get higher. This wave of blood-sucking mosquitoes was a powerful assist. The points they gave together were more than those of the beast tide, directly giving Lin Han more than 80,000 points. His ranking even reached 41st, almost 100 places higher. Lin Han was encouraged by the data. He immediately wanted to go out again with the pea Gatling gun and kill it again. Tip: the 3rd stage of the beast tide is about to end. At the same time, when Lin Han finished checking his ranking, the bracelet also received a new prompt. The regional channel suddenly reached a new climax. Okay, it's finally over. Damn it. I don't know why I survived, but at the critical moment, I felt that there didn't seem to be many 3rd stage dark creatures. Yes, can you believe it? The 2nd stage is a ghoul, and the 3rd stage is still a ghoul. So many people died. My friend list is half gray. We can't help it. We are still novice lords. Fortunately, it's all over. Most importantly, thank you, Boss Lin Han, for the life-saving iron block. Many people in the channel were confused. Logically speaking, in the 3rd stage, the number of monsters should be overwhelming. After all, there's so many in the 2nd stage, right? Chapter 53, Plant Heroes. Peace Soldiers. But that is the fact. Some lords who are luckier have discovered that after the third stage arrives, the number of monsters that appear may not even be as many as those in the second stage. The quality was also mediocre, and it wasn't difficult to defend it. After all, most of them are bronze-level monsters, and there are only a few silver monsters. It is not impossible to solve them if you fight together. Oh, I told you long ago that moving is never a bad idea. That's right. After leaving the main monster routes, the number of monsters we encounter has decreased, right? But I didn't move? I was desperate and regretted not moving earlier, but suddenly I realized that the third stage was not so terrible. I mean, is there a possibility? We encountered a terrifying number of lords, all of whom were already dead and unable to speak. Suddenly, the channel fell into silence for half a second. Who cares? The one who survives is the boss. Yes, luck is also a kind of strength. For example, I snatched the iron block from boss Lin Han. You can't get through this without mentioning Lin Handakwai, right? The atmosphere in the channel inside the bracelet gradually became lively. And deep inside the distant town of Rogue, inside a dark and damp cave, things were gradually becoming lively. So many of my pets died. What's wrong? A slender but terrifying female monster with an eagle-like face slowly opened her eyes and muttered something incoherently, as if she was talking to herself. Ho ho! A dull roar filled with anger was heard, and soon all the banshees in the damp cave were alarmed. It turned out that this was a banshee's cave. From the entrance to the depths, one can vaguely see the remains of a large number of male animals, and even some male human corpses. Some are very fresh, while others are almost turning into rotten bones. I don't know how long they have been soaking in this humid cave. The voice of the banshee in the lead gradually changed from a dull roar to a sharp howl, piercing many small puddles inside the cave and causing them to vibrate. This is a sign of angry attack. Your Excellency's mission has failed. Beast tide no gain. Looking at the blood-colored crystal in the center, it hardly changed its color and remained light red. The leading banshee showed incredible anger, and even her expression seemed to become clearer, and she began to think. Go there. Gurgle. The leading banshee flapped her huge wings, left the cave, and led a large number of banshees to fly quickly in a certain direction. As the banshees continue to leave, they will even kill all the living creatures in the cave one by one before leaving. If you observe carefully, you will find that the route this group of banshees are taking is exactly Lin Han's territory. Enough evolution points start evolving. Bea Solitier. Lin Han came to the P-Gatling, who had a high level of proficiency. It seemed to be aware of something and started to get a little excited, shaking its head slightly and shaking its leaves. As for the other little peas who wanted to evolve into P-Gatling, Lin Han could only say sorry. He needed to give priority to evolving a high-end combat force. Otherwise, the plan of going out to slaughter dark creatures again to gain points would not be very efficient, and it would be very likely that he would not get the first place. That would be bad. I already have the system, but I still don't get first place. How can I be worthy of myself? Ding. Do you want to evolve? After evolving, the Plant Hero Encyclopedia will be opened. Oh, Plant Hero? System. Can you explain it? Ding. The Plant Hero Encyclopedia can only be bound to one plant hero. After binding, the plant will become a hero unit of that race and can lead the plant army under its command. Hero units can assist the host command. After hearing this, Lin Han immediately understood. It is like a big brother, a general, and he is like a martial commander. It is impossible that every plant needs to be commanded personally by him. Evolve now. Find a plant heroes. Lin Han began to look forward to it. He stroked the P-Gatling, which was the most skilled one and the first pea shooter he evolved. It had accompanied him from the first day in the dark world until now, so it was what he deserved. Ding. 400 evolution points and 100 plant essence points have been consumed. Boo! The P-Gatling began its metamorphosis. There was a sound like a sponge ball breaking, and a powerful color appeared on the surface of the P-Gatling gun. With a duan sound, the P-gun barrel cracked, and the huge head fell off directly, which startled Lin Han. Soon, the roots of the P-Gatling bloomed again, forming a flower bud almost as tall as him, as if incubating some life. This process is slightly longer. Lin Han waited patiently for about half an hour. The flower bud trembled slightly and gradually blossomed. A light green humanoid creature evolved. Its face was covered with a dark green visor. Its limbs were slender but very powerful, especially its right hand, which evolved into a cannon-like creature. It feels like a plant has become a spirit, but the launch port has moved to the hand. System: will all the Peace Soldiers transform into human-like beings? Ding. No. Only the initial plant heroes can transform into humanoid forms. Soon, the newly born Peace Soldier walked out of the flower bud. It is simply a work of art. It looks like an armored knight walking out of a place full of flowers and green, except that the sword in his hand has turned into a cannon barrel, and its body color is dark green. People can recognize it as a plant at a glance, but it looks a little strange. Moreover, the mask covering his face gave the Peace Soldier in front of him a hint of indifference and murderous aura. Owner: Plant Hero. Unnamed. Plant Variety: P. Number of evolutions: 4. Life Force: 54,000. Attack Power: 3,000. Skill 1 P Cannon. Gather strength and immediately fire a P cannon with 1,500% attack power and high armor penetration. The barrel will overheat after use. Skill 2 Wild Barrage. Stand tall on the ground, unleash the power of plants, and immediately pour out 60 to 150 heavy Ps, depending on the length of time the power is stored. After use, you will fall into a state of severe exhaustion. Skill 3 Plant Power. Restore 1% of vitality per second. Increase damage to a single target by 10% per second, capped at 200%. Skill 4 Attribute Conversion. Through external force, you can temporarily correct your own attributes, emit Ps of various attributes, and the power caused is greater. Tip: Peace Soldier has the above weakened attribute effects. Chapter 54. Obtain Nut Seeds. Boss Banshee is coming. I'll go. So domineering. Looking at the data of the Peace Soldier, Lin Han felt a little numb. Although Lin Han knew that the Peace Soldier in front of him was a plant hero template and was much more powerful than the ordinary evolved Peace Soldier, with such high basic damage, he was afraid that he would be killed by just one shot. It's worthy of being a system product. Every evolution is almost a leap forward. The strength of the Peace Soldier is at least gold level, and it is still a relatively high level. The more Lin Han looked at it, the more he liked it. Who could have expected that a lord who is still at the first level would be able to play a gold-level troop, while others were still struggling to play bronze-level troop? As for your name, let's call him Mo1. The dark green color matches your real name, P. Lin Han didn't dwell too much on the name. The main focus was on making it easy to remember and suitable for special forces. Who would have thought that the P, which was supposed to be weak and delicate, and therefore named after it, would be so wild after evolving? Its skills were either heavy artillery or heavy P, and the thick launching port looked like it was giving Lin Han a headache. Gurgle. Mo1 seemed extremely excited after being given the name. The conspicuous dark green whip behind his head began to shake like a puppy and made a sound similar to a cat's comfortable purring. Although he still cannot speak, his emotions are already very obvious. Moreover, MOP has a great number of characteristics. Heavy P. The launched Ps will be extremely threatening, causing 240% of basic attack power, and have a vulnerable attribute. Heavy P Proficiency Level 2. P power increased by 10%. Damage to enemy weaknesses plus 20%. Accuracy increased by 20%. Plant Network. Able to form a mental network with the plants under your command, facilitating rapid command. The original shooting proficiency evolved into Heavy P Proficiency. If this were in the game, he would be the top shooter. By the way, I completed the mission before and got 20 bags of high-quality seeds. Lin Han took out the seed bag with some curiosity. I bought a lot of seeds when I was in the city-state before. They were all cheap food seeds and had no value. Could it be that the seeds produced by the system are different? Ding. Do you want to open the seed bag? Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-quality nut seeds X20. High-quality attributes. High-quality seeds, evolution attributes increased by 100%. The plant immediately gains a characteristic. Wall of nuts. As soon as he saw the word nut, Lin Han immediately thought of the nut wall in the game. This thing is a must-have plant for players. It can prevent zombies from eating for a long time, and its health is 13 times that of the pea shooter. Fuck. In the game, Lin Han would think about blocking the zombies, but in the dark world, Lin Han's vision first fell on the steel wall of his territory. When Mo1 first evolved, his health was more than 50,000, and this is evolved from an ordinary P. If it uses the high-quality seeds provided by the system, how high would its health be? It's just that I don't have enough evolution points right now. I don't have the money to evolve the nut wall. In a few days, we will plant a wall of nuts outside the city walls. Upgrade the city walls? This is not as exciting as upgrading the nut wall. It doesn't require many resources, and the evolution points are all free. They can be exploded by completing tasks, and they are also very hard. Isn't the quality much better than a steel wall? The boss Golden Banshee is detected to be attacking. Mission released. Killing the Golden Banshee will get you a lot of rewards, and the system will be updated once. Just when Lin Han couldn't help but start planning the planting location of the nut wall in advance, suddenly, the system notification rang. Another boss? It's gold grade. Lin Han narrowed his eyes slightly. The title of boss is a system unique to the Dark race. Unlike their human lords, when a Golden Banshee breaks through the limits of her race, she will become a boss. The strength is far greater than that of human lords of the same level. A silver-level boss even has the strength to challenge gold-level dark creatures. This is going to be difficult. Logically speaking, it was already incredible that a newcomer like him could attract a silver-level dark creature. But what the hell is this gold-level boss that suddenly appears? This is usually a boss-level creature that can only be dealt with by 3 or even 4 books. And it must be a lord with extremely excellent talents. Is the difficulty so great? If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. It just so happens that I just evolved the Peace Soldier, so I might as well give him a fight. The school teaches theoretical knowledge, and the numerical values of the Peace Soldier reflect the abilities given by the system, so Lin Han doesn't know whether he can deal with the gold-level boss Banshee. It's a pity that we don't have enough energy stones to make a 4-winged angel. Otherwise, it would be much more stable. Lin Han took the opportunity to take another look at the Lord's bracelet. He always has a transaction hanging up. As long as the 3 mining sites in the mining area produce iron blocks that reach a certain amount, Lin Han will automatically put them on the shelves to exchange for energy stones. After all, he has already erected the steel wall, and the usefulness of iron blocks has become smaller, not to mention that there is now a nut wall. The Golden Boss Banshee came very quickly. Just when Lin Han finished his repairs, he saw black fog swirling outside the territory, as if something was about to emerge. This is a gold-level boss Banshee? How is this possible? At the same time, Yu Xian, who had been protecting Lin Han in secret, also noticed something was wrong. Because of her great strength, she could see far, even in the dark, and she discovered the gold-level boss Banshee who was coming all the way early on. This Banshee is tall, much larger than her companions, with golden lines wrapped around her body. This is a characteristic of a boss who has broken through the limits of her race and has undergone a life sublimation. Deal with this Banshee. Don't let it interfere with Lin Han. A dangerous light flashed in Yoshuan's eyes. In her opinion, this gold-level boss Banshee might have just happened to pass by. If it discovered human territory, it would definitely destroy it. The monsters at this stage are not something Lin Han can deal with. Only when Yu Xian was about to make a move, she suddenly saw Lin Han also starting to mobilize, as if he had been prepared. He arranged his strange plants neatly, and the 3 angels also drew their swords and waited seriously. It was as if he knew the upcoming Golden Banshee boss was coming, and his face was calm, without a trace of panic. Does he know that the Golden Banshee boss is coming for him? Yu Xian paused in her attempt to kill the Banshee directly, and became a little unpredictable. Well, with my strength, I can kill the Banshee in an instant. I also have various life-saving tools. Let's take a look first. Chapter 55, The Power of P Artillery. Yu Xian plans to observe for a while. Let's see what Lin Han will do. The most important thing is that she discovered that there was suddenly a new strange plant around Lin Han. Is this Lin Han's confidence? His talent is evolving too fast. Doesn't it take some resources to produce a type of soldier? Yes. Following a strange roar and the sound of a whistling wind, Lin Han looked carefully and saw the many banshees that had appeared outside his territory. The breath of death. It's broken. A tall banshee stepped forward, seemingly thinking about something, and then picked up the ashes of the vampire mosquito on the ground. She tracked them all the way here and found that all her pets had died in this place. It even turned directly into ashes, without leaving any body at all. The banshee was furious. Who is it? Using such cruel means, the blood-sucking mosquito swarm was wiped out. If the little insect queen was not still alive, she might not have found this place without following the instructions. And there are so many dark creatures dying here that the golden banshee, who is also a dark creature, has a sense of this. This time, the boss banshee became even more furious. Soon, its sight was fixed on the not-so-distant Goose City. The Tower of Light deep inside, it emitted a light that it hated. A small human base. Let's destroy it along the way. In its opinion, it must be that when the vampire mosquitoes were dealing with a new human lord, they were accidentally killed by a master of fire who passed by. That's the case. I'll just collect some interest from the human base in front of me. You know, these dark creatures are essentially workers, and they have certain tasks in clearing human territories. The golden banshee did not notice Yu Xian hiding in the air. Superior. As the boss banshee issued the order, several banshees following behind it became restless and flew out with roars. Banshees are a golden race, and this group of banshees are basically the overlords of this area. Not only do they have a large number of golden-level banshees, they even have a boss banshee who has broken through the limits of the race. The strength is so strong that even soldiers with platinum-level combat power cannot easily kill the boss banshee. Mo1 used the heavy artillery. Looking at the several female demons that suddenly flew out, Lin Han did not dare to be careless and directly asked Mo1 to go all out. Boom! After receiving the order, Mo1 immediately set up the launch port of his heavy artillery and firmly planted it on the ground. A burning atmosphere gradually condensed, just as a golden-level banshee was leading the way towards Goose City. Heavy artillery fire. A pea almost the size of a football ejected. There was a sound of door, and a large amount of flames came out of the muzzle of the gun. The heavy pea even left a phantom and instantly bombarded the banshee who was rushing in the front with the force of thunder. The banshee's body exploded instantly in front of Lin Han. The upper half of her body disappeared, leaving only the broken lower half that fell to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust and a lot of blood. Congratulations to the host for killing the gold-level elite banshee and gaining 100,000 experience points. This shot came down. The golden banshee's health bar was emptied, and she even owed him a life. Their fragile defense was like a piece of thin paper in front of the pea artillery. Lin Han made a questioning sound from his soul. A gold-level banshee. That's it? It broke into pieces with just one shot? This is too bad. Not only Lin Han, but even the boss banshee outside and Yu Xian in the sky were dumbfounded. What the hell? What kind of soldier is this? Why was he killed instantly? Yu Xian fell into confusion in life. Not only that, the heavy bullet that killed the banshee sank with great force, continued to fly forward, and disappeared directly from Lin Han's sight. Congratulations to the host for killing the elite ghoul and gaining experience 500 by 3. This pea then went on to crush 3 small groups of zombies. Squeak! Suddenly, the boss banshee outside the territory screamed angrily. Boom! Like poking a hornet's nest, the banshee of death immediately ignited her anger. More than 100 angry banshees, carrying the boss banshee in the middle, rushed towards Lin Han's territory in a mighty manner. Full of murderous intent. Use all your strength in every move. No mercy at all. Mo Wanda had an aura of leading the way, and no one could stop him. He stood directly at the gate of the territory, rooted in the old tree, and relying on a range that was at least several times that of the Archer Tower. He shot wildly at the group of banshees that were still a kilometer away. P-mounted. P-soldiers can enter the mounted state with range plus 50%, accuracy plus 20%, and firing rate plus 20%. The banshee who was already approaching was stunned by Mo1. A silver-level banshee would die if just touched by Mo1's ordinary attacks, and would melt on the spot if hit, a very miserable death. Even a gold-level banshee would become disabled or near death after being hit by a few shots, and would fall asleep immediately, wailing and unable to move. Explosive damage. Even with a normal attack, the damage of one P is 6 or 7 times the output of a P Gatling gun in one round. Not to mention that Mo1 can even spray out 4 or 5 heavy Ps in 1 second. Although the firing rate has slowed down, each bullet has a super high attack. The 3 angels and Lin Han stood behind him and shouted 666. Fuck, this is the output of the ultimate archer. Before they even got close to Goose City, More than half of the banshees in the group had already fallen down. These are low-level silver banshees who cannot withstand the attack of the heavy peas at all. However, the heavy peas fly very fast, and the black peas hit very accurately, so they cannot dodge. Mixed in with the group of banshees. These heavy peas are like iron balls rolling into a group of ants, with nowhere to escape. Caught off guard, the banshee group suffered heavy casualties. By the time they arrived at the gate of Goose City, only the boss banshee and more than a dozen powerful golden banshees were left. Human, unforgivable. The boss banshee was furious. She had worked so hard to gather her team, but she never expected that they would all be killed by a wave of death charges. But by the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to put up a shield, it was already too late. This BYD plant shoots too fast, one shot after another, as if they were free, and mixed in with extremely powerful heavy artillery peas. Even if some golden banshees put up shields, it's like an egg hitting a stone. They will break into pieces with just one poke and die miserably on the spot. Host level increased by LV.13. I just reached level 12, but was sent to level 13 by this group of banshees. Experience comes fast. At the same time, because MO1 was standing in the front, all the boss banshee's anger was focused on MO1. Erosion Bone Claw. With huge peas on top, ripples continued to appear on the shield. The boss banshee raised her claws, and a large amount of dark black mist gathered to form a bone claw nearly 1 meter in size, which stabbed fiercely at MO1. Chapter 56. No, I'll die. The banshee is terrified, but the three angels raised by Linhan are not just there to eat and do nothing. They all roared and used their strongest skills. Ascend to the realm of the gods. God's grace. In an instant, various damage-free healing buffs were suddenly attached to MO1. Although their strength was relatively low, they cannot cause much damage to the boss banshee. But it is definitely a qualified auxiliary. Bam! A white shield condensed on MO1's body, but because the boss banshee's damage was too high, it was shattered directly. Then he stabbed MO1's body with his claws. But the plant armor on MO1's body lit up, and after the corrosive bone claws were blocked by the shield, the damage was reduced, and it only caused some minor skin injuries to MO1. Some thick green juice will overflow from the wound, but that's all. Even under the influence of plant power, 1% of his vitality was restored every second. He already had more than 50,000 vitality. MO1 returned to normal in a few seconds and continued to spray wildly at the boss banshee. Attack other banshees first. Linhan gave the order. The boss banshee is worthy of being a boss. What makes it different from other banshees is that in addition to its extremely strong vitality, it also has a strong ability to survive. The shield it releases cannot be penetrated even by heavy artillery. In that case, we might as well clean up the monsters first. Otherwise, even if MO1 has high vitality, he will easily not be able to hold on. But if there's only one boss banshee, it will be easier to deal with. Linhan also understood that the Pea Soldier not only has a gold level rank and damage, but is also top-notch. Taunt Archer Tower, activate. Not only that, the Archer Tower should also be used. After receiving the order, the archers who had been prepared in advance immediately shouted loudly on the archery tower. Come here! Come here! At the same time, the archer was poking the boss banshee with a small bow, an arrow in his hand. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. This time, the boss banshee was so angry that she almost died with one whisk and ascended to heaven with 2 whisks. His facial features were almost smoking with anger. Human, I want you to die. D. Because of the special nature of the Taunt Archer Tower, a large amount of hatred was attracted at once. The boss banshee became dizzy and didn't bother to continue attacking MO1. Instead, she attacked the taunting Archer Tower violently like crazy. Bone claws surrounded the boss banshee, launching wave after wave of violent attacks. Although the Taunt Archer Tower has high defense and thick blood, it can only target silver monsters. Facing a gold level or even a boss level banshee, it is not enough. A single bone claw attack could directly cause cracks to appear on the body of the Taunt Archer Tower, causing the archers on top to almost lose their balance. I'll go. The damage is so high. While the boss was dealing heavy damage, MO1 had already dealt with all the small banshees. Linhan also quickly stopped the taunting function of the Archer Tower. If he continued to taunt it, the Archer Tower would be destroyed by the boss banshee. Before, He saw MO1 easily resisting it, and thought that the boss banshee's attack power was not very high. Now it seems that MO1's health bar is too thick. Plants that evolve into pea soldiers are no longer in their previous fruit state. Instead, they will be covered with a layer of plant armor, like a real soldier, with extremely high defense. After the taunt effect wears off, the boss banshee's brain gradually became clear. I just said, as soon as it came to its senses, it saw that all of its own female banshees had died tragically on the spot. The only few remaining golden banshees were also sent to death one by MO1 in front of it. It turned into Lin Han's experience and points. The next second, a large number of peas attacked and hit the boss banshee's shield hard. The fierce attack even caused the shield to vibrate continuously and become unstable, as if it would shatter in the next second. Boom! If I were to say the angriest moment in my life, it was definitely not even 1/10 of how angry I am right now. The boss banshee's mentality exploded, completely entered a frenzy state. It never expected that just going out to investigate the mystery of the death of its pet vampire mosquito would lead to the death of all the banshees in its lineage, leaving it alone. Seeing this, Lin Han took out the human-level artifact Hurricane without hesitation. Hurricane can greatly enhance one's own army, but it is time-limited, only 10 minutes, and must be released at a critical moment. This is also the reason why Lin Han did not use it before. Because MO1's output is overflowing for other banshees, especially the precious 25% attribute increase. It is better to save it now to deal with the boss banshee. Boom! Purple energy arrows were launched, flew high into the sky, and then covered all the friendly forces' positions, and purple starlight gradually appeared all over their bodies. MO1's attributes were not only amplified by the angel, but now also by the artifact, directly ushering in a new wave of transformation. Heavy artillery. Every heavy artillery shell that is suddenly fired at an accelerated speed will cause the boss banshee's shield to vibrate violently, consuming a large amount of the boss banshee's energy to replenish the shield. But the boss banshee is not a fool either. Know that the core of the territory is the human lord. Although it was in a violent state, it still consciously wanted to rush into the territory. For a gold-level boss, the restraint of just a Tower of Light was too weak. It has become so weak that it is almost ineffective, and only the more powerful Tower of Light can suppress it. Only every time the boss banshee wanted to rush in, her route would be tightly blocked by MO1, forcing the banshee to retreat. Combined with the output of the pea Gatling gun, a large number of peas will attack. The damage is not high, but it will also consume strength. After all this, the boss banshee was horrified to find that her magic power seemed to be running out. As a boss, its magic bar is more than 10 times that of other gold-level bosses, but MO1's output is too high, so it must maintain a shield. However, with the assistance of those 3 disgusting angels, it still cannot kill MO1. It wants to rush into the city, but cannot. Now it is no longer possible. This discovery was like a bucket of cold water poured down on me. After reaching the gold stage, most dark creatures have a certain level of intelligence. Not to mention the boss banshee. No, I'll be exhausted to death. Damn human. I'll take revenge sooner or later when I get back. The violent state calmed down. The boss banshee was starting to back off. No, there was no way she could do this at all. These disgusting plants can't be killed, and the damage is so high. Are you kidding me? Chapter 57, Wild Barrage. Peace Storm. Instant kill. I won't serve you anymore. Wait for it to go back, report to the adults, and then come back to clean up this human territory. So many banshees died this time, it suffered a great loss. Lin Han immediately noticed that the boss banshee didn't seem to want to fight anymore. Do you actually feel like running away? Then, as expected, the boss banshee suddenly flew up, swept away many disgusting peas, screamed at Lin Han, and then turned around and ran away the next second. He doesn't have the backbone of a gold-level boss. UTM, where's the 3rd stage of the Beast Tide? As a boss, how can you just run away? Lin Han became anxious. Not just because a lot of experience and points are about to slip away. What's more, the system explains that as long as you kill the golden boss banshee and complete the task, you will not only receive generous rewards, but the system will even have a second update. You know, when the system was first updated, it updated the illustration system, which could save him a huge amount of evolution points and lay the foundation for future military explosion. Wouldn't this second update be even more amazing? How can you miss this? What's more, before leaving, the boss Banshee yelled at the shameless human being and cursed him harshly. Unfortunately, the boss Banshee ran too fast, and it was too late for Lin Han to urgently activate the taunt defense tower. I have to use it now. Don't blame me for being cruel. Originally, Lin Han didn't want to use Mo Wan's ultimate move and wanted to save it. After all, depending on the situation, as long as the three angels assisted well, Mo Wan's health bar would keep jumping back and forth, and sooner or later he would be able to kill the boss Banshee. But this is the real world after all, not a game, and not all bosses will be so stupid as to not run away even when they're about to die after being beaten. Ultimate skill, Wild Barrage, stand tall on the ground, unleash the power of plants, and immediately pour 60 to 150 heavy Ps forward, depending on the length of the power storage time. After use, you will fall into a state of severe exhaustion. Lock distance, 5,000 meters. So what if I ask you to run 1,000 meters first? Locking, Wild Barrage. Lin Han waved his hand, and Mo Wan's aura sank, and even his trunk became thicker, like an ancient tree. A terrifying mental force descended, and like a giant beast in the wilderness, it locked onto the fleeing boss Banshee. Even though the Banshee had run into the dark fog, it did not affect Mo Wan's lock. His mental power pierced through the black fog like a sharp sword. No matter how fast the boss Banshee ran, he could always lock onto her and follow her. Humph. Want to escape? No way. The charging process only took 7 or 8 seconds, just when the boss Banshee ran 3,000 meters. Mo Wan moved. Dangerous light bursts out from the launch port. A heart-pounding wave spread out, and the huge launching turret shook continuously, as if it would explode in the next second. The three angels nearby were also watching with fear. What a trick! It's so scary. Is this going to explode? Even a P Gatling in the back lowered his head to show submission. Boom! Suddenly, a ray of light appeared first, and in an instant it flew 1,000 meters, leaving an extremely long white line. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an endless stream of heavy P cannons flying out. Due to their fast initial velocity, they flew out like blazing green balls of light, just like laser cannons. The P-launching turret vibrated violently. The muzzle quickly turned red, white smoke rose, and even the P's skin began to dry and crack, revealing the flesh inside. But even though it was shaking violently, it was firmly suppressed by Mo Wan. Precise strike. A full 150 heavy Ps were poured out in just 1 second. Each heavy P seemed to have a navigation mark, cutting through and dispersing the dark fog. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the boss Banshee. What? The boss Banshee felt a sharp sense of threat, and a feeling of death crept into her heart. She immediately used up all her magic power to erect the thickest magic shield in her entire life behind her. That human, there is actually such a method. What on earth is this? Bang! The flaming Ps hit the magic shield hard. This is not possible. However, the howl was only half completed. It's much easier than tearing a piece of paper. A series of Ps visually formed a laser, which easily penetrated the magic shield and then pierced through the boss Banshee in one breath. In the face of the storm of 150 Ps that erupted in an instant, it was not much stronger than an ant. In an instant, after leaving only a last word, he was torn apart by the Ps, and then turned into charred flesh and blood fragments in the air, and the blood evaporated directly in the air. Not a single bone was left. Congratulations to the host for killing the golden boss Banshee. Gained 500,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 15. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtained 500 plant essences, 1,000 evolution points. Special seed bag X1. Ding. The system is about to enter an update state, which will last for 24 hours. During this period, the functions can be used normally, but you will not be able to communicate with the system or receive tasks. A series of reward prompts sounded from the system. Mo Wan's P-Storm was much more powerful than Lin Han had imagined. It directly strangled the boss Banshee who wanted to escape, beating her to death. Complete the task fiercely. The three angels behind him immediately bowed down in admiration, astonished at her beauty, and acknowledged Mo Wan as their second boss. At the same time, Mo Wan's ultimate move also brought negative effects. Ding! The muzzle of the plant hero Mo Wan's P cannon is scrapped, and it falls into a state of exhaustion, with an attack of minus 50%, and it can no longer fire Ps and can only attack in close combat. Ding! Use 4,000 units of holy water to warm it for a day to recover quickly. Platinum strength? No. This is impossible. But Yu Xian, who had been watching from the air, was completely blown away by the wind. My head is like paste, I can't think anymore. She thought that the special plant was so powerful that it could kill so many banshees and even resist the boss banshee, which was already amazing, but then it released a powerful move. Yu Xian almost missed it, and her eyes popped out. What the hell is this? She also has peerless level soldiers in her hands, but when they're performing at gold level at the same time, they're directly beaten into pieces. Okay? 10 of them combined cannot defeat Lin Han's plant. At this point, even the most unlikely answer can only be this. The potential of saint-level troops. What level of hidden talent is this? Is it this awesome even at SSS level? Yu Xian murmured in disbelief. Damn it! A rookie with a first-class rank, holding a saint-level weapon? This is too fantastic. She wouldn't dare to think about this even in her dreams. It's really weird. And below, Lin Han felt so refreshed. The third stage of the beast tide, only 10 minutes left. Points, 156304. Rank 1. Originally, Lin Han felt that he could not get first place. Even if he took MO1 out to kill randomly, he might not be able to catch up, and there was a high possibility that he would end up in the top 10. But the gift may be small, but the sentiment is great. Look, the boss banshee has come to your door with a bunch of points babies. Chapter 58 Energy Flower. Blood Soul Crystal Core? This is a gift. It was like a little cow taking a rocket and sending it into the sky. The points doubled directly, and the ranking went straight to first place. Just a gold-level boss banshee directly contributed 50,000 points to Lin Han. The experience bar exploded, directly sending Lin Han up 2 levels, directly reaching level 15. If he continues like this, he might not even be promoted to the 2nd tier before he reaches the 3rd tier. In short, it's a long way from the truth. Not to mention such generous rewards. And a special seed bag as a reward. System, what is this? Open it and take a look. While the system had not yet entered the update state, Lin Han quickly opened it and asked the system question. Ding! Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Energy Flower Seeds. Energy Flower Seeds? Lin Han spread out his hands and saw a round ball emitting a faint white light appear in the palm of his hand. If the system hadn't said that this was a seed, it would not have been possible to tell what it was. And Energy Flower, if you remember correctly, this seemed to be the plant in Plants vs. Zombies 2. He actually produced 2 generations of plant seeds. Ding! Special planting bags can produce functional plant seeds, which are very rare. This is true. Lin Han thought that he might not be able to buy such energy flower seeds. In fact, there are no energy flower seeds in this world. Compared to pea seeds, this type can almost only be obtained from the system. Check the Energy Flower Evolution chart. Energy Flower Evolution Table. Evolution 1. Energy Flower. Consumes 500 evolution points and 100 plant essences. Evolution 2nd time. Crystal Core Flower. Conditions unknown. Energy Flower. 1 energy bean can be gathered every 3 days. It can only be used for plants with a high evolution level. 1,000 units of holy water need to be infused every day. Using evolution points can speed up the gathering of energy points. The instructions are very simple, but the conditions were definitely the most expensive Lin Han had ever seen. It's not expensive in the game. Why is it so expensive in real life? Lin Han complained. However, he also had some guesses in his mind. When the Pea Gatling evolved into the Pea Soldier, Lin Han discovered that the Pea Soldier seemed unable to be enchanted and enhanced by holy water. Infusing holy water does not have much effect. It only increases the purification ability, but the output is not increased much. Holy water can only be used on low-level plants to achieve good results. Perhaps energy beans are a substitute that can allow plants to unleash their ultimate moves. Ding! The system is starting to update. The system is silent. The energy flower requires too many evolution points. Don't use them right away. Use them to plant sunflowers first. Lin Han collected the energy flower seeds. The appearance of the energy flower can be said to have added another layer to his foundation. When Mo1 uses his ultimate move, he will exhaust all his strength, and it may take a day for the muzzle of the P cannon to recover. Perhaps the energy flower can repair it very quickly. We arrived at the center of Goose City under the Tower of Light. Sunflowers. Lin Han began to plant like crazy. He now had more than 1,000 evolution points, which was enough for him to plant 20 or 30 sunflowers. If he woke up tomorrow, wouldn't he have 3,000 evolution points in his account? Just thinking about it, Lin Han felt happy. Only when planting the 11th sunflower, Lin Han suddenly found that he could not plant anymore. Evolution failed. System? Why did it fail? There was no reply. The system was being upgraded, with only a dull explanation indicating that the evolution had failed. Lin Han pondered for a moment, then looked up at the Tower of Light again. No way. Is there not enough light? Lin Han understood that the way the sunflower produced evolution points was to absorb the essence of the Tower of Light and then produce them. It seems that the Tower of Light is too small, and the light it emits is not enough to nourish the 11th sunflower. After all, the Tower of Light is not the real sun. That's all we can do for now. Lin Han spent 700 evolution points and evolved them all into second-level sunflowers. He will be able to plant more sunflowers after the Tower of Light is upgraded in the future. In this way, if 10 sunflowers are planted under the Tower of Light, you can harvest 2,000 evolution points the next day. It's not a small number either. Should I upgrade the pea soldiers or continue to upgrade the sunflowers? But now Lin Han is stuck in a dilemma. Level 3 sunflower, 200 evolution points, and 200 plant essence unlocked. Production capacity, 400 evolution points, /1 day. Lin Han soon came up with an idea. There's no rush at all. For me now, evolution points are no longer a necessity. As time goes by, it will be easier to obtain evolution points. Maybe I can earn hundreds of thousands of evolution points in a single day. What I need now is plant essence to gain high-end combat power. Lin Han was sure. He hasn't even reached the second level yet, and his territory is so small that he doesn't need too many plants. Only in the later stages, when the territory is hundreds of thousands or even millions or hundreds of millions, will the usefulness of massive evolution points be reflected, and they can support him in creating a plant army disaster. Next, Lin Han used up all his evolution points in one breath, leaving only 100 points of plant essence. Use all the others and directly evolve 4 pea soldiers. However, compared with Moen, who has a plant hero template, the attributes of the pea soldier are only about half of Moen, and its output is more than 2 or 3 times lower, and it does not have any powerful characteristics. But it is also a heaven-defying existence. I estimate that even if it faces the golden banshee, it could be easily killed with a few heavy artillery shots. Boss. Several angels also came back. They had just gone to the place where the boss golden banshee died and retrieved the equipment that dropped from her. Lin Han took a quick look, and then his expression gradually became serious. The boss banshee did not drop any equipment or skill books, but a special item dropped, and the Lord's bracelet even marked it in red. This is a light red crystal, a small part of which has been filled up and seems to be turning into bright red. Blood Soul Crystal Core. Category: Special Props. Level: Epic. Effect: Collect and store the blood and soul of human lords. 20563/100000 copies have been collected. Tip: Human lords who obtain the Blood Soul Crystal Core can choose to hand it over to the major empires. They can get high rewards in return. I never expected it. Dark creatures can also drop this thing. Lin Han vaguely remembered that he had read quite a few posts, one of which speculated that the dark creatures seemed to have been collecting something, and many races specifically targeted and killed human overlords. These are things that are not taught in school. But at that time, Lin Han's knowledge was too limited and he was a student, so he didn't realize anything. Right at this moment, the Lord's bracelet suddenly buzzed. The Dark Beast Tide has ended. Starting to count. Chapter 59 Dark Pass. Privilege Upgrade. Without a doubt, Lin Han's score topped the list, ranking first. The points brought by the boss Golden Banshee were too many. The second place was even nearly 40,000 points lower than Lin Han. This time I won first place directly. The reward you get can't be worse than the 2-winged angel, right? Reward settlement is also quick. Almost at the moment when the statistics were completed, Lin Han's Lord Bracelet also received new information. Congratulations to the Honorable Lord Lin Han for taking first place in this battle of all races, killing the most dark beasts, and killing the golden boss banshee, and receiving extra rewards. Obtained 1 king-level treasure chest, 100,000 energy stones, 3 dark passes, 1 authority upgrade card. Myriad races? Isn't that the regional parallelism of Twilight City? Lin Han felt a little confused. Why do I feel something is wrong? Because this reward did not seem to be sent by official humans, but was directly deposited into the system. About 3 seconds later, another string of information came. Honorable Lord Lin Han, you have received a reward from the Star Dragon Empire. Obtained energy stones 100,000, human race reputation 100,000, human race throne ban 1. Oh my god, I got 200,000 energy stones directly. Originally, Lin Han was thinking about earning energy stones from mining, but in the blink of an eye, he directly earned 200,000 yuan. For a newcomer, this is simply a huge fortune, and there are also a lot of strange functional props. Dark Pass, the world's recognition of the elite race, with the qualification to participate in the Dark Banquet. Human God Throne Prohibition. After obtaining it, you will get the attention and protection of the powerful human God Throne. Seeing the prohibition is like seeing the God Throne himself, and you have extremely high privileges within the human race. At the same time, a large number of private messages were sent. Lin Han clicked to view. Without exception, the contents were all information about the Star Dragon Empire, the general meaning of which was information about caring for and winning over the Empire, and it also mentioned that a powerful God-level figure would come to his territory in advance to express his condolences. This time I won first place. The noise seemed a bit loud. Lost. Who on earth is he? At the bottom of the abyss, on a dark throne, the sleeping consciousness awakened. Suddenly, a chaotic dark aura surged. I am reincarnated 3 times. Planning and planning, foreseeing the secrets of heaven. Even many God-level troops will be defeated. When he was still weak, the God-level troops were already the most powerful troops that a person of his level could obtain in terms of potential and strength. But even so, he was still nearly 40,000 points behind the first place. In the distance, a terrifying lava monster that was 100 meters tall was surging. Type card, Flame Demon type. Racial rank, God level. Level, LV.19. Life force, 570,000. Attack power, 2,200. Number of people, 1,000. Before being promoted to level 4, no matter who you are, you cannot obtain truly top-level soldiers, nor can you receive gifts from the strong. Even energy stones have an upper limit on the rewards. It can be said that in the dark world, the early stage of every novice lord is the fairest time in his life. And he had done so much work in his previous life. After reincarnation, he was promoted to the 3rd level and had a lot of backup preparations. He even obtained a god-level troop card at the beginning. It can be said that as long as he obtained a troop card of this level, his future throne as a god would be a sure thing. Things like the legendary level are not good enough at all. It takes all the resources to upgrade a fire demon to level 19, and it can slaughter a group of gold-level dark creatures at the silver level. If more time passes, he will be able to upgrade the flame demon seed to the gold level. They even bravely went into the darkness and killed people indiscriminately until the sky was dark. Then he still lost. Impossible. My calculations cannot be wrong. The flame demon, as a god-level troop, should be one of the most powerful troop types at the 3rd level. The loss of a dark pass has greatly disrupted my plans. Ranked 2nd, with only 2 dark passes. Who is the 1st place? A great disaster for my race. In the abyss, raging demonic flames rose. Check it out immediately. Boom. In an instant, the figures of countless powerful men on the thrones gradually appeared. The other side, a glorious palace that is almost completely bright, even in a dark world. Is it him? How can I get 150,000 points in such a short time? A holy sword emitting a bright aura stood horizontally, with countless mysterious golden lines slowly appearing above it. The silver-white armor-scaled hand brushed past gently. Disaster has struck. At the 3rd level, you can obtain the possibility of surpassing the god-level troops. I really can't accept this. The Dark Tribes. It is more than trillions. Every time a dark hunting frenzy or a dark beast tide strikes, wherever the beast tide strikes, new lords at level 3 or below in this stage will be divided into the pool to calculate their rankings. Not to mention anything else, there are hundreds of millions of novice lords in the Twilight area alone. And the fact that Lin Han was able to take first place among all the clans shows how big a commotion Lin Han had caused. Privilege enhancement card? What the hell is this? You can even reward something like this. Lin Han was observing the rewards he had received, like the Dark Pass or something like that. He understood, but what was this privilege upgrade card? Click to take a look. Privilege upgrade card. Privilege +1. Gain hidden privileges and your status +1. After careful inspection, Lin Han understood. It turns out that in the Dark World, each race has its own level of authority. After obtaining the hidden authority, his personal information will be blocked by the power of the Dark World. Even the Star Dragon Empire will not be able to spy on his territory and location. All detailed information about him will be destroyed immediately. Similarly, with one more authority, he is also considered a privileged class, and he will be superior to others in the future. A VIP of the world. I always feel like I know something extraordinary. All races, how vast they are. The human race is just a small and insignificant race among them. The entire blue planet has been integrated into the Dark World, and the human race can only barely open up a small corner in the Dark World to survive. They don't know much about the deep secrets of the Dark World. Even to this day, the slogan of the human race is simply to take back the blue planet. This recapture refers to the area of the blue planet that originally belonged to humans and has been integrated into the Dark World. The truly top 10,000 races would never look down even a little bit. Headquarters of 13 provinces. First, Yu Xian looked at the ranking in front of him in disbelief. At this moment, he only felt a chill in his heart, and he no longer felt the joy he had before. This time the beast tide did not hit many places, and the Twilight City area where humans were affected was considered to have taken advantage, with a large number of novice lords, including a large number of third-level lords who had entered some time ago. That's why some geniuses can make it into the top 2,000. If all races really participated, there would be no place for humans in the first 2,000. Chapter 60, An Inevitable Choice, May Our Race Prosper. Ranked 200, you can say that there is another great sage among mankind. With the opportunity to rise, in the case of anonymity, there will not be many powerful races to spend a lot of resources to investigate. After all, to put it bluntly, it was just an ordinary tide of novice beasts. It's just something that is not worthy of being shown on stage. But first, this must have humiliated many powerful races and shattered many racial plans. There must be countless ancient clans taking action, and they will definitely go crazy investigating the identity of the number one. They, the human race, cannot protect Lin Han at all. Ranked first, this is actually sad. It's over. Yu Xian looked at the reward she had prepared in advance and saw that it had been automatically sent to Lin Han's account by the system, and she began to feel anxious. Minister, all our information about Lin Han has disappeared. Suddenly, the assistant shouted in panic. What? Disappear? Hearing this, Yu Xian couldn't control her demeanor anymore and quickly moved closer to the assistant. At some point, all of Lin Han's information disappeared from within the Star Dragon Empire. Rather than saying it disappeared, it would be better to say it is a more advanced encryption. There's only a one-way information channel left. If Lin Han doesn't want to contact them, they will never be able to find Lin Han again from now on. Yoshuan's heart suddenly calmed down. Fortunately. Good. Great. Lin Han must have obtained some top-notch world reward. Yu Xian knew that the reward from their Star Dragon Empire was only a small part of the reward. 100,000 energy stones was already the upper limit of the reward, and it was impossible to give more. Only rewards from the Dark World could be so rich and terrifying. Only. Yoshuan's eyes suddenly fell on the assistant, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. From the beginning to now, only a few people know that Lin Han was once ranked more than 1,000. As for what happened next with Lin Han ranking first, only he and the assistant in front of him knew about it. Apart from that, it might be Yu Xian. He has to summon Yu Xian back quickly and then deal with her with special means. With the protection of the mysterious power from the Dark World and the throne ban he issued, Lin Han no longer needed Yoshuan's protection. Feel sorry. For the sake of the human race, I can only do this. You just slept and lost your memory, that's all. Yoshuan's big hand fell silently on the assistant. This method may make the assistant stupid, but it is extremely safe. Lin Han's information is protected by great power, and the secrets are unpredictable. If one wants to investigate, it can only be done through physical means. Next second, the assistant fell asleep immediately and lay on the ground. And Yu Xian also aimed at his own head. He took another look at the decree from the throne that he had issued. This is a ban that belongs to him alone. Even if he loses the memory, and even if he doesn't know why it was issued, he firmly believes that he will make the right choice. May our human race prosper. But don't worry. Let's wait until Yu Xian comes back. The other side, his ranking can't be much lower. Yu Xian witnessed the whole process of Lin Han killing the Golden Banshee boss and began to think about it in her mind. Finally, a shocking conclusion was reached. Maybe Lin Han's ranking will be in the top 100 or even the top 10. After all, Lin Han killed too many dark creatures. It was far beyond Yoshuan's expectations. At this moment, Yoshuan's personal lord bracelet had new information. What? Let me go back urgently now. Yu Xian looked at the urgent message and felt a little strange. Don't you need to keep watching Lin Han? What if something happens? Having said that, Yu Xian just looked at Lin Han deeply again, then turned and left. Although he didn't know why Yu Xian urgently called him back, he must have some hidden agenda or other arrangements, so he didn't need to think too much about it. That was the moment Yu Xian left. Mo1 put down his scrap cannon barrel. As a plant, it always has a strange feeling, as if there is something in the air above it, but it also seems to be its own illusion. But just now, this feeling disappeared. In the game, even in foggy weather, plants cannot see zombies and will sense them and automatically attack. The so-called lantern grass is actually just for players to see. This time, it is no exception. Even in the black fog, where nothing could be seen, Mo1 still accurately locked onto the boss Banshee and launched a fatal attack. The channel is also very lively. I give up. I'm so angry. I was ranked 100,000th or so, and I just missed it by such a small margin. You still have 100,000, but I started with 10 million. It's hard to believe. It's so difficult. Are there so many hidden masters in Twilight City? Why is it so difficult? Hush! I heard that Li Shirshir's money is only around the beginning of 2000. You are lying. I don't believe that Li Shirshir's SSS level talent is not in the top 10. Where can there be so many talented players? Stop shouting. At least you all survive, right? Many people in the channel are complaining that the difficulty of this ranking is too high. There are even many people calculating how people like Li Shirshir, Song Kong, and Lin Han would rank. I heard that all the lords of the third level of the Beast Tide are included in this time. That is to say, the scores of the old fellows who entered the third book in advance in the Twilight Zone were also calculated. Is this possible? No wonder my grades are so low, but wasn't it agreed that I'd be a novice lord? We are all newbies, but we came in too late. It's not wrong to say I'm a novice. I have time. It's only been a few months, I think. Although, the Star Dragon Empire releases a novice lord once a year. However, many people were sent in halfway, such as some military academies and civilian lords. Although the number is not large, it is possible that they were not sent in last year, so they were sent in earlier this year. There are always exceptions. Xiao Kuan can't really be dead. Lin Han also watched the channel for a while, and most of the comments were about people being thankful that they had survived. However, Xiao Kuan, Song Kong, and others never made any speeches. Instead, a large group of people were insulting the alliance of the top of the gods, accusing them of inaction at the critical moment, closing their eyes, and ignoring the lives of other members who joined the alliance. Intermediate troop type cards, also known as silver cards, can at least produce silver-level troops. Although it's useless to me, at least it can make Xiao Kuan bleed a lot. For someone like him, it's not easy to take out a silver troop card at this stage. Before the newcomers reach the fourth book, it is difficult for external forces to affect them. The difficulty is just like being on the original Blue Planet, where the college entrance examination gives you an extra point. At most, you can only obtain excess resources and network advantages, such as accelerated construction cards. Chapter 61. Plants are detected as unknown soldiers. Let's get promoted to the second tier first. I already had enough resources. It was just delayed by the Beast Tide and the boss fight. Lin Han opened the base page of his lore bracelet. Materials such as iron blocks, energy stones, and holy water. Lin Han owns a mine, and these resources have long been overflowing. Moreover, most of his combat power comes from plants, and plants do not need any resources such as energy stones, so it is equivalent to getting them for free. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Lord Base, 2nd edition. Owner, Lin Han. Citizens, 76/1000. Area: 1,700 meters in diameter. Buildings owned: second level Lord Light Tower, 0/1. Citizen Hut, 6/250. Citizen Market, 0/2. Barracks, 2/6. Warehouse, 2/6. Mine, April 8th. Lumberyard, 4/8. Holy Water Storage Tank, March 10th. Steel Wall, Tavern, 1/2. Archery Tower, March 10th. There aren't many changes overall, except that the Tower of Light can be upgraded. Some unimportant buildings, such as warehouses, had already been built by Lin Han before. You can now advance to the second-level Light Tower. The light source is stronger. This way, I should be able to plant more sunflowers, right? Lin Han checked the upgrade conditions of the Tower of Light. It's not a lot. It only requires 10,000 energy stones and silver-level troops in the territory. Pass the second-level upgrade test. Silver-level troops. Winged Angel. Drop. Unknown level of soldiers detected. Plant-like life. Drop. Unknown level of soldiers detected. Flame Energy Life. Unknown rank of soldier. Bright Energy Life form. But just when Lin Han was about to upgrade the Tower of Light, the Lord's bracelet seemed to crash suddenly, as if the CPU had burned out, and it was stuck at this step and couldn't move. No way. The Lord's bracelet can't detect plants. Lin Han was also stunned. What kind of flame, light, and energy body was this? Lin Han almost couldn't laugh. However, Lin Han was also a little worried. Would the system be discovered? Could it be that plants were not considered creatures in the dark world and would be grass? I was too careless. I should have waited for the system to be updated before upgrading myself. Now the system is still being updated and I cannot reply to it. Drop. Recording. Dear Lord Lin Han, you have created a new type of soldier. Please name it. God-level troops, plant life. Legendary troops, flame life. Holy-level troops, flame life. Holy-level troops, bright life. Congratulations, respected Lord Lin Han. You have received a gift from the world. 4 dark passes, a random legendary item treasure chest. Thank you for your contribution and adding vitality to the world. But what I never expected was, after just a simple record, he directly received a super high reward. Among them, the God-level troops were given 2 dark passes, the other 2 holy-level troops were given 1 each, and those detected as legendary-level troops were only given items that were also king-level rewards. Its richness is even equivalent to the reward for winning first place. The king-level troop type should be the potato mine, right? The God-level one should be the pea soldier, and the other 2 are the blazing chili pepper and the sunflower. I didn't expect it to be rated so highly. Lin Han secretly speculated in his heart that this should be divided according to potential. The Lord Bracelet believed that the potential of his plants was extremely high. In other words, even if you do nothing after a long period of time, the pea soldier can grow to a very high level on its own. Awesome. System. With just a little evolution, it can become an existence countless times more powerful than a legendary angel. Upgrade successful. Second Order Light Tower. Soon, the Tower of Light was also upgraded successfully. Lin Han could clearly feel that the brightness in the territory suddenly became brighter. Originally, some places in the territory could still feel gray, but after advancing to the second level, this situation gradually dissipated and even the air became brighter. Perhaps after a few advancements, it will be possible to restore the brightness to a level similar to that of the blue star environment in the previous life. However, Lin Han has no evolution points now, so he'll try to plant sunflowers tomorrow. Next, it's time to open the treasure chest. I have 2 treasure chests in my hands. When should I open them? Lin Han touched the sunflower first. Baby, try your luck. Sunflowers are bright and pure plants, so your luck will generally be good if you rub them. Right now, open. Lin Han opened 2 king-level treasure chests in one breath. 1 ordinary treasure chest and 1 prop treasure chest. Congratulations to the Honorable Lord Lin Han for obtaining the king-level magic art. Tao Dai, Swallowing Mountain Art. Congratulations to the Honorable Lord Lin Han for obtaining the king-level item. Dark Navigation, Light 1. Skills are activated. Lin Han was delighted. He has now gained a new talent by eating energy pepper seeds. Just when he has no skills or magic spells, a king-level magic spell is directly delivered to him. Tao Tai, Swallowing Mountain Art. Mainly cultivates magic art and possesses excellent lethality. Each move carries a majestic momentum, which can absolutely crush enemies weaker than itself. Devouring enemies can increase the upper limit of magic power to a certain extent. It is ineffective against enemies of too low or too high a level. It can increase the upper limit of magic power, worthy of the title of king level. This way, when I go out to fight monsters in the future, I don't have to just watch the show. 3 books. Almost there. I now have a huge amount of energy stones. As long as you raise your level to level 20, you can be promoted to the 3rd level immediately. This speed will be very fast. Afterwards, Lin Han checked the king level item, the Dark Navigation Light. Dark Guiding Light, a guide in the black fog. It is very kind and has a chance to guide creatures lost in the darkness. Please treat them well. If they come and find that the territory is weak, there's a chance that they will leave in disappointment. Guide other creatures to come. Lin Han was overjoyed. When I was studying in school, it was clearly explained where the novice lords obtain their soldiers and subjects. One is naturally to build a small nest for the subjects for yourself, so that you can continuously produce subjects, but they are only the lowest level subjects with low functions and can only fill the population and serve as the grassroots. It is said that these subjects are ordinary people from the destroyed Doomsday world and were summoned by the Lord after signing the agreement. The second is the troop type card. You build barracks and use the troop type cards to summon powerful troop types. Actually, troop types are also a kind of civilians, but they occupy a larger population. These are the Lord's main fighting forces. 3 is very powerful. As your territory becomes more and more powerful, other races will continue to come to you in the darkness. They may have ulterior motives, or they may be desperate, but it is undeniable that this is definitely one of the important sources of combat power, and you can obtain it without a true card. Chapter 62, Territory Transformation, Reincarnation as a 4-winged angel. Those who can walk in the dark are basically not too bad in strength, and are at least at the gold level. They may even be accompanied by a large number of silver-level children. It's just too good. Use now. Lin Han used it without hesitation and deployed it outside the territory. In an instant, a beam of light like a beacon lit up, and the warm off-white light spread out, like a sharp sword, directly piercing into the dark fog, and no one knew where it went. It was estimated that it was dropped tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meters away. The Dark Navigation Beacon is a permanent item. As long as the energy stone is continuously charged and protected from being destroyed by dark creatures, it will continue to provide guidance in the darkness and attract other races in the dark world to come and join it. It may even attract humans of the same species. Some lords who have fled in the darkness and lost their lord bracelets may also come here to seek refuge. The only downside is, Honorable Lord Lin Han, you have deployed the Dark Navigation Light, Territory Attraction +10. Some powerful monsters might follow the light. However, the boss banshees that appeared deep in the town of Rogue have been dealt with, so even if another golden boss comes, he will just be a waste. Moreover, there's so many powerful plants in his territory. He believes that other races who surrender to him will be willing to sell themselves to him and become his subjects. Next, Lin Han began a major transformation of his territory. All those small nests for the people, build them all. Fill up all the holy water tanks. Moreover, after reaching the 2nd level of the light tower can already produce 100 units of holy water a day. And Leader's Cottage. Level 1. Improvement Direction. Large wooden house. Improvement Effect. Maximum number of subjects accommodated +3. Attribute of summoning subjects +1. Happiness of subjects +1. Consume wood 1,000. After the renovation, the large wooden house can accommodate 4 subjects. Lin Han took a rough look at it. It was probably a bit like the 4-person dormitory for students on Blue Star in the previous life, but it had all the necessary facilities, such as a bathroom and kitchen, and was no longer as shabby as it was in the first book. Who says I'm a merciful lord? Lin Han gave the order to start the transformation. You cannot care about it when you're in the 1st tier, but starting from the 2nd tier, you need to start taking it seriously. Because there will be a lot of other attribute calculations from the 2nd book. Subject Happiness, 27. Full quota 100. Territory Chaos, 0. Full quota 100. Subject Loyalty, 75. Full quota 100. There are also things like territory environment, planting, food, income, etc. The subjects also need to eat. At the beginning, there are only about 10 people in a territory, so you don't have to worry about it. But starting from the 2nd and even 3rd tier universities, the population will begin to explode. From then on, the population basically started at 1 million. After all, the population occupied by the military is still a minority, and the subjects are the real majority and the main source of income for future lords. Only a territory that can be self-sufficient is a qualified territory. Therefore, every powerful lord is a highly qualified behind-the-scenes manager. Thank you, great lord, for your gift. Soon, the newly summoned subjects began to prostrate themselves in worship and gratitude, and their happiness levels began to rise. These are ordinary people. No matter what their identities were before, from now on, they are Lin Han's people. You can consider developing good farmland now. Lin Han began to think. The cultivated fields are usually located near the Tower of Light, because only soil purified by the Tower of Light can be used to grow food. At the beginning, the Lord's bracelet will give enough food to supply 100 people for 30 days and ordinary rice seeds. He needs to start planting as soon as possible. That's right, rice seeds. Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes lit up. System, it doesn't seem to say that only plants that have appeared in Plants vs. Zombies can evolve, right? Could he try evolving rice seeds? When calculating the seeds before, Lin Han had never considered rice seeds. After all, this thing is pure food and has never appeared in Plants vs. Zombies. I'll ask after the system is updated to see if it can be modified. But now, Lin Han continued to transform. First of all, for a territory, the environment is a very important factor. He didn't have the resources and time to do it before, and now his territory is even made of rocky land. Now that he has time, he must transform it. Basic gentle stone road paved. How can the territory look beautiful if the roads are not smooth? As the residents of the planning department, the large wooden house of the leaders must be built neatly to satisfy their obsessive-compulsive disorder. There will also be future people's markets, which are equivalent to vegetable markets and supermarkets, and they must all be set up. The development of rivers, wells, and the like must also keep up with the progress. Things like wells can only be placed next to the Tower of Light, and water can only be drunk after being purified by the Tower of Light. Otherwise, drinking water from the dark world directly will cause you to be directly polluted and then degenerate into a dark creature. And so, nearly 5 or 6 hours passed. Lin Han finally completed the resettlement plan. Even the area leading to the mine was paved with stone roads by Lin Han. Don't ask. The answer is that there are abundant stone resources and the family is large and prosperous. However, if I upgrade it further, my territory will cover that dilapidated territory. Lin Han looked towards the dark area outside the territory. His current level is 15, and the range still increases by about 100 meters per level. A long time ago, Lin Han had seen a dropped Lord bracelet and knew that there was a dilapidated Lord base not far from his territory, where there was likely a vampire hiding. When he reached level 16, the range of the Tower of Light would definitely cover the dilapidated territory. But Lin Han was thinking that there might be more than one vampire in the ruined territory. Even if he didn't take advantage of the Dark Beast Tide to attack his territory, there was no way Lin Han would let him go. The reason he didn't fight before was because he lacked strength, but now, Lin Han was somewhat tempted. Although Mo1 will need tomorrow to recover. But I have 4P soldiers in my hand now. Their combined strength is not much weaker than that of the Black Peas. We can try to defeat the vampire now. If the vampire is still there, we will kill him. Do what you say. Lin Han began to gather people. Vampires like this that live in darkness are most likely corrupted and are also dark creatures. However, before setting off, we need to upgrade the angel first. With sufficient resources, you naturally have to be prepared first. Lin Han made a big move with his hand. A total of 20,000 energy stones were consumed. The 4-winged angel reincarnation pool is being built. After upgrading to 4 wings, the cost of each 4-winged angel is as high as 50,000 energy stones. If 2 wings are reincarnated into 4 wings, only 10,000 to 40,000 energy stones are required. Chapter 63. Go explore the ruined Lord's base. The stronger the 2-winged angel is in the silver level. The more you advance and reincarnate into a 4-winged angel, the less combat power you consume to achieve gold level. Tip: gold level soldiers can only continue to advance when they reach the peak of the gold level. The upper limit of the legendary angel army is 10 wings, which is as high as the star level combat power. However, it is not smooth sailing all the way, and it requires a certain amount of time to grow. Only with time and hard work can we guarantee that this type of soldier will be qualified to be promoted to the 10 wings in the future and have star-level combat power. Boss, when the 4-winged angel reincarnation pool was completed, the 3 angels who had followed Lin Han from the beginning became excited. Generally speaking, it takes a 4-winged angel half a year or even several years to develop. But with the help of Lin Han, they were able to advance to 4 wings just a few days after they were born. And this is the power of the human lord system. Different from the lord systems of other races, the human lord system allows the troops to grow quickly without being stuck and suffering for decades. Come hurry up and level up. I'll take you out to fight monsters later. Wow. The 3 angels stepped into the reincarnation pool, and soon, something strange happened. As if they had experienced a second incubation, they underwent a metamorphosis and 2 brand new white wings evolved and grew. At the same time, the strength of the 3 angels began to increase rapidly. This reincarnation of the 4-winged angel consumes a total of 112,600 energy stones. This wave consumed 110,000 energy stones. But it is understandable. The 3 angels have only been born a short time ago and are still in the early silver stage, so the energy stones they consume are naturally the highest level. Legendary arms, 4-winged angel. Level, LV, 21. Current rank, gold. Life force, 33,500. Attack power, 1,800. Number of people, 20. This promotion gave the 4-winged angel a new skill and a new characteristic. Skill 5. Holy Light Criticality. Creates a very large barrier with a health of 50,000 plus 2,000% attack power bonus. Hostile creatures within it will immediately receive 220% attack power damage and subsequently 100% attack power per second and will be trapped. When friendly units are damaged, 30% of the damage will be absorbed by the barrier. The barrier can be released together. For each additional 4-winged angel, the barrier's health increases by 80%, damage increases by 120%, and range increases by 80%. It decays by 10% as the number increases. Characteristic: Holiness. Increases damage to dark creatures by 30%. Immune to 10% damage from dark creatures. Increases healing by 5%. Lin Han finally understood. This angel is clearly a meat shield support. In fact, it's not Lin Han's fault for thinking this way. If it were in the hands of other lords, the angel would definitely be the strongest force. But the plants in Lin Han's hands are too powerful. The Peace Soldier should also have gold-level attributes, but the strength of its skills is simply terrible. Not only does the P characteristic increase damage by 240%, a heavy artillery can increase attack power by up to 1,500%, and the ultimate move is even more amazing. There's so many characteristics that it makes your scalp tingle. Even at low levels, you can infuse holy water, which increases the power many times more than the 30% of the angel. What's even more terrifying is that the Peace Soldier's attack frequency is too high. When the angel strikes with one sword, the Peace Soldier has already output 3 or 4 Ps. The gap is even bigger than that between humans and dogs. This holy light threshold should be the range AoE that Agubigu mentioned before. It's just that the damage is a bit low, although it is already the skill with the highest damage among angels. Lina Nu did. It seems that my main force in the future can only be plants, and angels and the like can only be the icing on the cake. Lin Han thought with emotion. Also at the gold level, the Peace Soldier can kill the boss banshee in seconds. If the 4-winged angel comes instead, although it should be able to win, it may take a long time. Now, get out of here! Without giving it much thought, the energy stones in my hand became scarce again. Lin Han directly left the territory of Goose City with 4 Peace Soldiers and 3 nurse 4-winged angels. Then he headed towards the ruined Lord's base with purpose. Anyway, the system is still being updated, and there is nothing to do. Why not recapture the ruined Lord's base first? The worst that can be found inside are gold-level dark creatures, so there's nothing we can do to him. Otherwise, at such a close distance, he would have jumped out and killed Lin Han long ago. Only when Lin Han brought a plant and an angel and drove straight into the base of the ruined Lord, nothing happened. Boss, I didn't sense the presence of any dark creatures in the ruined Lord's base. After feeling it for a while, Yagubigu reported to Lin Han. No. Could it be that the vampire inside has already escaped? Lin Han felt a little surprised. Could it be that he was afraid of me? Was he spied on when I was beating up the boss banshee? It's not impossible. Keep going deeper and take a look. Soon, as the group moved forward, Lin Han's eyes kept sweeping across various dilapidated buildings. The leader's hut, holy water jar, the people's market. Without exception, they all bear traces of being destroyed by violence. Soon, Lin Han found a Tower of Light here. The Tower of Light was cut in half by an unknown dark creature. The upper part lay shattered on the ground. The light was gone and the core inside was violently destroyed, leaving it almost impossible to repair. It could have been the glutton. This territory should have been 3 books before. Lin Han began to guess. Only a creature as violent and powerful as the glutton could destroy the Tower of Light so brutally. After all, not everyone is like the cheating Lin Han. Even if it is a 3rd-level base, if you suddenly encounter a peak silver-level glutton, or even a boss glutton, it is possible that the territory will be directly torn to pieces. As for the giant zombies, they're just small monsters in the early stages. Soon, my thoughts became clearer. After the lord of the territory was destroyed, he was so anxious that he didn't even have time to put away the Tower of Light. He ran away directly. When he arrived at the mine, he was discovered by the vampire and was killed in one blow. The lord's bracelet was exploded. A word of advice. In the novice stage, the base can be moved at will because the Tower of Light can be put back into the lord's bracelet, and the most that will be lost is the building resources. But in the 4th volume, after the Tower of Light is further strengthened, it can no longer be stored in the lord's bracelet and moved at will. Moreover, the population of the territory has become extremely large, so it can only be moved by a more costly method. No, this is too clean. There are no resources at all. After looking around, Lin Han was stunned. He had originally thought of demolishing the civilian huts and the like. At least he could recycle some of them. It looked as if it had been harvested in advance, and all that was left was rotten wood, which could not be recycled at all. Not even a single energy stone or stone could be dug out. Chapter 64, Caught a Little Mouse? Boss, I seemed to vaguely sense the breath of light, just as we went deeper and deeper. Suddenly, Yigubigu said with some perception that after advancing to a 4-winged angel, his perception ability also increased a lot. The breath of light. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. Generally speaking, the breath of light can only be emitted by the Light Tower, the Lord of Humanity. Could it be that there is a dilapidated Tower of Light hidden inside? Keep going deeper. The dilapidated territory was worthless and had long been emptied, so Lin Han continued to move forward in the direction Yigubigu said. Now that I'm here, how can I go back without gaining anything? Boss, it's not just a breath of light. It seems to be a bit bloody. Yigubigu sensed more. Even if Yigubigu didn't point it out, Lin Han could smell a slight smell of blood. It seems to be the smell of fresh blood, but it doesn't seem to be. It feels weird, just like the prepared creamer on the blue planet. It smells like milk, but is not made of milk at all. That's all. 3 angels came and started searching like 3 dogs. Suddenly, there was a strange movement from a small earthwork not far away. This phenomenon attracted Lin Han's attention. He keenly noticed that the area near the small groundhog seemed to be quite new, and there seemed to be traces of footsteps. Lin Han became interested. Among the creatures of darkness, are there still some that are afraid of humans? Could they be vampires in hiding? He walked over quietly. As his level increased, and because of eating the energy pepper fruit, Lin Han's attribute values far exceeded those of lords of the same level, and his perception became extremely strong. It is no longer like it was at the beginning, when I couldn't see anything clearly in the dark. So, Lin Han heard a very faint voice. Call. It sounded a bit like a little mouse's wheezing. So what is it? The surrounding angels also noticed it and gradually approached, but Lin Han raised his hand, signaling the angels not to break it violently, but to do it quietly. Come out on your own, or do you want me to dig you out? Soon, Lin Han smiled and spoke in a pretended grim tone. While still in school, learning the common language of the dark world was a must. So Lin Han was not afraid that the other party would not understand. Could it be that he is a degenerated wanderer? Lin Han began to think. The small earth mover in front of him didn't move at all, and the narrow hole was blocked tightly by the huge rocks outside. The world is full of wonders. The dark world is vast and boundless, and all kinds of things can happen. Not to mention that the Twilight Zone has not yet been fully recovered, so strictly speaking, it is not yet human territory. Go move all the stones outside. Lin Han gave the three angels a look. Soon, angels such as Yugobigu stepped forward, picked up a stone, and threw it to the side. At the same time, keep a close eye on the cave entrance to prevent sudden attacks. As the stones were moved away, the smell that was similar to the blood smell that was previously smelled became more and more powerful. Stop! Just as the angels continued to move, suddenly, a loud shout came from behind the wreckage of the wooden wheel nearby. A tall, pale-faced, white-haired young man in tattered clothes came out from behind him. He avoided the angel's eyes, but had to look directly at Lin Han and the others, and stood up straight pretending to be stubborn. Vampire! Lin Han recognized him immediately. The young man in front of him had a pair of scarlet eyes, pointed ears, and was dressed like a noble from the old times of Blue Star in his previous life. These undoubtedly revealed the young man's identity. For a moment, a dangerous light flashed in Lin Han's eyes. Vampire. Vampires are a dark race like humans. Compared to humans, vampires are slightly weaker in racial strength, and their relationship with humans is not very friendly. I don't mean any harm. The vampire raised his hands decisively to show his surrender. If he had not been discovered and forced into a desperate situation, he would definitely not have come out to talk to Lin Han and the others face to face. Did you kill those humans in the mine? Lin Han did not rush to take action, but spoke calmly. During the process, Lin Han's eyes were fixed on the index finger of the vampire. There's a ring on it. This is an item similar to the Lord's bracelet, a blood slave ring exclusive to the vampire race, and it is very important. How could it be me? I am an intelligent race. It must be them who did it. Those fallen fellows. The vampire quickly defended himself, fearing that Lin Han had misunderstood something. In the dark world, races can be specifically divided into two categories. One is the civilized race, that is, the intelligent race like humans. For example, the participation of all races in the regional beast tide is participated by intelligent civilized races. The other type is naturally the dark creatures. They have already fallen. No matter what race they were before, once they have fallen, they only have one identity, that is dark creatures. They're usually unconscious and rarely conscious. They're always thinking about destroying other intelligent creatures. A long time ago, it was the dark creatures that invaded the blue planet. Fellow fallen people, tell us what you know. Hearing this, Lin Han realized that there should indeed be a group of vampires not far from his territory, but they have already become corrupt. Only, this is clearly the Twilight Zone for humans. How could vampires come all the way here? It's probably only about 20 to 30 miles away. Beyond the town of Rogue, there's a truly dark force dominated by vampires. You killed the boss Banshee who was in charge of the town of Rogue. Those vampires will definitely turn their attention to you. I suggest you move as soon as possible. This area of Rogue Town will be massacred. This vampire seemed to be selectively reporting the information he knew, and even kindly advised Lin Han to run away quickly. Dark forces? Lin Han frowned. If that's the case, then it's going to be difficult. In order to form the most basic dark force, there must at least be many gold bosses or even platinum-level dark creatures in charge. They dominated a part of the area outside the entire Rogue Town. Brother, that's all I know. After the young vampire finished speaking, he looked at Lin Han eagerly. No hurry. Scream out the thing in that hole first. But Lin Han shook his head and said with a hint of amusement on his face, humans have always had a bad relationship with vampires, so he naturally doesn't need to worry too much about the emotions of the vampire in front of him. Not to mention, now I'm a boss. Chapter 65. Suddenly encounter a vampire and obtain the secret of hiding. Brother, forget it. There's nothing to see. The young vampire revealed a look that was uglier than crying. He is just a small, silver-level vampire. Although he is at the peak level 20, his combat power is relatively weak. Not to mention those strange plants around Lin Han. Any angel can pin him down and beat him up. That's fine. I won't take the initiative to look. But you need to hand over the magic formula for hiding your aura. After hearing this, Lin Han became even less anxious and instead took the opportunity to speak. This young vampire was even hiding behind the wreckage of a wooden wheel not far away, and the three four-winged angels beside him did not sense it at all. This shows that this vampire must have learned some powerful hiding magic. The young vampire's face became conflicted. He did have the secret of hiding magic on him, but he didn't think about it for long. He just gritted his teeth and said with a look of great pain, I'll give it to you, but you must keep your word. He heard that humans were particularly cunning, even more cunning than vampires, so he could only hope that Lin Han was an honest and trustworthy human being. Otherwise, he has no other choice. In a dark world, one can copy the magic formulas that one has learned, allowing new people to quickly learn the magic formulas and skills. But in this case, those who need to replicate, it will pay a high price to the world as a handling fee. And this price is usually slightly higher than the level of the magic formula. Even some precious magic formulas are forbidden to be reproduced. Well, I don't have enough energy stones. The difference is about 59,000. This magic formula requires 60,000 energy stones to replicate. Soon, the young vampire looked a little embarrassed. He was such a poor guy that he had no money to pay for the world replica. He was extremely lucky to get this magic secret, which he picked up from the wild. Hearing this, Lin Han lived in Bungbu. You kid, you're being honest, aren't you? You only have less than 1,000 energy stones left? Lin Han looked around and saw the young vampire in front of him. His hair was messy, and he was wearing tattered low-class, noble clothes, which might even be pirated ones. He really lived like a beggar, being able to take out hundreds of energy stones, maybe putting things in a difficult position for others. I'll give you 60,000 energy stones. Please quickly replicate it. Lin Han didn't say much and directly showed his Lord bracelet. He had obtained 200,000 energy stones before and consumed a large number of advanced angels. With the energy stones saved from previous mining, he had just over 60,000 left. The magic secrets he obtained from the young vampire directly emptied his savings. After all, I can't kill the vampire in front of me to get the magic formula. Once the vampire dies, the magic formula will naturally dissipate and cannot be replicated. Thank you, bro. The young vampire was overjoyed and immediately connected his blood slave ring with Lin Han's Lord bracelet. I didn't expect Lin Han to be so easy to talk to. He directly took out the Lord bracelet for connection and even gave him a few hundred more energy stones. What a nice guy. He was afraid that Lin Han would beat him up. Brother, this is a replica of the magic formula. Soon after paying 60,000 energy stones, the young man applied to connect with Lin Han and then put the magic formula on the shelf as a commodity, with the price being only 1 unit of wood. Successful transaction. There was a small book in Lin Han's hand. Hidden blood, gold level, consume a certain amount of your own blood to put yourself into a state of suspended animation, making it extremely difficult to attract the enemy's attention. The effect will be reduced when moving. 60,000 energy stones only exchanged for a gold level magic skill. But it is still a profit. After all, the magic formula that can hide one's own aura is much rarer than other types of magic formulas. Maybe one day in the future, I might need it. There are plenty of energy stones, but not many magic formulas. In that case, Lin Han smiled. When a young vampire saw Lin Han smile, he also forced a smile. Brother, look at this. I've already given you the magic formula. Can I leave now? Lin Han patted the young vampire on the shoulder. One innocent vampire, I just don't know how he can wander outside the dark world. Then, Lin Han didn't say anything, but just looked at Yagubigu. I believe that this guy has followed me for so long that he can understand what I mean. Sure enough, after seeing Lin Han's gaze, Yagubigu immediately shouted, then strode towards the cave entrance, stretched out his hand, and prepared to release a holy flame to use for lighting, and then take out the gadgets inside to have a look. You said you wouldn't. The young vampire's expression changed suddenly. He looked a little twisted and angry. As expected, he knew that humans were far more treacherous than vampires. He shouldn't trust them. I didn't take the initiative to look, did I? It's just that the angel under my seat wanted to bring it out for me to see, right? Lin Han clicked his tongue. Besides, you promised to give me the magic formula, but you made me consume an extra 60,000 energy stones. What's going on? And Yagubigu was speechless. Originally, he is also a pure angel. How could there be such a scene of him threatening a decent woman? And he really didn't understand. He didn't know why, but as soon as Lin Han looked over, his hand started to itch. The young vampire was really anxious. His eyes almost popped out of his head as he watched Yagubigu's violent actions. Stop. Stop. I'll let her come out by herself, okay? Don't use your skills. Please, be gentle. The young vampires ran to Yagubigu's side one after another and covered the entrance of the cave. And the huge, holy flame of Yagubigu almost hit the vampire's face directly. He looked at Lin Han and the scorching gaze of an angel, and could only sigh, and shouted softly with helplessness. Jing, come out. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If you anger Lin Han, you will definitely suffer bad consequences. Lin Han focused his attention on the entrance of the cave. About 10 seconds later, a white, tender but dirty little hand appeared in Lin Han's sight, grabbing the wall of the cave, and then a petite figure covered in linen crawled out of the cave slowly and timidly. As soon as he stood up, he immediately hid behind the young vampire. What's going on? This is actually a big vampire leading a little vampire? The common point is that they're all extremely dirty and unkempt. Just by looking at the tired looks on the faces of the young vampires, you can tell that their lives in the dark world are not very good. Chapter 66, Soul by Brother. Is your territory gone? Lin Han asked softly. He noticed that in one of the petite vampire's hands, there was a small, blood-red crystal core, which was the source of the blood-like smell he smelled. Wouldn't this attract attacks from dark creatures? Now that the little vampire has revealed himself, the young vampire doesn't seem to care about anything. Yes, it's gone. The blood crystal core of my territory has been destroyed. The young vampire smiled bitterly and said in a pessimistic tone that he had come here after many twists and turns and there was nothing left. If it weren't for the belief that kept him going, he would have collapsed halfway. Why are you in Twilight Town? If Lin Han remembered correctly, the area where vampires mainly lived was in the Bard Empire. Most of the vampires in the Star Dragon Empire are in the west, and their numbers are even rarer, so there shouldn't be any in Twilight City. Didn't you notice? Is the strength of the beast tide this time exceptionally high? The young vampire said, breathing heavily. Then, without waiting for Lin Han to speak, he continued. Every minute and every second, the number of dark creatures is increasing in large numbers, while the number of intelligent creatures like you and me is constantly decreasing. I'm not afraid of you making fun of me or trying to get information out of me when I tell you this. The vampire clan is in chaos. I'm just one of the ones who escaped. You humans are very close to us, so you should be able to sense it. We have only been in this place since yesterday. If you hadn't come suddenly, we would have already set off. Only then did Lin Han notice it. The young vampire in front of him had an extremely haggard face, spoke weakly, and was lacking in energy and blood, as if he had fallen from a gold-level vampire to a silver level. You mean? Lin Han frowned, realizing that something was wrong. That's right. A large number of vampires have fallen into the dark creatures. Maybe, after a while, I will lose my status as a lord. The young vampire said this in a self-deprecating manner. He might not have encountered any intelligent creatures for a long time, so after meeting Lin Han, he actually started to complain deeply, and he even seemed to be about to cry. After the core of the territory was destroyed, as long as he is corroded too much by the darkness, he will automatically lose his status as a lord and become a true wanderer. The only option is to join someone else's territory. Become my people. At this moment, Lin Han suddenly spoke, causing the young vampire to raise his head. His lips trembled. Maybe he really didn't expect Lin Han to give such an answer. Human, you and I are sworn enemies. The young vampire said in confusion. Vampires often feed on strong humans to increase their strength. This is one of their ways to gain experience, which is much faster than killing dark creatures to level up. Could it be that the human in front of me was moved by me after talking to me for a few words? But what a joke. How can it be that simple? Do you have a grudge against me? Lin Han seemed a little puzzled. No. The young vampire answered honestly that it would have been better if Lin Han hadn't come today. Humans didn't have a good relationship with the stone giants at the beginning. But in the end, they formed a different alliance. Lin Han frugit. Why is this vampire acting like a fool? There are tens of thousands of races in the dark world. The human race is weak, so naturally there will be friction with many races. Until today, a unique balance has been formed. Even if you have invaded me before, we can still cooperate against other races afterwards. The same goes for vampires. If vampires attack humans, humans will naturally attack vampires. The blood cores that explode from vampires are invaluable treasures for certain people who practice special magic techniques and arms. Besides, it's not a big deal to keep 2 vampires in the territory. It will make it easier to clean up other vampires in the future. The young vampire hesitated. As a wanderer in the dark world, he is weak and will lose his status as a lord sooner or later. And now, a safe haven appeared before his eyes, and he had to say that he was very excited. As long as he agrees, he will no longer have to wander in the dark world. Even if the humans in front of him are deceiving him and will humiliate him after entering their territory, at least there is a safe place. Those who have not experienced wandering in the dark world will never know how terrifying the invasion of darkness is. No, I still have to go east. However, the young vampire gritted his teeth and refused. Then he pulled the little vampire hiding on his body in front of him. Her name is Bai Jingjing. She's a very good breed of vampire. If you want to take her in, then take her in. She has good talent, can clean and cook, and can be sold for at least 200,000 energy stones if she's in our place. Lin Han was listening fine, but as he listened, Lin Han felt something was wrong. What is a good variety? What the hell are 200,000 energy stones? Why does it sound like Lin Han is a slave owner? Wrong. Is it that your vampire culture is too weird, that even vampires of the same species can be traded as slaves? The little vampire, named by Jingjing, seemed confused as well. She looked at the young vampire with some disbelief. The red eyes became very round and dull. A murmuring sound was made. Elder brother. She was sold by her own brother? Jingjing, be good. I still have things to do. The road ahead is too dangerous. Along the way, the young vampire was fleeing with Bai Jingjing and was already exhausted. He knew that his strength was constantly declining. Especially now, his strength has dropped to the silver level, and he will soon be unable to protect Bai Jingjing. If you keep following him, there's a high possibility that one day in the future you will completely become the enemy of some dark creature. Human, I don't know your name yet. The young vampire looked over. Isn't it too much to just hand over your own sister? No, this is actually the young vampire's deep thoughts. It is not easy to get here, so far away from my hometown. The difficulty of the next stage will be hellish, but the human in front of him did not kill him immediately. Instead, he listened to his story. He was willing to truly believe the human in front of him once. Lin Han. I agree. Lin Han gave his name. My name is Bai Shang, an ordinary 4th-level lord who is down and out. If there is a chance, I'll come back to find you. Bai Shang gritted his teeth and took out 3 blood soul crystal cores from his arms. Chapter 67. Sending your sister off like this? You did a great job. This is... Lin Han was shocked. Bai Shang gave all the crystal cores in his hand to Lin Han. Blood Soul Crystal Core, Vampire. Category, Special Props. Level, Epic. Effect, collect and store the blood souls of vampire lords. 100,000/100,000 copies have been collected. Full quota. Blood soul crystals filled with sin, after being released, can pollute and create a large number of dark creatures. This prop, it is exactly the same as the Blood Soul Crystal Core that Lin Han obtained when he killed the boss Banshee. It's just that the effects have changed. One is for humans, and the other is for vampires. I still have a lot of this stuff on me. I relied on it to conceal myself all the way here. I'll give you some, so that even if I die, they won't all be lost on the road. After Bai Shang said these 2 sentences, he became very nervous. He was observing Lin Han, afraid that Lin Han would reveal greed in his eyes. But fortunately, no. Lin Han was surprised at first, but then his expression returned to normal. This is my notebook. I thought it might be picked up by some lucky person after I die. I might as well give it to you now. Then, Bai Shang took out a notebook and gave it to Lin Han. Along with the notes, there is also a type of soldier card available. Army card, Vassal Vampire Servant. Level, Epic. Limit evolution times, 4. Number of people, 1. Required resources for production, 100 energy stones, 1 vampire soul. Features, vampire slaves can become stronger on their own and automatically evolve to epic level over time. This is actually the vampire race's troop card. This time, Lin Han was really shocked. This stuff is something you can never learn from school tutorials. Could it be that there are still human troop cards? Lin Han asked a somewhat idiotic question. Of course. There are a lot of human troop cards. If you have a human blood soul crystal core, you can kill the same kind and make it into a troop card. There are also many fallen humans. Bai Shang shook his head. Lin Han understood. It turns out that the blood soul crystal core has this use. You are a novice lord. I want you to leave quickly. Those corrupted vampires will notice this place soon. You don't even have 3 copies yet, so you can move around as you please. The cost shouldn't be too high for you. Your potential is far greater than mine. Bai Shang continued to persuade. Need not. Lin Han shook his head. Yeah, almost forgot. For a lord as powerful as you, There must be a human expert protecting you from behind. Suddenly, Bai Sheng laughed at himself again, as if calling himself stupid. I'm leaving. Bai Sheng shook his hand. But Bai Jingjing was very reluctant to let him go and held Bai Sheng's hand, not wanting him to leave. Coming to this place together, Bai Jingjing was very frightened as she rashly became a subject of a human lord. Obedient. Do you want to die? However, Bai Sheng just glanced at Bai Jingjing coldly. Perhaps it was the unique culture of vampires. Bai Sheng was very cruel to Bai Jingjing. After saying these two words, he actually pushed Bai Jingjing away and left. Woo! Bai Jingjing chased after him and stuffed the blood-colored crystal core in her hand into Bai Sheng's hand. Lin Han noticed that the crystal core burst out with warmth and a bloody glow spread out, which was somewhat similar to the light of the Tower of Light. It dispelled a certain degree of dark erosion and pollution from Bai Sheng's body. This time, Bai Sheng did not refuse, but he never looked back at Jingjing. Maybe he is afraid. He was afraid that if he took one look at it, he would become soft-hearted. Not until the bloodlight faded did Bai Sheng regain his composure and leave without looking back. Bai Jingjing watched Bai Sheng leave, holding the crystal core in her hand, without moving for a long time. Lin Han watched from behind with some sighs. Suddenly, he had a more accurate sense of this dark world. The previous crazy monster killing, which was similar to a digitized life, made him feel like he was playing games on Blue Planet in his previous life. But today I met Bai Sheng by chance. A miserable vampire. Even in this state, and with his territory destroyed, he is still moving in one direction unwaveringly. No one knows why. Lin Han seemed to have a new understanding of the dark world. Come over. Bai Jingjing. Lin Han stretched out his hand and waved towards Bai Jingjing, who was 4 or 5 meters away. Since Bai Sheng entrusted Bai Jingjing to me, I have to take it seriously. There was a strange sense of trust that came naturally. It was the first time in my life that I interacted with another race, and I'm afraid it will be unforgettable for the rest of my life. It seems that the dark races are not as bad as described in school textbooks. They have lived in the dark world much longer than humans, and they seem to be working hard for something. Lin Han couldn't help but recall that when a Lord's bracelet gave him the reward for creating a military unit, there was a puzzling message. Thank you for your contribution in adding vitality to the world. Contribute? Add vitality? What kind of vitality is added? There are too many doubts here. Woo! Bai Jingjing was actually reluctant to get close. However, since her brother had already left, she could only approach him tentatively. Lin Han took off the sackcloth on Bai Jingjing's body. The sudden action caused Bai Jingjing's neck and body to shrink. Bai Jingjing's presence was a bit low before, and Lin Han only noticed now that Bai Jingjing was actually a little female vampire. The dirty but very tender little face was exposed, with a timid and evasive look in the round little eyes. Behind him was a tangled mass of dirty white hair. Fuck, it's white hair and red eyes. Lin Han recalled that he had vaguely realized something when he saw Bai Sheng's white hair before, and now he exclaimed in his heart, fuck! The little girl in front of him, Bai Jingjing, didn't know why Lin Han had been staring at her. Her eyes had gradually become moist. She pursed her pale lips, silent, tangled her hands in front of her chest, and tightly grabbed her collar. A little aggrieved. Her face was noticeably thin, and it was obvious that she hadn't eaten properly for a long time. She looked so hungry, and she looked so pitiful. Damn, XP for Chinese people is about to be launched. Although Bai Jingjing looks very dirty now. Lin Han's gaze fell on Bai Jingjing's calf, but unfortunately, it was covered by a piece of cloth, and he couldn't see anything. Wrong. What the hell was he thinking? Bai Jingjing looked only about 12 years old. How to date? At this moment, Lin Han suddenly realized. What did Bai Sheng mean when he said Bai Jingjing could sell at least 200,000 energy stones? I didn't expect vampires to be such a race. I learned something new. Bai Sheng, you did a great job. Bai Jingjing, who was standing by, became even more frightened. She didn't quite understand what the human lord in front of her was saying. What white hair and red eyes? What is XP? What the hell is XP? What is Chongwuren? What exactly is done well? Woo-woo. She missed her brother. The human in front of her looked weird and scary. Chapter 68, Take the Little Vampire Home. Now, I produce a lot of energy stones every day. As for the population needs of the territory, Lin Han took a rough look and found that if he wanted to be promoted to the 3rd book, in addition to a large amount of resources, not only would the level have to reach 20, but a prosperity degree of 500 would also be required. Prosperity refers to the degree of population. A prosperity of 500 usually requires a minimum population of 500 and certain building requirements. For example, requirements such as the second-level Tower of Light are required. It seems that we need more wood and stone to build a large number of large wooden houses for the people. Afterwards, Lin Han took Bai Jingjing for a walk around and killed many dark creatures, but he did not encounter any other vampires, so he had to return helplessly. It seems that we can only wait for those fallen vampires to take the initiative to investigate and come to us. You will live here from now on. Pick a room for yourself. From now on, my daily tasks will be cleaning and infusing the plants with holy water. After bringing Bai Jingjing back to the territory, Lin Han hesitated for a while. In the end, Bai Jingjing was settled in his own lord's house. After all, his lord's house was quite big and had many rooms. The main thing is that I don't know what to let Bai Jingjing do. Bai Jingjing looks too young. Should I let the angels take care of the child, or should I let the subjects lead her? I'd better just reluctantly be a nanny for a while. After all, this child doesn't seem very smart. You always know how to take a shower. Yes, there's a bathroom on the first floor. There's a bucket inside. Just go to the bottom of the light tower to get some water and boil it. Just wear my clothes first, and I'll find someone to make them for you later. By the way, do you vampires drink blood? Does it have to be human blood? Lin Han said a lot of things in a scattered manner. Then he saw Bai Jingjing staring at him blankly. Her eyes were round, and her gem-like red pupils were quite beautiful, but she didn't react at all. Lin Han slapped his head. Oh no, could he really have brought back a stupid child? Bai Sheng, you are so unfair. Why didn't you tell me in advance that your sister is a fool? Take a bath. Don't you know how to take a bath? Lin Han took out a stack of new clothes and a new towel and placed them in front of Bai Jingjing. He looked at Bai Jingjing with some doubt about life. Oh shit, the newly brought back little vampire is so dirty, and he doesn't even know how to take a bath. He needs someone else to help him scrub it with his hands? But there is not a single woman in his territory. Igubigu seemed to have said that their angels are neutral. No, but they're now in a male posture, which gives a sense of perversion. Then, Lin Han invited Igubigu in. Well, let me ask a question. Can you still change into a female appearance? I mean, you angels are not androgynous. Igubigu looked up in confusion and looked at Lin Han with a strange look. Boss, angels don't have that function. They just have an appearance, not a built-in one. Igubigu said a little nervously. He seemed to have misunderstood something. Get lost. Just tell me if you can become a woman. Lin Han slapped Igubigu on the shoulder. Igubigu was shocked. It was already formed when it was born. Boss, if I want to change my appearance, I need to reshape myself, and I can't do that now. Igubigu said honestly. He noticed that Lin Han's eyes were gradually becoming regretful, and his anus couldn't help but tighten. Oh no, the Lord seemed to have some strange hobbies. But fortunately, he was stereotyped as a human male. Lin Han touched his chin and drove Igubigu out. Then he used the few remaining human resources to build large wooden houses for the people. However, he had used up all the building instant construction cards in his hand, as he had previously used them on the four-winged angel reincarnation pool. Moreover, the population in his territory is very large now. Even if he has a lot of resources, he cannot build many buildings at once. For example, building a large wooden house for the residents requires 5 human resources and takes 24 hours to complete, but most of his human resources are now mining in the mine. We are short of people. Otherwise, we can summon the subjects first to see if there are any female subjects. You can't really give Bai Jingjing a bath yourself. Well, Lin Han heard a soft voice. Looking down, Bai Jingjing murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I can wash it myself. She saw that Lin Han looked a little embarrassed and knew that she seemed to have caused trouble for Lin Han. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're always silent. Who knows what you need? If you need anything, just speak up and they will listen. Lin Han didn't mind the dirt and rubbed Bai Jingjing's head carelessly, then pointed at the angels at the door. Goo! Bai Jingjing's face turned red. She felt embarrassed by Lin Han's generosity. Her brother left, and he wanted her to live in this human territory and be obedient. So, should she not violate the rules of the humans in front of her? What do you eat? Is it only blood? Bai Jingjing spoke, and Lin Han took the opportunity to continue asking. It'd be difficult if it only drinks blood. Would it be impossible to ask its subjects to donate blood every once in a while? If it must buy people to suck blood, it would be even more difficult. When the school taught about vampires, They didn't mention any dietary taboos for them. They just talked about some of their habits. No, as long as it's blood, it's fine. Blood clots are fine. You can eat some of the other stuff, too. Hearing this, Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, unlike the vampires I imagined, the vampires in the dark world do not have to survive only by sucking blood. They're just like humans. If they don't drink blood, it would be like humans not eating meat and only eating vegetables. They will gradually become weak. Then go in and wash first. Lin Han pushed by Jingjing into the bathroom. It's too dirty. I can't bear to look at it. I don't know how long I have been wandering in the dark world. The next step is to quickly advance to the 3rd level. There's only one small town here, and that is the town of Rog. After Lin Han left, he began to think. The human lord system is very unique. It can help its subordinate troops evolve and grow quickly. Even though the upper limit is not very high, it is still a unique existence among the dark races. This is why humans urgently need high-level combat power. Although the human lord system is strong and its evolution speed is several times faster than that of other races, it is difficult for top-level combat power to emerge. The authority of the town of Rogue must be taken away. There are a lot of resources there, as well as many houses and even various relics of our ancestors, which can help me become stronger faster. More importantly, the light tower in Rogue Town has been shattered. Chapter 69. The little vampire Loli is the Lord. We found a treasure. The dark world is special. When he was still in school, Lin Han already knew that there were a large number of relics of previous generations in the dark world. There are various ruined cities. Some are ancient cities on the Blue Star in the previous era, and some are territories of previous generations. But later the territories were conquered and naturally turned into ruins. These places are like copies in the game. Once they are reoccupied, rich rewards will be obtained. The most important one is to obtain the 2nd Tower of Light. A Lord's bracelet can only be bound to one Tower of Light in a person's lifetime. If one wants to obtain a 2nd Tower of Light, he can only resort to extreme means. It's a reward from the world, right? Lin Han's lips curled slightly. This kind of knowledge was not taught in school, but Lin Han had received rewards from the dark world many times and had realized something. Only rewards from the world can allow people to obtain the 2nd Tower of Light. Otherwise, if the major human consortiums and powerful families directly gave their children dozens of light towers, wouldn't the dark world be in chaos? It's just because of the restrictions of the dark world. So everyone can only have one light tower, a divine object like the Tower of Light. Even if it was built by humans, how much would it cost to make it possible for every human being down there to have one? With a 2nd Tower of Light, I can grow more sunflowers. The Tower of Light has magical powers that allow Lin Han to gain evolution points. The importance of evolution points is thousands of times more noble than energy stones. If nothing happens in the territory in the future, an angel and a peace soldier go out regularly to spawn monsters, sweep the dark creatures around the territory, provide me with experience and materials every moment. Lin Han arranged everything in an orderly manner. The Twilight City area is the area where humans were defeated and retreated. It is very dangerous. However, there are also many dark creatures and opportunities, which is very suitable for Lin Han. Otherwise, if they were assigned to a safe zone deliberately protected by humans, there would be few dark creatures there, and they would not be able to run too far in the early stages, making it difficult to upgrade. Not only that, Lin Han took a look at the large amount of pepper seeds in his warehouse and couldn't help but smile. Chili Energy Plant. This will be his opportunity to rise quickly. After the 4th book, various restrictions will be lifted, and he can access the world network, trade with major forces, and quickly obtain massive resources. Not only humans, but also the dark races. They will all be his trading partners. Moreover, the one point of authority that the dark world rewards him with will be his protective clothing. No one can detect his information. After all, this is the protection from the world. Even the world wants to protect him, so you can imagine how safe he is. I have nothing to do, so I'll just keep killing monsters. Now the territory is full of bustling scenes. Due to insufficient human resources, Lin Han even pulled back all the people who were still working in the mine. Limited supply for upgrading buildings within your own territory. For example, paving roads, building houses, and so on. Afterwards, Lin Han thought that he didn't have anything to do. After all, he couldn't go down and move bricks himself. just when Lin Han was about to summon the angels and peace soldiers. Suddenly, the Lord's bracelet vibrated slightly, and there was a message prompt. Honorable Lord Lin Han, you have gained the allegiance of the vampire race by Jingjing, and she has become your subject. You have obtained a subordinate territory. Bai Jingjing has given you 100% authority. You can requisition or use any resources in this territory. Oh, have you become a subject? Naturally, Lin Han didn't find it strange. He was studying The Little Prince in school, and all kinds of lord scenes were basic knowledge. If he does not purchase slaves through buying and selling, the objects will not become your subjects immediately and will not be calculated in the number of living population in the territory, even through kidnapping and the like. Then the other party will only become a prisoner or something like that. Only when they recognize you and have loyalty in their hearts will they be considered as your subjects. After becoming a subject, Lin Han had the authority to check Bai Jingjing's specific attributes. Wait, a vassal territory. Bai Jingjing is actually a lord? She has already awakened her talent. Race, vampire, Bai Jingjing. Racial level, god level. Potential, bronze level, god level. Natural talent, level D, power of ancestral bloodline. Awakening talent, level A, bloodbath, body. Level 7. Territory, not expanded. There was a look of surprise on Lin Han's face. He thought he had brought back a little vampire girl, but she might not be able to provide him with any help for quite a long time in the future. The reason I brought them back was simply because I had a good communication with Bai Shang, I was in a good mood, and the territory really needed population. Raising a little lowly or something like that is not a burden at all, and it can also bring a different atmosphere to the territory. After all, it is the first intelligent creature of another race encountered in the dark world. But I never expected it. Bai Jingjing is actually a lord, and a lord of the vampire system. This time, I made a fortune. I belong to the master and have full authority over the vassal lords. Bai Jingjing really doesn't know what this means. She actually gave me full authority. What does that mean? Bai Jingjing not only sold herself to herself, but also sold her future wealth to herself at an extremely low price. Lin Han has 100% right to forcibly confiscate every experience, material, and even various rare treasures that Bai Jingjing has obtained. If Lin Han is extremely cruel, Bai Jingjing will have to work for the rest of her life. This is simply impossible in the human world. No fool would give 100% authority. This is much more terrifying than selling one's own life. For ordinary novice lords, even after reaching the 3rd level, if they sign an agreement with those powerful consortiums, they will only get about 10% to 30% of the resources for a certain period of time in the future. The race level is quasi-god level. It seems that the strongest vampire is still alive and well. Lin Han nodded. Quasi-god level corresponds to 12 capability lords. This is a rather general data, and it does not mean that Bai Jingjing will definitely become a quasi-god level strongman in the future. The information given by the Lord's bracelet is also quite clear. Because Bai Jingjing is a lord, her future is uncertain. Her talent is as high as the quasi-god level. If she loses her lord status, she may only be able to achieve the silver level at best, or even the gold level at best. If Lin Han becomes a subordinate lord of other humans, the other party could naturally see that Lin Han's racial level was as high as quasi-god level. Chapter 70 obtained the Vampire Lord System, Blood Pool. Because the current strongest person of the human race is also god level. And there are quite a lot of them, but because there are no super god level strongmen, their racial rank is the same as that of vampires. But the situation of humans is definitely much better than that of vampires. Lin Han recalled that there seemed to be only one god-level powerful vampire, but humans had more than a dozen god-level powerful vampires. Certainly, these are all materials from textbooks. I'll just give a rough explanation so that you can understand it more clearly in theory, but you must not believe them. Maybe there are more than a dozen god-level strong men behind the vampires. Who knows how many powerful people are hiding in the dark? As for Bai Jingjing's specific attributes, Lin Han just glanced over them. She's very weak. It can only be said that she may not be able to beat some of Lin Han's ordinary subjects. She's just a lowly with a combat power of only 5. But speaking of it, vampires have unique advantages over humans. The restrictions on young vampire awakening are very low. They can awaken freely at the age of 7 or 8, while humans need to be 18 years old. Moreover, vampires are born with one more talent than humans. Moreover, once a vampire reaches adulthood and grows up healthily, he or she will have at least bronze-level strength. And if humans didn't have a lord system, race, human, racial class, unrated god level, the lower limit of human beings is not even at the bronze level. A human without a lord system, even if he is a strong man, cannot even defeat a bronze-level dark creature with bare hands. When the darkness invaded, if it weren't for the powerful technological system, there would be no chance for the lord system to be developed. We would have become a member of the army of dark creatures long ago, and then a dark creature called human would have evolved in the dark world. This talent, it's pretty average. Lin Han clicked on Bai Jingjing's talent and took a look. D-level ancestral blood power has the ability to embrace other intelligent creatures, transform them into blood servants or new vampire vassals. Vampires with low blood levels will be suppressed by high-level blood. A level bloodbath. Absorb the essence of blood to gain a large amount of experience points and certain attributes. The weaker the object, the weaker the amplification or even ineffective. There's nothing much to say about the power of blood. It is an innate talent. Bathing in blood. It looks like the effect is pretty good, and even the rating is not low. If Bai Jingjing was not a lord, then it would be very powerful, but now it is just average because it is a personal talent and cannot be effective for one's own territory. It can only make oneself stronger. Its value may not even be as good as a B-level territory enhancement talent. Pond of Blood. Well, can I plant sunflowers to gain evolution points? Will it really not mutate into a blood sunflower? But when Lin Han used his authority to check the lord props carried by Bai Jingjing, he fell silent. Bai Jingjing is wearing a blood slave ring on her hand. Inside was an ancient, almost dried-up blood pool, only about 1 meter in diameter, a very small pool. This thing is a territory item similar to the Tower of Light of human beings. As long as it is deployed, one can obtain the gift of the world and successfully become a lord with the ability to recruit soldiers and horses and unlimited opportunities. Blood Pool, a core item that protects vampires from being eroded by dark creatures. After being deployed, it can cover an area of 100 meters in radius. But no matter what, you will know if you let it go. Don't worry yet. We won't have enough evolution points to plant sunflowers until tomorrow. There's no point in putting down the blood pool now. Let's wait until Bai Jingjing finishes washing and ask her. Lin Han gave up the idea of going out to wipe out the dark creatures. It didn't matter if he spent some time. He simply started watching the World Channel. See if Xiao Kuan and his gang show up. You don't know until you see it, and there are really surprises. What are your rewards? Why do I only get 300 energy stones? I remember you said you were ranked 90,000th? You were at the top of the rankings, so you should be happy with the 300 energy stones participation prize. Otherwise, what else do you want? I ranked 19,000 and was given 2,000 energy stones and a gold treasure chest, which just happened to yield a gold-level magic spell. Oh my god, it's a magic spell. The guy above is so lucky. He can even get this? He can graduate early. Why did I get a gold-level robe? It's useless. I give up. You are at least a piece of equipment. I opened a gold-level water-repellent bead. There's not even a river nearby. I will avoid you, spicy Gobi. As for Xiao Kuan, after the fight, he has been observing the channel intensively. He watched for a long time, but never saw Lin Han come out to speak. Sure enough, he is dead. Humph, you're still betting with me that you can get 3 books in a week? That's ridiculous. Xiao Kuan laughed disdainfully. The reason why he didn't speak so quickly was because he was afraid that he would be sprayed with shit by the angry crowd, so he kept trying to correct his words. He was busy earning points before, so he checked the channel late and didn't know that Lin Han was selling holy water. After all, it only lasted a few minutes, and too few people noticed it. Even if there was follow-up discussion, the heat would not last long. So, after the Dark Beast Tide ended, he watched for so long that he mistakenly thought that Lin Han had died in the Dark Beast Tide. Otherwise, Lin Han would jump out and mock him. Afterwards, Xiao Kuan checked his points ranking again. Xiao Kuan. Points 10569. Rank 4756. Although it is not a very high result, Xiao Kuan is different from these ignorant lords. He has huge family resources behind him, so he naturally knew a long time ago that many other races actually participated in the Beast Tide ranking this time. Therefore, his ranking belongs to that extremely high level. He has earned 5,000 to 6,000 points in the first 2 times alone. If it weren't for the fact that the 3rd stage was too terrifying, he would not dare to take the initiative to hunt, and would shrink back for fear of attracting a large number of silver-level dark creatures. Otherwise, the points would have to be increased by an order of magnitude. Naturally, he also received extremely terrifying rewards. Xiao Kun had an idea and spoke in the channel. Thank you for the invitation. I ranked 4,000th and got a rare treasure chest. My luck just happened to burst out, and I got a powerful rare soldier, the Phoenix Winged Tiger. Xiao Kun, gold level troop card, Phoenix Winged Tiger. And I also received 100,000 energy stones as a reward from the Star Dragon Empire. Xiao Kun was very proud when he said this. This is a channel-specific function that allows you to send out the properties of the objects in your hand. Also, in this Beast Tide, the Star Dragon Empire was extremely generous. As long as the lords ranked in the top 5,000, the rewards were basically full. The starting point is 100,000 energy stones, which is the limit of the rewards and gifts restricted by the Dark World. The purpose is to allow lords with excellent qualifications to develop at a faster rate. Chapter 71, Red Hot Xiao Kun, Impotent Rage. And the rare level Phoenix Winged Tiger is far ahead at this stage. It can even allow Xiao Kun to use the Phoenix Winged Tiger as the main force when entering the 4th territory. This is a top-quality item that the family cannot get even if they have money. At least before the 4th book, Xiao Kun will never replace the Phoenix Winged Tiger. Fuck, these are 100,000 energy stones? If this guy gets first place, it will cost tens of millions of energy stones. This energy stone reward is too scary. I only have 300 energy stones. The gap in development speed and strength widened instantly. Xiao Kun, when will you be 4? How dare you still talk? Xiao Kun, you're so awesome. I'm asking you a question. Why didn't you say anything during the Dark Beast Tide? Sword B. Horrible. At this stage, I got a troop card that only 4 lords can get. But what Xiao Kun never expected was that the influence of the alliance of the top of the gods was so great. Just as he had finished showing off and was enjoying everyone's shock, a few people suddenly showed up and started cursing at Xiao Kun without any scruples. Super fucking horse. Xiao Kun became annoyed and started speaking rapidly. You bastard, you're such a filthy bastard, right? There were so many people there, and we couldn't possibly take care of everyone. You have participated in the alliance, and your contribution is so low, so we must give priority to helping those who have made greater contributions. Otherwise, we will help you first. What about those who have made greater contributions? I'll remember you. Anyone else who wants to swear, remember me. Swearing has a price. A passage of language output by Xiao Kun. He actually gave him some twisted ideas, and the last threat successfully intimidated many people. Many people recalled Xiao Kun's background. Xiao Kun, the Xiao family, the most powerful family in Hangzhou, has a huge influence behind it. It is rumored that there are 7 powerful kings in the family. Those people who had just started to curse Xiao Kun suddenly regretted it in their hearts. Damn it, they got too hot-headed for a moment. They were all members who had previously participated in the Alliance of the Gods. Without exception, they had experienced despair in the Beast Tide and were almost killed. It was only in the end that their good luck suddenly exploded. During the 3rd stage, most of the Beast Tide was attracted away for some reason. This caused the pressure to suddenly decrease, and after surviving, he naturally hated the Alliance of the Gods. In addition, he had just graduated from school and had not experienced the beatings of society, so he started to swear. Oh, ignorance. Xiao Kun sneered and looked at the channel, which had quickly calmed down. He couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw the many flattering voices replacing it. It's great to have a father and family with a strong background. So what if these lowly people become lords? They're still ordinary people. In the future, they will become subordinate lords of other powerful lords. Besides, contribution value? He can decide it at will. He can make sense whether it is right or wrong. Right at this moment, suddenly, an extremely eye-catching statement appeared in the channel. Oh, Lord Xiao is quite impressive, but I wonder, are you ready for the blueprints of your intermediate troops? Of course, if you don't mind giving me the Phoenix Winged Tiger, that's fine too. A dazzling profile picture, a dazzling nickname, Lin Han. As soon as he appeared, he started to mock and ridicule Xiao Kun, which made countless people behind the screen feel so comfortable that their whole bodies felt numb. Damn, that's how it should be. This bastard. Xiao Kun felt as if there was a thorn stuck in his throat for a moment, and his anger was completely ignited by Lin Han. You bastard. Are you worthy enough to take the Phoenix Winged Tiger? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you level up quickly? I'm telling you, the Phoenix Wing Tiger is probably a type of soldier you will never be able to obtain in your lifetime. Just play with the basic soldier that the system gives you. Could it be you didn't even make it into the top 10,000? The fastest rising new lord, that's it. Xiao Kun reacted quickly and prepared to fight back harshly with words. In his opinion, even if Lin Han had the bonus of upgrading quickly, what would it matter? He had no power and could only use the initial silver troops given by the system at most. If Lin Han hadn't been a second-tier university graduate, he might not even have made it into the top 100,000. Xiao Kun was careful this time. He deliberately set the condition of 10,000 as an irony. There are many lords at the second level now, but it is impossible to enter the top 10,000 with only the system's initial troops. The initial troops do not have the strength to go into the darkness, to hunt dark creatures, to gain extra points. Xiao Kun thought his remarks were brilliant, but in Lin Han's eyes, he looked as ridiculous as a clown. Just a clown. Lin Han, epic soldier card, vampire vassal. Lin Han naturally also sent a military-type card. This is the worst thing that Lin Han found out from his warehouse after searching hard. Sorry. In his warehouse, except for the initial troop types given by the system, there are really no troop types cards lower than epic level. The other troop cards are either legendary angels or world record-breaking god-level troop cards, a group of plants. If they are released, they will probably shock people. Moreover, this military-type card was given to him by Shang. Fuck, is this epic? Boss Lin Han, is there an epic level? I'm blind. Quack, there's a quack. There's an epic level. This is directly pre-ordering the future 5 lords. Moreover, the speed will be very fast. How can someone get an epic troop card when most people only have silver troop cards? Not closed means not open. The channel was boiling with excitement, and Xiao Kun was dumbfounded. At this time, even a fool could understand that with an epic level troop card in hand, the results of this dark beast tide would definitely not be too bad. At least they start from the top 2,000 or even the top 1,000. Who knows, his points may even be the highest among all the human lords in Twilight City. At Xiao Kun, don't forget, you still have to give me a mid-level troop card, which is a silver troop card. Please don't use it privately, and you must give it to me when I have 3 copies. For doesn't count. Lin Han sent these 2 messages with contempt and tagged Xiao Kun by the way. Xiao Kun's face turned red instantly when he saw this. He stood up suddenly, picked up the chair next to him, and started smashing it. The people around Xiao Kun were so frightened that they quickly ran away. Then they became terrified. Their lord was angry again. Following such a lord. Alpaca! Alpaca! Fuck you, Lin Han. I'll fuck you. Lin Han. Sudden. A reminder sounded from Xiao Kun's Lord Bracelet. Lord Xiao Kun, your subject's happiness minus 0.5. Depend on. Xiao Kun was so helpless and furious, and then stimulated by the Lord's bracelet, he almost fell asleep in anger. Then, he looked at his subjects with red eyes. Chapter 72 Humans must be very happy was the lowest status in the darkness. A long time. Xiao Kun wiped the blood off his hands. A morbid smile appeared on his face, and he immediately felt much more comfortable in his heart. In the dark world, the people are undoubtedly the lowest of the lowest. The human population is in the trillions. Just looking at the number of novice lords in a single area of Twilight City, which is in the billions, you can tell how huge this number is. However, everyone can obtain a lore bracelet and summon more than 10 subjects. Xiao Kun waved his hand nonchalantly and ordered his troops to drag away the bodies of his subjects who had been tortured to death and then feed them to the wind-winged tigers. He didn't care at all about the decline in his subject happiness. Anyway, the population is not large now, so losing 1 human resource is not a big deal. The family has given him a lot of props for building and synthesizing cards, so he can just waste them at will. Anyway, when there are more people in the future, no one will know. The Lord has extremely high control over his subjects. These lowest-level subjects, as the most ordinary human beings, do not even have the qualifications to betray him. Lin Han, rare troop card. In the struggle for authority in Rogue Town, Xiao Kun is in danger. The most valuable thing he has is gold. No matter how powerful his family is, he cannot obtain powerful troops when he is at the second level. This is a constraint from the dark world. There was a dangerous light in Xiao Kun's eyes. If he were to give Lin Han a silver level troop card when he was still in the second level, it would cost him a lot of resources. If Lin Han really succeeded, he would be at a huge loss. Moreover, he didn't want Song Kong to obtain the ownership of Rogue Town, even if it was Li Shur, so he wanted to give it a try. Only level 12. We need to find a way to get a batch of blood slaves. Otherwise, killing dark creatures is too slow. As the level increases, the experience required will be too much. Xiao Kun took out a bright red fruit, with a look of regret on his face. This is a special fruit that originated from vampires. It is extremely valuable and can allow the eater to temporarily possess the blood power of a pseudo-vampire and gain experience by sucking blood. However, this form will cause your own level to be inflated, and the attribute growth will be almost negligible. The attributes obtained in the second level will be greatly lost, and there will be a lot of negative buffs after the effect ends. This comes at the cost of sacrificing one's own upper potential, which will be difficult to make up for later. Moreover, this fruit became his prop when he was in the second grade. The family spent a huge price on it, and the cost was 100 times or even 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times that of obtaining it through normal means. If it doesn't work, then it would be a real loss to my grandma. But that's not important. I'm the Lord. It's just a loss of potential. As long as I advance 3 books ahead of time, I can use that method. Lord, there's no need to charge in a battle, so this is a completely acceptable price. You should know, in a town like Rogue, if someone reaches level 3 in advance, and no other lord reaches level 3 within 3 days, then as long as this person is willing, the ownership of Rogue Town will automatically be attributed to this person. If other lords take the initiative and catch up in level, then a competition for the mayor's authority will begin, and the winner will get the ownership. Xiao Kun was afraid that talented players like Li Shur would level up too quickly, and he wouldn't even have a chance to drink the soup. If he fails to obtain ownership of Rogue Town, his future development will be slowed down a lot, and his family cannot help him with this. Even if he cannot obtain the ownership rights, at most he can gain a lot of benefits by assisting Song Kong. He had inquired in advance that Rogue Town was ranked among the top 1,000 towns in the entire Twilight City area, and its resources were extremely rich and important. There should be 7 to 15 lords in the Rogue Town area who would be the first to break through to level 3 and then start the battle. On the surface, Li Shur is the strongest, but it is not clear behind the scenes. Right at this moment, suddenly, several combat arms rushed in. Report, Lord, we found a vampire outside the territory, a peak silver level. Many of our brothers were seriously injured, and he doesn't seem to be corrupted. Without exception, all of these soldiers suffered serious injuries. What? Vampires? And they're not dark creatures? They are not corrupted? When Xiao Kun heard this, he was overjoyed, and his mind immediately became active. Damn, he had been thinking before. It would be great if the family could secretly send vampires to his territory as blood slaves. In the early stages, the experience gained would be simply enormous. I didn't expect that there would be vampires in such a remote place like Twilight Town. And their silver level, not too strong or too weak, it's simply amazing. You know, vampires can dig out blood cores, which are simply the best treasures for him at this stage. Complementing the blood fruit in his hand, the effect is simply 1 + 1 = 10. Quick, call the Windwing Tigers. It's time to test their loyalty. We must capture this vampire. Remember, capture him alive. Xiao Kun began to take action. Lin Han, who was far away, naturally had no idea that the vampire Bai Sheng, who had separated from him, had actually run to Xiao Kun's side and even started a fight with him. Bai Jingjing was in the bathroom, taking a bath and daydreaming. The clothes that were dirty and smelly had naturally been taken off, revealing a fair but skinny and scarred body. Immersed in the warm water, with mist rising up, it seems that people have found a safe haven in their hearts, no longer panicking and confused. Very hurried. She had been on a tiring journey ever since she left the familiar haven of refuge. The only stable life seemed to be when her brother became the Lord. She grew up carefree in his territory and lived there for a long time. Every time she saw dark creatures attacking, she would become nervous, but her brother would eventually repel them. Her brother was not very capable. It took him almost 7 or 8 years to break through 4 books and become a platinum expert. She heard that the newly rising humans in the dark world had established many powerful and terrifying united cities and empires, and that humans could live carefree in them until the age of 18. when they would be forced to come out and become a lord and fight in the dark world. Humans must be very happy. But these vampires are different. They were born in a marquee city and were marked at birth. If it weren't for the fact that he was a native race, he would definitely not have been able to obtain the blood pool and have the opportunity to become a lord. And after reaching adulthood, one must become a subordinate lord of the marquee and hand over 90% of the authority. As the lowest level vampire, there is no condition for negotiation, and if one disagrees, one will be driven out of the territory. Chapter 73. Arrange the core blood pool of the vampire territory. But later, the Marquisate was conquered, and she naturally became a wandering vampire following her brother, wandering in the dark world. They don't have the planning, systems, or even freedom that humans have. There are no great sages like humans in the tribe. There is only one word that runs through the whole thing, and that is chaos. There are only 3 types of vampire lords: wild lords, subordinate lords, and the most powerful family lords. The strong always prevail. It is almost impossible for a vampire to grow up without any protection. They are not like humans, who have an extremely stable and suitable environment since childhood to learn the knowledge of lords in advance. You know, among the vampire race, this is a valuable education that only the children of Viscount lords can receive. If her brother was born as a human, he might have the chance to become a 6th level or even 7th level lord. Unfortunately, there is no if. This is also why Bai Jingjing surrendered so quickly. In her poor understanding, there was no difference between being a vassal lord to other vampires and being a vassal lord to humans, so she naturally handed over all her authority. In addition, because she lives in her brother's worldview, Bai Jingjing doesn't really hate humans, she just feels curious and envious. It's just like in the Blue Star in the previous life, the country children always envied the city children. Human territory is so strange. Wiping her fair skin, Bai Jingjing recalled the most iconic building in Lin Han's territory, the Tower of Light. Why are humans the Tower of Light? Can this thing really dispel the invasion of darkness? Or is the blood pool more pleasing to the eye? The red light is very comfortable. The black fog rolled in, and there was still no light to be seen. If you look down from a high place, you can see a magnificent scene. The area of Twilight City is nearly 50 million square miles, which is about the size of the territory of 5 dragon countries on the blue planet in the previous life. In the dark territory, a large number of hazy white dots like fireflies lit up densely, numbering in the millions. Just like a green dot appearing in the vast desert, it symbolizes the emergence of life. At this time, a large number of human lords have advanced to the level 2 lords, and the brightness of the Tower of Light is already faintly visible. It is said that Twilight City was once the 2nd largest city of mankind. In the ancient Blue Star, before it was merged into the Dark World, it was an area called Asia. When Lin Han opened his eyes, most of the construction projects in the territory were already halfway completed. On the road surface, the smooth and neat stone road has begun to take shape. Today's evolution point. After washing up, Lin Han immediately went to the Tower of Light in the center and began to caress the sunflowers one by one. Obtained 200 evolution points. Every time the prompt sounded, Lin Han's sense of pleasure would reach a higher level. A total of 2,000 evolution points were harvested. Became rich again. Lin Han took a look at the system. Update remaining time: 342 minutes. The update will be completed in about 6 hours, almost. My lord. At this moment, a somewhat crisp voice sounded behind Lin Han. Lin Han turned around and took a look. Although it was not the first time he saw it, his eyes still lit up. Bai Jingjing was seen wearing his clothes, like a child stealing adult clothes. The pale skin of a vampire was a huge plus on Bai Jingjing, and her face, which was as crystal clear as white porcelain, felt smooth and refreshing to the touch. Perhaps because she had been wandering for so long. Even after washing Bai Jingjing's long silver hair, there were always some hairs sticking up and splitting. But this did not destroy her beauty, but instead added a touch of messy beauty and a bit of mischievousness, which formed a sharp contrast with her timid and appeased little expression. With red pupils like precious jade and a slightly raised nose, Bai Jingjing has a typical Asian face, very XP-like. I don't know if vampires are born beautiful, but in human society, they're simply rare and exquisite little Lolas. The only pity is that Bai Jingjing is too thin. Her face is far from round. Her limbs are thin and weak, and she is only level 7, but she does not have the corresponding attribute strength. It seems that she needs to be fed more good things. I am infusing the plants with holy water. Bai Jingjing was holding a wooden barrel in her hand. Although the level was low, it was at least bronze level, so she still had some strength. Even if Lin Han's plants are doing nothing, they will still suffer some damage. Just like humans' daily food, they need a small amount of holy water to maintain their normal survival. Otherwise, they will enter a withered state. No need to drink it. Come with me first. When Lin Han heard Bai Jingjing talking about plants, he remembered his thoughts yesterday. After letting Bai Jingjing arrange the blood pool, can sunflowers be planted next to the blood pool? After all, the blood pool and the Tower of Light have a common function, which is to drive away darkness. Do what you say. Lin Han didn't even bother to eat breakfast. He took the Pea Soldier, Bai Jingjing, and others directly to the dilapidated territory he had seen before. Then he started to eliminate the dark creatures on the spot. Upgraded to LV.16. When he killed the boss Banshee before, he not only skipped a level, but also pushed the experience bar of level 15 halfway. In addition, the plants and angels went out yesterday whenever they had nothing to do and cleared out the dark creatures according to Lin Han's plan, so it was natural that he quickly reached level 16. After the upgrade, the range of the Tower of Light has covered the edge of this dilapidated territory. After deploying the territory, it will be more convenient for Lin Heng to protect Bai Jingjing's territory. You take out the blood pool and become the lord here completely. Lin Han brought Bai Jingjing to the center of the ruined territory. Perhaps even the deceased former owner had never imagined that a vampire would come and rebuild the lord's core on his territory in the future. Good. Although I don't know why I do this. But what Bai Jingjing had learned over the years was to be obedient and quiet, so she obediently took out her blood pool. Just like when Lin Han summoned the Tower of Light, the blood pool was very small when Bai Jingjing summoned it from the blood slave ring. But soon, this mini blood pool that resembled an ancient well swelled in the wind and soon became 1 meter in diameter, located in the center of the ruined territory. Call! A scarlet gas floated up. A gurgling sound gradually emerged from the seemingly dry bottom of the blood pool, and then a mysterious liquid similar to blood seeped out and gradually filled the shallow layer on the surface. Blood essence. A first-level blood pool can produce 10 units of blood essence per day. Essence of blood. This is almost the same object as holy water, but the difference is that vampires can drink it as daily food to ensure their survival. Unlike humans, who need to grow various grains and raise meat. Chapter 74, expanding the number of sunflowers and conjectures. Really, this blood essence can also be applied to plants, if it is infused into low-level plants. Not only can it increase the purification ability to a certain extent, but it can also provide additional vitality recovery. An infusion unit similar to holy water, but produces half as much blood essence as holy water and costs more. Evolves sunflower. Lin Han waited quietly for the soil to be purified by the blood pool and the black mist at the edge to be dispelled by the red light. He planted a sunflower seed, and it gave rise to evolution. Evolution successful. A sunflower was successfully planted next to it. It thrived along the blood light, and unlike the sunflower under the Tower of Light, the root of this sunflower turned incomparably blood red. Keep evolving. Level 2 sunflower. Output, 200 evolution points. Characteristic. Greed. Feed 2 units of blood essence and 2 units of silver-level dark creature flesh and blood. Additional evolution points. Upper limit, 240 evolution points. The output efficiency is the same, but the sunflowers planted next to the blood pool can produce additional evolution points as long as they are given blood essence and flesh. Plant it and see. Lin Han began to evolve one by one. But when the 6th sunflower was planted, a familiar prompt appeared. Evolution failure. A maximum of 5 sunflowers can be planted next to Bai Jingjing's blood pool. Could it be related to the number of units produced by the blood pool? Linangu Sid. After all, the first level of the Tower of Light can produce 20 units of holy water a day. The blood pool only contains 10 units of blood essence. However, if calculated equally, the efficiency is about the same. The difference is that after the blood pool consumes a certain amount of money, 5 second-level sunflowers can even produce 2,200 evolution points a day. It has 200 more evolution points than the 10 sunflowers in the Tower of Light, but the sunflowers in the Tower of Light provide evolution points for free, while the blood pool requires a price. Good. I now receive a fixed 4,400 evolution points per day. Silver level, dark creature flesh and blood? That's nothing. You can meet the needs by letting the plants go out and fight monsters every day. Lin Han quickly returned to his territory. It took 750 evolution points to evolve 5 second-level sunflowers, so there are still 1,250 evolution points left. Level 3 sunflower evolution requirements: 200 evolution points, 200 plant essence/productivity, 400 evolution points/day. It's too expensive. I don't have any plant essence left, so I can't evolve, but the second level is enough. More than 4,000 is already a terrifying number. Lin Han did not use the evolution points in his hand. Wait until the system is updated to see what features are available before deciding whether to use them. Otherwise, if there are new functions without any evolution points, I will be left staring blankly until tomorrow. But Bai Jingjing's behavior this time gave Lin Han a new understanding. I should accept more subordinate lords. Lin Han had a bold idea: collect a large number of subordinate lords, and then plant sunflowers crazily in their homes. In this way, wouldn't the speed of troop production be very fast, with hundreds of thousands of pea shooters being produced every day? By that time, I'm afraid that we will have accumulated hundreds of millions of pea shooters in less than a month. But will this expose the system? Let's study it further to see if there's a more suitable method. We can't afford to raise explosive soldiers at home, and plants also need water. As time goes by, someone in the channel also calculated a terrifying damage rate. Channels. Everyone, I don't know if any of your living lords have calculated it. Anyway, I roughly counted that at least 1/3 of the lords in the Twilight Zone should have died. 1/3? How could so many people die? It's just a wave of novice beasts. You're just luckier. Perhaps everyone's situation is different. I've counted the family resources and found that at least 1/3 of the novice lord around me cannot be contacted, and they are all relatively strong ones. That means the actual death rate is much higher than what I said. In the dark world, there seem to be billions of lords, but there's always a sense of loneliness because the darkness separates everyone and even makes them lose awareness of numbers. Faced with this injury rate, most people couldn't believe it at first. So, in the silence, 1/3 of the people have become unable to speak. If I didn't have my subjects and soldiers, I would have collapsed. The dark world is really not a place for humans to stay. Here, you will lose a certain degree of cognition of the outside world. After 18 years of living, 1/3 of the people who came in did not survive past the 3rd day. For a while, there was a sense of sadness in the channel. Oh, only when you enter the dark world, you will know how fucked up this world is. That's right. The only thing we can do is to eliminate the dark creatures. I'm dead. I didn't do anything to defeat the beast this time. I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't it normal for the fittest to survive? If you can't survive this, then there's really nothing we can do. We can resist by using the system's initial troops. Is the person above stupid? Do you think you could just talk nonsense because you're lucky? You're just lucky that the beast tide is not strong enough. The channel of Rogue Town was originally full of mourning, and it even made me feel a little sad. Then they started cursing for no apparent reason, which triggered a huge fight. Countless people stopped even killing monsters or building territories and just started typing on the keyboard in the air through a lord's bracelet and started cursing wildly. It's actually 1/3 less. Wouldn't that mean 100 or 200 million people would die? Lin Han sighed a little. In the dark world, tens of millions of lives die every second. What exactly gave rise to the existence of the dark world? In the previous life, if dozens of people died on Blue Planet, it would have been considered an extremely serious accident and would even have been reported on the global news. But here, 100 or 200 million people died, but all they got in return was people discussing and mourning in the channel. And this data may indicate that so many people die every year. No wonder many students don't want to graduate in the end. Finally, I retreated to the safe city and became a pig. Lin Han shook his head. Pig is a special term for humans with E-level and F-level talents, who can apply to enter the Special Logistics Department. As for what to do, those who understand will understand. Moreover, after reaching the 3rd level every year, the lords who return to the human safety city can get high rewards by offering hundreds of millions of descendants. And there is no limit on fertility, so it's not a problem for you to have 20 children. The Empire will help pay for everything. This has indirectly led to the fact that there are an unusually large number of orphans in this world, and most of them are raised by the Empire. Chapter 75 System Update. Store Wisdom Tree Seeds? Soon. It was afternoon. The system has been updated. The following 3 new features have been updated this time. Dark Creatures Illustrations can record information about hostile dark creatures, and the number of kills is shared by all plants and arms under the host. The more kills, the more lethality the plants cause to them. Plant Shovel can quickly move fixed plants for non-destructive transplantation and can dig up wild plants so that they are forcibly recorded in the plant atlas. The strength of the shovel depends on the host's level. Plant Mall. You can purchase goods or exchange currency. System. The update is finally completed. Lin Han was overjoyed. System. You are finally well. Just by looking at these 3 new functions, Lin Han knew that each one of them was extremely practical. Mel. I love you so much. Open the mall first. I want to see what I can buy. Ding. The mall has new items on the shelves every week. Ding. The mall also has fixed items that will not be refreshed. When Lin Han opened it, the first thing that caught his eye was a currency exchange. 1 point of plant essence can be exchanged for 30 evolution points. 1 unit of life essence can be exchanged for 100 points of plant essence. Fuck you. System. Do you know what the origin of life is? Is that something I can obtain now? Lin Han felt anxious. As for the origin of life, don't worry about it for now. It's right not to worry about it, because you are not qualified now. This thing is on the same level as the rumored God-level troop card. System. Is there no other way to obtain plant essence? Ding. Plant energy flowers. The system provides energy bean recycling service. Ding. Purchase VIP plants from the mall, and you can obtain plant essences by devouring other lords' cores. Energy flower? The initial cultivation and evolution of this thing requires 500 evolution points and 100 plant essences, which is simply unaffordable. Let's take a look at the other items in the mall first. He wants to see what this VIP plant is. Dave's boutique store with salt, honest, and trustworthy. Wisdom Tree Seed. Only 1 seed. After planting, it needs to be regularly nurtured with high-quality tree fertilizer. Price. 1250 evolution points. 0.00001% discount. Golden level straw cake. Hidden trap. Forced to kill a gold level enemy instantly. Price. 1000 evolution points. Random plant pot. Get a flower pot with random fine seeds. It will grow after a period of development. Price. 1000 plant essence. Plant fertilizer. A nutrient necessary for growing plant pots. Can also be used for other purposes. Price. 1000 plant essence. Insecticide. A must for the mature plants in a flower pot. Maybe it could be used for other things. Price. 1000 plant essence. Big tree seedling fertilizer. Top grade fertilizer. Essential for the growth of the wisdom tree during its infancy. Safe and harmless. Nutritionally balanced. Price. 10,000 plant essences per bag. There are 6 items in total. 3 of them are randomly refreshed and will be replaced every other week. The last 3 items are fixed products and will not be refreshed, but will always remain in the store. I'm super. System, are you serious? A bag of fertilizer starts at 1,000 plant essences. How many pea soldiers can I redeem with this? Lin Han was shocked. The prices in this store are surprisingly expensive. Moreover, what does this wisdom tree seed mean? Why is it sold for 1250 evolution points? It counts as only evolution points, right? System, did you do this on purpose or by accident? The items in these stores are basically the same items sold in Dave's shop in Plants vs. Zombies. It can be said to be very restored, except for the price. Ding. The discount on the store's item, Wisdom Tree Seeds, is being cancelled, etc. I am kidding. I think this offer is just right. It can't be more genius than this. Lin Han quickly stopped the system. Damn, a pea can evolve to be so powerful. This tree of wisdom must be from heaven. I will be letting myself down if I don't buy it. Moreover, in the original game, the wisdom tree could grow to a height of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meters. Now, placed in the dark world, its importance is beyond discussion. Buy it, I'll buy it. Isn't it okay? Without even looking at the rest carefully, Lin Han directly paid 1,250 evolution points and bought the wisdom tree seed. Soon, Lin Han noticed that there was a seed as white as jade in his system warehouse. The seed is the size of a basketball. It looks like an extra large grain of rice, and its shape is quite pretty. As soon as he took it out, Lin Han almost couldn't hold it firmly. Oh my god, the seeds of the tree of wisdom are so heavy. Lin Han was surprised. He weighed it and found that it was only the size of basketball, but he felt that the seeds of the tree of wisdom alone weighed 200 or 300 kilograms. If he were still an ordinary person, with this weight, he might have fallen to his knees the moment he took it out. Seeds of the tree of wisdom. Requirements for evolution once. 10,000 evolution points. Enters the germination stage after evolution. Requirements for evolution 2. 10W evolution points. 10W plant essence. 100% cultivation during the germination period, and officially enters the juvenile stage after evolution. Lin Han Wang took a look, and his eyes widened immediately. What? The first evolution required 10,000 evolution points? The second evolution required 100,000 plant essences. This can evolve into 1,000 pea soldiers. Grass. My family is poor, but I don't know how to use these 10,000 evolution points. Lin Han felt a little distressed. His current territory income limit was 4,200 evolution points per day. If he wanted to evolve the wisdom tree, not only would his development speed be suspended, but he would also have to save up for 3 days. I don't know if he knew about Lin Han's distress. The system suddenly issued a task. Ding! A large number of dark creatures, vampires have been detected near the town of Rogue. Issuing a mission. Host, please kill 0 out of 100 of the vampires that invaded Rogue Town. Completing the task will earn you 4,000 evolution points and 300 plant essences. Lin Han's eyes were fixed on the task issued by the system. This is a pretty neat bonus. After completion, you can obtain 4,000 evolution points and 300 plant essences. Although evolution points cannot be exchanged for plant essences, 1 plant essence can be exchanged for 30 evolution points. Only 200 plant essences can be exchanged for 6,000 evolution points. If he was faster, he could make the Tree of Wisdom complete its first evolution today. You can even save 100 plant essences to use as evolutionary energy tomorrow. Chapter 76 brand new. Illustrations of dark creatures. Okay. I was thinking of detecting vampires after a while. Now is a good time to clear out the enemies and level up. Very close to his territory. Now when I see the tasks issued by the system, I naturally don't feel strange. Without further ado, Lin Han only left 2 P recruits to guard the house, and went out with 3 P soldiers, including MOP. If you proceed along the normal path, you will then be stuck in a fairly long developmental period. Because at this time, all kinds of props in hand have been used up, the building construction time and level improvement are quite long. Lin Han has killed a large number of dark creatures, but is only level 16. The situation of the others is even worse. It will take at least a month or 2 of experience accumulation for them to reach the 3rd level. Just right. Now let's take a look at the Dark Creatures Atlas. There is no need to waste time on the road. While patrolling, Lin Han opened the newly updated function of the system, the Dark Creatures Illustrated Book. Dark Creature Illustrations. This is a function very similar to the plant illustrations. The effect of the plant illustration is to reduce the requirement for evolution points for subsequent evolution of plants, but it is only limited to the first evolution. Subsequent evolutions will proceed as usual, allowing Lin Han to have the capital to produce a large number of low-level combat forces. As for the Dark Creatures Illustrated Book, Lin Han subconsciously opened the illustration. It records about a dozen dark creatures, basically all of which Lin Han has some impression of. Ghoul. Racial level, silver. Total kills, 8460, silver level, 142. Boss level, 0. Effect buff, level 2. Plants under your control can see through the weaknesses of ghouls, increasing their damage by 20%. Banshee. Racial level, gold level. Total kills, 143, silver level, 62, gold level, 80, boss level 1. Effect buff, level 2. Plants under your control can see through Banshee's weaknesses, increasing their damage by 21%. Each attack will deal an additional 100% damage to Banshee's shield. In short, this is a new way to increase Lin Han's output capacity. The core point of the Dark Creatures Encyclopedia is this effect gain. Kill 100 of them, and you'll get a level 1 effect buff, dealing an extra 10% damage to the creature. If it's a high level one, The silver level is calculated as 3 or 4 times that of the bronze level, so you can upgrade the buff faster. Killing 1,000 basic ghouls will upgrade you to level 2, and killing 10,000 will give you a level 3 effect gain. Linhan thought to himself, killing a boss's level can directly increase the damage bonus by 1% and gain an additional feature, which is shared by all plants. If this number reaches a certain level, Linhan suddenly had an epiphany. When one day he defeats all creatures in the dark world, the following wonders may occur. Bronze-level plants beat up gold-level dark creatures. Gold-level plants defeated the platinum boss. Conquer the more difficult dark creature groups at a lower cost. You know, the dark creatures in the dark world are counted in billions. For example, ghouls are dark creatures that have been confirmed to be spread over billions of kilometers. At least in the territories owned by humans, you can see ghouls everywhere. So the first thing every novice lord learns is the racial characteristics of ghouls. No matter how powerful a person is, they cannot completely eliminate the existence of zombies. They're like flies, not very powerful, but they will swarm again when the spring breeze blows, and you can't kill them all. They just pop up in large numbers for no apparent reason. Ding! Whenever a dark creature's gain level in the illustration reaches level 4, 7, or 9, there will be a powerful illustration reward. Similarly, when the plant illustrations are upgraded to level 4, 7, and 9, they will also have powerful illustration rewards. Amazing! This is a sudden surprise. Linhan also continued to look at the plant encyclopedia. There were not many changes in it. All he had was the pea shooter's buff, all of which were level 1. The effect was below the silver level. The pea shooter's evolution consumed only 25% of the evolution points. As for another new feature of the update, there is nothing much to say about the plant shovel. It will make it easier for Linhan to grow more plants in the future. For example, sunflowers and blazing peppers do not have the same mobility as pea soldiers. They are fixed plants and must rely on a plant shovel to move. Otherwise, forced movement will not only be laborious and time-consuming, but may also cause serious damage to the plants. Boss, I sense a very powerful dark creature ahead. After walking about 1 or 2 kilometers, Yagubigu suddenly gave a reminder. To be taken seriously by him, now a 4-winged angel, it must be a dark creature of at least gold level. It should be a vampire, no doubt about it. I didn't expect them to be so fast and directly enter the town of Rogue. Linhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Most of the dark creatures in Rogue Town have been discovered by players. 98% of them are bronze and silver level races, and it is basically impossible to have gold level. The only ones who can reach the gold level at this time are most likely the group of fallen vampires. Attack! It's a good opportunity to understand the strength of vampires and record it in the dark creatures illustration book. Immediately, Linhan led the team forward quickly. Not long after, Linhan vaguely saw something from the perspective of the dark creature. Now he is level 16, with strong eyesight and perception, and is no longer the novice who couldn't see anything clearly in the black fog. Hiss! But when Linhan saw the other party also noticed Linhan and let out an angry roar. Ugh! The black fog was stirred, and there was a puffing sound like a giant bird, and a figure rushed out of the darkness rapidly. The wilderness of the dark world is very dangerous, and dark creatures will immediately attack and kill those who are not dark creatures. They are the kind that are completely unreasonable. If it were any other lord, he would definitely be caught off guard as his perception was suppressed in the darkness outside. But Linhan, who had angels and plants, had already seen through the sudden attack in the dark. P-heavy artillery. The light of judgment. In an instant, Mo1's heavy artillery was like opening a lock. The barrel shook violently and suddenly turned red. A flash of green light passed by along with the flame and directly pierced through the figure that came to attack in the darkness. It hadn't even fully appeared in Linhan's field of vision. Killed a gold-level vampire and gained 130,000 experience points. Just like the golden banshee back then. The vampire was like a piece of brittle paper and was killed instantly by Mo1's heavy artillery. Chapter 77. Something unexpected happened, and the vampire fell. He's actually alone. Linhan stepped forward and disassembled the vampire, but he didn't get anything good, just rotten flesh material like a zombie. Maybe it was because Linhan made a lot of noise, and he encountered more and more vampires afterwards. During this time, Lin Han also tested the combat effectiveness of the P soldiers. Although they also have extremely high damage, their attributes and skills are much weaker than MO wants. A heavy artillery shot can only seriously injure a gold-level vampire at most, and cannot kill it instantly. Aren't there too many vampires? Lin Han was a little confused. In just 1 hour, he had killed nearly 50 vampires. Originally, Lin Han thought this was a hard job that would take a long time to search. After all, the town of Rogue is quite large, and there are at least tens of thousands of novice lords in it. It is impossible for the vampires to be sent all at once to the vicinity of Lin Han's territory. So Lin Han took a look at the channel. Help! A silver-level vampire suddenly showed up outside my territory, and I can't stop him at all. Oh my god, how could a gold-level vampire pass by? All my troops were killed. It's coming towards the light source of the Tower of Light. Help! What the hell are you talking about? There are no vampires here. Crazy. When I went out to eliminate the dark creatures, I also saw a silver-level vampire. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and came back decisively to close the Tower of Light. Even if it was invaded by darkness for a period of time and some people died, it was acceptable. That's right. The erosion can be cleared with the light tower later. I suggest that you adjust the brightness and range of the light tower to a very low level. For a while, words related to vampires appeared one after another in the channel. Because this channel is the channel of Rogue Town, everyone's territories were quite close to each other, and when some people mentioned seeing a vampire, most people started to panic. So many people have encountered vampires. I'm afraid there must be several thousand of them. Lin Han took it seriously. This batch of vampires is of very high quality. They're not the dark creatures from the town of Rogue, but all come from other places. Their strength is almost unbearable for the Lord who is still in the novice stage. Just the lowest level, silver-grade vampire could probably destroy a territory at will. After all, vampires are a race with great racial potential, and before they fall, they're a race comparable to humans. According to the current training progress of novice lords, 10 of the initial silver troops given by the system may not be able to defeat one high-level silver vampire. I'm done. The Tower of Light was destroyed, and I became a wanderer in the dark world. Brother, don't give up. My territory is west of the town of Rogue. I can accept you if you come over. You're doomed. If you're alone and don't have a fixed way to clean up the pollution, you'll degenerate into a dark creature in 2 or 3 days at most. You can't go far in the darkness. What are you talking about, brother? Tell us the coordinates and see if anyone can provide support. At the beginning, many people were very concerned when they saw someone reveal that their light tower territory had been destroyed. Many people even planned to provide support. If he is rescued by other human lords, he can at least be a subject and his awakened talent will still be there. But if he becomes a dark creature, everything will be over. However, as the number of victims increases, most people began to take care of themselves and hurriedly speeded up the construction of their own territories, fearing that a vampire would suddenly appear outside the territory. Silver ones are easy to deal with. I'm afraid the one coming is a gold-level vampire. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtained 4,000 evolution points and 300 plant essences. Not surprisingly, about another hour later, Lin Han completed the killing of 100 vampires, and the game was also upgraded to level 1 early. Each plant had a 10% increased damage to vampires. Territory itching is attacked by dark creatures. The dark creatures have been cleared by the P soldiers. After taking a look at the Lord's bracelet, another message popped up. Lin Han was not surprised. Just now, his territory had been receiving notifications that it was under attack. After all, this was the largest territory of his, and it was a level 2 territory. The Lord was level 16, and the light released by the Tower of Light was already quite bright. The light of Goose City can be seen through the thick black fog from 1 or 2 kilometers away. Not to mention the existence of the dark navigation lights. A group of vampires were like returning home. They didn't meet many other survivors, but attracted quite a few vampires. Go back and evolve the seeds of the tree of wisdom first. Didn't think much about it. Lin Han couldn't wait to return home. After returning to the territory and simply arranging a defense line, Lin Han took out the seed of the tree of wisdom. It's planted right here. Or after 3 books? Lin Han actually had some concerns in his mind. The tree of wisdom must be a very important thing. If it was planted casually, it might have an impact on the future. He actually wanted to seize the mayor's authority and plant the tree of wisdom directly in the center of Rogue Town. After all, rebuilding is easier than starting from scratch. Food. Look at what I'm thinking. At worst, we can make this piece of land the center in the future. But soon Lin Han smiled. The source of his confidence is his evolution points. It's the same wherever he is. It is unnecessary to worry about whether the planting land is barren. Evolution. After exchanging 200 plant essences for 6,000 evolution points, as soon as the order came out, Lin Han watched with heartache as his 10,000 evolution points, which had not yet warmed up, were instantly cleared to 0. Perhaps plant essence is far more important than evolution points, but right now, it is more important to evolve the Tree of Wisdom as quickly as possible. Boom! In an instant, the white jade-shaped seed of the Tree of Wisdom in front of Lin Han began to tremble spontaneously. Lin Han didn't dig a hole for it or anything, but it ended up growing millions of white hairs on its own, so densely packed that it looked like some indescribable monster, and it looked extremely unhealthy. Then it plunged into the soil below, like a worm, digging slowly, crawling in, finding a hole to bury itself. 10,000 evolution points. This is the most you have ever consumed. Only, the speed of evolution is not that fast. Lin Han waited for a quarter of an hour, but the wisdom tree still did not complete its evolution. This is too slow. Having said that, but there was no disappointment on Lin Han's face. Instead, he became even more expectant. Evolution takes so long. This is the rhythm of being awesome as soon as he is born. Chapter 78, The Evolution of the Wisdom Tree. So terrifying. About 2 hours passed. The system's voice then rang in Lin Han's ears. Evolution successful. The Wisdom Tree module has now been activated. Plant name, Wisdom Tree, germination period. Level, bronze. The level of the plant will be displayed in the future, such as silver and gold. Cultivation degree, 0%. Life force, 1 million. Wisdom Tree capacity. Currently, 100 evolution points are processed every day. Wisdom Tree body. Increases self-defense by 300%. Benefits of the Wisdom Tree. Plants within a 1,000-meter radius are immune to dark pollution and gain an additional 12% of their upper limit of vitality and a recovery speed of plus 24%. Other arms and creatures gain only 25% of the benefits of plants. Dispelling power. All dark creatures within the range have their attributes reduced by 130%. The stronger the dark creature, the weaker the effect. Wisdom Tree's code core. Currently no code. In front of you, detailed information about the Tree of Wisdom emerged. At first, Lin Han was amazed when he saw the previous part. It was indeed a plant with 10,000 evolution points. It was only in the budding stage, and the head wasn't even visible yet, but it already had a health point of 1 million at the beginning. With such high defense, it will probably take a while to bombard these 5-piece soldiers. But when he saw the rest, Lin Han couldn't help but exclaimed, "Go!" Lin Han opened his eyes wide. This was the most uncontrollable time for him since he entered the dark world. Lin Han is considered a veteran player of plants, ultimate skills, and zombies. He has even played every version in depth, so he is naturally familiar with all the functions and plants. Talking about code, those who have not cultivated the Tree of Wisdom in depth may not know clearly. But old players must know. When the Wisdom Tree grows to a certain extent, it will tell you some secrets, one of which is code input. For example, when the Wisdom Tree in the game grows to about 16 meters, or 500 feet, it will tell the player the code, and then enter the code. When you fight zombies later, you can see that all zombies entering the scene are forced to dance. Simply put, they're just some Easter eggs just for fun. But in the dark world, suppose you replace the code of Plants vs. Zombies world with the code of Dark World. Just one input modification can change the entire dark world. What an astonishing horror this is. If I input the command to dispel the black fog, will the dark fog of the entire dark world also dissipate? Lin Han whispered softly, with exciting fire in his eyes. It turns out that this is where the Tree of Wisdom's power comes from. Other functions are just incidental. However, since it is not yet fully developed, Lin Han is unable to use this ability. According to preliminary estimates, it will take at least until the childhood or even the growth period to develop. And my attributes have also been enhanced by the Wisdom Tree. Lin Han could see that there was an additional entry under his attributes. Endless life, vitality plus 3%, recovery speed plus 6%. It may seem like a small number, But don't forget that intelligent creatures have only just evolved successfully and are still at the lowest stage. But why can the Tree of Wisdom also dispel darkness? Lin Han couldn't help but look at the Tower of Light. Building name, Guangming Tower. Level, Silver, Level 2. Building strength, 100,000, equivalent to vitality. Light tower production capacity, 100 units of holy water/day. Light tower effect, dispels darkness within a 900-meter radius, and under the light bath, can slowly remove its own dark pollution, but cannot dispel heavy pollution. Dispelling power. All dark creatures within the range have their attributes reduced by 0.25%. The stronger the dark creature, the lower the weakening ability. Other than that, nothing more. If it were anyone else, Lin Han wouldn't have thought too much about it. But the more Lin Han read the various descriptions of the Tower of Light, the more he felt that the Tree of Wisdom was exactly the same creature as the Tower of Light. They all have the same functions. The only difference is that the Wisdom Tree is like the God-level Light Tower Pro Alien Technology 14th generation. At birth, it has an immunity to dark pollution that is far more powerful than that of the Tower of Light. It was just planted, so Lin Han didn't know whether the Wisdom Tree had the function of lighting. However, this discovery also gave Lin Han more thoughts. The dark world has tens of millions of races. Humans have the Tower of Light. Vampires have the Pool of Blood. So what about other powerful races? Lin Han seemed to have grasped some secret. What if there's a race whose Tower of Light is like the Tree of Wisdom? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second territory core, the Tree of Wisdom. The destruction of the Tower of Light will not cause the host to lose his status as a lord. Then, Lin Han was confused by the system's words. They're all Lord cores. This Tower of Light is more than 10,000 times weaker than the Tree of Wisdom. The difference between the two is like one who practices martial arts and the other who practices Taoism. Also, 100 evolution points a day. The Wisdom Tree is also a stable source of evolution point income. Even though these evolutionary points seem to be less than those of sunflowers, it won't be long before the Wisdom Tree produces more evolutionary points than all his current sunflowers combined. Try to plant it. Lin Han, try to plant sunflowers next to the Tree of Wisdom. Since it's something like the Lord's Core, I should be able to plant sunflowers, right? Evolution failed. Ding. The Wisdom Tree cultivation level is too low. Yes, they haven't sprouted yet. Lin Han retracted his somewhat weird thoughts. Boss, there are a large number of vampires attacking outside the territory. I estimate there are probably hundreds of them. Suddenly, Yigubigu hurried over and shouted, so much? Lin Han immediately withdrew his thoughts from the Tree of Wisdom. Prepare now. That's great. Let's try out the dispelling power of the Tree of Wisdom. Lin Han took action. The Tower of Light is the protective wall of the human lords. Any dark creatures that attempt to invade will have their attributes weakened to a certain extent. The Tree of Wisdom also has this function, and it is far more powerful than the Tower of Light. Just by looking at the minimum 1% attribute weakening, Lin Han knows how powerful it is. Even if the rumored god-level dark creature came into his territory, its attributes would be forcibly reduced by 1%. What a terrifying ability. The breath of a banshee. Destroy this human territory. Outside the territory of Goose City, more than 100 dark vampires gathered together, with red light emitting from their eyes. They were all vampires that had been eroded by darkness and were almost losing even the most basic sanity. Only a few powerful gold vampires could still gather consciously and take command. Dark creatures are extremely sensitive to their own kind, just like sharks in the sea smelling blood. Chapter 79, The Powerful Tree of Wisdom, is so cool. As soon as he sensed that a large number of vampires had died in the territory near Lin Han, immediately, a large number of vampires swarmed in, attracting almost all the vampires within a radius of dozens of kilometers. They stared at the second-level light tower in Lin Han's territory with eager eyes, almost drooling. Level 2. Level 2 is great. Ho ho ho. Sacrifice this light stone and receive the reward of darkness. Eat, eat, eat. Drink human blood. The vampires outside the territory made unintelligible sounds and communicated in a harsh manner. But within a minute or two, the charge was launched. Fortunately, there is no platinum level. Lin Han took a look around and immediately felt relieved. If a platinum vampire attacked his territory, he would probably have to urgently ask Mo1 to use his ultimate move, wasting a day to recuperate. What about now? Although these vampires are of much higher quality than the banshees from the previous time, they're all senior gold-level vampires, and there are even 2 or 3 peak gold-level vampires among them. But, gaze of the wisdom tree. Dark creatures' total attributes reduced by 20%. Power of light. Total attributes of dark creatures reduced by 4%. Bloody suppression. The total attributes of dark creatures are reduced by 2%. I never expected this. Because of the special geographical location, Lin Han placed the 3 Lord Cores in a very close position. So, this resulted in the vampire being affected by the 3 territory cores at once when it launched its charge, and being directly suppressed, causing its speed to suddenly slow down. Moreover, these 3 reduction attributes can be superimposed on each other, which directly leads to the total attributes of dark creatures being reduced by about 23% in one go. This is the final overlay effect. Too strong. Lin Han was overjoyed. He finally understood that the Tower of Light was really just a younger brother, and the real big brother was the Tree of Wisdom. The Light Tower described the reduction as 0.25%, but in actual combat tests, the Light Tower only suppressed the attributes of silver-level dark vampires by about 10-15%, while the attributes of gold-level vampires could only be suppressed by 4% at most. In other words, the Tower of Light can only use this skill to its fullest and reduce the attribute by 25% when facing bronze-level dark creatures. And what about the Tree of Wisdom? The bronze level can suppress the attributes of the gold-level vampire by 20%. Silver level suppresses 25-30% of attributes. I'm speechless about its value. Damn it, why is my power? A vampire who was the first to be hit suddenly felt that his strength was almost reduced by half. His speed slowed down, and even his vitality began to weaken, as if he had been drained of his essence. The reduction in attributes naturally included vitality. The vampire only felt his consciousness blurred for a moment, and then he was pierced through the body by a pea cannon and died tragically on the spot. After the attributes were reduced, an ordinary pea soldier plus the enhancement of the Dark Creature Encyclopedia could instantly kill a gold-level vampire. Then the following funny signs appeared. Taunt the defense tower. Activate. As the archers on the defense tower shouted, "Come here," the taunt began to take effect. The gold-level vampire could still barely resist a certain degree of taunting effect. He realized that something was wrong. His confused consciousness slightly recovered, and he subconsciously wanted to evacuate, but it was too late. As for the silver-level vampires, they were just mindlessly giving away their heads. They were all lying on the road, either with their heads gone or with half of their bodies broken into pieces. Congratulations to the host for killing a peak gold-level vampire and gaining 220,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing a gold-level vampire and gaining 140,000 experience points. Level increased to LV.17. Just 5 or 6 minutes later, after a crazy killing spree, Lin Han, who was just level 16, had already reached level 17, and his experience bar had advanced by about 50%. Although the amount of gold of these vampires is not as much as that of the banshees last time, the level of the vampires is higher. They are also gold level, and the experience they give is much higher than that of the banshees. A dozen of them combined have more experience than the boss banshee. It's fun after finishing it. Oh my god, this is so cool. It only takes a few minutes to level up. If there are more waves, we can reach level 20 in a minute. Looking at the upgrade efficiency, Lin Han wanted to buy a big llama and put it outside the territory to shout insults and attract more dark creatures. It's okay. Once the blood pool and the wisdom tree are up to a certain level, the monster will be attracted to them. Looking at the blood pool in the distance and the tree of wisdom beside him, Lin Han smiled again. This continues. Not to mention a week. I've already read 3 books in just these 2 or 3 days. It is simply unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Come on, get out there and continue working today. If the upgrade is fast, Rogue Town will even skip the competition and give the authority to me directly. The upgrade speed is too fast, it's outrageous. When I was in the 2nd level, I was leveling up with gold-level dark creatures. Lin Han estimated that in the entire Rogue Town, even if we sure had SSS level talent, If she was not careful and relaxed for a while, she might not even be able to catch up with the battle and be eliminated automatically. That's all. Even though the system did not issue any tasks, Lin Han took the initiative to go out and chase the vampires and kill them. It was not until nightfall that Lin Han returned to the territory before the darkness deepened. Level increased to LV.19. I went out again in the afternoon and saw about 200 vampires again. Until the end, it seemed that they became alert and the vampires seemed to retreat. There was no news about anyone discovering vampires on the Road Town channel. But Lin Han understood. When the next vampire appears, he will definitely bring out his main force. He is fighting monsters of a higher level and attracting monsters that are not of this level. My level increase doesn't seem to affect the expansion of the Wisdom Tree's range. The range of the Light Tower has increased by another 200 meters. I didn't make it to level 20 today, but I'm almost there. I'll be there tomorrow. You know, tomorrow is only the third day. Lin Han summed up and let out a breath. After killing a large number of gold-level dark creatures, his level might be more than 10 levels ahead of other lords. This is a very scary number. However, when looking at the Tree of Wisdom, Lin Han still had some questions in his mind. System, is it true that the only way to make the Wisdom Tree grow is to buy fertilizer from the store and fertilize it? If that's the case, then it's too bad. I don't know when he will be able to gather enough fertilizer to cultivate the Tree of Wisdom to the next stage. Ding! The Wisdom Tree can grow on its own, but fertilizer can greatly speed up this process, even shorten the development process by 100 years. Chapter 80. Prepare 3 books. Century. The effect is so strong. Lin Han took a look at the fertilizers in the store and was somewhat tempted, but when he saw the price of up to 1,000 plant essences, he gave up the idea. However, it is time to start preparing for the 3rd level. The 3rd book is also the last stage of the novice stage. With the population and scope at hand, the territory development is basically at the scale of a small town, so the difficulty is naturally not as difficult as playing house in the 2nd-tier university. If he cannot obtain the inheritance rights of Road Town, then he can only develop in the wild like the vampire by Shang he met before and build a town of his own from scratch. The development speed is extremely slow. 99.99% of people follow this development path. But for Lin Han, it was a little hard to accept. If he couldn't get the ownership of Road Town with his strength, then he might as well just bury it. It's just a matter of level. We will basically be able to play it tomorrow. After looking around, Lin Han nodded with satisfaction. Before being promoted to the 4th book, there are no population requirements for advancement, and only the most basic materials and level requirements such as energy stones. As for resources like energy stones, the collection of resources from the mines in the territory is not just for fun. In just one day, the miner brought in about 20,000 energy stones, not to mention other stones and wood. It's time for dinner. Let's go back and have a meal first. Soon, Lin Han came outside the kitchen. However, before he even entered, Lin Han smelled a fragrance. Could it be? Lin Han's mind moved, and he couldn't help but gently push the door open and walked in. Sure enough, Bai Jingjing was standing on a small stool, cooking soup with very skillful movements. Judging from the aroma, it seemed to be a strange blood and bone soup. She stretched out her slender white arms, and every time she stirred, the long silver hair on her back swayed, with the ends of her hair curled up playfully and swaying, like an alluring cat's paw, making people feel itchy. Owner. As if she had noticed Lin Han's arrival, Bai Jingjing quickly stepped down from the small stool. You are here. Lin Han was about to say something when he heard the host cough. Ahem. Jingjing, are you making soup? Lin Han remembered that when he went out before, Bai Jingjing seemed to have asked him if he could use the kitchen and ingredients, but he didn't care much about it. He just responded casually and set off. Yes, master, it's ready and very delicious. Looking at Bai Jingjing, who kept her head down, Lin Han couldn't help but step forward and lift up Bai Jingjing's head. Then Bai Jingjing stared at Lin Han with a dazed and innocent look. Then Lin Han felt embarrassed by the look in the lowly's eyes. Cough. Why do you call me master? I didn't hear Bai Jingjing shouting when I just came back. Why is she shouting now? As an aspiring young man from Blue Star in the new era, Lin Han felt extremely weird. Being called like that already made him feel a little awkward building a 3-bedroom apartment inside his shoes. Not to mention that the target was such a petite girl. It's a bit sinful. If you don't call me master, then what should I call me? Bai Jingjing said this in a cute way, with a matter-of-fact tone. She seemed a little confused, since he was already Lin Han's subordinate lord, and all ownership was in Lin Han's hands. What else could she be called but master? To them, the word master is probably the most common word a vampire has ever heard in his life. You just call me Brother Lin from now on. Lin Han tried to correct Bai Jingjing's way of speaking. Then he heard Bai Jingjing say weakly, "But the master is not my brother." Lin Han's request was so weird. They were obviously not related. So why did he ask her to call him brother? Scared? Could he have some weird habit? Otherwise, why didn't he let me call him master? Would it be more exciting to call him master? Bai Jingjing began to tremble internally. She heard from Bai Sheng that there was once a tyrannical Viscount lord nearby. After he came back from human society, he particularly liked to make his female slaves call him dad and then brutally torture and kill them. No way. Lin Han looked at Bai Jingjing's silly look and her fair and tender face and couldn't help but pinch her. Just call me brother if I ask you to. Stop talking nonsense. It feels slippery and more comfortable than silk. No, that's not the question. The title Bai Jingjing must be corrected. Otherwise, if someone comes to the territory in the future and they see such a small child calling him master, he will be doomed. Then, without waiting for Bai Jingjing to speak, Lin Han took out the troop card he had obtained from Bai Sheng before, the vampire vassal. You can't just keep not developing your territory. Since you're also a lord, you don't have to do these tedious things. Starting tomorrow, you'll also have to develop and build your own territory. Consider this troop card a gift from me to help you transition. Lin Han allocated the area of the ruined territory to Bai Jingjing. Anyway, those basic resources such as wood and stone are of little use to him now. His system is different from that of other human lords. He does not need to consume a lot of resources to improve the strength of his troops. This is not an urgent need for Lin Han. But I'll collect your soup first. Let me try it first to see if it's delicious. Lin Han took the initiative. Facing Bai Jingjing's still confused look, he ignored the red marks on her face and reached out to grab the pot. With his iron hand, he carried the boiling hot pot out of the kitchen. Only Bai Jingjing was left standing there in a daze. Why would he touch my face? Bai Jingjing saw Lin Han's figure disappear in front of her, and then she touched her face belatedly, and there seemed to be some warmth and pain on it. Her brother Bai Sheng had never done this before, but the human lord did it naturally. Is this a way for humans to show friendliness or comfort their subordinates? It feels so weird. Bai Jingjing inexplicably felt like she was being taken advantage of, but it didn't seem like it. Among vampires, whether touching your face or neck, it means that they want to suck your blood, which represent condescension and contempt and ridicule. But Lin Han doesn't seem to be like that. Wait a moment. Why did he take my food away? Bai Jingjing felt a little embarrassed, but didn't dare to say anything. She didn't plan to cook it for Lin Han, but to eat it for herself. She just didn't expect Lin Han to come in suddenly. There are a lot of blood clots in it. Can humans eat it? Chapter 81, A Deeper Secret. Bai Jingjing naturally couldn't think of it. Lin Han is not only used to eating it, but also enjoys it very much. I've never heard that vampires like to eat duck blood. Shouldn't they like to drink something fresh? Feeling a little dissatisfied in his heart, Lin Han naturally collected a lot of daily necessities and placed them in the Lord's bracelet before entering the dark world. Since he liked eating pink duck blood soup in his previous life, Lin Han bought a lot of that kind of blood clots and put them in the kitchen, planning to eat them later. Finally, Bai Jingjing took it out and made it. The staple food in this pot of soup is duck blood, with at least 3 or 4 boxes of it, and a small amount of bones as a supplementary ingredient. Bai Jingjing may look young, but her cooking skills are pretty good. At least the soup is delicious. 5 large wooden houses for residents have been completed. Stone road planning 100m has been completed. The holy water collection tank has been built. The previous buildings were also completed one after another, and Lin Han immediately found that he could recruit new subjects. There's plenty of food. As long as I level up fast enough and kill a lot of monsters, food won't be a problem. The edible resources exploded by the dark creatures are of very low quality and cannot be eaten without evolution through the Tower of Light. But during this period of time, Lin Han killed so many dark creatures. After continuous decomposition and collection, there's not a small amount of food. The largest one is a dark creature called Forest Pig, and as for the others, there are some like ghouls and zombies. Forget about collecting the rotten meat of this thing. He is not so cruel as to feed this thing to his subjects. Even if it has been purified, it is still rotten meat. Convene. Call now. Lin Han moved his fingers. As soon as the big wooden house was built, Lin Han directly increased the population to the upper limit of the habitable limit and summoned as many as possible. My lord. Soon, nearly 20 or 30 new subjects appeared. This time, after the settings were adjusted, there were both men and women among them. They pushed open the door one by one and walked out, prostrating themselves before Lin Han with respect. There seemed to be a new joy in their eyes. Only, while looking at these subjects, Lin Han suddenly had an idea. System, can these subjects also evolve? Lin Han's sight was fixed on a young citizen. Ding. An ordinary shelter survivor from the 407 mechanical disaster world can be evolved by consuming 100,000 evolution points to restore his memory. But Lin Han never expected it. The system actually responded and even performed a scan, going so far as to dig out all the information about where this subject came from and which world he came from. It was laid naked in front of Lin Han. Disaster world? Shit, the subjects our Lord summoned are really from other worlds. There was shock in Lin Han's eyes. During this period, because he focused on evolving plants, and with the appearance of the plant illustrations, Lin Han almost mistakenly thought that the system was a plants versus zombies system. The system has the ability to make all things evolve. Only, system, you are asking for too many evolution points. What if I evolve myself? Lin Han continued to ask, since a living person can evolve, what about me? Can I also evolve? Ding. You can evolve the Dark World upgrade system. Requirements. Unknown. Evolvable body. Requirements. Unknown. Can evolve E-level talent plant manipulation to D-level. Requirement. 100,000 evolution points. So expensive. Lin Han only took a look and immediately lost interest in evolving himself. Upgrading a talent requires 100,000 evolution points, so he might as well upgrade plants. The cost of a vitality pepper seed is only 1 or 200 evolution points, but it can allow him to obtain the D-level talent of flame control. There is a huge difference between these two. As for the other two, Lin Han's system is abnormal. Upgrading systems can evolve. System, you are so awesome. Can the evolution system of the Dark World evolve? The Dark World has a conclusion that is so great that it may even sound a little ridiculous. That is the upgrade system. But this thing is as solid as Newton's laws on the blue planet in a previous life. Everyone can make themselves stronger through upgrading, which is an indispensable way to upgrade the territory. And when the system says that it can evolve and upgrade the system, it's like talking about upgrading Newton's laws. This thing can be upgraded? Also, evolving the subjects will also cost them 10 evolution points to make them gain memories. Lin Han has always been good at picking out the right words. Then, when he was summoned by the Lord, his memory was erased by the Dark World. Before I knew it, I seem to have discovered an even more thrilling secret. What exactly is the Dark World? It's too early to study this now. Let's talk about it later. The next day, Lin Han started collecting evolution points as soon as he got up. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 4,500 evolution points today. New evolution points were credited. Today was already the third day that Lin Han had come to the Dark World. Good. The cultivation progress of the wisdom tree has increased by 0.1. If there is no mutation, it will take about 1,000 days to enter the seedling stage. Lin Han sighed a little. This was just his guess. The actual consumption must be much higher than this. At the same time, Lin Han also noticed that the wisdom tree had more than 9,000 more vitality. 0.1% cultivation degree adds more than 9,000 vitality? If it is fully increased, it will directly increase the vitality to tens of millions. It's so scary. Ding. Do you want to feed plant essences on a daily basis? When I arrived in front of the Tree of Wisdom, the system gave me a prompt. Feed chicken feathers. I'm still waiting to plant energy flowers. Lin Han refused without hesitation. Evolution, energy flower. Then he took out the energy flower seeds. Lin Han had been waiting for this thing. Evolution successfully. Soon, after a series of operations, the seeds suddenly emitted light. It quickly developed into a white jade plant similar to a lotus, but it was wrapped around itself and in a bud state. Name, energy flower. Life force, 10 points. Effect, after 3 days, release energy, condense an energy bean, and then die immediately with a 100% chance of obtaining 1 energy flower seed. The minimum daily requirement is 500 units of holy water or 250 units of blood evolution. Consuming 500 evolution points can speed up the condensation time by 12 hours, with a minimum of 1 day. Fuck. Apart from the Tree of Wisdom, the energy flower is definitely Lin Han's most expensive plant at the moment, no doubt about it. The mere fact that these evolutionary points were digested by accelerating the condensation speed was enough to make Lin Han a little confused. It takes 500 evolution points to speed up the process by 12 hours, but shortening it to 1 day will require an additional 1,000 evolution points.
Songji looked at her in confusion. Come on, what's wrong with you? Qin Xian took out the knife and shone a white light on the blade. Songji will never let me obey. He will only listen to me. You are not Songji. She felt something was wrong from the beginning. The two had been separated for such a long time, and when they met again, he did not show concern for her at the first moment. Faced with her concern, Songji actually refused directly. From just now until now, he has always wanted to be in a dominant position. But they don't know that the real Songji has always been very clear about the role he plays and would never overstep his boundaries and take over the show. She stared at the Songji in front of her and said, although I don't know what kind of person you are, but you are pretending so poorly. You're nothing like him. You are exposed, brother. There's another reason why Qin Xian is so sure that he is not Songji. She just secretly explored his energy again. It was completely different from what she had just discovered. In other words, Songji was indeed at the location she detected just now. But when she arrived, the real Songji was gone, and the one left behind was a fake. The other party was unwilling to give in, and handed her the blood-stained handkerchief and said, I am the real Songji. You see, I am bleeding bright red blood. I am not a zombie, nor am I a ghost pretending to be you. Let's go down to the basement, and I'll tell you everything. Qin Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Absolutely. Then how do you know that someone was impersonating Songji to deceive me? We were clearly not together just now. She pointed out the most obvious lie in one sentence, and it was obvious that the other person was embarrassed. Soon, the face of that Songji changed for a moment, and it seemed to be covered with yellow hair. Qin Xian paused, and at that moment felt a strong sense of anger. It seemed as if a shrill voice sounded in her mind. She saw through it. Bitch, bitch. Oh, it's still a little animal. Her animal manipulation ability allows her to communicate with small animals in a simple way. Naturally, you can also listen to the sounds of animals. It seems that not only is there trouble with Piaozi, but there are also some other things that want to get involved. Interesting. Qin Xian didn't give him the chance to attack and hurt him, and just swept him with his sword. The face of Songji was full of fear, and the next second, his head and body were separated. A fist-sized animal head fell to the ground. The lower body also quickly shrank into a rat-like body. Qin Xian walked over and took a look, then sneered. Weasel. Qin Xian knew that this thing was extremely evil. It could be cultivated, transformed into a human form, and had the ability to deceive the eyes. People in northeast China have the custom of worshipping immortals. The yellow in the fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray refers to the weasel. What's even more troubling is that while this guy was cultivating himself, he actually turned into a mutant creature. Wow, buffs are stacked like crazy. You actually want to play nesting dolls with me? No wonder she couldn't tell the difference. Qin Xian took out the crystal core from this guy's head and set it on fire. I was afraid that this mutated little thing would behave abnormally again. At this time, two footsteps came closer and closer. Qin Xian turned her head and saw the person coming in the light of the fire. They are Songji and Qin Xian. Yes, Songji is the real Songji, but Qin Xian is definitely a fake. She held Songji's arm and smiled at Qin Xian in a charming way. Songji's eyes were wide open, and he had obviously been completely bewitched by the other party. Chapter 86, I'll help you kill her. Qin Xian narrowed her eyes and soon heard the same shrill voice again. Brother. Oh my god, the human killed my brother. I want to avenge him. It turns out to be a little yellow fox, right? Qin Xian put on an expression of watching a show, walked over and said, Songji, she is fake. Come here quickly. Songji had a dull expression and didn't even look at her. The weasel immediately pointed at Qin Xian and said to Songji, Brother Songji, don't listen to her. She is a fake. The weasel was roaming in the corridor with a sharp roar. Qin Xian hurriedly called out, Songji, wake up. I am Qin Xian. She is the weasel. She is deceiving you. Wake up. Songji was still stupid and didn't respond at all. That Qin Xian showed a ferocious smile. Brother Songji is mine. Don't even think about snatching him away from me. Qin Xian wanted to rush forward, and the weasel's eyes turned red instantly. I don't know what kind of power he used, but he rolled up all the broken wooden boards and debris on the ground and attacked Qin Xian. Qin Xian quickly used his knife to block them one by one. Seeing that his skills could not hurt her, the weasel immediately pushed the demented Song Ji in front of him and said, "Go ahead and chop him. Kill him if you can." The other person's eyes were fierce, and he showed a pair of scary buck teeth on Qin Xian's pretty face. He looked at her with a hissing sound, making her angry. Damn, it's an eyesore. Qin Xian really wants to grab it and give it a few slaps. It's so ugly, so shabby. But now Song Ji is still in its hands. She must rescue him quickly. Qin Xian smiled and put the knife on her shoulder. It seems that you don't like your brother Song Ji that much, right? How about I let you go and you give him back to me? Qin Xian also didn't expect that she would find herself in a city surrounded by zombies during the apocalyptic disaster. Negotiate with a weasel monster. What kind of weird situation is this? The weasel pointed at his brother in the fire and said, "If you can bring my brother back to life, I will return your man to you." Its eyes turned cold, and the tone of the painting suddenly changed. "But you killed my brother. I will make your little man live a life worse than death, suck his essence every day, and finally dig out his crystal core. Now, I want him to kill you with his own hands." After saying this, the weasel urged Song Ji once again, "Kill her for me. I want her to die." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Song Ji mechanically turned his head to look at the Qin Xian beside him. "Okay, I'll help you kill her." The next second, he raised his hand without hesitation, and purple lightning surged at his fingertips. A purple dragon danced wildly and attacked Qin Xian at a rapid speed. Qin Xian used his supernatural powers to form a particle barrier to protect himself. Then he turned around and dodged the attack of the thunder dragon. After flashing for a moment, the lightning turned at the end of the corridor like a boomerang and hit Qin Xian. Brother Song Ji, don't do it." Immediately afterwards, the weasel was hit by lightning, and the lightning and fire continued to attack her, making a crackling sound. The weasel quickly changed into its original form, curled up into a small ball, and fell to the ground. Song Ji seemed to breathe a sigh of relief instantly, holding his chest and breathing heavily. The weasel must have released its control over him. In fact, the other party only controlled his body, but he was still conscious. Being conscious meant that he could control lightning with his mind. So, when they just met, Song Ji gave Qin Xian a wink. The tacit understanding gained from long-term cooperation made Qin Xian understand his intention instantly. So I just cooperated with him in acting. He controlled the lightning to attack Qin Xian in order to make the weasel let down his guard. When the weasel was caught off guard, he launched a sudden counterattack. Qin Xian quickly went over to hold him. "Are you okay?" Song Ji's face turned pale, and he pulled her arm and looked her up and down with concern and anxiety. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Seeing Qin Xian smiling, I knew she was fine and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was so excited that he actually wanted to hug Qin Xian. But he soon realized that this was inappropriate and quickly withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Qin Xian felt warm in her heart. This was the real Song Ji. He would care about her first, even if he was not out of danger yet. That weasel's disguise is so fake. Qin Xian was delighted and rushed over to hug his waist. She patted his back gently and coaxed him like a puppy. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm fine." Song Ji's face turned red instantly. Fortunately, it was dark around and Qin Xian couldn't see anything. Otherwise, he would be very embarrassed. He was a big man, about 1.9 meters tall, and he blushed when being hugged by a little girl. Move to Mars, what a loser. He had just been restrained by the weasel, and his whole body was cold and stiff. Now Qin Xian made his blood boil again. For a moment, I felt a sea of clouds churning in my heart and chest, and the air was rushing around, and I almost coughed up blood. Ahem, I'm just giving you a comforting hug. Why do you think so much? Fortunately, Qin Xian only hugged it for a moment before letting it go. Song Ji quickly calmed down and said, "Give that thing a final blow so it won't cause trouble again." Qin Xian nodded in agreement and made the final move to take the crystal core. She then used a knife to dig its body into the fire and burned it together with her brother. "As a family, we should be neat and tidy." Qin Xian said, "I didn't expect there are so many wild animals here." Song Ji rubbed his stiff neck and pointed outside. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, and there's a protected area on the mountain, so the natural scenery is very beautiful. There was a resort nearby that I had invested in before. It was halfway built when the end of the world came. Looking at his indifferent expression, Qin Xian could only respond with a wry smile. This is what the end of the world is like. He will tear apart all the good things in your life and cruelly tell you that nothing can come back. And all the ugliness is magnified like a play. Let the filth that was originally buried in the dark corners be exposed in the sun. Finally, he tells you with a smile, see, you humans are really disgusting. Wait until both bodies were burned to ashes. Qin Xian also ended his little lyrical drama of making up words in his mind. She pulled the real Song Ji and said, let's go. This time, she subconsciously held his hand. Song Ji swallowed and said, yeah, okay. He held her small hand tightly. It was so soft, cool, and gentle, like a kitten's paws. No matter where she wanted to take him, he was willing to run to keep up with her. Even if he was going to die, he would never slow down for even a moment. The two ran to the gate, but they didn't expect the scene before them to be so puzzling. The two looked at each other, both frozen in place, speechless. Chapter 87 Chaotic Space. I saw that the exit should be outside the gate, and their car should be parked there. But at this time, there was a corridor outside the gate. The door seemed to have opened a gap in the middle of the corridor. Qin Xian walked forward in disbelief to check. The door was still the same door, but the corridor opposite was still very real, without any problems. She stepped in and found that they were real floor tiles. Song Ji quickly grabbed her and said, something is wrong here. I wanted to tell you before that this place shouldn't be like this. Qin Xian turned around and asked him, do you know what's going on here? Song Ji stared at the corridor and said solemnly, the reason why I agreed to let us come here is because I know that although there's a lot of resentment here, there are countless vengeful spirits causing trouble. But that was all in the past. At least before the end of the world when I knew the news, this place was safe. My adoptive father was a famous Taoist priest. I was weak when I was a child and was pulled back from the brink of death by him several times. But he didn't let me join the Tao. He just taught me some common sense, so I know a little bit about this. Qin Xian was not surprised by this statement. After all, when Zhang Qizhen was here before, the clues shown by Song Ji made Qin Xian have some guesses. Song Ji continued, this nursing home has had many incidents before, and several deaths have occurred there. The old dean asked my adoptive father for help, and my adoptive father drew a formation in the basement to suppress some powerful wrong spirits. That's why I dare to bring you here, otherwise I would never let us take risks. Unexpectedly, the magic circle was broken for some reason, and all the wrong souls escaped and started to cause trouble everywhere. He finished, sighing guiltily. Qin Xian remembered that he had said before that he got to know the old dean here because of this matter. Qin Xian comforted him. The past cannot be retrieved. Now that it has come to this, how to escape is what we should think about. There is no point in talking about other things. Song Ji shook his head. This may be a bit troublesome. Think about it. Ghouls is mysterious. They are in an absolutely dark environment, and their minds are probably dark and twisted. What's more, these ghouls were all crazy when they were alive, and crazy ghouls are the most terrifying things. The two talked as they walked, and unknowingly arrived at the back door of the first floor. Song Ji kicked open the tattered iron door, which should have been a backyard overgrown with weeds. But what appeared was a corridor that had never been seen before. The moonlight was dim and formed a layer of silver frost on the ground. It looked like a very lifelike scene, but it revealed an unspeakable horror. It's like this again, Song Ji said. Those lunatics have completely tampered with the space and time here. As Song Ji spoke, he quietly reached into his pocket, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and stuffed it into Qin Xian's pocket. This was left to him by Zhang Qizhen. It was a talisman for warding off evil written in the handwriting of Master Zhang Qizhen. It is the best talisman to suppress demons and evil. If he had used this talisman just now, the weasel would not have been able to hurt him at all. But he couldn't bear to do so because it would be gone after one use. This thing is precious. There's only one. It's not that Zhang Qi really doesn't want to give it to Qin Xian, but Qin Xian doesn't know how to use it, and it might hurt her if she wears it improperly. Song Ji glanced at Qin Xian secretly and thought, if only one of us can escape. I hope that person is you. Qin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. She grabbed Song Ji and asked, do you have any other ideas? Song Ji shook his head. No, I'm not a Taoist after all. If Zhang Qi was here, no, it would be useless even if he were here. How can a Taoist fight against a group of lunatics? Qin Xian took a few deep breaths and forced himself to stay calm. Then, even though I know it is futile, I still go to great lengths to find a way out. But soon, hope turned into endless despair. All exits were twisted. Even if you break down the walls and windows, all that will appear is another room or corridor. It seems endless, never-ending, and repeating forever. They didn't know how long they walked, but they were all tired. Looking at the time, 6 or 7 hours have passed. It must have been daybreak outside, but it was always dark here. Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "I'm not leaving. I'm so tired. I want to rest." So they found a room, cleaned it up, and sat on the floor. Qin Xian took out the battery, electric light, and charcoal basin. Plug in the light and light the charcoal. The small table was filled with grilled meat, mushrooms, seafood, vegetables, and various sauces, sprinkles, and dips. Since I can't go out, I might as well just eat. Anyway, it's not hot in this room. It's cool enough. It would be a waste not to eat it. Soon, the finger-thick marbled beef was sizzling with oil and singing happily on the baking tray. The seafood curls and shrinks due to heat. Brush it with sauce and sprinkle with chili powder and cumin. A special fishy smell came. Songji was already extremely hungry, with a piece of freshly roasted hot pork loin in his mouth. While continuously inhaling air, he did not forget to help Qin Xian cut the meat and spread it on the baking tray. Qin Xian placed the lean beef on the lettuce and sprinkled a handful of chili rings. He used a fork to pick up another piece of fat, which was covered with fresh seafood sauce. Roll it up and put in your mouth. Chew 2 or 3 times. Instantly, the rich and mellow gravy bursts in your mouth. The lean meat is chewy and tender, and the tendons are chewy. Serve with sauce and chili rings. A little sour, a little sweet, a little spicy, and a little salty. Wow, it's so delicious. The mood that had driven me crazy because of the tortures by the drifters in the building was instantly swept away. Pair it with a can of low-alcohol wheat juice and cool chilled fruit. So delicious that it makes me cry. They both actually have a bit of bachelor spirit. If you can push forward with all your might. If you can't, just lie down and let it go. Anyway, I can't get out of here for a while, so why not be happy if I can? They are not the protagonists in other ghost movies who have nothing to eat or drink and are trapped in a haunted building and are afraid of dying of thirst or starvation. Qin Xian has an entire space full of supplies, so they will not starve to death even if they are trapped for a lifetime. If the outsiders saw them showing off their bodies happily, drinking heavily, they would be as happy as gods. I'm afraid he was so angry that he committed suicide on the spot. The two were discussing what other solutions to come up with next. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise coming from the corner. Qin Xian immediately became alert, took out a knife from the space, and stared at that place. Squeak, squeak. It's a mutant blood rat. Soon, a gray mouse the size of a cat emerged from the shadows. A childish voice sounded in Qin Xian's mind. Eat, eat, eat meat, I eat meat, eat, eat. This feeling is very much like a baby who has just learned to speak and is trying hard to express what he or she means. The little mouse. No, the big mouse walked up to Qin Xian and stared at her with its blood-red eyes. The tip of his pink nose was twitching and his mustache was shaking up and down, as if he really wanted to eat the food in Qin Xian's hand. Qin Xian then remembered that this mouse had once reminded her that Songji beside her was not a real person. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. You can communicate with a mouse that can express itself, and since it can communicate, there must be something to talk about. Qin Xian smiled, picked up the piece of meat with disposable chopsticks, and handed it to Bloodrat. Songji stared at her in surprise and vigilance, wanting to say something but stopping himself several times. Seeing that the mouse was biting Ruru and did not attack Qin Xian, he felt relieved. Qin Xian thought that the blood rat was a native of this place, and it must know much more than Qin Xian did. Maybe you can find a way out through it. She tried to use her special ability to communicate with the mouse. Thank you for your help just now. There's plenty of food, but I also have a few questions for you. Chapter 88 Escape. When the blood rat ate the fresh meat, it actually started clapping its hands, just like a human being. Qin and Song both looked at Coke and tried giving him some other food. Gradually, the blood rat seemed to let down its guard against Qin Xian. The speech suddenly became fluent and no longer just expressed simple meanings. Qin Xian only then realized that after opening up their consciousness, communication between humans and animals could be so smooth. But gradually, Qin Xian began to feel a headache. This blood rat, is actually a chatterbox. It seemed like we hadn't talked for years, and I finally found soulmate. I'm the most powerful in my family. I'm 91 years old this year. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thank you for killing those two weasels. They ate our whole family. Oh, the meat you gave me is so delicious. Fresh meat is so delicious. It's much better than the corpses of those weird people. You mean this area? Many animals are practicing here because the yin energy is strong, which is suitable for animals to practice. We are very afraid of snakes and birds. There's a mutant Tyrannosaurus bird nearby. It is particularly scary, even scarier than a weasel. The weasel wiped out our entire family, and that bird wiped out the weasel clan. It was a monster with yellow eyes, a red beak, and a white head. The magic circle in the basement was destroyed. Someone looks different from you and speaks strange words. I can't understand them. The questions Qin Xian asked were very mixed, and the blood rat made a lot of nonsense and squeaking noises. For the convenience of narration, Qin Xian sorted out the story based on the blood rat's description. First, there are many mutated demon cultivators around, the most powerful of which are a bird and a snake. Second, the magic circle in the basement was destroyed by several foreigners. Qin Xian told all this to Song Ji, and Song Ji fell into deep thought. The foreigners destroyed the magic circle set up by my father? Haha, interesting. Song Ji thought for a moment, then turned to ask the blood rat, "Can you lead us out?" The blood rat tilted its little head and spread its hands in a very humane manner. Means, I don't understand. Qin Xian was speechless. This idiot didn't have the ability to control animals. If he talked to the blood rat, would the rat understand him? Fool! She picked up a piece of seafood with chopsticks and stuffed it into Song Ji's mouth, signaling him to stop talking. He turned around and asked the blood rat, "We want to leave here. Can you take us out?" The blood rat paused while chewing its food and froze in a daze. Qin Xian's heart sank. It looked like it was going to be very bad. As a result, the blood rat said very proudly, "You want to go out? Just tell me earlier, a chicken, I promise to take you out." Qin Xian was overjoyed. Deal. She quickly got up, packed up her things, and stood in front of the pile of things, making hand gestures and chanting incantations while acting. The last word, change, put things into space. Song Ji was stunned. This is so childish. Why doesn't she take out a magic wand and change her makeup? Ahem, she actually just didn't want anyone to know about the space. Fortunately, small animals have simple minds and are easy to fool. The blood rat jumped up in surprise. "Are you an immortal? You are so powerful." Qin Xian proudly began to brag. "I met immortals in my early years and learned some magic." The blood rat was excited. "Wow, what is this called?" Qin Xian waved his hand. "Its name is Invincible Great Transport." The blood rat stared at Qin Xian with admiration, its tail wagging like a propeller. A man and a mouse opened the door and went out. One really dared to lie, and the other really dared to believe it. Song Ji followed behind, stuffed the last lettuce roll into his mouth, and followed in silence. He felt like the parent of two 3-year-old children. The dolls were discussing the content of the cartoon, and he could only follow behind and listen. "Hey!" The blood rat led the two from the first floor to the third floor, and then to the fourth floor. Qin Xian was just about to ask Xue Shu where they were going. But at the end of a turn, the blood rat disappeared. Qin Xian was suddenly shocked. The blood rat was their only hope. If they couldn't find it, they might really be trapped here forever. After a moment of panic, she instantly thought of a solution. Qin Xian closed his eyes and used his supernatural powers to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Sure enough, behind a wall, the scent of the blood rat's crystal core was tracked. She curled the corners of her lips and pulled Song Ji towards the wall. After Song Ji froze for a moment, he walked towards the wall with Qin Xian. The next second, the two stepped into a corridor they had never been to before. The blood rat twitched its little nose and motioned them to look forward. It turned out to be a rooftop. The two looked at each other, and Song Ji walked up and opened the door to the rooftop. As expected, what came into view was a wall, completely blocking the road behind the door. The blood rat said, "The way out is behind. Those wronged souls specifically deceive the eyes of you humans, but they cannot deceive the eyes of us animals. You have to find a way." Qin Xian bit her lip and made up her mind. She said to the blood rat, "You hide behind us." The blood rat ran obediently behind Qin Xian. She gave Song Ji a look, and Song Ji immediately nodded, and a thunder dragon waved over. The wall was shattered in an instant. However, a new corridor appeared. The two looked at each other and sighed in despair. Are we really going to be trapped forever? At this time, Song Ji suddenly thought of something. He tried to distract Qin Xian while talking about his analysis. At the same time, he quietly reached into Qin Xian's pocket and took out the talisman paper. He took a deep breath and threw the talisman into the air, using lightning to send the talisman into the corridor. Bang! Boom! The talisman paper hit the door and instantly burned to ashes, transforming into golden ripples. The thunder dragons were completely immersed in it, and the accumulated power exploded like a nuclear bomb. The illusion of the corridor was broken, and a crack more than one person high was torn into it. There was a blinding light in front of me, and it turned out to be daytime outside. The sun was at its highest point, and the rising heat distorted the trees in the distance and their parked car into a dreamy feeling. But soon, they found that the crack was slowly shrinking and healing. Without further ado, the two held hands, took a few running steps, and jumped up. They hugged each other when they entered the crack, and the feeling of their bodies instantly went from cold to hot. Then the two of them fell heavily on the grass, rolling more than 10 meters before stopping next to the car. Huff, huff, huff. The two of them gasped in shock, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Only then did Qin Xian realize that Song Ji was hugging her tightly. His right arm protected her back, and his left palm protected the back of her head. He held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, she was at the bottom, with her arms around his waist. Song Ji supported his upper body with his elbows, half pressing her down. The posture is slightly ambiguous, yet gentlemanly. She looked up in panic and saw Song Ji lowering his head. When their eyes met, their breathing was hotter than the extremely hot midday temperature. Song Ji couldn't help but feel his atoms apple moving, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. I don't know what kind of breath was flowing through their necks, suddenly dyeing their cheeks red. But soon, they separated tacitly. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Qin Xian quickly got up, patted his chest, and looked back at the nightmarish building. Only then did I realize that the building looked no different from any other building. The sunlight shone in, and the hall was surprisingly bright, completely different from the dark night just now. The blood rat jumped happily beside him. Chicken, chicken. Give me a chicken. Qin Xian sneered and took out a raw chicken from the space and gave it to it. He also took a lot of things that the little mouse liked. The blood rat rolled on the ground happily and expressed his gratitude in various ways. Qin Xian has overcome her fear of mice and even finds them a little cute. He really wanted to touch its head, but after all, mice were suffering from many diseases, so Qin Xian decided not to do so. It's not advisable to stay here for long. It would be bad if we get dragged in again. The two said goodbye to the blood rat and drove on the road. The surrounding area was full of overgrown roads. Qin Xian twisted his neck and was about to speak. Song Ji stopped the car suddenly. Qin Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? Song Ji pointed outside the window, where there was a Y-shaped fork in the road. He said solemnly, I remember very clearly that when I came here, there was only one way, not the second one. So where did the second one come from? Where should we go? Only then did Qin Xian realize that they were still within the confines of the sanatorium. Those things had no intention of letting them go. Chapter 89, The Thief Bird That Steals the Crystal Core. Qin Xian clenched his fists. When will these bastards ever stop? She sneered and closed her eyes. Soon, I sensed a small animal that was able to communicate. It's a pangolin hiding in the soil. Qin Xian knew that she couldn't control all the animals now. She can only communicate and negotiate with some animals that can understand her consciousness and reach deals through cooperation. The pangolin asked her, I can show you the way, but what can you give me? Qin Xian, what do you want? Pangolin, water, I want water. Qin Xian, okay. Qin Xian took out a 5L bucket of water from the space and placed it outside the car. She said, Can you drink it yourself? Do you need to unscrew the bottle cap? Pangolin, no need, I can drink it. You take the road on the right. The left one will lead you back to where you were just now. Remember to drive fast and don't look in the rearview mirror. Qin Xian didn't hesitate much and quickly believed what Pangolin said. After all, animals are obviously more trustworthy than insidious and cunning humans. If they don't want to pay attention to you, they will just ignore you and will never play dirty tricks on you. Qin Xian thanked Pangolin and told Song Ji. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the right, running all the way without looking back, until we drove onto the highway and saw the bus stop we came from. The mottled paint on it reads, Next stop, Moon Bay Sanatorium Station. The car sped past, and Qin Xian seemed to see a figure in a white coat standing under the road sign. With murderous intent and unwillingness on his face, he smiled at their backs. After driving for another half an hour, I saw zombies wandering the streets again. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely close to each other and wanted to hug Sang-gu and kiss him. After driving for a while, the car started to alarm. It's too hot. If the temperature does not drop, the engine will have to be shut down passively. Qin Xian wanted to get out of the car and use the river water in the space to cool down. Song Zi waved his hand and pointed to a place not far away. Go wash there. Qin Xian looked in the direction of his hand. His eyes widened. Because there was a lake 100 meters away. It was a patch of light, neither too big nor too small, reflecting the sunlight, making it particularly dazzling. How could there be a river here? In this extremely hot weather, all surface water has dried up. There's a lake here? What a play. Song Ji, however, looked very knowledgeable and explained, there's a spring nearby, connected to the Jinshui Lake. But in fact, there is a huge underground water vein between Jinshui Lake and here. I have invested in this area before and did very careful research, so I know. In previous years, the water level was very high, sometimes even reaching the road, but now, even in the extreme heat, only this much is left. When I drove here before, I often stopped nearby for a while. The scenery here is beautiful. Qin Xian knew what he meant, that the scenery was beautiful in the past. Now most of the trees on the ground are dry and dead, and the grass has turned yellow due to the extreme heat. Where's the scenery to speak of? Qin Xian used his supernatural power to check and found that there were low-level monsters everywhere nearby, and they would run away when they saw Qin Xian. The car drove straight towards the center of the lake, and the deepest part only submerged the wheels. Huge splashes of water occurred along the way, and the car was soon covered in water. After doing this several times, the temperature of the car finally dropped, and the alarm stopped sounding. The two prepared to leave and find an empty, sheltered house nearby to rest for a while before going out again at night. Unexpectedly, as soon as the car turned around, it encountered a group of bandits who were robbing men and women. There were 6 people in the group. The bald man was driving a Land Rover. They were all tanned, as black as yam balls. Each of them had a face full of flesh and was carrying a knife with bare chests. Although they looked skinny, they had strong abdominal muscles. He used the usual dirty words that bandits use, swearing and forcing them to get out of the car. Qin Xian looked at the abdominal muscles of the muscular man, then reached out to lift up Song Ji's shirt and took a look at his honey buns. He pinched his chin and made clicking sounds. Song Ji seemed to be very indifferent and even felt a little disgusted by her frivolous behavior. But the little guy in my heart was getting anxious and thinking, is the boss comparing his abdominal muscles? Boss, please take a look at my abdominal muscles. He pushed Qin Xian's hand away and asked, what are you doing? Qin Xian came to a conclusion. Although their abdominal muscles are bigger than yours are wider than theirs. Yours look better. Songji. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should be happy or not. The two were arguing when the group of things were almost approaching. Qin Xian yawned and waved his hands. 3 second-level ones, 3 first-level ones. Go ahead, I don't want to be exposed to the sun. Songji didn't answer, opened the door, and got out of the car. Qin Xian had just raised his hand to stretch when a scream was heard. When she took back her hands and rubbed her neck, the 6 living people had all fallen to the ground and lay dead. Qin Xian rolled down the car window and saw Song Ji standing in the sun, his whole body glowing white. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but filled with cold, murderous intent. A man with a broken arm fell to the ground and kept backing away. Just as Song Ji was about to give him the final blow, the man cried, I am a subordinate of King Ingwe. You dare to kill me? You are seeking death. Song Ji hated being threatened, so he sent him away. King of the Crescent Moon? When Qin Xian heard the name again, he still felt like laughing. And call yourself a king? It's the second-year disease. Qin Xian smiled and ignored him. She tilted her head and looked at the ground. Song Ji always treats his enemies with steady, accurate, and ruthless methods, and will never leave any tricks for the evildoers. Therefore, the energy of the Thunder Dragon used was so strong that it almost shattered the brains of all the psychics on the field. Sprinkle the crystal core in the water and wash it clean at the same time. Qin Xian stretched out his hand and sucked all the crystal cores into his palm. He counted them and found that there were only 5. Qin Xian immediately sensed it and found a crystal core 10 meters away, with another creature with a crystal core in its head. There are thieves taking advantage of the situation? She looked in that direction and saw a beautiful, big, blue-gray bird standing in the water. Those golden eyes were full of pride and mockery. In its fiery red mouth was a crystal core the size of a peanut. The neck upwards is shiny black, with a patch of white on the top of the head. The tail was as long as a human's forearm, gray and black all over, but in the sun it shone with a purple-blue glow like mermaid scales. It is really beautiful, if it doesn't steal the crystal core. Qin Xian suddenly remembered what Bloodrat said about the mutant bird that wiped out the entire weasel clan. That's it. The moment the man and the bird's eyes met, the bird spread its wings and flew into the sky like an arrow. The picture shows a red-billed blue magpie. The picture is from the internet. Please delete if it infringes. Chapter 90 Help. I'm eating a bird. Whoosh. A strong wind blew towards the two people as its wings flapped. This bird is actually a second-level wind-type mutant. Oh no, the mutant bird. Songji. Qin Xian shouted, pointing at the bird. Songji said nothing and a bolt of lightning struck directly over. Unexpectedly, the bird was extremely flexible and could dodge freely in the air. Seeing that Songji's attack missed, it still hovered in the wind. He turned around and yelled at Songji, Sabi, Sabi Nima Sabi, ha ha. The corner of Songji's mouth twitched. It was estimated that his native language at this moment was speechless. Qin Xian shouted back at the top of his voice, You bastard, what's the point of stealing other people's things? Come down and fight if you're brave enough. The bird tilted its head, revealing a sense of smart aleck idiocy. Go away. You humans are shameless. You only know how to launch sneak attacks and deceive birds. Ha ha ha. Die for me. Before he finished speaking, the bird flapped its wings hard and the wind suddenly became strong. The water on the ground was wrinkled, and all the tiny stones and soil were blown away. Even Songji was blown so hard that he couldn't stand and had to cover his face with his hands to breathe. Qin Xian felt it and found that the wind speed was at least level 8. Much stronger than the wind girl last time. She smiled sinisterly and said, Little bird, didn't you say that humans like to lie to people? No to birds? Okay, then I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Qin Xian opened the door and got out of the car with difficulty. He picked up a stone from the ground and pretended to hit a bird. He was still shouting, Stinky bird, I'm going to roast you. As he said that, he ran forward 2 steps, pretended to be tripped by a stone, and fell into the water. The 5 crystal cores in the other hand flew 5 or 6 meters away and fell into the water. When the bird saw the crystal core, he immediately shouted excitedly, Sarah, Sarah, ha ha. As it spoke, it rushed down at the speed of light and pecked at the crystal core with its fiery red beak. When Songji saw Qin Xian fall, he ran over to help her. Qin Xian sneered and grabbed Songji's hand and pressed it into the water. Discharge. Songji always attacks wherever he is directed, so when Qin Xian gave the order, he naturally activated his supernatural powers without hesitation. Sizzle. Several purple electric currents spread out in the water. In an instant, both Niaohuo and Qin Xian and Songji were wrapped in the electric net. Songji also deliberately controlled the amount of electricity to avoid electrocuting himself and Qin Xian. However, the amount of electricity the humans can withstand is definitely greater than that of a bird. The bird was instantly paralyzed and fell into the water, with its wings spread and its mouth wide open, its legs twitching and curled up. It looks funny and ridiculous. Qin Xian reached out and touched her hair, every strand standing upright. Songji also had his hair washed, cut, and blow-dried into a big afro. Both of them pointed at each other and smirked. Qin Xian got up, trembling as she walked, and she quickly picked up the crystal core. It had already swallowed one of the 6 crystal cores. Qin Xian picked up the bird as well. The bird hung its head, its body still shaking, and it was mumbling incoherent curses as it shook. You are such a shameless human. Bullying birds, hiccup. 10 minutes later, Qin and Song changed into clean clothes. The bird was caught in a net bag by Qin Xian and hung on the roof of the car, struggling and cursing. Let me go. If you have the guts, let's fight to the death. Don't use dirty tricks. Your immorality is smoking and your shit has white edges. You 2 bastards. Ha 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 ha. Qin dug his ears. This bird's voice was really good. It hadn't become hoarse even after chatting for so long. Songji sneered and raised his slender fingers to dance in the air. As the fingertips jumped, sparks flashed. Instantly, the guy shut up. He turned to look at Qin Xian. Boss, you can talk now. Qin Xian suppressed her laughter and looked up at the jerk. We humans have a saying, all is fair in war, and you fell into the trap because of your greed. We captured the crystal core, and you came here to grab it without putting in any effort. Do you think you are right? The bird snorted and was about to curse, but then he looked at the lightning in Songji's hand. I immediately became scared. You are good-looking. Whatever you say is what it is. Qin Xian said, you have already swallowed a crystal core. Tell me, what can you give me as a supplement? A trace of fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of the bird. You're not going to roast me, are you? Huh, help, I'm eating a bird. Huh. The sound it makes is so sharp and continuous that it can pierce the eardrums. Qin Xian frowned and reached out to grab its neck. They both yelled at the same time, shut up. The bird burped suddenly and dared not call anymore. Then he said weakly, brother and sister, please don't kill me. Well, I will work hard for you. Can I give you a crystal core in return? Even though he is just a bird, he is not stupid. These two are definitely not to be trifled with, especially this beautiful female. She looks delicate and weak, but in fact she is the most powerful of the two. It roamed this area for many years, and later mutated into a mutant bird, and has always been invincible. Unexpectedly, I fell into the hands of this female who was pretending to be a pig, but was actually a tiger. Qin Xian leaned back in his seat nonchalantly. That's not necessary. We're going to fight the zombies if you could use your wind ability to help us. How about we let you work to pay off your debts? The bird guy originally thought that he was going to be roasted bird, and was still wondering if he could get away with it quickly. Kill it first, and then pluck its hair. Unexpectedly, the beautiful female didn't kill it, but gave it a chance to work and pay off its debt. Suddenly, the bird's head, which had been drooping, stood up straight up, looking 100 times more energetic. Does it include meals? Qin Xian scratched his head. What are you eating? Insects, fruits, vegetables, self-heating hot pot, snail noodles, dumplings, buns, roast chicken, roast duck, I eat them all. It shook its head and happily began to announce the names of the dishes. Songji couldn't help but want to laugh. Roast chicken? You're also a poultry. Chicken is your close relative. How can you eat your own uncle? When the bird heard this, his golden eyes widened and his neck stiffened. Bullshit. I am a red-billed blue magpie, the leader of the Corvidi family. My second uncle is a crow and a magpie. Since when did a two-armed thing that can only lay eggs become my second uncle? Haha, you stupid human. If you don't understand, just shut up. Songji was stunned by its scolding, and the last sentence, close your anus, completely broke his defense. He grabbed one of the bird's feet and was about to generate electricity, which frightened the bird and made it scream. Qin Xian quickly stopped the two childish fools from bickering and said, starting from tonight, for a period of 10 days, how about that? Bird Goods nodded. As long as it's not roasted bird, I'm fine with anything. Songji snorted coldly. You are sensible. Unexpectedly, as soon as he released the bird's claws, the bird cursed. Let go of your dirty hands. You are a telephone pole that is destined to be without a second uncle. It's so hot, and you're still covered in feathers. Can I pluck them for you? Just try. I'll slap you to death. Gah. You're the one who farted. Puff, puff, puff. What is going on? Qin Xian was a little amused and helpless. She was planning to take the bird in to join her team if it was willing. Animals' minds are much simpler than humans. They don't understand intrigue, nor do they flatter or frame others. If you like it, you like it. If you hate it, you hate it. However, since this involves his own trump card, Qin Xian decided to test its character. Ah, no, it's its bird's character. At the same time, it can also verify her previous guess about how to use supernatural powers. Qin Xian rubbed her hands together. She was becoming more and more excited. The picture shows a recent photo of a red-billed blue magpie. The photo comes from myself. The red-billed blue magpie is not a protected animal. It is not endangered and can be kept at home. Chapter 91. My name is Big Mouth. Hello. Late at night, the city fell into silence due to power outage. It is like a ghost town, deserted for hundreds of years, with no one ever setting foot there, until a thunder dragon streaked across the sky, as if tearing a huge hole in the black sky. Immediately afterwards, countless lightning bolts gathered and condensed in the air, entangled with an invisible energy. They blend and merge with each other to form a huge energy. Thunder rumbled, clouds and rain gathered, and the wind came from nowhere. From the gentle breeze at the beginning, it suddenly became violent and fierce, and finally turned into a terrifying tornado. Purple lightning was carried by a tornado, circling the main building of a once bustling farmer's market. Countless zombies were sucked into the tornado, torn into pieces, chopped into charcoal, and finally scattered all over the ground. A few survivors in the distance were searching between buildings. Those who accidentally saw this scene were so surprised that they opened their mouths and were speechless. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and one of them was so scared that the dried biscuits in his hand dropped to the ground. Someone was surprised and said, "Oh my God, who the hell is this?" Another person also swallowed his saliva. "Boss, should we go and take a look? Maybe we can—" "Stop talking nonsense." The leader of the team glared. "Why are you going over there? Are you looking for death? Haven't you ever watched apocalyptic movies before? Those people are the protagonists standing at the top of the apocalypse. We, the little bastards of the first and second ranks, are not even enough to serve as extra dishes for others." This boss is still far-sighted, because Qin Xian really doesn't like being disturbed when hunting. The two men and the bird stood on the rooftop, waiting for the burning corpse below to be extinguished. The bird landed on Qin Xian's shoulder and combed its feathers. The long tail shakes up and down to maintain the balance of the body. The white feathers on its abdomen spread out, making it look like a fluffy little ball, cute and well-behaved. It's hard to imagine that just now its wings were spread out like a fan and its long tail was stretched out like a flower. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, it fluttered its wings in the wind and lightning and brought out terrifying tornadoes. Qin Xian was extremely surprised by its special abilities. The abilities it displayed were even more powerful than Qin Xian had imagined. Niaowo was also very impressed by Qin Xian and Song Ji's special abilities, and the three of them had an amazing understanding of each other the first time they worked together. Both parties were very happy. The bird shook its head and pecked Qin Xian's face with its fiery red beak. "Beautiful female, let me formally introduce myself. My species is a red-billed blue magpie, and my name is Big Mouth. You guys are really amazing, huh?" Qin Xian reached out and poked Dazue's soft belly. "My name is Qin Xian. His name is Song Ji. Hello, Dazue." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and activated her supernatural power, instantly absorbing all the crystal cores on the ground. For a moment, Big Mouth was stunned again. However, Qin Xian also felt that there were a few speculators making small moves under her feet. She walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. A man and a woman were searching for crystal cores among the pile of corpses. They already had 2 or 3 in their hands. It seemed that these 2 men had already stolen them, while Qin Xian and the others were waiting. Song Ji raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Stop it! Who allowed you to steal it?" The 2 men obviously heard it, but quickly chose to remain unmoved and continued searching. "If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished by drinking the wine." Song Ji was very kind and directly gave them 2 thunder dragons to play with. The 2 men were blown away more than 10 meters, and it took them a long time to get up from the ground. He quickly put down the crystal core in his hand and ran away crawling. Song Ji asked Qin Xian whether he wanted to kill him. Qin Xian was not interested. 2 ordinary people, without a crystal core, so boring. Song Ji shrugged and didn't care. Anyway, they are just 2 supporting characters without even a name or appearance description, so it's not worth wasting their supernatural powers. Over the course of one night, the 3 of them repeatedly adjusted their battle plans, conducted various experiments, and honed their skills. Finally reached a higher level of tacit understanding. At dawn, the 2 men and the bird found a room in the hotel and hid there. Apply the heat-insulating film, take out the battery, and connect the cooling fan and electric light. The temperature in the room slowly dropped. Big Mouth is full of energy and can't sit still, pecking here and chattering there. After a while, it said it was hungry and there were some mutated insects nearby, so it flew out to find food. Qin Xian counted the crystal cores and said happily, "Both of us can upgrade to the next level, and the medical crystal core can also be upgraded." Song Ji looked out the window and said in a low voice, "You plan to collect it, right?" Qin Xian nodded. "Yes, I have this plan, but I still have to examine his character. If he is unreliable, we can't accept him no matter how good his ability is." Song Ji also agreed with this. "Okay, we'll act according to circumstances. I'll guard, and you level up." Qin Xian felt relieved about Song Ji, patted his shoulder, walked to the next room, and locked the door. She entered the space and calmly began to upgrade. After finishing, she picked up the letter paper and began to read the new supernatural power. The 5th level, Nothing ability adds a super awesome skill. Power Reset I. By resetting your superpowers to 0, you can turn all the superpowered animals and plants around you into ordinary creatures. Even the particle energy from long-range attacks will be reduced to 0. As long as the energy of the attack comes from a psychic of a lower level than yours or of the same level as yours, it will be effective. In other words, you just need to stand next to the psychic and use this skill. All the supernatural people around them turned into ordinary people, and the gestures of various skills were like actors in a magic movie, performing non-physical actions. There are no special effects for gestures, especially the two arms. If someone attacks you with lightning, metal, earth, plants, or other special powers, you can also avoid it. However, the range is very limited and will increase as the rank increases. The 5th level of animal control adds a very interesting mind-reading function. It's not about understanding the animal's mind, but about releasing your supernatural powers to control an animal. If the body fluids of this animal are on someone else, you can read that person's mind temporarily and within a limited range. In other words, if Qin Xian controlled a snake, it would bite Song Ji. When their body fluids mixed, Qin Xian could read Song Ji's heart through the snake. The additional function of this power is that it can remotely control animals of lower levels than itself, using their senses to see places she couldn't go. This ability is also great. It will be of great help in future operations. Then, the medical ability is upgraded to the 2nd level. In the past, she concentrated her mind and used her mental strength and supernatural powers to heal her wounds. And the healing speed bonus is only 20. Now you can directly release supernatural powers for healing, and the healing speed bonus has been increased to 30. Qin Xian couldn't wait to try it, so she cut her left arm with a knife. A wound 5 centimeters long and 1 centimeter deep appeared, and blood flowed out. She simply opened her palm and aimed it at the wound, releasing her medical ability to heal herself. In the pink halo, white spots of light, like snowflakes, are floating. Amidst the tingling sensation, the speed of wound healing is greatly improved. The previous treatment given to Song Ji only partially healed the wound. This time it healed almost immediately, leaving only a shallow scratch. Qin Xian was overjoyed. The medical ability was indeed amazing. And she continued to look down. Only then did I realize that there was an even bigger surprise yet to come. Chapter 92, Slave Ring. Level 5, Space Ability, added 2 new functions. The first is the Space Observation function. When a person with special abilities is in a space, he can see the situation outside through space observation. This way you can avoid danger and avoid being discovered when leaving the space. Second, the space gave a set of 5 subordinate rings. They are all metal rings, and the main ring is inlaid with a white crystal. The other 4 colors, red, green, purple, and blue, are from the precepts. The master ring holder can use the master ring to sense and communicate with the slave ring holder over a long distance anytime and anywhere. To add blood and heal injuries. The main ring can kill the slave ring at any time, but this function cannot be used easily. Once used, the master ring holder will fall into a coma for 3 days after killing the slave ring holder. During this time, the space cannot be entered and will not be protected by the system. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the kill function should not be used easily. Once a ring is put on, it cannot be taken off. If you want to take off the main ring, you need to apply to the system. It can be removed only after approval, and only with the permission of the main ring bearer can the secondary ring bearer take off the ring. The most amazing thing is that when the slave ring is put on, when the main ring releases a large-scale damage skill, the slave ring will not be harmed. The skills of the slave ring cannot harm the main ring and other slave rings. This also avoids the occurrence of accidental injuries to companions. The letterhead also said, if the host is willing to form a team, he can use the subordinate ring. If not, he can ignore this function. You can form a group of 2, 3, 4 or more people. This system will not interfere with any choices made by the host, nor will it force the host to do any tasks. The host is given the greatest degree of freedom. The end of the world is difficult, so the host can just entertain himself. Qin Xian simply loves this system. She had read the systems in previous novels, and they either forced the protagonist to do this or that, or required the protagonist to follow the plot. If the protagonist is disobedient, he will either be punished with electric shock, or be killed directly, or have all his points deducted and have to start all over again. Why is her system so cute? Qin Xian couldn't help but hold the letter paper and sip it. You are so awesome. The letter paper shook, and a few words were slowly written. Shame on you. I'll step on you. and it flew away and disappeared in the air. Qin Qian, carrot underscore. After calming herself down, she went to work in the fields. As her level increases, she can now stay in space for 9 hours. Of course, it's 9 hours in the outside world. The speed of time flowing in space is 4 times that outside. 9 hours outside is equivalent to 36 hours in space. Since the flow of time has become faster, the growth of animals and plants has also accelerated a lot. Sometimes I would enter the space in the morning to pull weeds, and when I went back in the afternoon, the weeds had grown a lot taller. After Qin Qian finished taking care of her crops and livestock, she took a bath and ate a meal alone in the space. After taking a shower, I had a good sleep for a while. Only then did he leave the space. It only took the time of a meal. When I went out, Song Zhizhen was leaning outside taking a nap. He woke up immediately when he saw her open the door. She gave a few brief instructions and handed the crystal core to Song Ji, allowing him to enter and upgrade. Qin Qian sat where Song Ji had just sat, looking at the slave ring in his hand. I don't know if Song Ji is willing to take it. She would definitely give him the greatest freedom and let him choose for himself. Although this thing has many advantages, it is actually quite humiliating to the country. It's a bit like putting handcuffs and ankle chains on someone. Qin Qian did want to take the dominant position in social relationships, but there was no need for that to happen for the slave owner. After Song Ji finished the upgrade, he looked radiant and all his fatigue disappeared. Qin Qian had already set up a small table outside, ready to cook hot pot. It was true that she had eaten alone just now, but she consumed a lot and got hungry quickly, and there was also a time difference. I want to eat again now. Qin Qian prepared 3 ingredients, 5 kinds of meat dishes, and a double-boiled hot pot base. When Song Ji saw it, he immediately felt hungry. He sat down, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started showing off without any hesitation. Qin Qian picked up a piece of curled tripe and dipped it in the hot pot ingredients she had prepared herself. The moment she put it in her mouth, she gasped because it was so hot. Very hot, but delicious. Before he finished eating the first chopstick of meat, he stuffed the other chopstick of meat into his mouth. As she ate, she started talking about her new slave ring. She explained to him the advantages and disadvantages of the ring. At the end, he asked, "I want to use it. Are you willing to wear it? It's actually quite inhumane. It's okay if you don't want to wear it." Songji didn't hesitate for a moment and wanted to say, okay. However, he stuffed a piece of boiled beef meatball into his mouth with chopsticks and was so burned that he couldn't speak and could only nod vigorously. Oh, what humanity and human rights. What the hell is that? He just wanted to stay with Qin Qian for the rest of his life, to accompany her and protect her. The former Song Ji died a long time ago. What humanity and human rights can a dead person talk about? He understood that Qin Qian wanted a sense of security, so he would give her enough security. Qin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She was used to betrayal and coldness in her previous life. When she meets someone she cherishes, she always wants to keep the other person by any means necessary. It's like a fish trapped in a puddle, trying its best to hold on to the slowly evaporating water. Not daring to trust, yet eager to be trusted. Selfish, yet wanting to be loved. Despicable and ridiculous. Qin Qian took out a ring and handed it to Song Ji. Song Ji took a look and frowned. "I don't want it." She was stunned. Did Song Ji change his mind? Just as she was about to say forget it, Song Ji blurted out, "Why give me green? I don't like this color. Give me another color." The corner of Qin Qian's mouth twitched. Is this the point? But she still changed his one to a purple one. After all, his lightning was purple, and this color suited him. Qin Qian picked up the white ring and put it on her ring finger. It wasn't intentional on her part, but mainly because whenever she saw someone wearing a ring on TV since she was a child, they always wore it on the ring finger. She was also brainwashed subtly. When Song Ji saw it, he was overjoyed and quickly put it on his ring finger. Oh my God, is this his and Qian Qian's wedding ring? Song Ji's face turned red. He lowered his head and showed off the vegetable leaves wildly, burning himself so much that tears came out. Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not like you haven't eaten meat for a long time. Eat slowly." The beauty's delicate appearance is reflected through the mist of the hot pot, hazy and beautiful, and the lights flickered dimly. The beauty that appears and disappears from time to time is the most touching. It was just a glance up, a sidelong glance, such an unintentional little action. When she does it, it is charming and full of charm. Song Ji was stunned on the spot, completely confused. Ga 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 ga. A sharp cry that pierced the eardrums was heard, completely breaking this beautiful peach color. Immediately afterwards, a shadow like a cannonball rushed in from outside. First, it hit the wall with a bang. Then it fell to the ground with a thump. It was Big Mouth. He was breathing rapidly, his mouth wide open, and his chest heaving violently. He lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. It seems that he was being chased and fled here. Qin Xian and Song Ji looked at each other and suddenly became nervous. The two of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks, stood up and walked over to ask him, "What's wrong with you? Who is chasing you?" Chapter 93, Two Childish Ghosts. Huff! Huh! Big Mouth's chest heaved violently. After a long while, he angrily said, "You two are inhuman. This is too much. You actually ate the good food yourself and didn't give me any. You're eating alone while I'm gone. I don't care. You said food and lodging are provided. I want to eat meat." Qin Xian and Song Ji were both confused and slapped their foreheads speechlessly. "Idiot." Big Mouth said that he went out for a walk and didn't encounter any bugs, but instead met a mutated old lung. Song Ji didn't understand what Lao Lung was. Big Mouth looked at him as if he was stupid and flapped its wings and cackled at him. Qin Xian said, "Laoling means old eagle, a northern dialect." Song Ji was very disdainful of the Zue's mockery and glanced at him sideways. "So, you were chased and pecked by Lao Lung and almost became his breakfast?" Ah. Big Mouth made a paw sound and vomited out an eagle's eyeball from his throat. "I'm going to kill it. What nonsense are you talking about, you telephone pole? Ha ha ha." Qin Xian kicked his eyes away in disgust. "Throw this dirty thing outside and don't bring it home." The big bird jumped twice anxiously, chasing the eyeballs that were rolling all over the ground. He wanted to eat it, but his eyeballs were covered with dirt and he couldn't eat it. Damn it. He's a good bird who likes to be clean and hygienic. Ever since he gained spiritual intelligence, he began to learn to be as particular as humans. Eat clean food and drink clean water. Woo! It's delicious. Qin Xian picked up a piece of raw beef and gave it to him. "Eat this. You probably haven't eaten it before. It's delicious." When Big Mouth saw the raw meat, his eyes lit up and he snatched it away and ate it. The fishy and fragrant beef slices have a perfect aroma that carnivores can't resist. Delicious. The big bird jumped happily and fluttered all over the bed and the floor. "Delicious, delicious, delicious. It tastes much better than that mutant old fool." Huh. A sneer flashed across Song Ji's eyes. He picked up a piece of beef, boiled it, and dipped it in chili sauce. "Big Mouth, come and eat this cooked food. The way humans eat, it is more delicious." Dazue was still immersed in the deliciousness of the selected beef slices, without any suspicion. With 3 consecutive jumps, it flew onto Song Ji's arm and ate the cooked beef there. At first, I was conquered by the freshly cooked beef. Its fragrant, tender, and soft taste made the bird's life perfect. But then the capsaicin instantly stung his mouth. That was the spicy beef sauce that Song Ji specially made for Qin Xian. It's super spicy plus chili peppers plus chopped pepper sauce, and then add minced beef. When it's being cooked, the entire RV is so hot that it's impossible to stay there even with the range on. The two of them choked and cried for a long time, and finally they got 5 cans of hot sauce. Qin Xian loves spicy food, so naturally she likes it very much. Big Mouth lives in the wild and has never eaten anything spicy. One bite of this will send him to the sky. It hurts, my mouth hurts. Are you looking for death, you stinky electric pole? I'm going to slap you to death. Gah. The language used later is really uncivilized. As he kept cursing, his mouth became numb and he couldn't speak. He simply jumped up and pecked and scratched Song Ji's handsome face to vent his anger. Song Ji blocked his attack while sneer-smirking. The two childish ghosts are so lively. Qin Xian was speechless and just ate and drank by himself. In the end, Song Ji was given a messy hair by Bird Tony. Big Mouth rolled around on the ground because of the spicy smell. Gasping for breath, his 2 big eyes were full of tears, wetting his feathers. "Looks miserable, especially pitiful." Qin Xian suppressed her laughter and couldn't help but pretend to scold Song Ji. "You are bullying wild animals, which is against the law." Song Ji smiled with his lips pursed, and while rubbing the meat with the chopsticks in his hand, he mouthed, "You deserve it." It took a long time for Big Mouth to get rid of the spiciness. After drinking some water to moisten his throat, he jumped onto Qin Xian's lap and said, "Give me another piece of meat." Qin Xian thought about the miserable prank he had just received and didn't feel stingy. He raised an eyebrow and picked up a piece of beef here. Big Mouth added, "Dip it in that hot sauce." Qin Xian? Song Ji. No one expected that Big Mouth would eventually become addicted to hot sauce. Later on, it evolved into the practice of dipping every insect you catch in a hot sauce before eating. Although I screamed with pleasure when I pooped, I couldn't stand the spicy taste and continued to eat after the pain subsided. This is very difficult. Who would have thought a bird would fall in love with hot sauce? Over the next few days, the three of them worked in perfect harmony and swept around the city. After all, Big Bill is a bird, and he has to poop every few minutes. This is a physiological phenomenon that cannot be controlled. To avoid getting the RV dirty, and also to give it a good place to rest. The clever Song Ji made a bird stand for the big-mouthed bird using tree branches and a stainless steel basin. It's quite pretty and looks like a decoration on the table. After spending a few days together, Qin Xian and Song Ji were both optimistic about this partner. They never treated him as a pet, but as a friend and a partner. Animals are simple in nature. Whether they are good or evil, they will express it directly and will never flatter or deceive their superiors or hide the truth from their subordinates. However, the little bird also has its own little worries. Qin Xian would occasionally observe Daze staring out the window with a melancholy look in his eyes for a long time. Maybe little birds also miss home? Big Mouth is a boy, or maybe he is thinking about his wife. Be sure to ask what's going on when you get a chance. One morning, the two men and the bird returned home with a full load. Song Ji was driving, and Big Mouth stood on Song Ji's shoulder, flapping his wings and singing. He would exchange a few words with Song Ji from time to time, and was made to doubt his life by Song Ji's scolding. "What to do if you can't scold me?" Then run into Qin Xian's arms and roll around, begging for comfort and affection. While sticking to the beautiful female, I pissed off the telephone pole. Hello. Qin Xian coaxed Song Ji like a child, pretending to share the same hatred with him, and hit him twice. The simple and silly bird always jumps happily on the pole with a smile of success on its face. Kindness will always be praised, and evil will always be punished. Telephone pole, you're being punished, haha. Qin Xian really likes Dazue's innocent character, who shows his emotions on his face and can't hide his thoughts. This bird is simple-minded and harmless. Several times during the battle, Qin Xian pretended to accidentally put the crystal core into a small bag and asked him to hold it. If he wanted to run at that time, Qin Xian and Song Ji would never be able to catch up with him. He would just wait there obediently and would not roll up the crystal core and leave. But he just waited there stupidly to help watch the crystal core. Stronger than many humans. So after breakfast, Qin Xian didn't waste any more time and directly invited him to join. She also told Dazue the 3 conditions that she had mentioned to Song Ji. The subordinate ring was also shown to him. Big Mouth nodded his head. "Okay, as long as there's enough beef and hot sauce. I'll join in. Qin Xian held her chin with her hand and poked his collar hair lightly with her fingers. "I see that you have been worried recently. We invited you to join, so we naturally have to be sincere. Please tell us what is on your mind. If we can help you, we will definitely do so." Qin Xian thought. After all, he was trying to recruit people into the gang, so he had to give them some benefits. You can't really fool someone just because he's a nobody and easy to fool, right? The toucan tilted its head, seeming a little moved. He folded his fluttering wings, and the bird's face became a little serious. I changed to a little expression used only when talking about serious matters. Chapter 94 Threesome. I do have someone I care about. Before the end of the world, I was fighting with someone in the mountains. Ligunner means that wild beasts fight for territory and to be the boss in the mountains. He looked smug and deliberately didn't say anything further, just waiting for people to ask him more questions. Qin Xian saw through his little thoughts, smiled, and said nothing. Drink tea and look at him. An expression that says, you can say it or not. The big bird was embarrassed and tried to save face. Don't be curious, of course I won in the end. I killed that stinky, blind black bear. Qin Xian quickly clapped his hands in cooperation. Wow, you are so good, so amazing. Big Mouth was very proud and said, of course. Haha, your accent comes out as soon as you feel proud, and you're from Northeast China. Although I won, I was also injured. My wings were almost broken, he said with some fear. I was recovering in the mountains, and a girl named Xiao Feng took me home, cooked eggs for me, and treated my wounds. After the end of the world, I awakened my special powers and wanted to protect her, but her house was already empty. I would like to know how she is doing now, and I would be very grateful if you could help me find her. I won't take anything for nothing. I will use the crystal core to exchange some supplies for her. Fair trade. Qin Xian's heart was moved. This little guy is quite grateful. She thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, I promise you, we will try our best to help you find her. But we also need to set some rules to avoid conflicts in the future. First, whether Xiao Feng is an ordinary person or a person with special abilities, she will not join this team, so we can send her to the base. Second, we won't give her anything for free. As you said, it's a fair trade. Third, you can't tell Xiao Feng our secrets." Qin Xian's eyes turned cold. She looked at Dazue and said word by word, "You should know that I am not a good person. If my secret is leaked, I will do something to protect myself. I believe you know it very well." Big Mouth's tail twitched, seemingly trying to maintain balance, but actually he was trembling. He already had the answer in his heart. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. If her secret were to be revealed, both he and Xiao Feng would probably die. Even though he was an experienced demon bird, if she and Song Ji joined forces, he would definitely not be their match. So she nodded obediently. "Okay, I promise you, once you say something, you can't take it back. If I break my oath and am unfaithful to you, I will not be able to survive the heavenly thunder tribulation and will never achieve enlightenment in this lifetime." After saying that, he raised his right wing and clapped his hands with Qin Xian. Song Ji glanced at him through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I really gave it my all. For practitioners, such a vow must be submitted to the heavens and communicated with the gods. Once violated, one will be immediately struck to death by thunder and will never be reborn." Qin Xian didn't know how heavy such a vow was, but as someone who knew the business, he knew it very well. "Okay, you are a sincere boy." Song Ji decided to acknowledge this buddy. Qin Xian took a ring and gave it to Big Mouth, and he put his little paws into it. The ring automatically shrank to the size of his ankle, fitting perfectly. From then on, this small team had a new member. The benefit of joining the team is naturally the crystal core. Big Mouth is currently at the 2nd level. Qin Xian gave all the crystal cores of the wind-type mutants he had captured in recent days to Big Mouth. He was promoted to the 3rd level, his strength increased greatly, and even his body became much stronger. The fiery red beak shines with metallic luster, and the pair of claws have tips as sharp as knives. With one claw, the metal car body was scratched, and as long as he wanted, his feathers could become as sharp as steel needles. But he obviously didn't want to. There were only 3 things on his mind every day: eating, sleeping, and arguing with Song Ji. As long as there is the slightest chance, he will spare no effort to defeat Song Ji. Every day, when Qin Xian drives, they will have a man-chicken fight. These days can be said to be harmonious, but they're also chaotic and there is really no peace. But I have to admit that it is really happy to live with interesting people. In a blink of an eye, 3 or 4 months passed, or maybe even longer, because no one remembers the years anymore. Qin Xian roughly calculated that the extreme heat has lasted for almost a year. Wherever they went, they saw desolation everywhere, and almost all living creatures on the ground disappeared. All fresh surface water as far as the eye can see is gone. The trees, flowers, and plants died, corpses were everywhere, and there were only a few birds left in the sky. The tall buildings that humans once built have become desolate, and the air is filled with the smell of death. There were sandstorms raging for 7 out of 10 days, with the sky filled with yellow sand. Qin Xian's RV was also baptized by wind and sand, and showed signs of erosion by time. Fortunately, she was rich at the time, so she used the best materials for both the exterior and interior, and the car still performed very well. Moreover, Qin Xian had prepared sufficient quantities of relevant repair parts and various maintenance products. If there is a problem with the car, Song Ji will come over and fix it in no time. Song Ji knows cars, and according to his calculations, as long as there is no devastating blow, this car can be used for at least another 5 years without any problems. Qin Xian has several such cars in his space. She doesn't have to worry about not having a replacement. The 3 men had completed their plan to surround the city from the countryside and had made their way into the most prosperous CBD in the city center, collected a large number of crystal cores. Originally, the 3 of them could each upgrade 1 level. But after the 3 of them discussed it, they decided to upgrade Qin Xian's medical ability to the 3rd level. After all, the crystal cores required to upgrade this power are 10 times that of other powers. But it's worth it. Qin Xian knew that he did not deserve it. so he did not want to refuse it. The third-level medical ability unlocks the anti-poison function and increases the healing speed bonus by 10, currently 40. Combined with the various medicines and spiritual spring water in Qin Qian space, it is enough to cope with the current situation. During the various raids, there are also encounters with other teams. If you meet someone robbing or plundering, kill him. When you meet someone with a friendly face, drink and chat happily. On a dark night, Qin Qian and his friends met a small team with good character. After several people killed their own monsters, they ate and drank together. He casually mentioned the underground forces nearby, where there were undercurrents and constant fighting every day. Qin Qian vaguely recalled that at this time in his previous life, he was either curled up in a cave or living in a mountain crack in the wild. She had never been to any organization at all. However, I also heard some news when I occasionally went to the city to look for food. People in the small organization committed crimes everywhere, burning, killing, and looting, and the national base sent people to strangle them. The fighting between the two sides was very fierce. But what does this have to do with her, Qin Qian? Another year will be extremely cold. When extreme cold arrives, mutant creatures and zombies will temporarily disappear. During that period, there was no source of crystal cores, so the psychics could no longer upgrade. Qin Qian plans to collect enough crystal cores and go to the base to find Lin Meijiao during the extreme cold period. See if she knows about the lab. If you don't know, kill her. If you know, ask and then kill. However, Qin Qian's plans were so loud that even God couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as I said goodbye to this group of people, I saw a group of men, women, young and old surrounding me. Each of them had a grim look on their face, and their eyes were burning with the flames of greed. Chapter 95. Help, why? Qin Qian sneered and drew a cold knife from his waist. There were about 20 people in the group, including men and women, young and old. The clothes he wore were all tattered, and none of them fit him well. There were even several girls who were half naked, but no one paid much attention to it. Without exception, they all had their eyes on Qin Qian and their resources. The tall RV and the leftovers on the table next to the campfire. Bottled water on the ground. Even the bird on Song Ji's shoulder. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Their teeth were gnashing, and they couldn't wait to pounce on the food and devour it all. Of course, Qin Qian also noticed that several girls had greasy eyes. Not only was she extremely greedy for food, she was also drooling over the handsome boy Song Ji. Qin Qian snorted coldly and held the knife horizontally in front of him. I didn't have enough fun killing zombies just now, and now someone is offering me a head? Then I won't be polite. Song Ji stood behind her, emitting a sharp and powerful aura. Big Mouth stood on Song Ji's shoulder, its wings spread out, its front half pressed down, and its tail raised high. This is the pose of the raptor before combat. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, with tensions rising and ready to explode. At this time, a tall and thin man walked out from the group of people. He has a handsome face and appears to be in his early 30s, but he has the vicissitudes and calmness of a 40-year-old. The two superpowers he possesses are both at the second level. It seems that he should be the leader of this group. The other party smiled friendly at first. In the campfire, Qin Qian saw the lingering sadness and pleading in his brows. You three are all capable people. We have no intention of offending you, but we have something to ask of you. Regardless of whether you are willing to help or not, we will never make it difficult for you. Qin Qian saw that he was a reasonable person, so he put away the knife in his hand. Help, she smiled. Why? Her words choked the big guy so much that he was speechless. Indeed, why should others help you? What can you give them? Looking at their attire and equipment, even if you spend all your money, I'm afraid no one would even look at them. But, thinking of his poor sister, the big guy looked at Qin Qian and the others with eyes full of hope. He took a step forward and said, We were all originally residents of this area. After the incident, we gathered together to survive. For more than 1,000 people at the beginning, there are only 39 people left now. We originally lived in an underground mall nearby, and our life was pretty stable. A few days ago, an organization called Invincible Kingdom took a fancy to this place and forced us to hand over all young women and middle-aged laborers. They also took away all our food rations and drove away the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Many of our psychics rebelled and joined the Invincible Kingdom, leaving only me and 3 or 4 psychics. My own sister, as well as other people's wives or daughters, were all taken away. I still don't know what kind of suffering he is going through in there. We have all seen your heroic performance in the battle just now. You are capable people, so we would like to ask you to help us rescue our relatives. Before he finished speaking, the 20 or so people standing behind him began to complain. The Crescent Moon Kingdom? Qin Xian frowned slightly. She didn't expect to hear this name again so soon. However, she had no intention of getting involved. What the hell does the king's country 8 have to do with her? She said, your experience is indeed pitiful, but there are too many pitiful people in the world. I only have a pair of hands, so I can't do anything. She turned and left without hesitation. The people behind him didn't seem to expect that they would be rejected, and accusations came one after another. How can you be so cold-blooded? You're a girl too. If you were abused, do you hope someone can help you? You are so ruthless because you rely on your own abilities. You will not get good retribution. Yeah, they're so capable. What's wrong with them helping us? That truck must be full of supplies. We haven't had anything to eat in days. They have food, so why can't they share some? I hope that when they are in trouble in the future, others will be so indifferent to them. Yes, such people deserve to die. Qin Xian was fed up with what he heard and couldn't help but yawn as he walked, ignoring what was said. Her attitude caused extreme anger among the people behind her. Some people even picked up stones and threw them at them, as if venting all the anger that had accumulated over the past few days on them. Bump! The stone did not hit Qin Xian and the others. Instead, he was blocked by a figure that flashed by. It's the tall captain. He turned around and glanced at everyone coldly. I just promised that whether they help or not, we will not make things difficult for them. Since they are in trouble, why should we force them? If anyone says another word of nonsense, get out of here or challenge me to a fight. His angry shout instantly made everyone stop. Qin Xian curled the corners of his lips, thinking that this leader was sensible. For his sake, Qin Xian decided to spare their lives. At this time, a person rushed over and said in a pleading voice, Miss Qin, please save us, they're all young girls. We will not let your efforts go in vain. We will give you rewards. Oh, someone actually knew her and called out her name? Qin Xian felt that the voice was familiar. She tried to think, but couldn't think of who it was. Out of curiosity, she turned her head to take a look. It took me several seconds to recognize it. He is the captain of the Green Tea Licking Dog Squad. His name is, oh yes, Brother Xiaomu. After not seeing him for many days, he has become darker and thinner. So it's normal that Qin Xian doesn't know him. Qin Xian used his supernatural power to search, but could not find the man named TG. When they met the Green Tea Licking Dog Squad, she and TG teamed up to deal with that little green tea. And his profile always made Qin Xian feel familiar. But I still can't figure out why I feel so familiar. Is he not here? Is he simply not here? Or is he dead? Qin Xian didn't know, nor did he really want to know. When the big captain saw that they knew each other, his eyes lit up immediately, and he leaned over and asked, do you know each other? The last time we went on a mission, it was Miss Qin and the others who saved us, said Brother Xiaomu. Seeing these two people singing the same tune, Qin Xian almost regarded her as an old acquaintance. Then take advantage of this favorable situation to kidnap her and ask her for help. Oh, she hated this the most. He simply waved his hand to interrupt their conversation. It's not a matter of saving or not. I just happened to meet you. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten who you are. I know they are pitiful, but as I said just now, there are so many pitiful people. If we have to take action when we meet an enemy, even a god would be exhausted to death. Not to mention that we are now in the end times. But just talking about the peaceful and prosperous times in the past, can you guarantee that all sins will be punished and all sufferings will be redeemed? We are leaving now. If you stop us, don't blame me for being merciless. She shook the knife in her hand, smiled, and turned around. Brother Mu opened his mouth and was about to say something, but then he saw a thin figure twisting and swaying and coming in front of Song Ji. Chapter 96, Xiao Feng. It was a young woman as thin as a praying mantis. She stuck close to Song Ji while making sarcastic noises in her throat. Little brother, please help us, please. The flowery dress she was wearing was dirty and torn, and although her hair was not cut short, it was tied into 2 long braids. But it exudes a smell of scalp oil mixed with foot odor, and then sprayed with Hautoinia cordata concentrate. But she thought she was extremely beautiful and lifted her shoulder straps with her thumbs. As soon as he let go, the shoulder strap hit his skin with a snapping sound. He also made an extremely seductive and suggestive expression. It should have been a scene full of worldly atmosphere and ambiguity. Unexpectedly, when this guy grinned, one of his upper front teeth was missing. Wow, The seductive little devil instantly turned into a silly girl in a village. Qin Qian almost broke down and coughed dryly to maintain his persona. Song Ji glared at Qin Qian with resentment. Why did she look like she was watching a show? Damn, so angry. Song Ji angrily shook off the woman's hand and stepped back repeatedly to avoid her. He was so tired that Big Mouth couldn't even stand on his shoulders. The angry Burr brother cursed. It's so ugly, it hurts the eyes. It's so smelly, it chokes the nose. It's like spicy noodles, like sword beans. There's no point. Chop her to death. SKR. Qin Qian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing with her eyes and eyebrows curved. In the end times, everyone has numb and dead faces. Suddenly, I saw such a charming and beautiful woman. The people behind her were all stunned by her beauty. Although they were still angry about her indifference, a beautiful woman's smile was pleasing to the eyes after all. The woman was obviously very angry when a bird mocked her as being like spicy noodles. She is obviously the only woman in the entire team who wears a skirt and applies skincare products every day. Why is she so spicy? Damn bitch, when she captures this man, the first thing she'll do is roast him and eat him. Seeing that she was angry, Dezue immediately shouted at her. If you don't take a shower, you will stink, so stink. She's wearing a skirt. So pretentious, so pretentious. She's pretending to be clean. She uses her urine to clean the pot, and her poop ring to wipe the high table. The woman's face darkened for a moment, but considering it was the handsome guy's bird, she didn't dare to offend. She smiled at the bird, trying to charm it with her beauty. However, Big Mouth didn't appreciate it all, and continued to speak with his mouth opening and closing. Gap-toothed man, show-toothed man, pick up a piece of tofu and dip it in shit to eat gagaga? Many people behind him laughed. The big guy saw this stupid woman. How dare she offend Qin Qian and the others? What, they're really pissed off. How can I ask them to save those girls? He walked over and grabbed her, suppressing his temper, and said, Eudora, don't cause trouble for others. Do you hear me? Eudora glared and looked at the big captain with disdain. He turned around, shook him off, and pounced on Song Ji again. Little brother, as long as you help us, I will give myself to you, okay? I'm still a virgin. I will serve you. She felt aggrieved and embarrassed, as if giving herself to her was giving Song Ji a huge advantage. Song Ji tried hard to hold back his vomiting and quickly dodged her. The tall body huddled up into a ball and said aggrievedly, Boss, please save me. Big Mouth was on his shoulder, jumping around with his wings spread and cursing at the same time. You stupid bitch, you're ugly but you dream. Ah, you stinky bird, what did you say? Believe it or not, I will pluck your feathers. Eudora finally got angry and started cursing at Big Mouth. She was about to rush forward when she found a cold blade across her neck. Qin Qian glared at her and said, Get lost. Eudora was not flustered, but crossed her arms and sneered. Oh, so sour. Are you afraid that your man will be taken away by me? That depends on what the little brother is thinking. As someone who is being supported, what right do you have to talk nonsense? As she said this, she threw a coquettish glance at Song Ji. Qin Qian didn't waste any time talking to her. He moved his wrist and slapped Eudora in the face with a knife. With a bang, she was knocked to the ground. She spit out blood and couldn't get up for a long time. A man flashed by and quickly supported her. Girl, are you okay? Eudora's mouth was full of blood, and she was crying and gesticulating incoherently. Qin Qian could have killed her and put an end to it all. It's just not a pity that Eudora died, because those people would definitely take this as an excuse to rush over and steal things. She was not a good person, but she killed so many people just because of a few verbal disputes. Not really. Qin Qian walked back to Song Ji and suddenly felt a strange vibration from the ring on Big Mouth. Qin Qian looked up at Dazue and saw that the bird's eyes were staring at a little girl in the crowd. The girl, who seemed to be about 18 or 19 years old, kept huddling behind the big captain, looking over timidly. She has no special powers. She is just an ordinary person. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice, Is she Xiaofeng? Big Mouth nodded his bird's head and said in a low voice, I'm relieved that she's still alive. He didn't even mention help them for Xiaofeng's sake. He knew very well that if he said so, Qin Qian would definitely help. But that would consume the feelings between each other. He likes Qin Qian and Song Ji very much. These two humans are different from other idiots. Big Mouth didn't want to lose these two good friends. Qin Qian stretched out a finger towards Big Mouth, and Big Mouth jumped on it obediently. Qin Qian touched his head and said, Let's go first. I will go find her quietly. If she is willing, we can escort her all the way to the base. Is that okay with you? Big Mouth blinked his golden eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Thank you, boss." He will go outside to kill a few zombies and mutant animals and get some crystal cores for Qin Xian. As promised, I won't do it for free. Eudora had already been helped up by her brother, and Xiao Feng walked forward timidly. She took out a handkerchief from the medical bag she carried with her and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It seems that she should be the team doctor. Is. Eudora gasped, slapped her hand away, and said angrily, "Are you seeking revenge for personal gain? I wasn't the one who sent Robert to the Yingwei kingdom. You don't have to go against me for a mistress, right? You don't lack men, you're so stingy." Xiao Feng's eyebrows immediately turned upside down, and she stared at Eudora for a long time before she said in defense, "Don't talk nonsense, he and I are just friends." It seemed that Eudora had finally found an easy target to bully and vent her anger on. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood foam. "Friend? Don't think I didn't see you and that white-haired foreigner fighting in the corner. Why? He can make you more excited than the 1.80-meter-tall captain, right? At such a young age, you have ambiguous relationships with a lot of men, and you still think you are right? Bah, you bitch, I don't know what they like about you." Xiao Feng was so angry that tears started to fall. She threw the handkerchief in her hand at Eudora and turned and ran away. The tall captain, who they called 1.80 meters tall, quickly grabbed her wrist. "Xiao Feng, don't listen to her nonsense. I believe you. You're a good girl. It's just that some people are blind." The 1.80 meter tall man glared at Eudora fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that he needed her brother's fighting power, Ibashir would never have let this bitch live. Eudora wanted to say something else, but she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. The knife was at her neck again. Qin Xian had jumped in front of her without her knowing, staring at her with dark eyes. "Tell me the details about the white-haired man." "White hair, Robert." These two entries instantly ignited Qin Xian's memory. It was one of those 5 people. Chapter 97 Songji, help me. To outsiders, Qin Xian seemed very calm and relaxed, as if he was just asking casually. However, Songji had been in contact with her for many days, so he naturally understood that she was very nervous and excited at the moment. "Who is that, Robert?" It was worth her being so nervous. Eudora was afraid and angry, but still unwillingly said, "You. Why should I tell you?" Eudora's brother immediately raised his right hand and condensed a ball of fire. "Don't touch my sister again. Get out of here." Before he could throw the ball of fire over, a strong wind blew towards him and blew out the fireball directly. Needless to say, it was Big Mouth who was protecting Qin Xian. Immediately afterwards, he was twisted and pressed to the ground by Song Ji, unable to move at all. How can a person who suffers from chronic malnutrition compete with a man who eats and drinks to his heart's content every day and just showed off 30 pork and celery dumplings? Eudora's brother had no choice but to surrender, except to be furious and helpless. Song Ji looked up and said to Qin Xian, "Boss, continue." Qin Xian didn't even give the man an extra glance and continued to interrogate Eudora. "Speak now. I've agreed to spare your and your brother's lives." Eudora was filled with fear when she saw that her usually strong brother had been subdued. Looking at the 1.80-meter-tall figure, he was just coaxing Xiao Feng and had no intention of supporting her at all. He had no choice but to tell him everything about white-haired Robert. White-haired Robert and a handsome man with mandarin duck eyes came here a month ago. The two claimed to be exchange students from a famous university, and they looked very gentle and considerate. In addition, he is handsome, kind, and generous, and often shares food with everyone or treats people's wounds. Everyone on the team loves them. Xiao Feng was the team doctor before, and she and these two people were actually alumni, so her relationship became even closer. When Qin Xian heard the term mandarin duck eyes, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and his hair stood on end. It's him, Eugene with the yin-yang eyes. Eugene was the leader of the medical team. Among the 5 people who tortured her, Eugene was the most perverted and disgusting one. Robert is just a small fry. Qin Xian was distracted for only a moment, and Eudora's story continued. Everything was harmonious until people from the Crescent Moon Kingdom came and kidnapped Robert and Eugene because they knew medicine. When Xiao Feng heard this, she immediately looked at Eudora angrily. "Nonsense, it's obvious that you sold the information to them in exchange for not being arrested. You were bitten by a zombie at that time. If Robert hadn't stitched you up, you would have died. How could you repay kindness with hatred?" Xiao Feng became more and more excited as she spoke, and tears began to fall again. The 1.80 meter tall man hugged her shoulders tightly, his eyes filled with infinite love and affection. And anger towards Eudora. Qin Qian raised his eyebrows. It seems that these two people are interesting. Qin Qian questioned Eudora again, but didn't get any information. She put away the knife, turned, and walked towards the RV. His face was heavy. He said nothing, and just waved towards Song Ji. Song Ji let go of Eudora's brother, stood up, and followed, not forgetting to pick up the tables, chairs, and benches and walk into the RV. The light in the eyes of those who coveted the food on the table suddenly faded. Before closing the door, Qin Qian turned to Yimba and said, "Please wait a moment." Seeing that there was a chance, the 1.8-meter tall man immediately nodded. Eudora glared at Qin Qian angrily and rubbed her cheeks. He cursed softly, "Damn, you stinky bitch." After being glanced at by the 1.80-meter tall man, he dared not say a word. In the car, Qin Qian said to the two, "I want to infiltrate that organization and find Eugene and Robert. Song Ji, you go with me. Big Mouth, you stay here and guard. Anyone who dares to covet our things will be killed." Neither of them had any objection and just followed her orders. Song Ji hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask her something, but was afraid of embarrassing her. Qin Qian seemed to have guessed his thoughts, sighed softly, and patted his arm. "I know what you want to ask. Many of them involve my private affairs, so I cannot talk about them. I only tell you that they are my enemies whom I will kill as soon as possible, even if I chase them to the ends of the earth. Song Ji, help me." She spoke earnestly, with a hint of unbearable sadness in her eyes. Song Ji's heart felt like it was being pinched by a zombie's sharp claws, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't breathe. When had he ever seen Qin Qian look so sad? How could he bear to see his beloved girl feel even a little bit sad? "Okay, since they are your enemies, they are also my enemies." He gently held Qin Qian's small hand. He bent down slightly and leaned forward. "I don't call it a machete for nothing. If you see someone you dislike, I can kill him with just one word." Qin Qian chuckled and bit her lower lip lightly. There was an indescribable shyness and coquettishness in her eyes, and she wanted to pull back the hand he was holding. Unexpectedly, Song Ji tightened his grip, and she couldn't pull it out. Tisk, Qin Qian patted his chest shyly, with a fierce look on her face. Song Ji smiled bitterly and covered his chest, pretending to be in pain and groaning. Qin Qian was amused by his pretentiousness and couldn't help but let out a soft poo. She pulled her little hand away, turned around and walked away, half angry and half smiling. Only Song Ji and Zue were left. The bird didn't understand this little ambiguity of human beings. He stood on Song Ji's shoulder with his bird's head tilted. "Telephone pole, why is your face so red?" Ever since Big Mouth gained intelligence and began practicing, he has possessed a full set of human senses. It also retains its bird-like vision and sense of smell. When interacting with humans in daily life, we naturally use human senses. So Song Ji's face turned red. He saw everything. Song Ji squinted at the Big Mouth, opened his thin lips slightly, and uttered two words in a very domineering manner. "Country bumpkin." "Gah!" Big Mouth immediately got angry. "You said I'm a bumpkin? Bullshit. I'm a noble corvid. Ga 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 ga." As he said that, he jumped up and attacked Song Ji crazily. The human chicken war has begun again. An hour later, Qin Qian opened the door and got out of the car. The 1.80-meter tall man, who was waiting not far away, came over immediately. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw Qin Qian's look. Qin Qian just now was wearing a tight black suit and leather combat boots. With her hair tied into a bun, she looks fierce and heroic. Now she has changed into a somewhat worn light purple dress. Her long, loose hair was smooth and shiny black, like the most expensive silk, reflecting the orange light of the campfire. The delicate small face has perfectly proportioned facial features, a standard template for plastic surgery modeling. Add to that her skin, which is so delicate that it is almost impossible to be with her in the end times. Even in the past, one could only see such stunning beauties on TV. It gives people the feeling that she can only be kept in the castle, away from the world. The 1.80-meter tall man was stunned, and the people behind him were also staring at Qin Qian in silence. If you hadn't seen her killing zombies before, killing each kid with one knife, I'm afraid he really thinks she is just a delicate girl who is weak and can be bullied. Damn, this is such a ripoff. Qin Qian ignored those looks and said to the 1.80-meter tall man, "Come here by yourself. I have something to tell you." The 1.80 meter tall man immediately nodded in agreement and followed her pace. Chapter 98. Infiltrating the Ingwe Kingdom. The two walked to a secluded place, and Qin Xian told him his plan. The 1.80-meter tall man immediately expressed his concern. You said you want to sneak in? No, it's really dangerous in there. King Ingwe is very fond of women and has very tricks. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Qin Xian waved her hands. I have my own way to protect myself. What I need you to do is to get a signal from Big Mouth. Oh, that's my bird. Quickly take all your able-bodied men who can fight and go in to rescue your loved ones. To catch a thief, you must first catch the king. I will kill the king, and then the scene will be very chaotic. I am afraid that I will kill your people. The 1.8-meter tall girl was overjoyed. Miss Qin, thank you really. Qin Xian shook his head indifferently. I went in for my own purpose, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. He paused, then continued. I need you to do me a favor and take your people to guard the entrance to the Crescent Moon Kingdom. As soon as you see Robert and Eugene come out, help me catch them. They don't have any special powers, so they should be easy to catch. They are my people. If you can keep them and let us meet, I will give you 20 kilograms of grains and 5 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Of course, if they didn't come out, there would be no reward. However, you also saved your relatives, so no matter how you look at it, you didn't lose out. The 1.8-meter tall man did not doubt him and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Whether you specifically helped us or not, we have received your help. I will repay this kindness with a crystal core. Qin Xian smiled mysteriously. I don't need the crystal core. I just want you to promise me one thing. What's up? Let's not talk about it now. When this is over, I will come to you to fulfill my promise. Qin Xian smiled mysteriously, turned and left. She walked closer to the campfire and saw Xiao Feng packing her backpack. The little girl was quiet and silent, doing her own thing honestly. She did not join other girls in the team in trying to curry favor with Song Ji and flatter him. Well, it seems that Big Mouth was right about the girl. She's a girl who deserves others to be nice to her. Seeing the 1.80-meter tall figure coming towards him, Xiao Feng immediately raised his head and gave a gentle smile. Her eyes were full of admiration and love, like a young wife seeing her husband coming home from get off work. Qin Xian smiled quietly like an auntie. Qin Xian's plan was simple. She and Song Ji drove a shabby car. It was intercepted by a team sent by Ingwe Kingdom to search for supplies. Song Ji pretended to be defeated, and Qin Xian pretended to have no special powers. When the other party saw it, they thought, isn't this pie in the sky? This dainty little beauty could be presented to the king, and they would be able to have enough food to eat for another half-month. This man is the little beauty's brother, and he has supernatural powers. After a few beatings and a few days of starvation, he will probably become obedient. Just like before, his sister became the king's concubine. For the sake of his sister, he would naturally stay in the organization and work for it. The king has always ruled the court and the harem in this way, and this method has always been effective. In this way, the two of them were taken back to the underground city along with their car. Qin Xian curled up, shivering, and cried in Song Ji's arms. Brother, I'm scared. Song Ji said regretfully. It's my fault that I'm incompetent and can't protect you. I'm sorry. The car was parked in a corner of the underground parking lot. The bald man driving the car chuckled and said, Don't cry. Let me tell you, as long as you serve the king well, with your looks, it won't be a problem to make you a concubine. Not only will you have food and drink, but your brother can also be a general protecting the country. The king will not mistreat anyone who is useful. The guy with the gold chain in the passenger seat grinned and echoed the sentiment. He stared at Qin Xian and couldn't help licking his lips. You are so damn beautiful. It's a pity that I have to exchange you for food. Otherwise, brother will definitely take good care of you. Qin Xian was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly buried her face in Song Ji's arms. Song Ji glared at the brother with the gold chain, as if he wanted to use his eyes to poke a few bloody holes in his body. Bump! The bald man punched Song Ji in the face. Fuck! Why are you staring at me? Be careful, or I'll dig your eyes out. Get out of the car. The two were pulled down. Song Ji's face immediately turned red. He moved his cheeks, but said nothing. He just lowered his eyelids to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, afraid of being discovered and the plan being exposed. Qin Xian felt inexplicably nervous and glanced at the bald man. Good. I remember what he looks like. This was originally the underground part of a large supermarket. There are 4 floors in total, with a parking lot on the east side and a food court on the west side. There is also a large upmarket supermarket with a wide range of food items. It has now been transformed into an underground city, and the first floor is the territory of the powerless refugees. The underground floor is a slum with a very high temperature and a foul smell. Along the way, there were all kinds of people sleeping on the mats, young and old. They were all huddled together, looking pale and skinny. There were people patrolling and guarding to stop fights. People are like animals, kept in this small place that exudes a foul smell. The second floor is the territory of small vendors. What is sold are some food and daily necessities. Qin Xian looked at the food. Most of it was homemade, made from whole grains mixed with tree roots and wild vegetables. Or some snacks, rice, noodles, etc. collected from outside. The price is not cheap. A piece of bread costs 1 crystal core, or a bottle of water. The third floor is where the powerful and wealthy live, usually the relatives and friends of the princesses. Only those trusted by the king have the right to live here. There are public toilets and restaurants, and occasionally the aroma of food can be smelled, and the air smells much better than the previous 2 floors. Every time Qin Xian reached a new level, he would use his supernatural powers to search for the breath of the 2 demons. Qin Xian was too familiar with their aura. Unfortunately, the 2 people have not been found so far. Qin and Song were escorted through the crowd, and their stunning looks immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Many men coveted Qin Qian's beauty, but they all knew that the most beautiful woman belonged to the king. However, many women have set their sights on Song Ji. An older lady came up to ask, "Is this the newly captured boy?" The bald man chuckled. "Sister Lu, you want it again? Aren't you afraid of hurting your waist like last time?" The people around suddenly burst into laughter. Sister Lu blushed. "Hey, you little brats, I'm asking you a question. How many crystal cores are you selling?" The bald man said, "He is different from the previous ones I sold to you. He is a supernatural being. It is useful to keep him. Besides, his sister is so beautiful. Maybe she will be a concubine in the future. Can you afford to offend her?" The ant wanted to say something, then looked at Song Ji and then at Qin Xian. Finally shut up. Just as I was about to move forward, I saw a man in gorgeous clothes coming towards me. He was holding a girl in his arms, and there were 2 or 3 more people following behind him. It is obvious at first glance that he is a central authority in this organization. The bald man immediately greeted him. "Sir Sun, hello, hello." Lord Sun pouted his mouth like a catfish and ignored the 2 men at all. Instead, he let his eyes linger on Qin Qian's face, smiling in a lewd way. However, when he turned around, he found that the women in his arms and behind him were all staring at Song Jifa infatuatedly. "Depend on. Damn you, pretty boy, you dare to steal my house." He immediately shouted angrily. "Stop. Is this kid newly captured?" The bald man quickly agreed. "Yes, I just caught him. He has the power of lightning." Lord Sun hooked his finger and said, "Let him come with me." The bald man didn't dare to disobey and took Song Ji to follow Lord Sun. Lord Sun cursed in his heart. "How dare this damn pretty boy seduce my woman? You will be killed without a complete body immediately." Chapter 99. The 4th Floor Underground. Qin Xian was brought by Brother Goldchain to the entrance to the 4th underground floor and stopped. He knocked urgently on the iron door leading to the 4th floor. Qin Xian worked hard to interpret the role of a little girl who was forced to be separated from her brother and was about to be taken to an unfamiliar environment. He cried and struggled, trembling with fear, looking pitiful. Of course, she can also just kill everyone in her way. How awesome would that be? But being arrogant is useless. Only by being careful can you ensure a safe journey. In the end times, if she takes a wrong step, she will be doomed. If you're not 100 sure, don't act rashly. Qin Xian continued to cry, which made Brother Goldchain very embarrassed. He was afraid that people would misunderstand that he was bullying her. "I can only advise, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Surviving is worse than anything else. Whoa, please let me go." Qin Xian's acting was so realistic that the eldest brother kept scratching the back of his head and was speechless. Fortunately, at this time, the door opened and an older woman came over and asked, "What's the matter?" "Look, I just caught a girl and wanted to present her to the king." When she was talking about the gold chain, the eldest sister pinched Qin Qian's chin and took a look. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Wow, where did this little fairy come from? The king will definitely like her, huh?" The ant looked at Qin Qian's little face carefully, as if she was a brothel owner looking at a newly bought girl and liking her more and more. This is related to her performance this month. A beautiful girl can provide food for the whole family for most of half a month. The old lady turned her head and looked at the gold chain. The concubine died yesterday, and the king was worried about not having a suitable wife. Oh, you have done a great job this time. Jean Lienzi was surprised and said, Shufei? Wasn't she sent over 3 days ago? How come she died? The aunt glanced at Qin Qian and said with a grin, You were disobedient and secretly sent food to your mother behind the king's back. Those who disobey here will not have a good ending. These words were meant for Qin Qian to hear. Qin Qian cooperated by making an expression of being frightened and staggered back 2 steps. The old lady raised her eyebrows and sneered with great complacency. After saying that, he took Qin Qian and the big gold chain down to the 4th floor. This floor has the brightest lighting and the cleanest and tittiest interior. There was even a very light fragrance floating in the air. It smells a bit like prickly heat powder and toilet water. The small shops on both sides of the corridor were converted into rooms. Wherever there is a light, there lives a woman. Everyone was wearing revealing clothes and wearing seductive makeup. The rooms in the shop all have glass doors, so their every move is fully displayed to everyone. Just like the kittens and puppies in the display cabinets in the past, for people to watch and choose. Of course, the only one who is qualified to choose is the king. When Qin Qian passed by, they all stood up and stretched their necks to look her up and down. When seeing her face, some people were amazed and angry, some were disgusted and anxious, some were sighed and sad, and some were filled with jealousy. These people should be the king's concubines. The lady walking in front raised her chin and said, Don't look at me. You will be one of them sooner or later, but with your beauty, you should live very close to the king. This way you will have more chances to be summoned, so you must cherish them. When you become successful in the future, don't forget that I am your mentor. Qin Qian felt increasingly cold and was glad that he had lived a solitary life in his previous life. Otherwise, with her high-priced looks and her ability to get a low price, she would definitely be one of the people in the cubicle. Seeing that Qin Qian didn't say anything, the old lady snorted coldly. Another uneducated jerk. He has become stupid from studying. Don't you know what the world is like now? Idiot. Qin Qian was daydreaming when he was suddenly dragged by the arm into a small cubicle next to him. An older woman was sitting inside. Seeing someone coming, she tilted her head proudly. New here? The old lady smiled and said flatteringly, Yes, yes, do you think the goods are good? The big gold chain behind him immediately poked his head out. I caught you. Hee, do you still remember me? The older woman glanced at them both and wrote their names on a form. After she has served you in the king's bed, he will give you food, but will she be obedient? The old lady sighed and smiled mysteriously. You know that no matter how disobedient a woman is, once she sees the king, she will immediately behave like a kitten. The older woman nodded, and they both smiled knowingly. Qin Qian suddenly felt something strange. From what they said, it seemed that the king had some special ability that could make women submit to him. If he is not extremely handsome and good at flirting, he can make girls happy. It means he has supernatural powers. Qin Qian had been exploring the psychics around him as he walked along. She found that except for the guards at the door and the 2 psychics in the center of the dungeon, everyone else was an ordinary person. Since this dungeon dares to call itself a kingdom, there must be many people with special abilities. Qin Qian explored all the way from the 1st floor to the underground and found no more than 3 high-level psychics. How is this possible? She felt that there must be other people with special abilities in places she couldn't detect. The 2 old guys used threats and inducements, and Qin Qian cooperated and acted as if he had to bow his head. Promised to stay. They stuffed a set of clothes on her and asked her to change. Qin Qian picked up her clothes and walked into the dressing room. I don't know how Song Ji is doing now. What if he is taken to a place with a lot of people with special abilities and can't handle it? Qin Qian concentrated on sensing Song Ji through the ring. It was discovered that he was using his supernatural powers extensively. Qin Qian frowned slightly. He was indeed fighting, but from her perception, Song Ji was not struggling. On the contrary, it's quite happy. Oh, okay, I'm worried about you. I didn't expect you to have so much fun. Qin Qian's mouth twitched, but he still transmitted a large wave of energy to him through the ring. Go play, sister has important things to do. I had just changed my clothes when I heard a noise outside. When the curtain was drawn, 5 young women were seen standing there, talking in a haughty manner. Seeing Qin Qian coming over, the other party immediately approached with hostility and looked at Qin Qian carefully. She was wearing a pure white dress at this time. Soft white fabric and smooth black hair. The facial features are delicate and small, and the skin is firm, white, elastic, tender, and smooth. Several women became even more jealous. The skin condition was simply amazing. Even before the end of the world, they could not achieve the same results using skincare products worth thousands of dollars or medical aesthetics worth tens of thousands of dollars. What's more, it's the end of the world now. Who doesn't have a sallow complexion, loose skin, and freckles? They have skincare products to use every day, but the condition of the skin is not even as good as the skin on the back of Qin Xian's hand. Why? The mushroom-haired girl at the lead had cold and fierce eyes, but she tried to pretend to smile. What a pretty little sister. The king will surely love her very much when he sees her. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Qin Xian's soft long hair. The jealous fire in her eyes almost burned her eyeballs. It's just that this long hair is a nuisance. It will definitely waste water when I wash it in the future. It's the end of the world now. We must learn to save water. She waved behind her, and 4 women immediately gathered around her, each holding a pair of scissors in their hands. The mushroom-headed girl gave an order in a haughty manner. Cut it off. As they spoke, the 4 women immediately rushed towards Qin Xian. Chapter 100 Psychic. Qin Xian sneered. She hadn't even served the emperor in the bedchamber yet, and already someone was starting to compete for his favor. She took 2 steps back to protect her hair. The people around her were just watching the fun, and no one wanted to help her out. In other words, who wouldn't want to see a woman who is 100 times more beautiful than herself, living a miserable life? Worse than a dog? You can be better, but you can't be better than me. The mushroom-head girl sneered. Don't hide, sister. The sisters are teaching you the rules. Here, only absolute obedience can bring you fine clothes and delicious food. Otherwise, there's only one way out. You should be more sensible and not joke with your life. A life of luxury? She couldn't laugh anymore, although Qin Xian didn't eat meat and fish every day. But compared with their diet, it is definitely a delicacy from land and sea. I really want to see what their expressions are when they see the meals they eat every day. Just as she was thinking about it, a girl with a hedgehog head suddenly rushed up and waved a pair of scissors to scare her. Kneel down and let the sisters teach you the rules. Yes, kneel down. It's so hot, and combing your hair this long will attract lice. You'd better cut it. Qin Xian curled her lips and sneered, too lazy to act out the legend of Zhen Huan with them. One sentence to shut everyone up. If you have the guts, don't cut my hair, just kill me. Otherwise, if anyone dares to touch even a hair of mine, I will definitely complain to the king. Suddenly, the 5 people's faces showed a look of surprise and doubt, and they all stopped. It was impossible to kill her. After all, the news that a stunning beauty had arrived here had spread throughout the dungeon. If the king knew that they had killed her, he would be furious. By then, they will all be finished. Qin Xian relied on this reason to take the initiative and become the host without fear. You all look pale and skinny, wear ragged clothes, and live in a house so far away. I guess you have fallen out of favor, right? How many times does the king see you in a month? I am the new favorite, and I am so beautiful. I can kill you with just a few words. Why don't you try to curry favor with me now? Maybe if I'm happy, you can have a few good meals. Qin Xian reached out to tidy up her hair and smiled seductively. Not to mention the brother with the gold chain standing behind. Even the girls present were all weak. Several people looked at each other, and the arrogance they had just shown disappeared in an instant. Qin Xian smiled secretly in her heart. She was the woman who memorized the entire text of the legend of Zhen Huan. In the past, there were many people who were jealous of her beauty in school, and she could choke people to death with just one sentence. This time I'm back to my old job. Mushroom-headed girl retorted unwillingly. How long do you think you can be favored? It's nothing more than a flash in the pan. Qin Xian smiled and said, It doesn't have to be long, just longer than you. I thought Mushroom Head would be furious, but I didn't expect her to stagger back and hug herself tightly. She cried and shook her head. No, he loves me, he said, he loves me. I serve him so many times in one night. He loves me the most. Ugh. Qin Xian frowned in confusion. Are you so infatuated? It seems that this king is really handsome and caring. Qin Xian became more interested. Of course, not that kind of interest. Who can be as handsome as her machete? She was just curious about this person's abilities and was probably not just a simple psychic. Qin Xian turned to look at the lady beside him. Where is the king? Take me there. The old lady came back to her senses and coughed awkwardly. It's not time yet. The king is attending to official business. He will naturally summon you tonight. Night? Qin Xian was very surprised. She didn't have that much time to wait until night. Even if she can wait, can Songji wait? He may not be fighting with anyone somewhere right now. Even if she could continue to transmit energy to him, he was still a mortal after all, and it would not work if she continued like this. And there were Robert and Eugene. She couldn't wait to meet her old friends. Qin Xian was thinking quickly in his mind how to sneak out and find someone. Just then, someone at the door called out, "The queen is here." Qin Xian suddenly felt a strange energy approaching her. She looked over alertly and saw a young and noble middle-aged woman wearing a violet satin cheongsam walking towards her. Her temperament is graceful and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. There was a girl with a ponytail following him. She was also pretty and cute, about 17 or 18 years old, and as pretty as a little snowball. Both of them have outstanding temperament and fragrant smell, which makes people feel extremely comfortable. Qin Xian couldn't help but stare in amazement, and couldn't help being attracted by their aura. The people around her bowed down, and she almost followed suit. Just as she was stunned, the ring on her ring finger suddenly felt hot. The heat made Qin Xian gasp, and she suddenly felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. When he looked up again, the scene before him had undergone a shocking change. The young, beautiful woman suddenly turned into an old lady with a pear-shaped figure and rough, dark skin. You can take it to the vegetable market and sell vegetables directly at the stall. The little girl also became a very ordinary girl, the kind that you couldn't find even if you threw her into a crowd of people and searched for a long time. Qin Xian then realized that she had been tricked silently. A psychic controlled her brain and made her see what he wanted her to see. Fortunately, the slave ring pulled her out of the illusion in time. However, Qin Xian herself is also a psychic. As long as she can realize that something is wrong, she will wake up quickly. This kind of mind control ability, if it is of a high level, can be very difficult to deal with. However, this person's rank is so low that Qin Xian doesn't even want to abuse her. "What are you fussing about? You can't even have dinner." The girl who looked like a maid shouted angrily, and everyone lowered their heads instantly, not daring to speak. The maid turned to look at Qin Xian, and the queen also noticed her. In the eyes of outsiders, they still look like perfect fairies. The queen tried to appear dignified and elegant and looked at Qin Xian. It made Qin Xian feel creepy. I don't know what's the point of their tricks. Suddenly, the queen narrowed her crow's feet eyes and revealed a gentle smile. "It's really beautiful. The king will definitely like it." She walked over and took Qin Xian's hand. "The king knows you're coming and is very happy. He has already said that he will summon you to the bedchamber immediately. Come with me."